Next, Moyi. The voice of the family elder resonated from the high platform. Today marked the annual spirit testing ceremony of the Mo family at Xianling Mountain. Regardless of whether they were the mundane offspring of the Mo family residing at the foot of Xianling Mountain or the children of cultivators dwelling atop it, all who had reached the age of 10 gathered at the mountain's base, awaiting the assessment of their spiritual roots. The Mo family was a foundational lineage, with a second-tier spiritual vein rich in spiritual energy flowing through Xianling Mountain. However, ever since the beast tide of the Tsangmang mountain range a decade ago gravely injured the last clan leader, the sole cultivator of the foundation level, who subsequently succumbed to his wounds, the Mo family found itself in a precarious position. Had it not been for the family's proficiency in beast taming and the presence of a mid-foundation period Crimson Flame Tiger within their ranks, the Mo family might have struggled to maintain their hold on the second-tier spiritual vein atop Xianling Mountain. Yet, the Crimson Flame Tiger had also sustained injuries during the beast tide. While it survived, it could not be easily summoned, leading to an increasingly audacious adversarial force and a worsening situation for the Mo family. Go on, Year. Though both your father and I are merely 5-rooted cultivators, at least we possess spiritual roots. Your chances of manifesting a spiritual root are not insignificant, so do not fear. Upon hearing her name called, Moyi clenched her fists silently. Having reincarnated into this world for a decade, she had awaited this moment. Acknowledging the gentle voice beside her, she nodded resolutely and made her way towards the high platform. This realm belonged to cultivators, and to become one, possessing spiritual roots was essential, even if it were merely the most inferior 5-rooted type. Only those endowed with spiritual roots could sense the existence of spiritual energy, drawing it into their bodies to become cultivators. Otherwise, no amount of effort would yield results. The likelihood of cultivators with spiritual roots marrying and producing offspring with roots was relatively high, but the offspring of 2 mundane parents without spiritual roots had a minuscule chance, 1 in 10,000, of possessing any roots at all. Mo Ye's parents, Mo Wenyan and Mo Wenlian, were both 5-rooted cultivators, granting her a head start that surpassed countless others. Greetings, Third Elder. As Mo Yi ascended the arena, she respectfully bowed to the elder. Due to her parents' spiritual roots, Mo Yi did not need to live among the ordinary populace of the Mo family, but instead resided on Xianling Mountain, where she was quite familiar with the elders. Ah, it is little Mo Yi. I cannot believe you have turned 10 so swiftly. Time truly flies. The third elder, Mo Dijao, reminisced about the night of Mo Ye's birth, which coincided with the passing of the old clan leader. Born under the cover of night, and with the demise of the clan leader marking a dark hour for the family, she was aptly named Mo Yi. Fortunately, the family did not associate her birth with their misfortune, and she had grown up happily on Xianling Mountain, beloved by her kin for her precociousness, thanks to the adult soul residing within her. Noticing the third elder's contemplative expression, Mo Yi remained patiently at his side. After a moment, the third elder returned to the present with a wistful smile. Ah, age makes one prone to nostalgia. Now, dear Mo Yi, place your hand upon this spirit-testing disc, and let us discern your spiritual roots. Mo Yi nodded. She was well versed in the testing process. By merely placing her hand on the disc, an automatic assessment would ensue. Unfortunately, the Mo family's spirit-testing disc was of the lowest tier, capable of detecting only the 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, making it incapable of identifying any rare roots, which were exceedingly uncommon. As she gently placed her hand upon the disc, she felt a surge of energy flow into her body, only to recede moments later. The disc then illuminated with 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Each hue represented one type of spiritual root within Mo Yi, indicating that she possessed all 5. The number of spiritual roots one possessed was not necessarily advantageous. Having more roots resulted in a more diluted spiritual energy, thereby slowing the cultivation process. Those with a single root were classified as having heavenly roots, allowing for the fastest cultivation without encountering any bottlenecks before reaching the purple mansion stage. If it was difficult for 1 in 10,000 commoners to give birth to a child with spiritual roots, then a heavenly root was a rarity among cultivators, with a mere 1 in 100,000 possibly possessing such a trait. Realm divisions, chi refinement, foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden core, nascent soul. Following heavenly roots were those with 2 roots, termed earth roots, such as possessing both metal and earth roots, which cultivated at a slower rate than heavenly roots, but were still commendable. Next came 3 roots, known as true roots, capable of becoming foundation-level cultivators if fortune favored them. 4 roots were labeled as false roots, which typically plateaued at the 10th level of chi refinement without significant opportunities. Lastly, 5 roots were deemed waste roots, with many stagnating at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, unable to progress to the mid-stage. Moya's parents were both at the 3rd level of Qi refinement when she was born, and they remained at that level without any breakthrough. In addition, there existed anomalous roots, single or multiple roots that had mutated, cultivating slower than heavenly roots, yet faster than earth roots, excelling in combat talent over heavenly roots. Beyond roots, various physiques existed, yet they were even rarer than heavenly roots. Ah, you possess 5 roots. Little Mo, ye can commence her cultivation starting tomorrow and remain on Xianling Mountain, the 3rd elder exclaimed with a smile. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Having observed Moya's precocity from a young age, he held high expectations for her. With her comprehension, if she had 3 roots, she would undoubtedly become a foundation-level cultivator, but 5 roots. Thank you, 3rd elder, Moyi replied respectfully, bowing again. She too wished for superior root quality, but having any roots was preferable to having none. At the very least, it had opened the door to the world of cultivation. Descending from the arena, Moya's parents embraced her joyfully, appearing particularly delighted, showing no concern for whether she possessed waste roots. In their eyes, as long as Moyi had spiritual roots, enabling her to stay on Xianling Mountain and live with them, that was sufficient. The type of roots was of little consequence. According to Mo family customs, if a cultivator's child lacked spiritual roots, they were to be sent down the mountain to live among the mundane after turning 10. Come, my son, today your mother will prepare a special meal for us to celebrate, Mo Wenyan said excitedly. The 3 of them happily returned to Xianling Mountain. After savoring a delightful feast prepared by Mo Wan, Moyi hurried back to her room, her mind sinking into the sea of consciousness. At the moment the energy from the spirit testing disc surged into her body to assess her roots, it also awakened an ancient tome nestled within her consciousness, the classic of mountains and seas. Moyi gazed at the classic of mountains and seas before her. From a young age, she had been enamored with tales of rare creatures. Before her reincarnation, she had purchased an antiquated copy from a street vendor for 100 yuan, but before she could peruse it, she was whisked away by a speeding Bentley. Did you bring me to this world? You must be the hidden advantage of my reincarnation. Let me see what powers you possess. As she spoke, Moyi felt herself drawn closer to the tome, sensing a force within it that began to envelop her physical form. Chapter 2. The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Moyi felt a sudden disorientation, as if the very world were spinning around him. When he regained his sense of grounding, he discovered he was no longer in his familiar room, but rather in a dim, gray space, where a solitary stone tablet stood. Upon this tablet were inscribed the ancient characters for mountains and seas. As Moyi surveyed his surroundings, he reached out to touch the stone tablet. The moment his fingers made contact, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind. Time seemed to stretch and blur before he gradually came to his senses. His previously clear eyes now shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. The Classic of Mountains and Seas possesses the extraordinary ability to analyze any spiritual beast and provide solutions, encompassing a range of issues such as enhancing bloodlines, breaking ancestral shackles, and healing injuries. It can be said that for any predicament faced by a spiritual beast, the Classic can offer a remedy. Additionally, within the text lies a profound technique known as the beast-taming art of mountains and seas. This art allows the practitioner to forge a life bond with spiritual beasts, ensuring that the benefits gained from the beast cultivation continuously nourish their master. The nourishment increases in potency in accordance with the spiritual beast's innate qualities and cultivation level, all without diminishing the energy the beast absorbs or hindering its advancement. As the host, Moyi is capable of binding with up to 9 spiritual beasts, thereby receiving their collective support. Furthermore, this technique is not restricted to Moyi alone. Members of the Mo family may also cultivate it, provided that Moyi assumes the role of the family patriarch, thereby linking their fates through the family's fortune. Each time the beast-taming art is employed to contract a spiritual beast, an acre of spiritual field will manifest within the realm of mountains and seas. Concurrently, the surrounding gray mists will recede, enlarging the space of the realm. When the number of contracted spiritual beasts reaches a certain threshold, the flow of time within the realm will accelerate. I can bind a maximum of 9 spiritual beasts, which means I can create up to 9 spiritual fields in the realm. To foster the growth of the mountains and seas realm, I must become the patriarch of the Mo family and ensure that all family members cultivate the beast-taming art, Moyi contemplated. However, as a child recently identified with 5 spiritual roots, the position of patriarch seems a distant dream. It would be more practical to focus on gathering 9 spiritual beasts for now. Once accomplished, each beast will contribute its refined essence to me, and the combined effect of 9 beasts will yield an astonishing amplification of benefits. Should I manage to contract exceptional spiritual beasts, the resulting nourishment would be immeasurable, propelling my cultivation at an unimaginable pace. Year, are you awake? Come and have breakfast. We need to select techniques from the clan later, a gentle voice called from outside. With a flicker of thought, Mo Yi withdrew from the realm of mountains and seas. I'm coming. He was surprised to realize that an entire night had passed unnoticed. Today was the day for selecting techniques, and he could not afford to miss it. Although the classic of mountains and seas inherently includes the beast-taming art, this is merely a supplementary technique and cannot serve as his primary focus for cultivation. After hastily finishing breakfast, Mo Yi, accompanied by Mo Wenyan, made his way to the family's main hall. Upon arrival, he found 3 other children already present, likely those who, like him, had been identified as possessing spiritual roots. Among the individuals present, one was familiar to Mo Yi. It was Mo Yu, who had grown up alongside him on Xianling Mountain. Both of Mo Yu's parents were practitioners with 5 spiritual roots, yet Mo Yu himself possessed only 4, thus endowing him with slightly superior aptitude compared to Mo Yi. As for the other 2, Mo Yi was unacquainted with them, and without any adults accompanying them. It was likely that they were there for the recent spiritual root assessment conducted by the Mortal Realms Mo family. Mo Hua, you arrived quite early. Mo Wenyan greeted the man standing beside Mo Yu, as the 2 families had maintained a cordial relationship over the years. Haha, it is you who arrived late. This time, for individuals have been identified with spiritual roots, you are the last to arrive, Mo Wenhua replied with a smile. Mo Wenyan expressed his astonishment. For children with spiritual roots this year, that is considerably more than in previous years. Indeed, but alas, aside from my MOU, the rest possess 5 spiritual roots. Mo Wenhua lamented. Good morning, Uncle Wenhua, and good morning, Sister Mou. Mo Yi greeted the 2. Good morning, Uncle Wenyan, and good morning, Brother Yi, Mo Yi responded. In contrast to the ease displayed by Mo Yi and Mou, the other 2 children appeared noticeably more reserved, seemingly shy in their demeanor. Before long, the current clan leader, Mo Daijing, and the 3rd elder, Mo Dijao, entered the grand hall. Mo Daijing gazed benevolently at the 4 youths seated before him and remarked, I cannot believe how swiftly time has passed. It has been 40 years already. You 4 will be the first of the Xian generation, henceforth named Mo Xianyi. Mo Xianyu, Mo Xianhe, and Mo Xianshi. Xianyi, you shall be the eldest of the Xian generation. You have always been wise. It is imperative that you set a commendable example for your younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Mo Xianyi respectfully replied, Yes, grandfather clan leader. Now, you 4 shall accompany the 3rd elder to the scripture repository to select your cultivation methods. I shall not keep you any longer. Mo Daijing waved his hand. Follow me. Mo Dijao instructed the 4 and led the way toward the location of the scripture repository. All newcomers have 2 opportunities to choose cultivation methods, allowing them to select 1 method and 1 spell, or alternatively, 1 method from the myriad of spiritual arts. The Mo family excels in the spiritual art of beast taming, with nearly all practitioners within the clan raising spiritual beasts. However, the beast taming techniques do not require immediate selection. Once one is cultivated to the chi refinement stage, the clan will naturally impart these methods, along with the option to choose a free spiritual beast egg or juvenile beast. However, one must acknowledge that free spiritual beast eggs are unlikely to be of exceptional quality, as the Mo family currently cannot provide beasts with superior bloodlines. Xinyi, with your 5 spiritual roots, you may cultivate any attribute method. However, since your father practices the fire spirit technique and your mother the water spirit technique, it would be prudent to choose one of these methods to benefit from their superior guidance. Xinyu, with your 4 spiritual roots, you cannot practice the gold spirit technique of your mother, but you may follow your father and cultivate the wood spirit technique. As for Xianhe and Xianshi, you may select any method that appeals to you. Within the family academy, I shall personally instruct you. The Mo family is, after all, a foundational clan, possessing a significant number of cultivation methods and spells suitable for the chi refinement stage. The most commonly practiced techniques among chi refinement practitioners include the gold spirit technique, wood spirit technique, water spirit technique, fire spirit technique, and earth spirit technique. The 5 martial arts techniques presented here are the most prevalent. Yet prevalence does not equate to weakness. These 5 methods embody a harmonious balance, making them suitable for the vast majority of practitioners. Moreover, upon reaching the foundational stage, transitioning to other techniques will pose no difficulties whatsoever. Mu Xianye's father had urged him to select the fire spirit technique, which would enable him to become a low-grade first-tier artifact craftsman, akin to himself. Although not particularly formidable in strength, the skills in crafting artifacts would ensure a comfortable livelihood. Had Mu Xianye not acquired the Book of Mountains and Seas, nor obtained the Beast Mastery technique, he might have genuinely chosen the fire spirit technique, aspiring to become an artifact craftsman. However, now aware of the potential to receive the nurturing of spiritual beasts, he would naturally opt for the practice of the 5 elements, rather than confining himself to a singular elemental technique. While this choice may slow his progress, the reservoir of spiritual energy within him would be far more formidable than that of his peers. Chapter 3. The 5 Elements Chi Refinement Technique. The Mu family scripture repository consists of 3 levels. The first floor houses low-grade and mid-grade first-tier techniques. The second floor contains high-grade and supreme-grade first-tier techniques. The third floor is dedicated to foundational stage techniques. The first floor boasts the greatest number of scrolls, conveniently categorized by different attributes, making them relatively easy to locate. The number of Chi refinement techniques pertaining to the 5 elements is the least, with merely 2 volumes available. This scarcity arises from the inherently slow cultivation speed of practitioners with 5 elemental roots. Should they choose to pursue the path of the 5 elements, their progress would resemble that of a tortoise. The 5 elements origin technique and the 5 elements Chi refinement technique are the 2 texts. The 5 elements origin technique possesses the notable advantage of prolonging life. Typically, Chi refinement practitioners can live up to 120 years, whereas those who cultivate the 5 elements origin technique may extend their lifespan to 140 years, gaining an additional 2 decades. However, this technique has its drawbacks. It is not adept in combat, as a practitioner employing the same spell would be 1/3 weaker than their peers. The 5 elements Chi refinement technique, in essence, amalgamates the gold spirit technique, wood spirit technique, water spirit technique, fire spirit technique, and earth spirit technique into one. Practicing this technique enhances one's spiritual power, surpassing that of any single technique. Such formidable spiritual energy translates into substantial offensive capability. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xianyi chose the 5 elements Chi refinement technique, opting not to utilize his additional opportunity for selecting techniques and spells, deciding instead to wait until he ascended to the first level of Chi refinement to make his choice. As Mu Xianyi approached the entrance of the scripture repository to register, he found Mu Xianyu already present. She had evidently long since made her decision regarding which technique to cultivate, while Mu Xianhe and Mu Xianshi had yet to emerge. Elder 9. I have chosen this technique, Mu Xianyi declared, handing the 5 elements Chi refinement technique to Elder 9, Mu Diyan, for registration. The 5 elements Chi refinement technique. Elder 9 paused momentarily before advising, Little Xianyi, as a practitioner with 5 elemental roots, your cultivation speed is already slow. Should you also choose to cultivate the 5 elements, it is possible that you may never break through to the 3rd level of Chi refinement in this lifetime. Indeed, Xianyi, it is not too late for you to reconsider. Heed my counsel and opt for either the fire spirit technique or the water spirit technique. The 5 elements Chi refinement technique is not suited for you, the 3rd elder urged promptly. Mo Xianyi had already prepared his response. 3rd elder, 9th elder. There is no need for your persuasion. As a cultivator with 5 elemental roots, breaking through the 3rd layer of Chi refinement is inherently challenging for me. My father and mother were already at the 3rd layer before my birth, and they remain there still. Cultivating a single attribute technique may not necessarily allow me to transcend this barrier. However, if I practice all 5 elements, my strength would undoubtedly increase further. Seeing Mo Xianyi's resolute demeanor, the 2 elders ceased their entreaties. After registering the 5 elements Chi refinement technique, the 3rd elder handed it to Mo Xianyi, instructing him, you must return the technique in 1 month. Be sure not to lose it. Yes, 3rd elder, Mo Xianyi replied respectfully. Brother Xianyi, let us take our leave. By the way, I have chosen the wood spirit technique, just like the one my father practices, Mo Xianyi said cheerfully. Having no reservations about Mo Xianyi's choice of the 5 elements Chi refinement technique. After selecting your techniques, return home. Starting tomorrow, I will be teaching at the clan academy, so remember to arrive punctually, the 3rd elder reminded them. Newcomers are required to attend the clan academy for a year, where they will learn not only cultivation techniques, but also other essential knowledge pertaining to cultivation, such as combat, beast mastery, alchemy, and spiritual herbs. Only after a year may they arrange their time freely. Upon turning 18, regardless of whether they have broken through to the 4th layer of Chi refinement, they must undertake family tasks. Mo Xianyi's parents were quite surprised by his choice of the 5 elements Chi refinement technique, yet they chose not to comment further. Upon returning home, Mo Xianyi spent the time of an incense stick to memorize the 5 elements Chi refinement technique, which exceeded 10,000 words, before he began to comprehend the surrounding spiritual energy. Perhaps due to the memories of his past life, his soul's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, granting him an almost photographic memory. Setting aside the 5 elements Chi refinement technique, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to sense the spiritual energy enveloping his body. Typically, a cultivator with a heavenly root requires merely a quarter of an hour to perceive the presence of spiritual energy, while drawing it into their body generally takes a day. A cultivator with an earthly root needs 2 to 3 days to sense it, with at least 10 days required to absorb it. Those with true roots are even slower, requiring 10 days to sense and about 20 days to absorb. Pseudo-roots take nearly a month to sense and 2 months to absorb, while those with wasted roots take over 2 months to sense and 3 months to half a year to absorb. What is happening? Why am I sensing the spiritual energy around me so swiftly upon beginning my awareness? This speed exceeds that of a heavenly root. Could it be that I possess a 5-element spiritual body? Mo Xian Yi thought, delight blooming in his heart as he felt the 5-colored light spots hovering around him. Though he already had the advantage of the mountain and sea realm, he welcomed the prospect of gaining even more. Calming his mind, he focused his soul power to communicate with the floating points of spiritual energy, seeking to draw them into his body. However, it became apparent that these ethereal points of light seemed to hold a disdain for him, with some being drawn toward Mo Xian Yi's soul force, nearly entering his body, only to ultimately slip away, rendering Mo Xian Yi's efforts futile. The following day, Mo Xian Yi, bearing the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes, entered the clan academy, having spent the night attempting to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, yet to no avail. Numerous times he believed success was imminent, only to face disappointment in the end. Yet upon entering the academy, he discovered he was not alone in his plight. Mo Xian Yu and the others also sported their own pairs of dark circles, yawning incessantly as they sat, struggling to support their heavy heads. It appeared that last night's vigil was a shared endeavor. Good morning. After exchanging greetings, Mo Xian Yi settled into a seat. Before long, the third elder made his appearance within the academy, and upon witnessing the 4 pairs of weary eyes, he felt no surprise. Rather, he was reminded of his own youthful days. Back then, after discovering his spiritual root and receiving his cultivation techniques, he too had spent countless nights absorbing spiritual energy. Remember, cultivation is not achieved overnight. As you have yet to become cultivators, it is essential to ensure you receive ample rest. Only once you have attained that status may you forego sleep in favor of cultivation. Now, Mo Xian Yi has chosen the 5 elements refining qi technique. Mo Xian Yu has opted for the wood spirit technique. Mo Xian He has selected the water spirit technique, and Mo Xian Shi has chosen the earth spirit technique. I will begin by explaining the wood spirit technique, followed by the water spirit technique, the earth spirit technique, the fire spirit technique, the metal spirit technique, and finally, the 5 elements refining qi technique. To cultivate the wood spirit technique effectively, it is best to do so in a place abundant with flora. Chapter 4. Absorbing qi. Sitting cross-legged, he exerted all his soul force to guide the 5 elements' spiritual energy surrounding his body. Initially, the energy fled before even nearing him. Later, it managed to enter his body, yet dissipated before it could circulate a full cycle and reach his Dantian. Mo Xian Yi could not help but lament the reputation of the 5 spiritual roots, often deemed as inferior, and he had long since abandoned hope regarding his own 5 elements spiritual body. Each type of spiritual body yields different effects. Some hasten the cultivation speed, others enhance combat prowess, and some elevate comprehension, among various benefits. A 5 elements spiritual body should theoretically increase affinity with the 5 elemental attributes while accelerating cultivation speed. If he possessed a 5 elements spiritual body, his ability to absorb qi should not be inferior to that of a heavenly spiritual root. Yet, 20 days had passed since Mo Xian Yi commenced his cultivation with the acquired techniques. He could sense the spiritual energy, yet he was unable to draw it into his body or establish his Dantian. As for why he could perceive the energy so swiftly, through his studies at the academy, he had come to understand the reason. His soul's strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Not only was his soul stronger, but his internal meridians were also broader and more resilient than those of others. Yesterday, when the spiritual energy approached the vicinity of his Dantian, it dissipated. Surely today would yield better results. Mo Xian Yi sat cross-legged once more, employing his soul force to guide the 5 elements spiritual energy into his body. Then activated the 5 elements refining qi technique, circulating it within himself before gradually directing it toward his Dantian. As the 5 elements qi refinement technique began to operate, spiritual energy dissipated into the air with every passing moment, yet new energy continuously replenished it. Soon, just hold on a little longer. Charge forth. Mo Xian Yi guided the spiritual energy towards his Dantian. Boom. Within the Dantian, a thunderous sound erupted, as if the heavens had split open. The previously sealed Dantian was suddenly breached by the influx of spiritual energy. Mo Xuanya's consciousness surged into the Dantian alongside the energy. The thin, multicolored spiritual essence transformed into a mist hovering above. Vast, the feeling of the Dantian was nothing short of immense. At that moment, a piece of information materialized in Mo Xuanya's mind, 9 spirit origin body. This extraordinary constitution endowed his body with remarkable attributes. His Dantian was 9 times that of an ordinary person. His meridians were 9 times wider and more resilient. His soul strength was 9-fold, and his physical robustness was equally 9 times superior. These were the advantages bestowed by the 9 spirit origin body. Yet whether there were additional hidden benefits remained unknown to him. Gazing upon these advantages, Mo Xuanya felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. The 9 spirit origin body was undeniably powerful. Such a physique could only be fully realized in a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. However, for a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, the speed of cultivation was akin to a tortoise's crawl. Now, with a Dantian 9 times larger than others, it signified that to break through to the same realm, he would require at least 9 times the spiritual energy, if not more. Thankfully, he possessed the classic of mountains and seas, which allowed him to receive spiritual beasts nurturing. Otherwise, whether he could break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement like his parents remained a mystery. Steadying his mind, Mo Xuanya continued to guide the spiritual energy in the operation of the 5 elements qi refinement technique. At this moment, the newly opened Dantian contained unstable spiritual energy that required further stabilization. Father, mother. The next morning, Mo Xuanya arose early, eagerly greeting his parents. You little rascal. Up a bit early today, aren't you? Not sleeping in. Teased Mo Wenyan. Coughing lightly, Mo Xuanya straightened his posture, emitting a subtle wave of spiritual energy from within. The axe in Mo father's hand clattered to the ground, followed by a loud shout. Wenlian, come out, come out. What is all this ruckus so early in the morning? You're full of energy. What happened last night? Mo mother scolded as she emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the aura surrounding Mo Xuanya, she gasped in delight and rushed to embrace him. Son, have you successfully drawn in qi? Advancing to the 1st layer of qi refinement? But how could it be so fast? Aren't you a 5-root cultivator? By rights, it's impossible to draw in qi within 3 months. Indeed, son, your speed rivals that of a 3-root cultivator. Could it be that Elder San made an error during the assessment? Bang! Why are you hitting me? I'm hitting you because such an important matter as testing spiritual roots could not possibly be misjudged by Elder San, and you were right there that day. That is true. Mo Xuanya looked at his ecstatic parents, his heart brimming with joy. Son, wait here. I shall procure a splendid colorful rooster to prepare a nourishing soup for you. The colorful rooster possesses gentle spiritual energy, perfectly suited for your current cultivation needs. With that, Mo Wenlian hurriedly dashed towards the distant chicken coop. Mo Wenlian, a spirit plant cultivator, not only tended to the family's spiritual fields, but also nurtured a flock of colorful roosters. These roosters were a fortunate find, raised by her alone and not belonging to the clan. Although classified as a 1st-tier magical beast, adult colorful roosters typically only reach the 1st or 2nd level of qi refinement, with few ever breaking through to the 3rd. However, their meat is imbued with mild spiritual energy, easily absorbed, and most notably, it boasts an exquisite flavor that is highly sought after. Before long, Mo Xuanya witnessed his mother approaching, clutching a squawking colorful rooster. The rooster seemed aware of its impending fate, struggling feebly against her grasp. At that moment, a subtle tremor coursed through the Shanhai Jing within Mo Xuanya's consciousness, delivering a piece of information directly into his mind. Colorful rooster. Analysis. This colorful rooster possesses a trace of peacock bloodline, naturally exhibiting a high affinity for the 5 elemental spiritual energies. It is highly intelligent. If fed a substantial amount of 1st-tier spiritual herb, the 5-color flower, it may activate the thin peacock bloodline within, showcasing immense potential. Recommendation. Contract. The 5-colored peacock, renowned even among sages, is indeed the majestic peacock king. It was astonishing to discover that such a rooster bore a trace of this esteemed lineage. As Mo Wenlian prepared to slaughter the colorful rooster, Mo Xuanya urgently interjected, Wait, mother, I suddenly feel a strange affinity for this colorful rooster. Perhaps we should not kill it. Allow me to raise it instead. Mo Wenlian, puzzled, replied, Raise it? My son, when we arrive at the clan academy, you should inform Elder San about your ability to draw qi into your body. He will surely take you to adopt a young beast or acquire a spirit beast egg, which would be far superior to this edible colorful rooster. Indeed, my son, the colorful rooster can neither assist you in labor nor in battle. Surely, you cannot intend to keep it, only to consume it when hunger strikes? Mo Wenyan added with a chuckle. The colorful rooster seemed to comprehend their conversation. emitting a series of urgent clucks, though none understood its plea. Chapter 5. Selecting a spirit beast, the colorful rooster, fixated on Tuanuan, displayed a remarkably human-like expression, as if it recognized him as its only savior. Let us discuss the clan matters later. Mother, please, just give me the colorful rooster. Tuanuan rushed forward, snatching the colorful rooster from her grasp, and hurriedly retreated to his chamber. By the time he emerged, the colorful rooster had vanished from his hands, having been transported into the realm of Shanghai. Observing this, Tuanuan's parents ceased their opposition, though it was clear that the prospect of enjoying the rooster as a meal had evaporated. After breakfast, Tuanuan first visited the coop of the colorful roosters, hoping to discover another with the peacock bloodline, which would be an extraordinary find. Unfortunately, none of the other colorful roosters exhibited any special lineage. Upon arriving at the clan academy, he found that Tuanuan and the others had already gathered, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of spiritual energy. Their initial excitement had waned, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Before long, the third elder, Dijao, entered the room. Today, I shall elucidate the identification of spiritual herbs, he announced. Tuanuan rose to his feet, gesturing respectfully. Elder, I have successfully drawn in qi and breached the first layer of qi refinement. As his words fell, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from Tuanuan's body. Excellent, excellent. The third elder was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed thrice in admiration. In merely 20 days, you have already drawn in qi. This pace rivals that of practitioners with 3 spiritual roots. Remarkable indeed. Wow, Brother Yi, how did you achieve this? Aren't you a 5-root practitioner? How can you progress faster than me, a 4-root? I haven't even sensed the spiritual energy yet. Indeed, Brother Yi. Please impart your wisdom to us. We too wish to draw in qi swiftly. Tuanuan replied with a touch of helplessness. I cannot teach you this. I only sensed the spiritual energy 10 days ago and have been attempting to draw it in for the past 10 days. Yesterday, I suddenly succeeded. He chose to withhold the precise timeline of his spiritual perception, not out of distrust, but because the revelation was too astonishing and could serve no beneficial purpose for anyone involved. It was prudent to maintain a degree of caution. As for drawing in qi, it would be difficult to conceal. Anyone with a higher cultivation level could sense it with minimal effort, unless they practice techniques like breath-concealing spells. Xianyi, come with me. You 3 may return home for today. Xianyi's aptitude is not inferior to yours. If he can draw in qi so quickly, so can you. Go back and diligently sense the spiritual energy. Do not be negligent. With that, the third elder led Tuanuan towards the clan hall. The clan hall served as the daily workspace for the clan leader, Dijin, and at that moment, he was the sole occupant. Brother. Even before the third elder arrived, voices had already echoed throughout the hall. Dijin lifted his gaze to see the third elder rushing in, unable to suppress a reprimand. At your age, you should be more composed, especially in front of the younger generation. The third elder paused at this, an awkward smile gracing his face. He cleared his throat. Brother, take a closer look at Xianyi. Upon hearing this, Dijin turned to observe Tuanuan, and upon sight, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face revealing delight. In an instant, he appeared beside Tuanuan, reaching out to grasp his shoulder, a surge of spiritual power flowing into him. Yet, the more he examined Tuanuan's condition, the less joy appeared on his face. Despite knowing that as the clan leader, he could not discern the nature of treasures such as the Shanghai Jing. He could not help but feel a sense of worry as he noted the changes in his expression. The Shanghai Jing was his greatest secret, one he would never disclose to anyone, not even his parents. Fortunately, after a brief moment, Dijin withdrew his hand. The reason for Xianyi's rapid qi absorption lay in his inherently powerful soul combined with his remarkable intelligence, making him an excellent candidate for the cultivation of alchemy, formations, tools, and talismans. However, it remained a mystery why Xianyi's Dantian was significantly larger than that of an average person. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would likely prove more arduous than for a typical 5-root practitioner. Dijao appeared unconcerned, as Xianyi, being a 5 spiritual roots practitioner, faced a dim prospect of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. His vast Dantian indicated a rich reservoir of spiritual energy, and coupled with his formidable soul power, he could, if he pursued the path of alchemy under my guidance, concoct mid-level medicinal pills in the early stages of qi refinement. Dijing nodded in agreement, and then turned to Xianyi. Xianyi, your potent soul power makes you inherently suited for the cultivation of alchemy, weaponry, and various other esoteric arts. Would you be willing to learn the art of alchemy from the third elder? If that does not appeal to you, you may choose another path in the mystical arts, and I shall arrange it for you. Xianyi, recognizing the opportunity, could hardly refuse. Once he formed a contract with a spirit beast using the Mountain Sea Beast Mastery technique and opened the Mountain Sea realm, he would be able to cultivate spiritual herbs within, making the path of an alchemist the most advantageous choice. I am willing. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed third elder, Mo Xianyi said, bowing respectfully. Excellent. Mo Dizhao replied with a smile. In accordance with clan regulations, newly initiated Qi refinement practitioners are permitted to select a spirit beast to raise from within the clan. Allow the third elder to accompany you and instruct you on how to form a contract with a spirit beast, Mo Daijing added. The Mo clan excelled in taming beasts, and within Xianling Mountain, a multitude of spirit beasts were nurtured. However, only 5 species had formed substantial populations, each corresponding to one of the 5 elemental attributes: the golden-scaled weasel for metal, the azure forest deer for wood, the rain butterfly for water, the magma tortoise for fire, and the cracked earth lizard for earth. While other spirit beasts existed, their populations were either small or not yet established. Given that Mo Xianyi had merely begun to draw qi into his body, he could only select a juvenile beast or a spirit beast egg for cultivation. He lacked the capability to handle an adult spirit beast. Mo Dizhao guided Mo Xianyi through various spirit beast groups, allowing him to choose from the newly hatched spirit beast offspring. Regrettably, after touring the groups, the Mountain Sea Classic did not exhibit any further tremors. Utilizing the Mountain Sea Classic to analyze the information on these spirit beasts, Mo Xianyi received evaluations advising against their cultivation. Although he could enhance even the weakest bloodlines with the aid of the Mountain Sea Classic, he still placed his trust in its recommendations. If it advised against a contract, there must be a compelling reason. The Mountain Sea Classic was still of low rank, and many of its capabilities remained undeveloped. Third Elder, are there any other spirit beasts? I find myself lacking interest in these, Mo Xianyi said, shaking his head in resignation. Do not set your expectations too high, young man. I suggest you follow in your father's footsteps and opt for the magma tortoise. Its flame is stable and will aid you in your alchemical pursuits, Mo Dizhao advised. Are there not spirit beast eggs within the clan? Might we visit them? If all else fails, I will choose the magma tortoise, Mo Xianyi replied. Very well. Follow me, Mo Dizhao said, leading Mo Xianyi to a cave. Inside, a special formation was arranged, making it highly suitable for spirit beast incubation. Take a look for yourself. All the spirit beast eggs of the clan are here. I advise you not to solely seek out formidable beasts. As the more powerful they are, the greater the resources required for their cultivation. As a novice practitioner just beginning to draw qi into your body, you lack the resources to support such an endeavor, Mo Dizhao suggested. Chapter 6. The opening of the Mountain Sea realm within the cave, rows of incubators were arranged, displaying spirit beast eggs of various sizes and colors. Mo Xianyi strolled past the incubators, employing the Shanhai Jing to discern the information about the spirit beasts. Iron-armored crocodile. Analysis. This is the egg of a first-tier demon beast, the iron-armored crocodile, which possesses a formidable armored hide and strong offensive capabilities. Although it is relatively slow on land, it excels in marshy or aquatic environments. Contracting it is not recommended. After much effort in locating a spirit beast that seemed potent, the Shanhai Jing still advised against forming a contract. Soon, Mo Xianyi had traversed 2/3 of the area without encountering a single spirit beast that the Shanhai Jing deemed worthy of a contract. Beside him, Mo Dizhao grew somewhat impatient, chiding, "You shouldn't reach too high. These spirit beasts would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among loose cultivators if brought outside." Mo Xianyi merely smiled and remained silent. At that moment, the Shanhai Jing trembled once more. Mo Xianyi felt a surge of joy within and proceeded toward the direction indicated by the text. There lay an egg the size of a soybean, entirely milky white, with the words white-winged spirit bee egg inscribed beneath the incubator. The white-winged spirit bee, even in its queen form, possesses only the cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 1, while the worker bees lack even that, being slightly stronger than ordinary wild beasts. Its primary utility lies in pollinating spiritual herbs, and the honey it produces contains a faint essence of spiritual energy, barely qualifying as a low-tier spiritual honey. However, the Shanhai Jing revealed a different narrative. White jade spirit bee, queen egg. Analysis. This insect is a variant of the white-winged spirit bee. Its body is translucent as white jade. Though physically fragile, it boasts remarkable flight speed, capable of devouring all poisons in the world, harboring potent venom within, and excelling at concealing its form, making it difficult to detect. The white jade spirit bee can produce 3 rare types of spiritual honey. The first is spiritual bee honey, crafted by worker bees from the essence of myriad flowers, enhancing cultivation for those who consume it, an excellent resource for cultivation. The second is royal jelly, personally produced by the queen, rich in immense spiritual power, assisting cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks and transcending barriers of realms. The third is blood royal jelly, made from consuming the flesh and blood of other beings, which can enhance the bloodline concentration and level of spirit beasts that consume it, while cultivators may experience physical fortification. If a cultivator possesses a special bloodline or physique, it further aids in bloodline awakening or physical transformation, making it a rare treasure indeed. Contracting it is advised. Upon reading the Shanhai Jing's analysis of the white jade spirit bee queen egg, Xian Yi felt compelled to acquire it, particularly for the 3 types of spiritual honey it could produce, rendering any warnings from the Shanhai realm irrelevant. Elder 3. I wish to acquire this white-winged spirit bee egg, he declared, as Xian Yi paused before the egg. Mod Zhao had already surmised his interest, but believed the egg to be of little use. Xian Yi. The primary function of the white-winged spirit bee is merely pollination. You are not a spirit herb cultivator, so what purpose would it serve you? I believe you should opt for the lava turtle instead, Mod Zhao suggested. That's unnecessary. The white-winged spirit bee egg is sufficient. Xian Yi replied as he retrieved the egg from the incubator. Upon witnessing Xian Yi's resolute demeanor, the third elder ceased his objections. Very well. You have always possessed strong opinions since childhood. Once your mind is set, not even 10 oxen could drag you back. Here, take this. As he spoke, the third elder handed over a jade slip and a jade vial. This is the Mo family's beast taming technique, which can be used to contract the white-winged spirit bee. Once it hatches, feeding it with the honey from the white-winged spirit bee will help it through its period of weakness. Thank you, third elder. Xian Yi replied with a smile, then brazenly inquired, do you happen to have any seeds of the 5-colored flower? May I have a packet? What? You intend to cultivate the 5-colored flower for the white-winged spirit bee to gather nectar? Not at all. I am not a spiritual herb cultivator. I plan to give them to my mother so she can plant them. That is wise. Alchemy is the true path. Do not squander your time on growing spiritual herbs. After receiving a packet of 5-colored flower seeds from the third elder, Xian Yi hurried home. Father, mother, I am going to contract a spirit beast. Do not wait for me for dinner. Your mother has specially prepared a delicious meal for you. Come out quickly once you are done. With a thought, Xian Yi entered the mountain and sea realm. Within this realm, only a 5-colored golden rooster awaited him. The white jade spirit bee still required time to hatch, and Xian Yi intended to first contract the 5-colored golden rooster to formally activate the mountain and sea realm before proceeding with the hatching of the white jade spirit bee. Upon noticing Xian Yi's arrival, the 5-colored golden rooster clucked anxiously. Since being cast into the mountain and sea realm that morning, it had been confined to the same spot, unable to move. This realm was Xian Yi's dominion. Even if a 10-tier chi refiner were to enter, they would be unable to turn the tables. I shall take you as my spirit beast. Do not resist. Xian Yi instructed the 5-colored golden rooster, fully aware that it could comprehend him, as evidenced by its earlier human-like gaze. With his spiritual energy currently thin, Xian Yi could not fully utilize it to inscribe the mountain and sea beast taming rune. Thus, he drew blood with a cut to his finger, using it as ink, and began to inscribe a rune in the air, fueled by his sparse spiritual energy. A crimson rune materialized in the void, and Xian Yi pointed at the 5-colored golden rooster, commanding go. The blood-red rune descended upon the rooster's forehead. Suddenly, the previously subdued 5-colored golden rooster emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings wildly in an attempt to escape the mountain and sea beast taming rune. Observing the fading crimson rune, Xian Yi threatened, if you refuse to become my spirit beast, I shall hand you over to my mother, who will pluck your feathers and prepare a soup. At this, the 5-colored golden rooster trembled, ceasing its resistance. The rune entered its body, and Xian Yi quickly sensed a unique bond forming with the rooster. Meanwhile, the mountain and sea classic within his consciousness erupted with a chaotic radiance, coalescing into the form of a 5-colored golden rooster before merging into the mountain and sea classic. The once murky mountain and sea realm now surged with rich spiritual energy. The hazy mist receded outward, revealing a fertile spiritual field at the heart of the realm. Time accelerated at twice its normal speed, and the concentration of spiritual energy rivaled that of a top-tier spiritual vein. A piece of information surged into Xian Yi's mind. Although Xianling Mountain is classified as a second-tier inferior spiritual vein, the spiritual energy is dispersed and needs to support the numerous cultivators and spirit beasts residing there. Consequently, the concentration of spiritual energy available to Xian Yi is unlikely to reach the level of a second-tier inferior spiritual vein, and it may even fall short of a first-tier superior vein. With the assistance of the first-tier supreme spiritual vein from the Shanhai realm, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly improve significantly. Regrettably, the Shanhai realm permits no other humans to enter aside from himself, Otherwise, he could assist his parents. Mo Xuanye released the confinement of the multicolored golden chicken, urging it not to squander the abundant spiritual energy of this place. Surely, you do not wish to remain a mere chicken at the mercy of others. Within you flows the bloodline of the five-colored peacock. If you wish to soar to great heights, you must diligently cultivate. The multicolored golden chicken clucked in response to Mo Xuanye and then flew to the side, silently absorbing the spiritual energy. Mo Xuanye immediately sensed a surge of spiritual power materializing within him. After circulating it through his body in a complete cycle, it naturally converged into his Dantian. This spiritual energy was exceptionally pure, even surpassing that which Mo Xuanye had cultivated himself. After an hour of adjustment, Mo Xuanye retrieved the white jade spirit bee egg and repeated the previous actions, inscribing the Shanghai beast taming rune with his blood. The white jade spirit bee, still encased within the egg, posed no hindrance and willingly formed a pact with Mo Xuanye, becoming his second spirit beast. Once again, the wonders recorded in the Shanghai Classic manifested, causing the area of the Shanghai realm to expand, with the spiritual fields increasing from 1 acre to 2. Although the flow of time remained unchanged at twice the speed, a slender bee leg emerged from the milky white egg, and with a swift motion, the egg cracked open. A spirit insect, resembling a sculpture of white jade, emerged and gently landed in the palm of Mo Xuanye's hand. Its abdomen was surprisingly large, constituting more than 2/3 of its body, while its wings were quite small, leaving one to wonder how it had managed to fly just moments ago. The newly hatched queen bee was still frail, prompting Mo Xuanye to immediately take out a vial of spirit honey gifted by the third elder. He uncorked the vial and let a drop fall into his palm. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air as the queen bee directed its mouthparts toward the spirit honey, consuming it in an instant. After a quick flap of its wings, it dove into the vial, indulging in the sweet nectar. By the time it emerged, the vial was completely emptied, leaving one to ponder how such a tiny creature could devour an entire vial of spirit honey. Once again, a source of spiritual energy was added to Mo Xuanye's being, perhaps due to the queen bee's consumption of the honey. The quantity of spiritual energy surpassed that of the multicolored golden chicken. At that moment, the white jade spirit bee queen conveyed a message to Mo Xuanye, indicating her desire to lay eggs and build a nest. However, within the Shanghai realm, there was only a stone tablet and 2 empty acres of spiritual fields, making it impossible for her to construct a nest. Wait a moment, Mo Xuanye instructed the white jade spirit bee queen. With a swift motion, he departed the Shanghai realm and dashed outside. You finally emerged. Hurry, come and eat. Upon observing Mo Xuanye departing, Mo Wenyan called out, Father, wait for me. I shall return shortly. However, before he could finish, Mo Xuanye had already sprinted away. The Xianling mountain, rich in spiritual energy, boasted lush vegetation. Even ordinary fruit trees bore fruit imbued with a hint of spirit due to the nourishing aura. Although Mo Xuanye lacked the qualifications to disturb the spiritual plants, which were clan assets, he was permitted to harvest from the common fruit trees. This one will do, Mo Xuanye remarked, eyeing a peach tree adorned with blooming pink blossoms. Noticing the surroundings were deserted, Mo Xuanye concentrated, drawing the peach tree into the Shanghai realm and transplanting it onto a plot of spiritual land. Immersing his consciousness within, he observed the white jade spirit bee queen alighting upon the tree, soon after laying 100 eggs. In mere moments, the eggs hatched, releasing a flurry of white jade spirit bees. Unlike their queen, these bees had slightly smaller abdomens, and their wings were proportionate to their bodies. Mo Xuanye opened the Shanghai realm, and 100 white jade spirit bees emerged. After a flurry of activity, a hive had formed upon the transplanted peach tree, with the queen now nestled within. Satisfied, Mo Xuanye recalled all the white jade spirit bees and hurried home. Within the Shanghai realm lay 2 acres of spiritual land. One was designated for planting colorful flowers, yet the seeds for these flowers sufficed only for 1 acre. For the other acre, Mo Xuanye intended to cultivate spiritual rice. Even though upon reaching the first level of qi refinement, he could receive a monthly stipend of 1 low-grade spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice from the clan. That amount was far from sufficient for his cultivation needs. Thus, he needed to request a bag of spiritual rice seeds from his mother, Mo Wenlian, who, as a spirit planter, surely possessed some. What were you up to just now, running around in such a hurry? Mo Wenlian teased. By the way, have you chosen your spirit beast? Summon it so I can see if it's the same as mine, the lava turtle. Mo Xuanye tapped his waist pouch, feigning the summoning of a white jade spirit bee, which he actually called forth from the Shanghai realm. Every clan member received a spirit beast pouch when adopting a spirit beast. Is this the white-winged spirit bee? Why did you choose such an insignificant spirit beast? Even if you didn't opt for the lava turtle, You could have selected something as splendid as your mother's rain butterfly, Mo Wenyan complained, although he conceded. Yet your white-winged spirit bee is indeed more attractive than the others. What of the white-winged spirit bee? At least it can gather nectar. And spiritual honey is a resource for cultivation. It can also aid in pollination. What is wrong with that? Mo Wenlian retorted, countering Mo Wenyan's critique. Never mind your father. Come quickly. I've prepared your favorite egg fried rice with the eggs of the colorful golden chicken and spiritual rice. Hurry before it cools, she urged, pulling Mo Xian Yi towards the kitchen. Under normal circumstances, Mo Wenlian would never have used colorful golden chicken eggs and spiritual rice for fried rice. She typically sold them for spirit stones. As Mo Xian Yi scooped a spoonful of golden-hued fried rice into his mouth, the unique aroma of the colorful golden chicken blended with the spiritual rice enveloped his palate. As he swallowed, a warm sensation spread through his abdomen, leaving him utterly content. In a swift motion, a large bowl of egg fried rice was devoured by Mo Xuanya, leaving not a single grain behind. A warm sensation enveloped his body, making this the perfect moment for cultivation, to refine the spiritual energy contained within the colorful eggs and the spiritual rice. Son, hurry back to your practice and thoroughly absorb the spiritual energy, urged Mo Wenlian as she noticed Mo Xuanya set down his bowl. Yes, but first, could you give me a bag of spiritual rice seeds? Elder Sen has invited me to study alchemy with him in the future, and I will need them. Mo Xuanya replied, subtly pushing back Mo Dijao to avoid further inquiries from Mo Wenlian. What? Elder San is willing to teach you alchemy? That is splendid news. He is the only first-tier perfected alchemist in our clan, and with his guidance, you are bound to achieve great success, Missouri Wenlian exclaimed, completely oblivious to the flaws in Mo Xuanya's words. After all, even if Elder San were to teach him alchemy, he would require spiritual rice, not merely the seeds. Mo Xuanya hurriedly took the spiritual rice seeds and returned to his room, swiftly entering the realm of Shanghai. With a mere thought, he evenly scattered the 5-colored flowers and spiritual rice seeds across 2 acres of spiritual fields. As the master of the Shanghai realm, he had complete control over everything within it, allowing him to accomplish numerous tasks effortlessly. Moreover, there was an added advantage. The spiritual herbs planted in the fields required no maintenance. They would naturally mature when the time came. There was no need to worry about pests, weeds, drought, or insufficient spiritual energy. As long as there remained a hint of life, anything sown in the spiritual fields would thrive. The 5-colored flowers required 2 years to mature, while the spiritual rice yielded a harvest once a year. With the time acceleration of the Shanghai realm, Mo Xuanya would be able to harvest the 5-colored flowers in a year and the spiritual rice in just 6 months. Chapter 8. Fire Control Technique. Having attended to the spiritual fields, Mo Xuanya promptly settled into a meditative position, activating the 5 elements Qi refinement technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the colorful egg fried rice. This dish, a form of spiritual food, contained gentle spiritual energy and lacked the toxicity found in elixirs, making it easier to assimilate. However, a disadvantage lay in the fact that Mo Wenlian, who prepared this spiritual dish, was not a spiritual chef, meaning she could not effectively merge and evoke the spiritual energy from the colorful eggs and spiritual rice, resulting in some energy loss. Nevertheless, this serving of fried rice was equivalent to the results of Mo Xuanya's diligent cultivation over 10 days. As he sensed the passage of time and noticed dawn approaching, Mo Xuanya decided to halt his cultivation and instead examined the Mo clan's beast controlling technique that Mo Dijao had given him. Although he possessed the Shanghai beast controlling technique and did not intend to practice the Mo clan's version, he felt it necessary to understand it to avoid being caught off guard by any inquiries from Mo Dijao later on. The more he studied the Mo clan's beast controlling technique, the more he appreciated the wonders of the Shanghai version. While the Mo clan's technique allowed one to contract spiritual beasts, enabling the reception of spiritual energy from them, it only provided a one-sided benefit. The cultivator could not return the favor to the spiritual beasts. Furthermore, the spiritual energy given back by the beasts came at the cost of depleting their own energy. For every 10 units of energy lost by the beast, the host only received 5, resulting in nearly a 50% loss of energy during the process. Compared to the mountain and sea beast control technique, it is akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. It is no wonder that Mo family's Mo Wenyan and Mo Wenlian have remained stagnant at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement for over a decade, with their lava tortoise and rain butterfly likewise at the same level. Were the entire Mo family to adopt the mountain and sea beast control technique, their strength would undoubtedly surge. Alas, it is contingent upon Mo Xuanya ascending to the position of patriarch. Gazing at the 2 acres of spiritual fields, where the 5-colored flowers and spiritual rice seeds were sown just last night, I noticed they had already sprouted tender green shoots emerging, glistening with dew. Nearby, the white jade spirit bees had flown out from their hive, buzzing around the solitary peach tree to collect nectar. Regrettably, the lone peach tree proved insufficient for the 100 white jade spirit bees to harvest nectar. With a thought, Tuanuan exited the mountain and sea realm, summoning the 100 white jade spirit bees outside. He opened the door, allowing them to fly freely. This was Xianling Mountain, and the white jade spirit bees bore a striking resemblance to the white-winged spirit bees. Even if the clan members spotted the white jade spirit bees collecting nectar in the flower beds and spiritual herb fields of Xianling Mountain, they would not intervene or attempt to exterminate them. After all, the mountain was already frequented by the white-winged spirit bees, which benefited them as well. Hey, didn't you just start raising those white-winged spirit bees yesterday? How could you have so many worker bees in just one night? Tuanuan inquired, observing the swarm emerging from Tuanuan's room. The third elder provided me with a vial of white-winged spirit bee honey for nourishment, which accelerated their growth, Tuanuan explained. Ah, that makes sense. The third elder truly cares for you. You should learn diligently from him. If you become an alchemist, your future will be secure, Tuanuan advised. Understood, Father, Tuanuan replied. Traditionally, clan members attended classes in the morning and returned home in the afternoon to sense spiritual energy for cultivation. However, Tuanuan was now to remain behind to learn alchemy from the third elder. These two books are the fundamentals of alchemy and the compendium of first-order spiritual herbs. Take them home and study diligently. Today, I will first teach you the fire control technique, for mastering fire is paramount in alchemy. Of course, since you have just begun to draw qi into your body and your internal spiritual energy is still sparse, you cannot yet condense flames. Nevertheless, practicing the fire control technique in advance will benefit you. It is most effective to train when your Dantian spiritual energy is depleted. As he spoke, Mo Dizao demonstrated the fire control technique, conjuring a sphere of red flame in his palm, which he manipulated to change forms. The 5 elements qi refinement technique you practice has already nurtured fire attribute spiritual power within you. You need only to follow the principles of the fire control technique, gathering this fire attribute spiritual power in your palm to unleash its might. When you can stabilize a fireball in your palm, it signifies your entry into the realm of fire control technique. If the fireball, despite its changing forms, remains stable and does not explode, you have achieved a minor success. When you can shape flames into simple forms like vases or chairs, you will have mastered the fire control technique. Should you progress further to transform flames into complex forms such as dragons, phoenixes, or tigers, your skill will reach a great level. And when the flames you conjure possess intricate patterns and appear lifelike, your mastery of the fire control technique will be complete. As he spoke, a fireball danced within the palm of Mo Dizao, its surface rippling to reveal an irregular form, yet it remained steadfastly suspended. Soon, under his command, the flames transformed into a vase, which subsequently morphed into a dragon. Initially, this dragon appeared nebulous, its scales indistinct, and both its claws and head were rough in texture. However, with the continuous infusion of his spiritual energy, the fiery dragon gradually took on a distinct armored appearance, its demeanor strikingly lifelike, as if a true flame dragon were awakening in his palm, exuding a breathtaking majesty. The method of mastering fire control is rooted in the fundamental alchemical practices. Tuanuan endeavored to channel the fire spirit energy from his Dantian into his palm. Wisps of spiritual energy, under the manipulation of his soul power, coalesced into a faint crimson mist within his hand. Though the quantity of mist was limited, it exhibited remarkable stability. Yet it quickly dissipated due to the depletion of spiritual energy within him. Mo Dizao's eyes brightened. Indeed, quite impressive. Your formidable soul power, coupled with your exceptional comprehension, allows you to learn spells at an accelerated pace, which is a boon. Once your internal spiritual energy is sufficient, I believe you will soon master the art of fire control. Well then, let us conclude for today. You may return now. Remember, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will regress. Do not be negligent. And make sure to find time to study the 2 books I've given you. Yes, Elder San. Tuanuan expressed his gratitude with a bow. Upon returning home, Tuanuan was greeted by 100 shimmering white jade spirit bees buzzing around him. In less than half a day, they had successfully gathered nectar. But due to his absence, they could not enter the beehive within the Shanghai realm. Noticing that his parents had yet to return, Tuanuan summoned all the white jade spirit bees back, ensuring they delivered the collected nectar to the hive before releasing them once more. Given the speed of the white jade spirit bees, they would have ample time to gather another round of nectar before nightfall. Tuanuan swiftly entered the Shanghai realm and found that the queen bee, after consuming the nectar gathered by the white jade spirit bees, had commenced laying eggs once again. Typically, a first-tier spirit bee colony, overseen by a queen, comprises around 1,000 members, meaning that the queen should be capable of producing at least 900 eggs. Chapter 9. Analyzing the three-headed spirit beasts. That evening, all the white jade spirit bees had returned, and Tuanuan had also entered the Shanghai realm. Although the white jade spirit bees had spent the day collecting nectar, the amount harvested was rather meager, barely sufficient for the queen's cultivation, as the quantity was too limited. Tuanuan also observed that while both the white jade spirit bee queen and the five-colored golden pheasant belonged to the first tier of spirit beasts, the spiritual energy returned to him from the queen was greater than that from the golden pheasant. With the aid of spiritual nectar for the queen's cultivation, the disparity between the two became even more pronounced. Currently, the bloodline of the five-colored golden pheasant was inferior to that of the white jade spirit bee queen. However, once the five-colored flowers matured and the peacock bloodline within the golden pheasant awakened, it should be able to catch up to or even surpass the white jade spirit bee queen. Contemplating this, Tuanuan retrieved the 10 pounds of spirit rice that the family had provided him this month and placed it near the five-colored golden pheasant. As for himself, he took out a low-grade spirit stone for cultivation. Currently residing in his family home, his parents provided him with food and shelter, rendering the spirit rice unnecessary. Nonetheless, his parents would occasionally prepare spirit rice for him, and he could also enjoy the occasional delicacy of five-colored golden eggs. Regarding the five-colored golden chickens, apart from the first day when Linuan intended to slaughter one for celebration, there had been none since. After all, she only had a modest number of these chickens, about 10, which she intended to keep for breeding and egg-laying. With a first-tier top-grade spiritual vein, coupled with the low-grade spirit stone, his cultivation speed indeed accelerated considerably. However, according to Tuanuan's estimations, if he could continuously cultivate using spirit stones, it would still take at least 2 years to potentially break through to the second level of chi refinement. Regrettably, only one spirit stone was available each month, and a single stone could sustain him for no more than 3 days. After that, the once abundant spiritual energy would dissipate, leaving him with a dull, gray stone devoid of luster. Alas, although his parents were cultivators, their savings were limited. It would be wonderful if his father could break through to the 4th level of chi refinement and become a first-tier intermediate artifact craftsman, or if the population of five-colored golden chickens raised by his mother could increase. The next day, the crimson sun pierced through the mist enveloping Xianling Mountain and streamed through the window. Tuanuan felt an awakening and exited the Shanghai realm. Oh, how foolish of me. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Although his parents could not cultivate the Shanghai beast control technique, he could still utilize the Shanghai realm to analyze their spiritual beasts and assist them in breaking through to the 4th level of chi refinement. While the Mo family's beast control technique offered limited returns, a breakthrough would provide them with more spiritual energy to aid in their enhancement. The reproduction of five-colored golden chickens was challenging. He could also analyze ways to promote ovulation in hens, facilitate the laying of fertilized eggs, and accelerate chick growth. With this thought in mind, Tuanuan dashed out of his room in a flurry. His mother was busy in the kitchen, resembling an ordinary woman, while his father prepared materials for his crafting endeavors. As for their spiritual beasts, one lay outside in the yard, while the other perched atop a pear tree by the well. Tuanuan silently contemplated methods to help the lava turtle and the rain butterfly advance to the 4th level of chi refinement. Lava turtle, analysis, a fire attribute spiritual beast inhabiting volcanic regions. Its prolonged use of beast fire to assist Tuanuan in crafting has resulted in insufficient fire attribute spiritual energy for its advancement. Utilizing a first-tier intermediate fire attribute spiritual herb, Qian grass, to concoct Qian pills for the lava turtle would aid its breakthrough. Rain butterfly, analysis, a spiritual insect fond of humid environments. Its wings are imbued with rich water attribute spiritual energy, allowing it to resonate with the rain and dew of heaven and earth. Feeding it honey produced by the bayou spirit bees for 10 consecutive days would enable its breakthrough. The rain butterfly's advancement is considerably simpler than that of the lava turtle. After last night's efforts, the bayou spirit bee population has expanded to 1,000. Significantly increasing the honey yield tonight. Not only will there be enough for the bee colony's own use, but Tuanuan and the five-colored golden chickens will also benefit, making it effortless to feed the rain butterfly. He merely needs to provide a little honey each morning. However, as for the Qian pills, he might have to purchase them from his clan or the third elder. The Crimson Flame pill is a first-tier intermediate elixir, requiring merely 1 piece, and a modest sum of 10 low-grade spirit stones suffices. One can conveniently request this from their parents during mealtime. After analyzing the 2 spirit beasts, Tuanuan proceeded to the chicken coop housing the vibrant, hui-colored golden chickens. Inside, the chickens, adorned with their brilliant plumage, were clucking merrily. Mo Xian Yi had previously examined these hui-color golden chickens and found no trace of the bloodline of the hui-color peacock. Perhaps it was merely fortune that the one Mo when Lian captured that day happened to be the only chicken possessing a unique lineage. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the analysis of the hui-color golden chicken reveals it to be a rare spirit fowl, its feathers displaying 5 distinct colors, each corresponding to the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 1. Feeding the rooster the first-tier intermediate spirit herb, Huang Jingji, can induce its mating instincts, thereby increasing the likelihood of the hen laying fertilized eggs. 2. Providing the hen and chicks with qingling grass can assist the hen in ovulation and shorten the maturation period of the chicks. Huang Jingji is also a first-tier intermediate spirit herb, yet its cost is significantly lower than that of the crimson flame pill. As for the qingling grass, it is quite straightforward to cultivate. Although it is a first-tier low-grade spirit herb, it requires minimal conditions for growth and can thrive even outside a spirit field. Mo Wen Lian can cultivate some for the specific purpose of raising the hui-color golden chickens. Xinyi, come and have breakfast. We still need to go to the clan academy afterward, echoed the voice of Mo Mu from a distance. All right, I'm coming. Mo Xian Yi hurriedly ran back home. Since becoming a cultivator, although he had yet to learn techniques such as lightness spells, his speed had notably increased. Even an ordinary leopard would struggle to keep pace. While dining, Mo Xian Yi pondered how to broach the subject of spirit stones with his parents. However, Mo Wenyan had already placed 20 low-grade spirit stones on the table, retrieved from his storage pouch. You've just begun your cultivation. You cannot lack resources. Take these 20 low-grade spirit stones for your training, and when you've used them, your mother and I will provide you with more. Mo Xian Yi glanced at his parents and chuckled. Don't worry, I'll surprise you in 10 days. The couple exchanged curious glances, but refrained from probing further. Their initial thoughts were that Mo Xian Yi was confident he could leverage these 20 spirit stones to achieve a breakthrough in 10 days. Yet, considering his 5 spirit roots, they dismissed this notion. Even those with heavenly spirit roots might struggle to break through in such a short time. At the clan academy, after the morning classes concluded, while others returned home to contemplate the aura, Mo Xian Yi accompanied the third elder to the clan's medicinal fields to learn how to identify spirit herbs. Elder, is that Huang Jingji? Mo Xian Yi inquired, pointing at a patch of spirit herbs that shimmered like gold. Indeed. Have you begun studying the comprehensive guide to first-tier spirit herbs I provided you yesterday? Elder Mo Di Zhao countered. I have already started, Mo Xian Yi replied. My parents require a Huang Jingji and a crimson flame pill. May I procure them from you? With that, he produced 15 low-grade spirit stones. Are these for your parents? I did indeed refine a batch of crimson flame pills not long ago. Since you desire one, I shall give it to you. Elder Mo Di Zhao retrieved a red pill, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance, and handed it to him. As for the Huang Jingji, feel free to pick one for yourself. Anyone will do. Mo Xian Yi inquired uncertainly. Indeed, any will suffice, Mo Di Zhao affirmed. Mo Xian Yi understood that this was Mo Di Zhao testing him to see if he had perused the comprehensive guide to first-tier spiritual herbs, particularly the section on Huang Jingji. Huang Jingji, after a year of growth, ceases to change in size. To discern its age, one must sense the spiritual energy within and examine its surface patterns, akin to the rings of a tree. Each additional year manifests an extra line. With a thorough study of the first-tier spiritual herb compendium, one could easily identify it. Typically, Huang Jingji matures only after 10 years. A glance across the spiritual field revealed that most of the Huang Jingji had yet to ripen, with only a few displaying 10 distinct lines. Selecting one that had reached the decade mark, he plucked it. Mo Di Zhao, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. After acquiring the Qi Yan Dan and Huang Jingji, Mo Xian Yi spent the afternoon learning about spiritual herbs alongside Mo Di Zhao before returning home. However, he refrained from immediately feeding the Qi Yan Dan and Huang Jingji to the lava turtle and the rainbow rooster, intending to wait until the 10th day to allow them to advance together with the rain butterfly, at which time he would explain. Is this the spiritual honey? Not to mention anything else, the flavor is indeed delightful. The spiritual energy it contains, though not as potent as that of spiritual stones, is far easier to absorb, yielding even better results than cultivating with spiritual stones, Mo Xian Yi remarked, savoring a taste of the spiritual honey brewed by the white jade spiritual bee. On the following day, seizing the opportunity while Mo Wen Yin and Mo Wen Lian were distracted, he poured a bowl of spiritual honey. The rain butterfly, sensing the honey from the pear tree, promptly fluttered down and perched on the bowl's rim, beginning to sip from the honey within. The lava turtle, not far away, seemed to have caught a whiff of the honey's fragrance, lumbering over with its massive shell, nudging Mo Xian Yi with its head. Its small eyes fixed intently on the rain butterfly as it indulged in the honey, seemingly questioning why the rain butterfly had it while it did not. Both creatures had grown up alongside Mo Xianyi, sharing a close bond. "You greedy little creature," Mo Xianyi chided with a laugh, pouring another bowl of spiritual honey for the lava turtle. Thus, for 10 consecutive days, when the 10th day dawned and the lava turtle once again sought the honey, Mo Xianyi refrained from providing it. Instead, he retrieved the Qi Yin Dan from his storage pouch and fed it to the lava turtle. Meanwhile, the rain butterfly continued to sip the spiritual honey as usual. The lava turtle, filled with excitement, swallowed the Qi Yin Dan, retracting its head and limbs into its shell. The medicinal power of the Qi Yin Dan erupted, emanating a terrifying heat from the lava turtle, nearly igniting the pear tree where the rain butterfly rested. Fortunately, Mo Xianyi promptly kicked the lava turtle away. The lava turtle's shell was remarkably sturdy. Even if Mo Xianyi had exerted force, it would not have harmed the creature. "What is happening?" Mo Wenyan, sensing the change in the lava turtle, dashed out of the house, only to find the lava turtle enveloped in flames, transformed into a fiery sphere. Not long after, Mo Wenlian also rushed out of the kitchen, for her rain butterfly had consumed enough spiritual honey and was beginning its own advancement. The two individuals cast perplexed glances at Mo Xianyi, uncertain of what their son had undertaken, yet they recognized that it would only benefit their spirit beasts without any detriment. However, they had no time to inquire further. They both settled into a meditative posture. Although the two beasts could only absorb a meager amount of spiritual energy, it was substantial enough for them, necessitating diligent refinement of the energy. After the duration of a joss stick, the lava turtle's aura surged dramatically. Its flames retracted into its body as its size expanded considerably. Its shell grew from a width of 1.5 meters to an impressive 2 meters, and its cultivation level ascended to the 4th stage of qi refinement. Mo Wenyan was the first to awaken from his meditative state, then looked at the lava turtle with delight, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you old turtle, have finally broken through to the 4th stage of qi refinement. This has loosened my own bottleneck considerably. Perhaps in a year's time, I too shall advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement." A sharp slap struck the back of his head as Mo Wenlian's voice rang out. "What nonsense are you spouting in front of our son?" Mo Wenyan muttered under his breath, "Am I not his father?" Upon seeing Mo Wenlian's dangerously piercing gaze, he promptly fell silent, embodying the essence of a fearful husband. "Son, what have you fed them? How did Xiao Dai and Xiao Gui suddenly ascend?" Mo Wenlian inquired with curiosity. "I have been studying alchemy with Elder San. While reviewing the materials, I discovered that the spiritual honey produced by my white-winged spirit bee aids you die in elevating her cultivation. As for the lava turtle, it was due to the purchase of a fire essence pill from Elder San," Mo Xianyi elucidated. "Spiritual honey and fire essence pills can assist you die and the lava turtle in their advancements. Why were we unaware of this? I previously fed you die the honey from the white-winged spirit bee, yet saw no breakthrough," Mo Wenlian remarked, puzzled. "Indeed, while I have not fed the lava turtle the fire essence pill, our clan had previously attempted to use it on the lava turtle without observing such significant effects." Mo Wenyan added, equally bewildered, "As long as it proves effective, that is what matters. By the way, I also purchased a yellow essence mushroom from Elder San, which is said to enhance the probability of fertilization when consumed by the colorful phoenix." With that, Mo Xianyi hurried towards the coop of the colorful phoenix. One yellow essence mushroom was sufficient for 2 roosters. At present, the coop housed 2 roosters and 18 hens. Mo Xianyi divided the mushroom in half, administering it to each rooster. Once the roosters consumed the yellow essence mushroom, they let out a resounding crow and flapped their vibrant wings, each approaching a hen. After a brief period, the roosters departed from the first hen in succession, moving on to the next. Only after leaving the 5th hen did they cease their pursuit, their excitement dissipating, and they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Mo Wenlian, who had been watching in astonishment from outside the coop, rushed in as she saw the roosters exhausted on the ground. With only 2 roosters remaining, she could not afford any mishap, or else the colorful phoenix would face extinction. Fortunately, upon careful examination, she discovered that the roosters were merely fatigued, having derived considerable benefits from consuming the yellow essence mushroom. Chapter 11. Alchemy. Although Mo Wenyan and Mo Wenlian were astonished by how Mo Xuanya had managed to assist the lava turtle and rain butterfly in their breakthroughs, as well as facilitate the exuberance of the male rainbow chicken, Mo Xuanya was reluctant to elaborate, and they chose not to press further. 3 days later, the chicken coop welcomed 10 fertilized rainbow chicken eggs, which brought immense joy to Mo Wenlian. For a long time, she had yearned to increase the population of the rainbow chickens, yet had found no means to do so. Now, with Mo Xuanya's intervention, there were 10 fertilized eggs, promising 10 chicks upon hatching. As for the qingling grass, Mo Wanlian had already procured seeds from her clan and cultivated a vast patch. This grass required no spiritual field. Thriving directly on bare ground, life was simple yet fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Every day, Mo Xuanya either practiced the 5 elements qi refinement technique or studied the fire control technique. With the time acceleration of the Shanghai realm, although his cultivation had not yet reached a breakthrough, he had already stabilized his ability to condense flames, and his mastery of the fire control technique had reached a minor success. You possess 5 spiritual roots. I initially believed it would take you at least 2 months to achieve this. I am pleasantly surprised that you accomplished it in just half a month. Your understanding of pharmacology is nearly complete. Therefore, starting today, you shall learn alchemy from me. After their clan's lessons, Mo Xuanya approached Mo Dijao and demonstrated his minor success in the fire control technique. Mo Dijao was immediately exhilarated and expressed his eagerness to teach him alchemy. I will first concoct 2 batches of elixirs, 1 batch of beigonia and another of inchi-dan. You may observe from the side, and feel free to ask me any questions once I have completed the alchemical process. With that, Mo Dijao retrieved the alchemical furnace and began to warm it using the fire control technique. Mo Dijao's furnace was a top-tier first-grade alchemical apparatus, its price exceeding that of an ordinary premium magical artifact by nearly half. Naturally, its efficacy was remarkable, providing a significant enhancement for the crafting of first-grade elixirs. He began with the beigonia, tossing 10 pounds of spiritual rice into the furnace. After commencing the refining process, he extracted the impurities, leading to the condensation of the elixir. With a deft incantation, 9 fragrant beigonia flew forth from the furnace, which he carefully stored in a jade vial, 4 of superior quality, 4 of medium quality, and 1 of inferior quality. He then proceeded to concoct the inchi-dan. The primary ingredients for the inchi-dan included 10-year-old gathering spirit grass, qinglan grass, and tiangxianzi, necessitating a greater quantity of spiritual herbs than the rice. The refining process for these herbs was considerably more intricate, incorporating an additional phase of medicinal power fusion. Unlike the beigonia, which contained a single herb and thus posed no risk of conflicting medicinal properties, the inchi-dan required careful integration of 3 distinct herbs, each with its own potency. Should 2 herbs clash, the fusion could become troublesome. Typically, furnace explosions during the alchemical process occur at this fusion stage. The warming of the furnace, the refining of the herbs, and the final condensation only influenced the quality and success rate of the elixir. Ultimately, 8 inchi-dan were produced, 2 of superior quality, 4 of medium quality, and 2 of inferior quality, with no premium inchi-dan among them. As Mo Dijao completed the alchemical process, Mo Xuanya immediately posed several inquiries, which Mo Dijao answered in detail. Subsequently, 10 pounds of spirit rice were extracted, and Mu Xuanya addressed Mo Dijao, suggesting that the refining of the qi induction pill was still too intricate for him. He should first endeavor to concoct the pill of abstinence. Mu Xuanya nodded. Having studied alchemy for quite some time, he was eager to put his knowledge into practice. However, lacking a dan furnace, he found himself unable to proceed. Throughout Mo Dijao's refining process, Mu Xuanya utilized his soul power to perceive the nuances of alchemy, having already learned the foundational techniques. Methodically, he warmed the furnace and refined the spirit rice, ultimately employing a spell to condense the pills. Perhaps due to Mu Xuanya's inherently potent soul power, he maintained a constant oversight of the furnace, discerning the transformations within. Remarkably, his first furnace yielded success. As the final incantation was uttered, 3 inferior pills of abstinence soared from the furnace into his palm, leaving Mo Dijao astounded. Upon collecting the pills and turning to Mo Dijao, he found him regaining his composure. I humbly request the guidance of the 3rd elder, Mu Xuanya said respectfully. Indeed, to achieve success on your first attempt and produce 3 pills is commendable. Yet, do not become complacent. The pill of abstinence is relatively simple, and many have succeeded in their first furnace as well. I shall point out the issues present in your recent endeavor, Mo Dijao replied with a serious demeanor. Mu Xuanya absorbed the insights rapidly, grasping them with ease, possibly due to his remarkable comprehension or the influence of his 9-spirit physique. Now, keep these 3 pills of abstinence for yourself. We shall conclude for today. Once your success rate in pill-making reaches 50%, you may independently undertake tasks from the clan to refine the pill of abstinence. After bidding farewell to Mo Dijao, Mu Xuanya returned home. Mother and father, for the next month, you need not call me for meals. Today, under the guidance of the 3rd elder, I successfully refined 3 pills of abstinence on my first attempt. Each pill can sustain 1 for 10 days, so I shall not require food for the month ahead. As he spoke, Mu Xuanya revealed the pills he had concocted earlier. Mu Wenin and Mu Wanlian gazed at him in astonishment, incredulously asking, Are you saying you successfully produced 3 pills of abstinence on your first attempt? Tuanuan casually nodded. Is that surprising? The third elder mentioned that the pill of abstinence is the simplest of all pills, and many achieve success on their first attempt. A success rate of 40 to 50% is not uncommon. Many achieve success on their first attempt, and a success rate of 40 to 50%? They were momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that Mo Zhao likely wished to temper their son's pride. With this realization, they felt an overwhelming excitement. Astonished that while their son's spiritual roots may not be exceptional, his talent for alchemy was indeed remarkable. Exchanging glances, they reached a silent agreement. 10 days later, upon returning from his studies, Tuanuan was about to retreat to his room for cultivation when he was halted by Mu Wanyin. Xiaoyer, your mother and I have prepared a gift for you. With a flourish, Mu Wanyin produced a storage pouch, unveiling a resplendent Dan furnace, entirely crimson. Adorned with 3 legs and 2 ears, standing a meter tall, its ears resembling the head of a fire crow, seemingly poised to unleash flames. Upon witnessing this, Tuanuan could not help but feel a surge of joy. Father, is this crafted by you? Mo Wanyin nodded with immense pride. Indeed. It is thanks to your assistance in enhancing the cultivation of the lava tortoise that I was able to forge this fire crow furnace. In the past, I would not have been able to create such a pill furnace. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Tuanuan expressed his gratitude. Fully aware that crafting this fire crow furnace likely consumed all their accumulated spirit stones to gather the necessary materials. Chapter 12. The maturation of spirit rice in the blink of an eye. It had been a complete half-year since Tuanuan began his studies at the clan academy. Even Mo Xianshi, the slowest in comprehending spiritual energy, had recently succeeded in drawing in spiritual energy, achieving the first level of qi refinement. Although Mo Xianshi was the first to advance to the first level of qi refinement, the presence of 5 spiritual roots and a 9-spirit physique meant that, despite the acceleration of time in the Mountain Sea realm and the feedback from the white jade spirit bee queen and the multicolored golden rooster, he exhibited no signs of breakthrough. Conversely, the white jade spirit bee queen had successfully progressed to the 2nd level of qi refinement, thanks to the spiritual nectar collected from the white jade spirit bees, resulting in an increased amount of spiritual energy provided to Mo Xianshi each day. The multicolored golden rooster, however, remained stagnant, showing no signs of advancement. Within the Mountain Sea realm, although the multicolored flowers had grown, they were still far from blooming. In contrast, the spirit rice had matured in merely 6 months due to the accelerated time. The golden rice ears hung heavily, emitting a faint spiritual glow, with each grain of spirit rice plump and round. With a mere thought, all the spirit rice detached from the ears and formed a small mountain beside him, weighing a total of 400 pounds. It is noteworthy that the average yield of spirit rice in a typical spirit field ranges from 200 to 400 pounds, and the Mountain Sea realm had directly adhered to the highest standard. The most remarkable aspect was that Mo Xianshi had not tended to the spirit rice after initially sowing the seeds. If all spirit fields were as fruitful as those in the Mountain Sea realm, it would render the existence of spirit cultivators unnecessary, thereby reducing the number of skills required in the realm of cultivation. Once the spirit rice was harvested, the spirit field that had originally cultivated it became completely barren. Mo Xianshi decided not to plant spirit rice any longer. His success rate for the fasting pills had now risen above 70%, and he had begun accepting tasks within the clan. Although it was stipulated that all fasting pills crafted for the clan must be submitted entirely, consuming a few occasionally posed no issue. As for what to plant next, Mo Xianshi had already made up his mind. He chose the colorful peach, a low-grade spiritual fruit of the first tier. The colorful peach possesses gentle spiritual energy, making it suitable for cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement and below to enhance their cultivation. Additionally, the peach blossoms would provide nectar for the white jade spirit bees, yielding dual benefits. Moreover, even if he did not consume the colorful peaches himself, selling them would be relatively effortless, given the broad market demand. However, the colorful peach does have a drawback. It is prone to pest infestations, particularly as it approaches maturity, requiring vigilant care. Many who have attempted to cultivate colorful peaches have suffered losses due to pests devouring the fruit, leading to a depletion of the peach's spiritual energy, causing them to abandon the endeavor. Mo Xianshi, however, was unconcerned. Within the Mountain Sea realm, only the white jade spirit bees existed as spiritual insects, and no other pests could penetrate, relieving him of the need for constant supervision. Primarily, the vibrant peach bears fruit and blossoms annually upon maturation. However, in the realm of mountains and seas, it can yield 2 harvests and bloom twice. The initial growth phase requires 4 years for the peach tree to mature, and an additional 2 years in the mountains and seas, during which this plot of spiritual land will yield nothing. Yet, In comparison to the benefits that await 2 years hence, the wait is entirely worthwhile. Although the spiritual rice matures swiftly, its profit margins are disappointingly meager, rendering its cultivation in the Mountain Sea realm unprofitable. After planting the vibrant peach, Tuanuan turned his attention to the adjacent spiritual rice. 400 pounds of spiritual rice is neither excessive nor insufficient. It is adequate to concoct 40 batches of the fasting elixir. However, he currently has no need for the spiritual rice, as he consumes the fasting elixirs provided by his clan, occasionally indulging in the colorful eggs and fried rice prepared by Tuanuan to enhance his meals. Handing it directly to Mo's parents would obscure the rice's origin, and if he were to mention converting it into fasting elixirs, they might misconstrue it as hoarding during the preparation of elixirs for the clan. Thus, he resolved to first refine it into pills. The third elder frequently visits the nearby cultivation market, Tuanuan market, and he would see if he could accompany him next time. After calming his mind, Tuanuan retrieved the fire crow furnace and commenced the preparation of the fasting elixirs. Within half a month, he successfully refined all 400 pounds of spiritual rice into fasting elixirs. The success rate of his elixirs reached an impressive 90%, just a mere 10% shy of perfection. He produced 340 elixirs, 80 high grade, 140 middle grade, and 120 low grade, with not a single premium elixir among them. Tuanuan's current success rate and quality in refining fasting elixirs now rival those of Mo Dizao, who has yet to concoct a premium elixir. Whether it be fasting elixirs or other potions he masters, achieving a success rate of 90% is the pinnacle, with the highest quality being merely high grade. Tuanuan had previously inquired of Mo Dizao why elixir quality is categorized into low, middle, high, and premium grades, while the success rate peaks at a maximum of 100%, as logically, each batch should yield 10 elixirs at most. The response was that insufficient flame temperature during the refining stage prevented the complete extraction of impurities from the spiritual herbs, thus hindering the production of premium elixirs and perfect batches. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage and refining the true fire of foundation, he should be able to achieve this. However, by then, he likely would not be concerned with first-tier elixirs, but rather focus on second-tier ones. The possibility of producing premium elixirs during the chi refinement stage remains, alongside the alternative of harnessing beast fire. In fact, there exists an even superior option beyond beast fire, the heavenly spiritual fire. Yet, the heavenly spiritual fire is exceedingly rare and precious. Upon its emergence, even golden core cultivators would recklessly vie for it, making it unattainable for a chi refinement stage cultivator. In contrast, beast fire is considerably more abundant than heavenly spiritual fire. He was born within the corporeal form of a fire attribute spirit beast, a phenomenon that typically occurs only when a spirit beast of foundation establishment or higher perishes, resulting in an exceedingly rare chance of its flames coalescing into a fire seed. This fire seed is referred to as beast fire, which cultivators can refine and nurture within their Dantian for personal utilization, whether in alchemy, artifact forging, or combat. Beast fire serves as a potent means of attack. Although it may not rival the celestial spirit flames, its power is nonetheless formidable and exceedingly rare. Third Elder. This is the fasting pill I concocted today, said Tuanuan as he presented 2 batches of fasting pills he had prepared in the afternoon. Mo Dizao opened the jade vial for inspection, nodding in appreciation. The fasting pills you have crafted are comparable to my own. You may now attempt to refine other elixirs. In addition to the fasting pill, the clan's legacy includes other first-tier low-level elixirs such as the chi induction pill, spirit feeding pill, detoxification pill, hemostasis powder, and strengthening pill. Next, I shall teach you how to create the chi induction pill. Once you master that, you can proceed to learn the detoxification pill, hemostasis powder, and strengthening pill. The strengthening pill is designated for cultivators below the 3rd layer of body refinement. Given the limited number of body cultivators in the Kangmang Mountain region, its sales are generally modest, which is why it will be the last one you learn. Chapter 13, Songshuan Trading Market. Young Knight. Why do you insist on accompanying me to the Songshuan Trading Market? Wouldn't it be better to remain in the clan and cultivate? Mo Dizao inquired. Seated cross-legged atop a fire crane, his expression one of perplexity. Third Elder, I have been residing atop Xianling Mountain without ever encountering cultivators beyond our clan. Hence, I wish to accompany you to the Songshuan Trading Market to broaden my horizons. Tuanuan deftly concealed the true motive behind his desire. Very well, but I must caution you, young one. Do not venture to the Songshuan Trading Market alone on ordinary days. Although my Mo family holds a certain standing in the Kangmang Mountain range, we cannot intimidate everyone, and there may be those who harbor ill intentions towards you. Mo Dizao advised earnestly. Rest assured, Third Elder, I aspire to attain longevity and would not gamble with my own life. Mo Xuanye replied with a smile. Longevity. Mo Dijao reminisced about over 60 years ago when he discovered his tri-elemental roots of gold, wood, and fire at the foot of Xianling Mountain, and subsequently began his cultivation journey. Once, he too harbored dreams of achieving immortality and transcending to become a celestial being. Yet now, despite having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement and being a first-tier top-tier alchemist, he found himself at the age of 76. Having long surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment, with his vitality beginning to wane. Even if he were to obtain a foundation establishment pill, the likelihood of success would not exceed 10%. Furthermore, given the current circumstances of the Mo family, should a foundation establishment pill become available, it would inevitably be prioritized for those clan members under 60 who had already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Unbeknownst to them, an ancient and quaint cultivation market emerged before the two. The fire crane descended from the skies. For flying and engaging in battles were strictly prohibited within the Zhongshuan trading market. Any disturbances within the market would result in expulsion by the enforcement team, with severe offenses punishable by immediate execution. The Zhongshuan trading market was established collaboratively by the 5 great foundation families: the Mo family of Xianling Mountain, the Xiao family of Kongseng Mountain, the Lin family of Danxiao Valley, the Yin family of Huiyun Peak, and the Yi family of Xiankong Mountain. The Mo family excels in beast taming, while the Xiao, Lin, Yin, and Yi families specialize in talismans, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, respectively. Among them, the Yin family stands the strongest while the Mo family is the weakest. The Yin family occupies a remarkable 40% of the profits from the Zhongshan marketplace, with the Xiao and Lin families each holding 20%, and the Yi family possessing a modest 15%, whereas the Mo family claims a mere 5%. Had it not been for the alliance between the Mo and Yi families to fend off the encroachment of the other 3 families, and the mutual wariness and checks among the Yin and other families, it is likely that the Mo family would have been entirely ousted from their position as managers of the Zhongshan marketplace. Although this place is a realm of cultivation, in the eyes of Mo Xianyi, it bears a striking resemblance to an ancient marketplace. On either side, buildings are lined up in orderly succession, housing numerous shops selling various cultivation materials. Along the streets, scattered cultivators sit on the ground, casually spreading out a cloth to display their wares, thus commencing their trade. A plethora of items are on offer, ranging from the mundane to the bizarre. Some even hawk damaged spiritual tools, artifacts utilized by cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, which, even in their flawed state, retain significant value. If these were genuinely damaged spiritual tools, one wonders why they would be displayed for sale here. One should not be deceived by the seemingly fine goods displayed at the stalls of these scattered cultivators. Many are substandard products. There exists a type of concealing liquid that, when applied to the surface of a magical tool, can mask its imperfections, only detectable through the perception of soul energy. Furthermore, there are elixirs that, when soaked in illusory spirit liquid, can make inferior pills appear nearly indistinguishable from normal ones. Thus, unless one possesses a discerning eye, it is prudent to refrain from purchasing items at these stalls, lest one fall victim to deception. Observing Mo Xianye's curious examination of the scattered cultivator stalls, Mo Dijao promptly offered a word of caution. I understand, third elder, Mo Xianyi acknowledged with humility. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop named Xianling Pavilion, which, without a doubt, is the Mo family's establishment in the Zhongshan marketplace. Just as Mo Dijao was about to enter, he heard Mo Xianye's voice. Third elder, I wish to explore the marketplace and broaden my horizons. Mo Dijao nodded in agreement, recognizing that the marketplace is relatively safe and that it would be beneficial for him to gain experience. As their visit to the Zhongshan marketplace would last at least 10 days, Mo Xianyi was not in a hurry to sell all the pills in his possession. Thus, he donned a black cloak and, emulating other scattered cultivators, set up a stall on the street. Selling the pills directly to the shops would yield a recovery price at least 20% lower. The price of spiritual rice is 1 low-grade spiritual stone for 10 pounds. And after being refined into a pill of abandoning hunger, a bottle of low-grade pills can be sold for 3 low-grade spiritual stones. A bottle of mid-grade pills fetches 4 low-grade spiritual stones, while high-grade pills are priced at 5 low-grade spiritual stones. The price escalates exponentially, which explains the aspiration of many to become alchemists. However, it is no easy feat to become an alchemist. The initial investment is considerable. Not to mention the cost of the alchemical furnace. Even the materials wasted in the early attempts at refining are quite valuable. Without a solid financial foundation, one would find it utterly burdensome. By the end of the day, Mo Xianyi successfully sold 5 bottles of low-grade pills of abandoning hunger for bottles of mid-grade pills, and 2 bottles of high-grade pills, totaling an income of 41 low-grade spiritual stones. Perhaps due to Mo Xianye's low cultivation base, being merely at the qi refinement stage. Others did not perceive him as capable of deception. Nevertheless, his business proved to be quite prosperous. As twilight descended, Mo Xuanye concluded his day's business and returned to the Xianling Pavilion. You must be Xianyi, as mentioned by the third elder. I am Mo Wenfeng, ranked 16th among the literary lineage. You may call me Uncle 16 or simply Feng Uncle. Upon entering the Xianling Pavilion, a middle-aged cultivator approached. Recognizing the distinctive attire of the Mo family adorning Mo Xuanye. I have heard of you, Uncle Feng. Mo Xuanye greeted him with a respectful bow. The third elder is occupied. Allow me to arrange your accommodation. Should you require anything within the pavilion, feel free to seek me out. Mo Wenfeng guided him to an unoccupied guest room and presented him with a first-tier mid-grade talisman, the freezing talisman. Consider this freezing talisman as a token of our first meeting. Mo Dazhao had seemingly vanished, and for the next few days, Mo Xuanye did not encounter him at all. This, however, afforded Mo Xuanye the convenience to conduct his affairs. Each morning, he donned a black robe and ventured out to sell his refined food-absorbing pills, returning only at night. Remarkably, within a mere 4 days, he had sold all the food-absorbing pills he had previously concocted, amassing a total of 132 low-grade spirit stones. With spirit stones in hand and no immediate tasks at hand, Mo Xuanye meandered through the marketplace, seeking suitable spirit beasts for contract. Regrettably, while there were numerous loose cultivators selling spirit beasts in the Tsangshuan marketplace, upon inspection, all evaluations from the classic of mountains and seas indicated that these beasts were unsuitable for contracting. It remained a mystery what criteria the classic employed to assess the compatibility of spirit beasts for contracts. Nevertheless, Mo Xuanye did not return empty-handed. He spent 30 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a broken ice-armored crocodile egg. The ice-armored crocodile is a second-tier spirit beast, and due to the egg's fractured state, the likelihood of successful hatching was exceedingly slim, which is why Mo Xuanye procured it for a mere 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 14. Reviving the Ice-Armored Crocodile Egg. Ice-Armored Crocodile. Analysis. The egg has suffered severe impact, causing its shell to fracture and life force to wane. Under normal circumstances, the chance of hatching is nearly zero, and life force will be entirely depleted within 7 days. Method. Gather 2 stalks of frost grass, 1 ice heart flower, and 1 10-year-old snow spirit ginseng. Refine them into a medicinal liquid, and immerse the concoction in a first-tier ice attribute spirit spring for a month to successfully hatch the ice-armored crocodile. Frost grass is a mid-tier, first-grade spirit herb. Ice heart flower is a superior first-grade spirit herb, while snow spirit ginseng is an exquisite first-grade spirit herb. After acquiring the ice-armored crocodile, Mo Xuanye was left with only 102 low-grade spirit stones, having previously exhausted his supply in cultivation. Following his purchase of frost grass, ice heart flower, and a portion of ice spirit spring, his spirit stones dwindled to a mere 2 low-grade spirit stones. He was taken aback by the exorbitant price of the ice heart flower, which cost him a full 50 spirit stones, equivalent to the combined cost of frost grass and ice spirit spring. It appeared that he would need to borrow spirit stones from the third elder to procure the snow spirit ginseng. However, should he succeed in hatching the second-tier beast, the value would undoubtedly far exceed a few hundred spirit stones. Even 1,000 low-grade spirit stones might not suffice. Resolute in his decision, Mo Xuanye hastened back to the Xianling Pavilion, determined to secure the snow spirit ginseng and concoct the necessary medicinal liquid without delay. Who knows if the prolonged passage of time will affect the potential of the ice-armored crocodile? 16th Uncle, is the third elder available? Mo Xianyi inquired of Mo Wenfeng within the shop. The third elder should still be refining pills. If you have something to discuss, feel free to tell me, and perhaps I can assist you in finding a solution. Mo Wenfeng replied with a shake of his head. 16th Uncle, could you lend me a few spirit stones? I have use for them, Mo Xianyi said, somewhat bashfully, though they were both members of the Mo family. Mo Xianyi had not previously known Mo Wenfeng. He had already been given a first-tier middle-grade talisman as a greeting gift, and now asking to borrow spirit stones made him feel somewhat uneasy. How many spirit stones do you need? Mo Wenfeng asked. 200 spirit stones. Mo Xianyi replied, holding up 2 fingers. He had already inquired about the price of the snow spirit ginseng, which required 200 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones. Kid, what do you need so many for? A familiar voice tinged with questioning came from behind. Mo Xianyi turned to see it was none other than Mo Dazhao. To purchase snow spirit ginseng. Upon seeing Mo Dazhao, Mo Xianyi felt a wave of relief. The probability of successfully borrowing spirit stones from him was significantly greater. If all else failed, he could always offer his fire crow furnace as collateral. The Fire Crow furnace was valued as a first-tier low-grade alchemy furnace and could fetch around 200 spirit stones if sold. The Snow Spirit Ginseng is a first-tier supreme spiritual herb, given that you have only just begun learning about the Qi induction pill. You shouldn't have any need for the Snow Spirit Ginseng at this point, Mo Dijao remarked, puzzled. I can't quite disclose that for now. Suffice it to say, I have compelling reasons to acquire the Snow Spirit Ginseng, Mo Xian Yi asserted firmly. We have Snow Spirit Ginseng at the Xianling Pavilion, if you want it. I can sell it to you for 180 low-grade spirit stones, Mo Wenfeng offered. Thank you, 16th uncle, Mo Xian Yi expressed his gratitude. He then turned to Mo Dijao, awaiting his nod of agreement. Fine, you always have your own schemes. If I don't lend you the spirit stones, you would likely find a way to procure them anyway, Mo Dijao said, shaking his head in resignation upon seeing Mo Xian Yi's reluctance to elaborate. Wenfeng, give this kid the Snow Spirit Ginseng. Charge the spirit stones to my account. Very well, third elder. Mo Wenfeng promptly arranged for a 10-year-old Snow Spirit Ginseng to be brought forth. The Snow Spirit Ginseng, about a foot in length, emanated a chilling aura, resembling an ice sculpture, and was contained within a jade box. After receiving the Snow Spirit Ginseng, Mo Xian Yi expressed his heartfelt thanks to both men and hurried back to his room. With Mo Xian Yi's current cultivation level, he was far from being able to refine pills with the Snow Spirit Ginseng. Even the frost grass would pose a challenge. However, merely refining them into spiritual liquid was well within his capabilities. In the Shanghai realm, Mo Xian Yi placed the frost grass into the Fire Crow furnace, employing the fire control technique to continuously burn the frost grass until it melted into a pool of liquid, which he then poured into a pre-prepared jade vial. Next came the ice soul flower and the Snow Spirit Ginseng. Once all three spiritual herbs were completely refined, he combined them into a wooden barrel filled with ice spirit spring. The already chilling ice spirit spring, upon the addition of the three spiritual liquids, radiated an even more intense cold, and Mo Xian Yi, standing nearby, could feel a sharp chill enveloping him. Without further hesitation, Mo Xian Yi retrieved the damaged egg of the ice-armored crocodile from his storage pouch and gently placed it into the ice spirit spring, enveloped in his spiritual energy. The egg, which had been gradually losing vitality, suddenly stabilized upon entering the spring, beginning to absorb the medicinal essence within, and its life force began to slowly recover. Witnessing this phenomenon, Mo Xian Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that the ice-armored crocodile had been saved and would hatch in a month's time. Unfortunately, this creature was not suitable for his contract. Otherwise, he would have possessed 3 spirit beasts, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. With no spirit stones left in his possession, Mo Xian Yi refrained from wandering the market and instead remained within the Xianling Pavilion. On the 10th day, Mo Dijao knocked on his door, preparing to return to Xianling Mountain. Not long after departing from Zhangxian Market on the back of Mo Dijao's fire crane, they made a sudden stop. Mo Xian Yi anxiously scanned the surroundings, suspecting an ambush, but found nothing amiss. He queried, "Third elder, is there an issue?" Mo Dijao glanced back at him and remarked, "You, having cultivated in seclusion, have likely never witnessed a battle among cultivators, have you? Today, I shall take you to observe one." A peculiar smile spread across Mo Dijao's face as he urged the fire crane toward a specific direction. Before long, Mo Xian Yi sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy resulting from a confrontation between cultivators. Previously, due to the distance, he had been unable to perceive it despite his naturally strong soul, as his soul power was still somewhat inferior to that of Mo Dijao, who was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. He observed 3 rogue cultivators besieging a female cultivator, and had it not been for her reliance on a protective formation, she would have perished at their hands. Recognizing her attire, Mo Xian Yi identified her as a member of the Yi family. Ordinarily, rogue cultivators would not dare to attack individuals from the 5 esteemed families, so he was puzzled as to why these 3 dared to assault a Yi family member. As the fire crane drew closer, the 4 individuals noticed Mo Dijao atop the bird, while Mo Xian Yi, at the 1st level of Qi refinement, was overlooked. "Elder Dijao, I am Yizixin of the Yi family. I implore you, given the friendship between our families, to save my life," the young woman called out, recognizing Mo Dijao and pleading for assistance. Chapter 15. Yizixin as the 3rd elder of the Mo family and a top-tier alchemist. It was not surprising that Yizixin was acquainted with Mo Dijao. Upon hearing her recognition, the leader of the 3 rogue cultivators immediately commanded, "Retreat." The trio promptly abandoned their assault on Yizixin and scattered, fleeing into the distance. "Foolish to think you can escape from me," Mo Dijao coldly retorted. With a fiery red flying sword, he shot toward the leader, his form immediately following suit. The fire crane pursued one of the fleeing individuals, while the remaining rogue was intercepted by Yi Zxian. The highest cultivation level among the three was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, while the other two were only at the 6th layer. They might have managed to contend with Yi Zixin, but when faced with Mo Dijao at the 10th layer and Hua He at the 9th layer, their inadequacy became apparent. In the blink of an eye, the two had been dispatched by Mo Dijao and Hua He, leaving only the individual who was engaged with Yi Zixin, as their levels were comparable and they had yet to be defeated. After Mo Dijao collected the storage bags of the two scattered cultivators, he positioned himself to support Yi Zixin without directly intervening. Though Yi Zixin and the individual were of similar cultivation, her strength was evidently superior, and vanquishing this adversary posed no great challenge. Should she strike directly, it might raise suspicions of coveting the spoils. Vines entwined and leaves flew forth like daggers. Yi Zixin unleashed 2 spells in quick succession. First, she summoned emerald tendrils from the earth to bind the scattered cultivator, followed by a flurry of falling leaves that pierced into the individual's body, executing him in a brutal fashion. However, after enduring the assaults from 3 adversaries and subsequently engaging in a fierce battle, her spiritual energy had notably waned, leaving her complexion somewhat pallid. Once she had secured the scattered cultivator's storage bag, Yi Zixin expressed her gratitude to Mo Dijao, thanking him for saving her life. It is of no consequence. Our families have always maintained a cordial relationship, and assisting you is only proper, Mo Dijao replied nonchalantly. Yi Zixin then offered the storage bag of the slain cultivator to him, stating, "Had it not been for your intervention, I would surely have met my demise today. I present this storage bag to you, and I hope you will not refuse it." Mo Dijao nodded in acknowledgement and accepted the bag. "Senior, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall return to Xianling Mountain to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance at another time," she declared, summoning a flying artifact and speeding away into the distance. Observing her departure, Mo Dijao returned to Hua He's back, intending to head towards Xianling Mountain. Mo Xuanye remarked, watching Yi Zixin's retreating figure, "Third Elder, it seems this young woman harbors some secrets. Otherwise, she would not have left in such haste. Moreover, the scattered cultivators, aware of her identity, should not have dared to ambush her outside Sangshuan Square, considering the multitude of passers-by." Mo Dijao scrutinized Mo Xuanye intently. "Do you know who she is?" he inquired. Noticing the bewildered expression on Mo Xuanye's face, Mo Dijao continued, "She is the beloved granddaughter of the foundational ancestor of the Yi family. Do not be deceived by her recent predicament. I assure you, even without our intervention, she possesses the means to eliminate those 3 scattered cultivators. If I were to act against her, it would not guarantee her demise without raising suspicion. Should she evade capture, it would only provoke the Yi family, thus complicating our position within the vast Kangmang Mountains. It is wiser to extend a favor." Mo Xuanye nodded in understanding. "However, your observations are quite keen. I had expected you to be captivated by her beauty at first glance," he teased. "Third Elder, how old do you think I am?" Mo Xuanye retorted, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. "Ha! Who could blame you for speaking with such gravitas? I almost forgot you were still in your youth." Mo Dijao laughed heartily. Mo Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet the truth of his statement remained undeniable. Upon returning to Xianling Mountain, he resumed his previous routine. Mornings were spent attending classes taught by Mo Dijao at the Clan Academy, afternoons devoted to the art of alchemy, and evenings dedicated to diligent cultivation. A few days later, within the realm of mountains and seas, Mo Xian gazed intently at the nearly empty wooden tub before him. The medicinal liquid within had been almost entirely absorbed, leaving the ice spirit spring as clear as water, devoid of any lingering chill. In the center of the tub, an egg, roughly the size of a bowl, began to tremble slightly, as if something within was grasping at its shell, eager to break free. Mo Xian refrained from intervening. Though his assistance could hasten the emergence of the ice-armored crocodile inside, it would not benefit its growth. After a brief moment, a white, scaled claw emerged from the shell, followed by an unattractive little head with an elongated mouth, already full of sharp teeth despite its recent birth. The newly hatched ice-armored crocodile was no larger than the palm of a hand. Once it fully emerged from the shell, it consumed the remnants of the eggshell entirely. After its meal, the creature still appeared unsatisfied, its blue eyes darting around, surveying its surroundings. Observing this, Mo Xian offered it a bit of the spiritual honey from the white jade spirit peak. Once the ice-armored crocodile had its fill, it promptly fell into a deep slumber, using its rest to absorb the spiritual energy from both the eggshell and the honey. This ice-armored crocodile was a second-tier spirit beast. Under normal circumstances, it would grow to become a second-tier spirit beast upon maturity, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. In the vast expanse of the Tsangmang Mountains, it was considered a commendable spirit beast. However, the growth of spirit beasts necessitated an immense expenditure of resources, and Mo Xianyi, while cultivating himself, lacked the spirit stones to nurture it. As for his parents, Mo Wenyan and Mo Wenlian, they had already formed contracts with the lava turtle and rain butterfly and could not undertake the contract with the ice-armored crocodile unless they severed ties with the other two, which was unnecessary given the greater assistance provided by the lava turtle and rain butterfly. Thus, Mo Xianyi resolved to sell the ice-armored crocodile to the clan in exchange for resources. With the wealth of the Shanhai Jing at his disposal, he was unfazed by the notion of acquiring whatever spirit beasts he desired in the future. A mere ice-armored crocodile held little significance for him. However, for the clan, the resources available could certainly facilitate the rapid cultivation of the ice-armored crocodile, while reaching the foundation establishment stage in the short term might prove challenging. Achieving the 10th layer of qi refinement should not pose a substantial problem. The following day, after completing his classes at the clan academy, Mo Xianyi requested a leave of absence from Mo Di Zhao and did not attend alchemy lessons. Instead, he made his way to the beast control hall within the clan. The hall was overseen by the Grand Elder, Mo Di Shua, who, like Mo Di Zhao, had attained the 10th layer of qi refinement, but was a decade older and had lost hope of achieving foundation establishment. Unlike Mo Di Zhao, however, Mo Di Shua had broken through to the 10th layer before turning 60, thus being able to embark on the path to foundation establishment. Unfortunately, at that time, the Mo clan possessed only one foundation establishment pill, which was bestowed upon the more promising Elder Patriarch. The Elder Patriarch did not disappoint, successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage, yet tragically passed away a decade ago, leaving behind a foundation establishment red flame tiger to guard the Mo clan in his stead. Chapter 16, Trading with the Clan Ah. It is you, Xianyi. What brings you to the beast hall again today? Have you not already claimed your spirit beast? Mo Di Shua inquired with a hint of confusion. Esteemed elder, I am not here to claim a spirit beast, but rather to offer one for sale to the clan. Mo Xianyi replied with an enigmatic smile. He then produced an ice-armored crocodile, which he had previously placed in a beast-taming pouch. Upon its emergence, the creature launched an icy arrow towards Mo Xianyi. Unfortunately, as this ice-armored crocodile had only just been born, it possessed insufficient spiritual energy. The chill that coalesced into an icy arrow swiftly dissipated, transforming into a cloud of frost that vanished into the air. Mo Di Shua, who had been lazily reclined in a chair, sprang to his feet at the sight of the ice-armored crocodile, snatching it from Mo Xianyi's grasp. His face awash with astonishment as he beheld the wriggling young crocodile. A second-tier beast, the offspring of the ice-armored crocodile? He exclaimed. Mo Xianyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Esteemed elder, how much spirit stone could we fetch for this ice-armored crocodile, if sold to the clan? Yet, Mo Di Shua did not respond to his query. Instead, he countered, it appears this ice-armored crocodile has only just hatched. How did you come by it? At that moment, Mo Di Zhao entered the grand hall, his gaze falling upon the ice-armored crocodile in Mo Di Shua's hands, eliciting yet another round of exclamations. Is this ice-armored crocodile yours? Where did you acquire it? I wondered why you requested leave from me this afternoon to refrain from alchemy. It seems you have come to the beast hall instead, he remarked with curiosity. This ice-armored crocodile was exchanged for snow spirit ginseng in Tsongshan Square. The individual I traded with appeared oblivious to the nature of the ice-armored crocodile's egg, mistaking it for that of another first-tier beast, seeking to barter it for snow spirit ginseng. Mo Xianyi elucidated. I see now, as a novice first-tier alchemist, it would make little sense for you to borrow spirit stones from me to procure snow spirit ginseng. It was, in fact, to obtain the ice-armored crocodile's egg. I must say, your fortune is indeed remarkable, Mo Di Zhao responded with admiration. Xianyi, do you truly wish to sell the ice-armored crocodile to the clan? To my knowledge, your contracted spirit beast is the white-winged spirit bee. Should you opt to contract the ice-armored crocodile instead, it would undoubtedly serve you well. Mo Di Shua reaffirmed. How could the ice-armored crocodile possibly compare to my white jade spirit bee? Yet, Mo Xianyi refrained from voicing this thought, instead expressing sincerely. I possess merely 5 elemental roots, and my Dantian is inherently expansive. If the ice-armored crocodile were to accompany me, it would only hinder its growth. It is far more prudent to entrust it to the clan, allowing it to bond with a more gifted member, thus better fulfilling its purpose of safeguarding our family. Upon hearing Mo Xianyi's selfless sentiments, both Mo Di Shua and Mo Di Zhao's perception of him improved immensely. Young Xianyi, I did not expect you to possess such awareness. It is commendable that you consider the welfare of the clan. Rest assured, the clan shall not treat you unfairly. The market price for a young ice-armored crocodile is 3,000 spirit stones. However, given the clan's current circumstances, we can offer you 500 spirit stones. Additionally, you may select any spirit beast from the breeding house and choose 2 techniques from the clan's repository. What do you think? Mod Shua inquired. Within the family, it is naturally inconceivable that there are no spirit stones, even as few as 3,000. However, the family must maintain its operations, and it is rumored that they are currently seeking ways to gather spirit stones to procure a foundation-building pill, which has resulted in a scarcity of spirit stones. For Mo Xuanya, the sum of 1,500 spirit stones is more than sufficient for the time being. Additionally, he is permitted to select any 2 techniques from the family's scripture repository, with no restrictions on the tiers of the techniques, meaning he could even choose a foundation-level technique from the 3rd tier, which is worth far more than 1,500 spirit stones. I am willing. Thank you, Elder. Mo Xuanya expressed gratefully. Mo Dishan nodded in satisfaction, handing over the 1,500 spirit stones to Mo Xuanya, along with 2 tokens that would allow him to select 2 techniques from the scripture repository and choose a spirit beast from the breeding house. 3rd Elder. This is a borrowing of your spirit stones, Mo Xuanya said, presenting 180 spirit stones. Since you have spirit stones now, I shall not be courteous. However, once outside, do not disclose that you possess such a quantity of spirit stones, Mo Dijao advised. Mo Xuanya understood the importance of discretion regarding wealth, even within the family. With the tokens in hand, Mo Xuanya wandered through the breeding house, but ultimately could not find a spirit beast that would meet the approval of the Shanhaging. Reluctantly, he chose a Pegasus. Despite its melodious name, a Pegasus is merely a first-tier demon beast, with adult specimens possessing strength around the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Few ever break through to the 7th layer. Nevertheless, its appearance is quite striking, with a coat of pure white fur devoid of any blemishes and a pair of enormous, jade-like wings. However, Mo Xuanya's choice of the Pegasus was not solely based on its beauty. Rather, it serves as both a flying mount and a terrestrial companion. Although its combat capabilities are weak, it possesses remarkable speed in flight and commendable endurance. Most importantly, the Pegasus is easy to care for and has a gentle disposition. After securing the Pegasus within the Shanhaging, Mo Xuanya wasted no time and proceeded directly to the scripture repository. Previously, when he inquired with Mo Dijao about crafting superior pills, his elder had mentioned that on the 3rd floor of the scripture repository, there exists a fragment of a jade slip containing a secret technique known as the 10,000 Beasts Convergence Fire Technique, which is said to be a complementary method for body refinement. The specific body refinement technique remains unknown, but this secret art can be considered a barely complete practice. Furthermore, Mo Xuanya wished to choose a technique for cultivating soul power. Given his already formidable soul power, mastering such a technique would undoubtedly enhance his alchemical endeavors. Upon arriving at the scripture repository and presenting the tokens provided by Mo Dishaw to Elder Mo Dian, Mo Xuanya ascended directly to the 3rd floor. As he entered, he found someone already present, none other than the head of the Mo family, Mo Daijing. Xuanya, what brings you to the 3rd floor of the scripture repository? This is not a place for you. Consider this a one-time exception, Mo Daijing stated sternly. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuanya surmised that the clan leader was likely staying within the repository, which is why the elder had not yet informed him of the situation regarding the ice-armored crocodile. After recounting the transaction between himself and Mo Di Shua, Mo Dijing nodded in appreciation, saying, "You have done well. Given the circumstances, I suggest you take a look around the 3rd floor. However, since you are currently only at the 1st level of Qi refinement, the techniques available there may not be suitable for you. I recommend that you retain your right to choose techniques for now and return when the time is appropriate." With that, Mo Dijing hurriedly descended the stairs, presumably to consult the Grand Elder. Chapter 17. Selection of techniques. The number of foundational techniques on the 3rd floor of the scripture repository was limited. Yet Mo Xian Yi quickly located the 10,000 Beasts Fusion Fire technique, as mentioned by Mo Dijao. The more he examined it, the more furrowed his brow became. It was not that the technique lacked power, but rather that it was excessively potent, akin to a technique of the nascent soul stage. Mo Xian Yi believed it without doubt. Yet, this technique was missing a crucial component, which was precisely why no one in the Mo family had ever practiced it. The 10,000 Beasts Fusion Fire technique was created by the Holy Flame Sovereign, whose cultivation methods required the use of flames to temper the physical body. The most formidable flames in the world are the heavenly spiritual flames. However, these flames are exceedingly rare, and whenever they manifest, countless powerful beings vie to seize them. At the time, the Holy Flame Sovereign had yet to rise to prominence. With his limited capability, it was impossible for him to obtain the heavenly spiritual flames. Thus, he sought an alternative, devising a means to absorb the flames of spiritual beasts, refining them into his own intrinsic spiritual fire without needing the seeds of beast flames. Only the flames exhaled by the spiritual beasts. Thus, the 10,000 beasts fusion fire technique was born. As he continually absorbed the flames of spiritual beasts, his intrinsic spiritual fire could grow, ultimately rivaling any form of heavenly spiritual flame. However, the process of absorbing the flames of spiritual beasts was no simple feat. Guiding the flames into the body required circulating them through the meridians for a complete cycle before directing them into the Dantian. This process entailed enduring immense agony, and a moment's negligence could result in the meridians and Dantian being incinerated, leading to a fate of being rendered incapable of further cultivation. Originally, the Holy Flame Sovereign had conceived a method to protect the meridians and Dantian, alleviating the injuries they would sustain. Unfortunately, this component of the technique was lost alongside the body-refining methods. Faced with the searing pain of flames, he pondered whether to embark on the cultivation of this technique. Its power was undeniable, yet the risks associated with its cultivation were unparalleled by any other technique. If Emotian Yi were merely an ordinary cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, he would have decisively abandoned the idea. However, in addition to his 5 spiritual roots, he possessed a 9 spiritual body. This unique constitution not only afforded him a broader Dantian and meridians compared to others, but also endowed him with resilience and strength far beyond that of the average person. While most would falter under the flames without suitable methods to protect their meridians and Dantian, perhaps his 9 spiritual body could withstand the trial. With determination, he resolved to proceed. After all, the path of cultivation is one of defiance against the heavens. If one were to cower in fear, how could they ever achieve the great Tao and attain eternal life? Emotian Yi promptly secured this technique. As for the foundational technique for cultivating soul power, there was only one in the entire Mo family, thus eliminating the need for extensive deliberation: the soul sea nurturing technique. Based on the sea of consciousness, it nurtures soul power, allowing it to flow like the ceaseless waves of the ocean, perpetually renewing itself. Cultivating the soul sea nourishing spirit technique. The growth of soul power is a gradual process requiring persistent effort, lacking in explosive force. However, it excels in establishing a solid foundation with profound potential, leading to increasingly formidable soul power in the later stages. This is the only technique for cultivating soul power during the foundational period available to the Mo family, and Mo Xuanya had no other choice. After selecting 2 foundational techniques, he chose a comprehensive tome on the basics of elemental spells from the first floor. Currently, he only knew the fire control technique, which would be insufficient in combat. Beast fusion fire technique. Young master, are you certain about choosing such a flawed secret art? I advise you to exchange it for another. Though powerful, the practitioners from our clan who attempted it, aside from those who withdrew in time, all suffered complete destruction of their meridians, becoming incapacitated. Kindly cautioned Elder Mo Duan when Mo Xuanya arrived on the first floor to register and receive the techniques. Haha. Rest assured, Elder Duan. I wish to live for several more years. I only wish to study it, not to practice it, Mo Xuanya replied with a smile. Elder Duan was clearly skeptical, yet selecting techniques was Mo Xuanya's prerogative, and having advised him once, he chose to refrain from further insistence. Upon returning home with the 3 techniques, Mo Xuanya did not immediately practice the beast fusion fire technique. Instead, he took out the soul sea nourishing spirit technique. He reasoned that harnessing soul power to suppress the flames during the practice of the beast fusion fire technique would provide significant assistance. Although Mo Xuanya possessed innate strong soul power, he could only employ it in simplistic ways, thus requiring the guidance of a technique. The soul sea nourishing spirit technique involves envisioning a vast ocean within the sea of consciousness, nurturing soul power so that it resembles the ocean itself. After deeply imprinting the technique in his mind, Mo Xuanya commenced his practice. He envisioned the ocean in all its grandeur, serene as a mirror, tumultuous in storms, shrouded in mist, and ebbing and flowing with the tides. As he envisioned the various forms of the ocean within his sea of consciousness, his soul power began to materialize as mist, gradually taking shape. This process was slow, yet Mo Xuanya remained unhurried. Compared to the average person, his starting point for soul power was already elevated, and with the time acceleration of the Shanhai Jing, he could practice twice as long as others. Thus, he would not lag behind. The matter concerning the ice-armored crocodile was known only to a select few within the clan, and Mo Xuanya was unaware of its final allocation. It was of no concern to him. He had already attained what he desired. Due to his initiation into the art of refining chi-attracting pills, his cultivation speed had notably increased through the use of elixirs. though he still had some distance to cover before breaking through to the second level of Qi refinement. In the blink of an eye, tomorrow marked the clan's annual assessment of spiritual roots, signifying the conclusion of Mo Xuanye's year of study at the clan academy. Alright, today is the last day. We have covered all that needs to be taught. Today, we shall not impart new knowledge but instead engage in practical combat exercises, declared Mo Dijao to the 4 eager students below. Hearing of the practical exercises, the 4 were filled with excitement, as they had trained for so long without ever engaging in battle. Though Mo Xuanye possessed 5 spiritual roots, his early introduction of Qi into his body led to him being paired against Mo Xianyun, while Mo Zhuang would face Mo Xianshi. First to take the stage were Mo Xuanhe and Mo Xianstone, one cultivating water-based techniques, and the other practicing earth-based arts, accompanied by their contracted spirit beasts, the rain butterfly and the earth shatter lizard. As they entered the arena, both summoned their respective spirit beasts from their beast-controlling pouches. Mo Xuanhe's rain butterfly, though a mere foot in wingspan, contrasted sharply with Mo Zinstone's earth shatter lizard, which, while still not fully grown, measured over a meter in length and bore a fearsome appearance, exuding an intimidating presence. Water bomb technique. Mo Xuanhe chanted, forming a water sphere the size of a basketball and launching it towards Mo Xianstone. Rock arm. Mo Xianstone roared, channeling earth's spirit energy into his right arm, hardening it to the toughness of stone. He then struck the water sphere with a powerful punch, shattering it into countless glistening droplets that scattered across the ground. Following this, Mo Xianstone charged towards Mo Xuanhe without hesitation. Startled, Mo Xuanhe had not anticipated such formidable combat prowess from Mo Xianstone. He quickly commanded the rain butterfly to execute the ice rain technique. The rain butterfly flapped its wings, conjuring a multitude of icy droplets that shot forth like razor-sharp blades towards Mo Xianstone. Chapter 18. Clan combat. Both Mo Xuanhe and Mo Xianstone possessed spirit beasts. The earth shatter lizard suddenly erupted from the ground, positioning itself before the rain butterfly, its surface enveloped in a thick layer of earthen armor. The rain butterfly, not particularly skilled in offense, was unable to breach the lizard's defenses and was effortlessly thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xianstone closed the distance to Mo Xuanhe. With only 2 spells at his disposal, water bomb technique and the defensive water shield technique, Mo Xuanhe conjured a shield of flowing water to protect himself. However, Mo Zinstone's punch shattered the water shield, exposing Mo Xuanhe. Yet, Mo Xianstone's rock arm had also dissipated, reverting to a normal arm. Undeterred, he gathered spirit energy into his right fist, eschewing any spells, and aimed a punch directly at Mo Xuanhe, as if engaged in a mundane brawl. Stop. At that moment, Mo Dijao's voice rang out. Mo Xianstone halted his attack, while Mo Xuanhe murmured something under his breath, casting a glance at Mo Xianstone filled with a hint of trepidation. Mo Xianstone was declared the victor, and further combat was deemed unnecessary. The next pair, Mo Xuanye and Mo Xuanyu, stepped forward as Mo Xuanhe and Mo Xianstone withdrew. After observing the previous match, Mo Xuanye's interest waned significantly. Though both he and Mo Xianstone were at the first level of Qi refinement, he realized they were not on the same level. He could resolve the encounter with a single spell. While Mo Xuanyu, possessing 4 spirit roots, was stronger than both, he doubted her prowess would be vastly superior. Nonetheless, out of respect for the battle, Mo Xuanye refrained from summoning the anticipated white jade spirit bee and instead called forth a heavenly horse. Currently, the heavenly horse was merely a foal, not yet matured, but its charming appearance instantly captivated the 3 younger spectators. Wow, Brother Xuanye, when did you raise a heavenly horse? I had no idea. I know our clan has them, but aren't they quite rare and typically not kept? Girls have always been fond of beautiful things. As Mo Xianyu beheld the arrival of the celestial steed, her eyes sparkled with delight, even though her own Qinglin deer was quite exquisite. However, this was a contest, not a time for admiration. Mo Xianyu lamented. Humph. Though your celestial steed is indeed beautiful, I shall not concede defeat to you. Mo Xianyu retorted with a pout. Wood spike technique. Mo Xianyu formed hand seals, and a wooden spike shot forth from her hands, while her Qinglin deer charged forward with vigor. Witnessing such an attack, Mo Xianyu clapped his hands, summoning the earth shield technique, which materialized into a sturdy earthen wall that effectively blocked the wooden spikes. The celestial steed then surged toward the Qinglin deer. The celestial steed's attack was feeble, and the Qinglin deer was not much better off. They engaged in a rather lackluster exchange. As Mo Xianyu prepared to continue her assault, Mo Xianyu had other intentions. He raised his hand, unleashing a fireball. In haste, Mo Xianyu conjured a wooden shield to defend herself. With a resounding explosion, the wooden shield was obliterated, sending Mo Xianyu staggering backward. Before she could regain her footing, A vine sprang forth from the ground, binding her securely. With Mo Xianyu restrained, the battle came to a natural conclusion, and the celestial steed and Qinglin deer ceased their attacks. Once Mo Xianyu dispelled his spell, Mo Xianyu, far from being angry, inquired curiously, "Brother Yi, why is your fireball technique so powerful? My wooden shield was destroyed in a single blow, yet my wooden spikes were easily warded off by your earth shield technique. Your spells are merely at the introductory level, while Xianyu's fireball technique has reached a level of mastery, and his earth shield technique is at an intermediate stage," interjected Mo Di Zhao, the overseer of the duel. As the one who taught Mo Xianyu the art of alchemy, he was well aware of the latter's proficiency in fire control, making the fireball technique a trivial feat. "Ah, I see. Brother Yi, have you spent a significant amount of time practicing your spells?" Mo Xianyu asked. Mo Xianyu refrained from elaborating. In truth, he had devoted little time to spellcasting, even less than the time taken by the other two to acquire the foundational elemental spells from the library. His rapid advancement was entirely attributed to his exceptional aptitude. After the morning clan lessons, Mo Xianyu did not continue his studies in alchemy with Mo Di Zhao in the afternoon. Having already imparted the basics of low-grade first-tier elixirs, Mo Di Zhao left Mo Xianyu to practice independently, improving the quality and success rate of his elixirs. In the Shanghai realm, the vibrant peach had grown over a meter tall, but had yet to bear blossoms or fruit. It would require another year and a half for that. Nearby lay a field of multicolored flowers, which had fully bloomed. The white jade spirit bees flitted among the blossoms, gathering nectar. Each multicolored flower boasted 5 petals, adorned in gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, corresponding to the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, these multicolored flowers were merely common low-grade spiritual flora. Despite encompassing all 5 elements, the elemental energy within was not particularly potent. Beside them, the multicolored golden pheasant awaited eagerly. Fully aware that this acre of multicolored flowers had been specially cultivated by Mo Xianyu and was crucial to awakening the 5-colored peacock bloodline within him. As a spirit beast of Mo Xianyu, the white jade spirit bee queen has already attained the 2nd level of qi refinement, while many of her worker bees have reached the 1st level. In contrast, he remains at the 1st level, making his combat prowess inferior even to that of the worker bees. The proud and combative rooster finds this intolerable. Glancing at the impatient multicolored rooster, Mo Xianyu chuckled. "What are you in such a rush for? It's all yours. No one is competing with you. Moreover, you cannot possibly consume all the multicolored flowers at once." The multicolored rooster clucked eagerly. Although Mo Xianyu did not comprehend the rooster's language, he understood its intent through their spiritual connection. A gentle radiance of multicolored light emanated from the flowers, signaling their ripeness. With a thought, a single multicolored flower ascended from the spirit field, soaring toward the multicolored rooster. Before the flower could draw near, the rooster, unable to contain its excitement, flapped its wings and snatched the flower into its gullet, casting an expectant gaze at Mo Xianyu. Observing that the rooster could still eat, Mo Xianyu plucked 2 more flowers from the spirit field and tossed them over. It was only after consuming 10 multicolored flowers that the rooster felt satiated, settling onto the ground to diligently refine and digest the flowers. The elemental energies contained within the flowers surged forth, cleansing the rooster's physique and gradually awakening the bloodline of the multicolored peacock within. However, Mo Xianyu knew that 10 flowers alone would not suffice to awaken the multicolored peacock bloodline. Otherwise, the activation of such a powerful lineage would be far too simple. In the following days, Mo Xianyu remained within the realm of mountains and seas, untroubled by hunger due to the presence of the fasting elixir, and undisturbed by his parents. He practiced the soul sea spirit formula while safeguarding the multicolored rooster, eagerly anticipating the awakening of its bloodline. Now, Mo Xianyu's sea of consciousness had transformed into a vast expanse of white mist, composed of his gathered soul power. Compared to before he began practicing the soul sea spirit formula, his soul power had nearly doubled. Though still at the 1st level of qi refinement, his soul power was comparable to that of a practitioner at the 4th level, perhaps even surpassing it. When the mist coalesced into water, transforming into a domain of liquid, it would signal the breakthrough of his soul power into the foundational stage. The multicolored rooster had now consumed half an acre of multicolored flowers and was on the brink of bloodline awakening. It radiated a rich elemental energy, enveloping itself in a cocoon of multicolored light. A resounding call echoed as a phantom of a multicolored peacock burst forth from the luminous cocoon, spiraling through the realm of mountains and seas before diving toward the glowing chrysalis. Upon shattering the cocoon, the scene within was revealed. The appearance of the multicolored rooster had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its neck elongated, and its head became small and exquisite, crowned with feathers that resembled a natural tiara, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Its tail feathers unfurled like a vibrant tapestry, radiating a soft multicolored glow. The eyes gleamed with brilliance and depth, exhibiting a golden hue, while robust talons and a sharp beak shimmered with a metallic luster. The wings were considerably broader than those of the colorful pheasant, evidently possessing the capability of flight. Within the vast expanse of the sea of consciousness, a phantom of the colorful pheasant emerged from the ancient text of the Shanhai Jing, accompanied by a radiant display of multicolored light that transformed into the visage of a colorful peacock. Most significantly, Mo Xian Yi distinctly sensed that the influx of spiritual energy from the colorful peacock had surged to more than tenfold compared to its pre-transformation state. Although the colorful peacock had not yet transcended the second layer of qi refinement, its rate of spiritual energy absorption far surpassed its previous capability. Mo Xian Yi estimated that within a few days, the colorful peacock would ascend to the second layer of qi refinement. Suddenly, the tail feathers of the colorful peacock erupted with a burst of multicolored radiance, sweeping towards Mo Xian Yi. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the power of the Shanhai realm to manifest a barrier of light before him. The vibrant light struck the barrier without causing even a ripple. However, Mo Xian Yi could not suppress his delight, understanding that the colorful peacock had just demonstrated its capabilities. This multicolored light, though far from the omnipotent prowess of the legendary five-colored divine light, could barely be classified as a minor divine ability, more accurately, a five-element spell, the five-colored spirit light. Within it lay a nascent form of the five-colored divine light, while it could not achieve the feat of affecting all things indiscriminately. Any magical artifact touched by the five-colored spirit light would temporarily sever its connection with its owner. The duration of this disconnection depended on the disparity in cultivation between the colorful peacock and its target. If the colorful peacock were stronger, it could directly erase the soul imprint within the artifact, rendering it ownerless. Conversely, if the opponent were more powerful, the disconnection might last but a moment or a breath. Its exact duration remained uncertain. In the midst of battle, employing such a tactic would undoubtedly inflict significant disadvantage upon an adversary. Mo Xian Yi gazed upon the colorful peacock with satisfaction, feeling justified in having taken it from his mother's hands and nurturing it for so long. The colorful peacock's consumption of the five-colored flower would expedite its growth, and after gathering all the flowers from the spiritual field, he replanted an acre anew. With the colorful peacock now awakened, it was time to commence the cultivation of the 10,000 beasts blending fire technique to refine its innate spiritual fire. To achieve this, assistance from a fire element spiritual beast was essential. Originally, Mo Xian Yi intended to enlist the help of his father, Mo Wenyan's magma turtle. However, he reasoned that since the colorful peacock was his destined spiritual beast, and he had already benefited from its nurturing, the associated risks would be comparatively lesser, thus delaying his decision until now. Nevertheless, the colorful peacock remained too weak, prompting Mo Xian Yi to contemplate the concoction of spirit-feeding pills. These specialized pills were designed to nourish spiritual beasts, accelerating their growth and enhancing the recovery of their internal spiritual energy. The ingredients for crafting the spirit-feeding pills, however, would need to be procured from the clan. As Mo Xian Yi exited the Shanhai realm, a hearty laughter resonated in his ears. "Haha, father, what brings such merriment?" he inquired with a smile as he pushed open the door. Not far away, Mo Wenyan and Mo Wenlian were gathered together. Upon seeing Mo Xian Yi emerge, Mo Wenlian remarked with a hint of irritation, "It's all your fault. You've disturbed my son's cultivation. At your age, you should know better." To which Mo Wenyan chuckled, "Hey, isn't it delightful?" Despite being less skilled than the other two, Mo Xuanya possessed formidable soul power. With a mere sense, he discerned that both had recently advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement. "Father, mother, you have both broken through. Congratulations," he exclaimed. "Haha, my son. It's thanks to you. Otherwise, I would still be languishing at the 3rd level of qi refinement," his father replied. "Indeed, without you, with your meager innate talent, I might never have made any progress," Mo Wenlian interjected with a teasing tone. "My son, let us dine together tonight. I am aware of your diligent cultivation, but one must also take time to relax. This evening, I shall prepare a feast with the colorful phoenix. Thanks to your methods, its population has significantly increased." "Very well, but I must first visit the clan," Mo Xuanya responded, and he hurried towards the contribution hall, the place where the clan exchanged materials for cultivation. Currently, the Mo family consisted of fewer than 100 members, and the contribution hall was usually devoid of visitors. "Second elder, I would like to procure materials for 10 spirit-feeding pills," he requested. In the outside world, A single set of materials for the spirit-feeding pill sold for 5 low-grade spirit stones, yet within the clan. It was merely 4 low-grade spirit stones and 50 spirit sands, a benefit extended to the clan's cultivators. Having acquired 320 spirit stones from the ice armor crocodile previously, Tuanuan was not short on funds. Tuanuan, you only began cultivating last year, and you can already refine spirit-feeding pills on your own? It appears your talent in alchemy is quite commendable, the second elder, Mo remarked with a smile, handing over the 10 sets of materials. After a moment's contemplation, Tuanuan also purchased 2 bottles of revitalizing pills. These first-tier intermediate pills were used for healing injuries. As he could only concoct low-tier hemostatic powders, he opted to buy finished pills instead. Uncertain if his meridians could withstand the burning of beast fire, it was prudent to have revitalizing pills on hand for injury recovery. That evening, Linuan showcased her culinary skills, preparing a rich soup with the colorful phoenix and frying rice with its eggs, accompanied by spicy chicken gizzards, hearts, and livers. The family enjoyed a joyful feast, and after satisfying their appetites, they returned to their quarters to cultivate and refine the spiritual energy from their meal. Tuanuan dedicated 3 days to refine all 10 sets of spirit-feeding pill materials, successfully producing 50 pills, 32 low-grade, 17 middle-grade, and just 1 upper-grade pill. In the 20th chapter, Cultivating the 10,000 Beasts Fusion Fire Technique, it is revealed that the optimal method for mastering the original technique involves seeking a seed of beast fire, using pills to protect the Dantian, and guiding the fire into the Dantian for refinement. After refining, the fire can be transformed into one's innate spiritual flame, thus enhancing one's physical strength. However, the existing body refinement techniques were incomplete, and there were no recorded supplementary pills. Tuanuan could only refine ordinary beast fire, drawing it into his Dantian. Although ordinary beast fire lacked a root source, with sufficient absorption, he could still use the 10,000 Beasts Fusion Fire Technique to condense it into a seed of his innate spiritual flame. In the realm of mountains and seas, Tuanuan sat cross-legged, facing the colorful peacock. Their minds were intertwined. With a mere thought, the peacock could receive his commands. A flame erupted from the beak of the 5-colored peacock, enveloping Tuanuan within its grasp. Tuanuan, acutely aware of the peril, summoned his spiritual energy to safeguard his corporeal form while simultaneously executing the 10,000 Beasts Conflagration Technique, attempting to absorb the flames that clung to his skin. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the searing fire scorched through his meridians, inflicting a torment far more excruciating than the flames that licked at his exterior. Despite his prior preparations, he could not stifle the cry of agony. Yet, he quickly clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as he guided the fire through his veins. The sensation was akin to countless blades slicing through his insides, demanding a heightened state of awareness. A momentary lapse could result in the flames spiraling out of control, leading to meridian damage or, at worst, the incineration of his very organs, culminating in his demise. After enduring the torment for merely 10 breaths, Tuanuan could bear it no longer and forcefully expelled the flames from his meridians. As the fire coursed through his veins, the once resilient meridians began to weaken under the relentless heat. Had it not been for Tuanuan's continuous use of soul power to sustain them, they would have likely succumbed in just a single breath. Once the flames dissipated, he promptly initiated the 5 elements chi refinement technique, utilizing the water and wood spiritual energies within to nourish his meridians. Fortunately, he had ceased just in time, and due to the inherent robustness of his meridians, attributed to his 9-spirit origin body, he sustained minimal damage. In just an hour, his meridians returned to their original state. Drawing a deep breath, Tuanuan commanded the 5-colored peacock to unleash another flame. He resumed his previous endeavor. Yet again, he could only endure for 10 breaths before conceding defeat. However, armed with his prior experience, he managed to suppress any cries of anguish this time, demonstrating a slight improvement in his endurance. With each attempt to draw the fire within him, he discerned a notable benefit. His meridians were being fortified throughout this process, surpassing their previous resilience and strength. This outcome instilled within Tuanuan a profound confidence, although success had yet to be achieved. The continual enhancement of his meridians suggested that mastering the 10,000 Beasts Conflagration Technique was merely a matter of time. At the foot of the Xianling Mountain, the annual spiritual root assessment was underway. Tuanuan, Zuank, Xianshi, and last year's newly identified spiritual root bearer, Xianing, stood at a distance, observing the third elder as he assessed the spiritual roots of each clan member from atop the platform. I wonder what Brother Yi is up to. I haven't seen him in a year. Ever since the clan's studies concluded last year, he has been absent, Tuanuan lamented. Have you not sought him out? Inquired Zuank. I did, Uncle and aunt said brother Yi is in seclusion. They also haven't seen him in a year. But he had only just reached the first layer of qi refinement. Why would he need to seclude himself for an entire year? Mo Xuanyi replied. Brother Xuanyi truly dedicates himself to his training. If I were as diligent as he, perhaps I would have already broken through to the second layer of qi refinement. Mo Xianshi remarked somberly. You all may continue watching the spirit root ceremony. I must return to my training. With that, he disregarded the thoughts of the others and swiftly ascended the Xianling mountain using his lightness technique. It seems yet another individual has departed. That fellow Xianshi is indeed a fervent practitioner. Mo Xian, he lamented. The remaining three did not take their leave, instead observing the spirit testing ceremony with quiet anticipation. For they too commenced their journey from this very place. One by one, the clansmen ascended the high platform to assess their spiritual roots, only to descend from the opposite side, their faces marred by disappointment. By the conclusion of the ceremony, only a single mundane youth with 5 spiritual roots had been identified. Last year, there was but one 5-rooted Mo Xianming. This year, the outcome was no different. At this rate, the Mo clan of Xianling Mountain might crumble from within without external interference. 2 years had elapsed in the realm of mountains and seas, and fortunately, Mo Xian Yi had prepared an ample supply of fasting pills, alleviating concerns of starvation. Over these 2 years, Mo Xian Yi endured an existence bordering on inhumane, subjected to the searing agony of flames multiple times each day. Yet, this suffering bore fruit. His meridians had evolved to withstand the circulation of the 5-colored peacock flames throughout a complete cycle of energy. Furthermore, Mo Xian Yi's willpower has been tempered to an extraordinary resilience, promising substantial benefits for future cultivation. Additionally, his soul force had ascended to a level comparable to that of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Now, the absorption of flames circulating through his meridians for a full cycle posed no challenge. The next step was to guide this energy into his Dantian, the most crucial location for cultivation, where any misstep could spell the end of his practices. However, having come this far, to relinquish now would render the past 2 years of suffering utterly futile. Stealing his resolve, Mo Xian Yi signaled for the 5-colored peacock to unleash another jet of flame towards him. In the span of 2 years within the mountains and seas, the 5-colored peacock had already advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. Upon receiving Mo Xian Yi's command, it opened its beak and expelled a torrent of flames. No longer did Mo Xian Yi harbor the same trepidation towards the flames. He summoned all his strength to employ the 10,000 beasts convergence technique, drawing the flames into his body and circulating them through his meridians for a complete cycle until they gradually reached his Dantian. Mo Xian Yi was vigilant, channeling his spiritual energy to protect his Dantian while his soul force lay in wait, ready to suppress the flames entering his core. Once prepared, he began to gently guide the flames into the Dantian. The moment the flames entered, they erupted like a wildfire, igniting the spiritual energy within Mo Xian Yi's Dantian. The spiritual energy transformed into a roaring inferno, burning with unrestrained ferocity, as though intent on reducing his Dantian to ashes. An excruciating, piercing pain radiated from the depths of his Dantian, and Mo Xian Yi felt as if it were being torn apart, on the verge of explosion. The spiritual energy within had spiraled completely out of control. Gritting his teeth, Mo Xian Yi attempted to quell the raging flames with his soul force. However, in the face of such tumultuous fire, his soul force was but a mere drop in the ocean, utterly impotent. The flames continued their rampage, and the agony within the Dantian intensified, causing Mo Xian Yi's consciousness to waver, as if he were on the brink of being consumed by this torment. Chapter 21. Breaking Through. Cursed be it. The jade slip made no mention of flames igniting the spiritual energy within the Dantian directly. In the depths of his heart, Mo Xian Yi silently cursed, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and a tinge of despair rose within him. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of dissipating, a faint glow emanated from the Shanhai Jing within his sea of consciousness, and the ethereal image of a peacock with 5 colors slowly emerged. Immediately thereafter, a beam of red light shot forth from the peacock's tail feathers, piercing directly into Mo Xian Yi's Dantian. The once ferocious flames, as if encountering a natural enemy, instantly quieted down and ceased their rampage. The pain receded like a tide, and Mo Xian Yi's spirit relaxed, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Mo Xian Yi eventually awakened from his slumber and immediately began to inspect his Dantian. He discovered that although it had suffered some damage from the flame scorching, the impact was minimal, and during his unconsciousness, it had already begun to recover gradually. Most importantly, a mass of fire clouds had appeared within his Dantian, shaped like a peacock, though entirely in a fiery red hue rather than the 5-colored variety. Though he had been unconscious, Xianyi had gleaned a general understanding of events. Fortunately, he had chosen to first refine the beast fire of the five-colored peacock instead of the lava turtle. The five-colored peacock was his innate spiritual beast, incorporated into the Shanhai Jing, which allowed it to summon the ethereal image of the peacock at a critical moment, aiding him in successfully refining the rudimentary form of beast fire. Moving forward, as long as Xianyi continuously absorbed the flames of the five-colored peacock, the fire clouds within his Dantian would ultimately metamorphose into a fire seed, allowing him to refine his innate spiritual fire. The process would no longer be as agonizing as before. Thus, he had effectively mastered the 10,000 Beasts convergence fire technique. After assessing his injuries, Xianyi chose not to immediately practice the technique, but instead consumed a rejuvenation pill to aid in recovering from his internal wounds. A year passed within the Shanhai Jing before Xianyi finally transformed the fire clouds in his Dantian into a fire seed. The five-colored peacock beside him had already collapsed from exhaustion. If the previous year had been one of intense suffering for Xianyi, it had been a year of utter depletion for the five-colored peacock. It had continuously expelled flames without rest. Consuming Xianyi's pre-prepared spirit-feeding pills or the five-colored flowers he had cultivated to restore its strength before resuming its labor. In contrast, Xianyi, having mastered the 10,000 Beasts convergence fire technique, no longer feared the flames, and his cultivation progressed without any pain. Such rigorous training was not without its benefits for the five-colored peacock, which had managed to break through to the second layer of qi refinement and subsequently ascend to the third layer, paralleling the breakthrough of Beigonia foam. Though the latter's advancement was considerably less strenuous, Xianyi's cultivation also broke through to the second layer of qi refinement, while not rapid. This progress was commendable given his 5 spirit roots and the 9 spirit body. Within his Dantian, a faint flicker of flame quietly burned, and within its glow, the shadow of a peacock could be discerned. The spiritual energy in his Dantian gradually became purer and more substantial under the flame's searing warmth. Xianyi gazed with excitement at the innate spiritual fire within his Dantian, unexpectedly discovering such benefits from practicing the 10,000 Beasts fusion fire technique. When a cultivator breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they encounter 3 significant barriers: the barrier of magical power, the barrier of vital blood, and the barrier of spiritual awareness. The purer the spiritual energy, the easier it is to surpass the magical power barrier. Typically, cultivators with 5 spiritual roots possess a chaotic array of spiritual energy compared to those with heavenly spiritual roots, which explains why many heavenly root cultivators can effortlessly break through to the foundation establishment stage without relying on foundation establishment pills, whereas 5-root cultivators often face significant challenges even with such aids. As long as his innate spiritual fire continues to refine his spiritual power, Xianyi's spiritual potency could rival that of heavenly root cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual energy returned by spiritual beasts is exceptionally pure. The only shortcoming lies in the slight deficiency of purity in his self-cultivated energy. Over a year and a half had passed outside, and it was time for him to emerge. Otherwise, his parents would begin to worry. Additionally, he had exhausted the medicinal pills at his disposal. With a flicker of thought, Xianyi exited the Mountain Sea realm and stepped out of his room. The moment the door swung open, he was greeted by the concerned gazes of Wenyan and Wenlian. "My son, you have finally emerged from seclusion. It has been over a year and a half. What is the purpose of your relentless cultivation?" Wenlian exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Xianyi. "What would you know, a mere woman? It is commendable that my son cultivates diligently. Have you not seen that he has broken through to the second level of qi refinement?" Wenyan retorted, though his eyes also betrayed his worry. Upon hearing this, Wenlian became infuriated. "A mere woman? Very well. Today I shall show you what a woman truly is." For reasons unknown, she produced a feather duster from her storage bag and began to swat at Wenyan, chasing him in playful fury. Xianyi couldn't help but smile at the scene. The years of arduous training had kept his nerves taut, but now he relished this rare moment of relaxation. "Mother, do be gentle. I will visit the clan and return before dinner," he informed his parents before summoning his celestial steed. Having lived in the Mountain Sea realm for 3 years, the celestial steed had also broken through to the second level of qi refinement, its stature towering over ordinary adult horses, easily accommodating a rider. With a pair of pristine white wings unfurling from its sides, the celestial steed soared into the air with a gentle flap, carrying Xianyi towards the contribution hall at the summit of Xianling Mountain. As Xianyi approached the peak, a beam of sword light shot towards him from the distance, halting nearby. The newcomer was a female cultivator, appearing to be in her 20s. exuding a spirited and valiant demeanor that conveyed a sense of strength equal to that of men. Celestial steed, so it seems you are Emo Xianyi? She inquired, curiously assessing him. Emo Xianyi was familiar with the cultivators of the Z generation in his clan, though many of the Wen generation were not present, making it hard for him to recognize her. Given her age, she must belong to the same generation as Emo Wenyan. I have met my aunt. Emo Xianyi replied respectfully. Do you know, the woman teased, glancing at Emo Xianyi with a playful glint in her eyes, that the celestial steed you ride was originally intended for me, but you seized it first. Emo Xianyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated this twist of fate. The elder did not mention that the steed was reserved for anyone, which is why I chose it, he hastily explained. Well, it's merely a mount, nothing of great significance. Besides, thanks to you, I have acquired a fine spiritual beast. She paused before continuing, by the way, I am Emo Wenshuang. Chapter 22. Emo Wenshuang. Emo Wenshuang, the foremost of the Emo family's literary lineage, though a woman, was remarkably fierce in battle and currently served as the captain of the Emo family's demon hunting team. She led her kin in the vast Songmang Mountains, hunting demonic beasts to bolster the family's income. From her words, it seemed that the ice-armored crocodile that Emo Xianyi had acquired was meant for her from the clan's allocation. Would you consider joining the demon hunting team? If you wish, I can make an exception and recruit you, Emo Wenshuang said with a light-hearted smile directed at Emo Xianyi. For a fleeting moment, Emo Xianyi felt a stir of excitement, not for Emo Wenshuang herself, but at the prospect of joining the Emo family's demon hunting team. Being able to form contracts with 9 spiritual beasts, he had only managed to bond with the 5-colored peacock and the white jade spirit peak thus far. Accompanying the hunting team would undoubtedly expose him to a myriad of demonic creatures, greatly enhancing his chances of finding a suitable spiritual beast to contract. However, he quickly came to his senses, having just broken through to the second layer of qi refinement. Entering the Songmang Mountains at his current level might lead to his demise at the hands of a demonic beast rather than the acquisition of a new contract. Thank you, Aunt Wenshuang, but my cultivation is still too low. I wouldn't want to be a burden to the hunting team. Emo Xianyi promptly declined. How dull. A man should possess some ambition. What is the point of hiding in the clan to cultivate? With the meager resources available here, it's insufficient for true advancement. One must strive for what they desire, Emo Wenshuang remarked, her interest waning upon his refusal. With that, she mounted her sword and prepared to leave, but not before tossing him an item. This is a token of my gratitude. It should suit you quite well. Emo Xianyi looked at the object in his hand, speechless. He could not discern whether Emo Wenshuang had intended it as a jest. The gift was a defensive artifact, specifically a mid-tier, first-grade one. Its shape, however, was somewhat ironic, resembling a turtle shell. Had he not previously declined her invitation, he might not have thought twice about it. Yet, considering his rejection and her subsequent gift of the turtle shell shield, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Nonetheless, it was still a mid-tier, first-grade defensive artifact, quite valuable, and given his current cultivation, it would serve as an appropriate means of protection. With this thought, Emo Xianyi stored the turtle shell shield away, intending to refine it upon his return for use in future battles. Not bothering to pursue Emo Wenshuang any further, he descended and landed outside the contribution hall, only to discover that, in addition to the second elder Emo Di Hung, the grand elder Emo Di Shua was also present. Ah, you haven't visited in a while. I see your cultivation has improved. What do you plan to purchase this time? Emo Di Hung inquired with curiosity. Having paid his respects to the grand elder and the second elder, Emo Shuanya then addressed Emo Di Hung, expressing his desire for materials to concoct 20 qi-inducing pills and spirit-feeding pills, along with 300 pounds of spiritual rice. Emo Di Hung retrieved the medicinal ingredients and cautioned, as a refining alchemist, you must understand that all pills contain pill toxins. If these toxins are not eliminated before consuming the qi-inducing pills again, it could be detrimental to your cultivation. Do not be tempted by the allure of rapid advancement to excessively use these pills. Yes, second elder, I understand, Emo Shuanya replied, recognizing the concern behind Emo Di Hung's words. He intended to refine the qi-inducing pills himself before consumption. Thus, he would not partake in any pills of inferior quality, ensuring minimal pill toxins. Moreover, with the essence of his innate beast fire refining his spiritual power, he need not worry about excessive pill toxins contaminating his energy. Once Emo Shuanya had completed his purchase of the medicinal herbs, Grand Elder Emo Dishu spoke up. You are fortunate to be breaking through at this time. In a few days, we will celebrate the centenary birthday of the Yi family's ancestor. You shall accompany me on this occasion. The Yi family's ancestor's birthday? You want me to come along? Emo Shuanya queried, puzzled. Not just you, but also Xianshi and Xianyu. Currently, The Mo family has only a handful of descendants from the Xian lineage. If I do not take you, who else should I bring? Mo Dishu replied with a hint of exasperation. Understanding the Grand Elder's concerns about the dwindling numbers of the Mo family's Xian descendants, Mo Xuanya nodded in agreement. Yes. I shall faithfully obey the Grand Elder's command. Upon returning home, Mo Xuanya and his parents relished a sumptuous feast, accompanied by a touch of spiritual wine. With Mo Wenyan and Mo Wenlian achieving breakthroughs to the 4th level of Qi refining. Mo Wenyan was on the verge of advancing to the 1st tier of mid-grade artifact crafting, and the number of spiritual fields overseen by Mo Wenlian had nearly doubled. Furthermore, since adopting Mo Xuanya's method, the flock of colorful golden chickens had multiplied several times, now exceeding 100. The daily sales of their colorful golden eggs provided a substantial income, improving their family's circumstances, allowing them to enjoy meals of spiritual rice and the occasional colorful golden egg. Dad, may I borrow your lava turtle for a few days? After their satisfying meal, Mo Xuanya pointed to the lava turtle in the courtyard. Oh, what does it matter whether you borrow it or not? Just take it. After all, you are quite familiar with the lava turtle, Mo Wenyan replied nonchalantly. Thank you, father. I will return it in a few days. With that, Mo Xuanya dashed towards the lava turtle, opened his beast pouch, and stored it inside. Although the lava turtle belonged to Mo Wenyan, as long as it did not resist, Mo Xuanya could also keep it in his beast pouch. After securing the lava turtle, Mo Xuanya returned to his chamber and subsequently entered the mountain and sea realm. Initially, he had intended to refine the spirit-feeding pills first, as these would enhance the lava turtle's recovery speed, enabling it to better assist him in cultivating the all-beast fusion fire technique. However, with the impending visit to the Xiankong Mountain Yi family in a few days, he no longer had the time to concoct the spirit-feeding pills. Fortunately, the vibrant peaches in the spiritual fields had ripened, which could also aid the lava turtle in restoring its spiritual power. The little turtle, directed by Mo Xuanya, was instructed to breathe flames, albeit with a restraint that matched the power of a 2nd-level Qi refinement. Control your strength, and only intensify when I say so. Although the magma turtle couldn't articulate its thoughts, it comprehended the command. Gazing back at Mo Xuanya with a look of perplexity, as if questioning why he would be asked to attack him. Just follow my instructions. And if you execute this task well, I shall reward you with a rainbow peach. Observing the turtle's bewildered expression, Mo Xuanya retrieved a rainbow peach from his storage bag and gestured towards the creature. Although the rainbow peach was merely a low-tier spiritual fruit, it still held some value for the magma turtle, which promptly nodded in understanding. Once Mo Xuanya signaled his readiness, the turtle extended its head and unleashed a torrent of flames, reminiscent of molten lava, directed towards him. Chapter 23. The Xiankong Mountain and the Yi clan upon Mo Xuanya's arrival at the summit of Xianling Mountain. He was greeted by Mo Xianyue and Mo Xianshi, who had been waiting eagerly. Brother Yi, we are finally reunited. It has been a year and a half since our last encounter. The elder mentioned you would come, so I made a special trip to await your arrival, exclaimed Mo Xianyue with delight. Mo Xianshi, more reserved, simply acknowledged him with a nod, standing quietly beside. However, it was evident that he had also come to meet him specifically. What of Xuanha? Why did the elder not summon him? Mo Xuanya inquired with curiosity. Xuanha is preoccupied with tending to the spiritual fields and could not break away. Furthermore, the elder indicated that there might be a battle of skills for entertainment. And since Xuanha has yet to advance beyond the 1st level of Qi refinement, he was not brought along, Mo Xianyue explained. Mo Xuanya nodded, having already discerned that both of them, like him, had attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. However, he realized that Mo Xianshi had transitioned to the 2nd level of body refinement, as he had switched to physical cultivation due to his subpar spiritual root aptitude. Were he to follow the conventional path, he would likely, like Mo Xuanha, still be stuck at the 1st level of Qi refinement, making it nearly impossible to reach the 10th level before the age of 60 to attempt foundational establishment. Conversely, he seemed to possess some innate talent in the realm of body cultivation. Thus, after the conclusion of the last battle of skills at the clan academy, the 3rd elder had recommended he shift to body refining techniques. It appeared that this decision had indeed proven fruitful. Aside from us, is there anyone else joining? Mo Xuanya asked, perplexed. I heard that 2 from the Wen clan will accompany us, though I do not know their identities, Mo Xianyue replied. Lady Wen Shuang will be coming along. Beyond that, I am unaware of anyone else. Mo Xianshi interjected suddenly. Wen Shuang? I am surprised. You didn't even refer to her as aunt. How is it that she is coming? Mo Xuanya responded, taken aback. Several days ago, I encountered her, and I have committed to joining the demon hunting team. Mo Xianshi stated expressionlessly. The demon hunting team? Are you out of your mind? You've only reached the 2nd level of body refinement. It's far too perilous. Even if you wish to join, Now is not the time. Mo Xianyue exclaimed, alarmed. Yet Mo Xianshi resolutely shook his head. My aptitude is lacking, and now that I have chosen the path of body cultivation, the resources required for such training surpass those needed for spiritual cultivation. By joining the demon hunting team earlier, I can acquire resources sooner. And with the protection of our kin, I shall remain safe. Although Mo Xianyi harbored a deep-seated fear of joining the demon hunting team, he could not help but admire Mo Xianshi's decision, which reflected the unwavering determination in his pursuit of the path. From his storage pouch, he produced a vial of strengthening pills and handed it over, saying, Xianshi, this is a batch of strengthening pills I personally concocted, suitable for body cultivators. Take it for your cultivation. When joining the demon hunting team, do not act recklessly. Survival is the key to all possibilities. Just as Mo Xianshi was about to decline, a voice interjected. Though you are timid and apprehensive, you speak wisely. For us cultivators, survival is indeed the gateway to all possibilities. The trio turned to see Grand Elder Mo Di Shuo approaching, accompanied by 3 members of the One Generation. Mo and Shuang, sensing Mo Xianshi's hesitation to accept the pills, urged, hurry and accept it. This young man is of considerable worth, and as an alchemist, I am not in need of these pills. However, for you, a vial of strengthening pills can save you significant effort. Mo Xianyi offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. Thank you, Brother Xianyi. Mo Xianshi expressed his gratitude. All right, let us set off, Mo Di Shuo declared. With that, he clapped his beast pouch, summoning a colossal black-feathered eagle. With a gentle leap, he mounted the eagle's back. The others quickly followed suit, boarding the majestic creature. The black-feathered eagle flapped its wings, soaring into the distance like an arrow released from a bow. The Grand Elder's black-feathered eagle, possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of qi refining, was merely his ordinary contracted beast, akin to Mo Xianyi's celestial steed. Although the black-feathered eagle was large, its speed among flying spirit beasts of the same rank could only be considered average, yet it could accommodate many passengers. Mo Xianyi had previously observed the black-feathered eagle, but had opted against it due to its inferior speed compared to the celestial steed of the same rank. Mo Xianyi appeared to be flying for the first time, exhibiting immense excitement, chattering incessantly, and soon formed a camaraderie with the 3 members of the One Generation. Among them were Mo Wenji and Mo Wenxian, both distinguished figures within their lineage. The Mo family faced declining fortunes. With the upcoming centenary celebration of the Yi family's elder, it was likely that the other 3 families would seize the opportunity to challenge the Mo family. Thus, Mo Di Shuo had decided to bring these 3 along. As for the Xian generation, there were merely 6 individuals, leaving little choice. Though they traversed the vast Songmang Mountain, the black-feathered eagle took a full 6 days to arrive at the Yi family's Xiankong Mountain. The Yi family, renowned for their mastery of formations, had not only established a second-tier superior protective formation, but also numerous gathering formations, ensuring that the spiritual energy of Xiankong Mountain, despite being a second-tier inferior spiritual vein, rivaled that of a second-tier middle-grade vein. At this moment, although the Yi family's great formation had yet to be activated, a palpable sense of pressure could still be felt. Ha, Di Shuo, my friend, I did not expect the Mo family to send you this time. It has been quite a while since we last met, an elder exclaimed as the black-feathered eagle gently descended at the foot of Xiankong Mountain, flanked by 2 companions. Zheng Nian, my old friend, it has indeed been a long time. Here is a gift to celebrate Senior Zheng Tai's 100th birthday. I hope it meets your approval. Mo Di Shuo responded, retrieving a meticulously prepared brocade box from his storage pouch and extending it forward. Thank you, fellow cultivator. The birthday banquet will commence tomorrow. In the meantime, esteemed guests may rest at my Xiankong Mountain or explore at their leisure. With these words, Yi Jingyan summoned a clan member to guide Mo Di Shuo and the others, while he remained below the mountain to attend to guests. Please follow me, said a cultivator of the 6th level of qi refinement. During the qi refinement stage, regardless of one's level, it is customary to address one another as fellow cultivator. Only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage must one refer to others as senior. The guide soon led Mo Xuanya and his companions to a vacant courtyard, where, aside from themselves, many guests had gathered for the banquet. Mo Xuanya observed with interest as some resourceful individuals set up stalls nearby to trade in cultivation materials. Among the participants were both guests attending the banquet and members of the Yi family from Xiankong Mountain. Mo Xuanyu and Mo Xian's expressions were filled with intrigue, as this was their first encounter with a cultivation market. Noticing their excitement, Mo Di Shuo advised them, feel free to take a look, but remember not to cause any trouble. This is Xiankong Mountain, not our own Xianling Mountain. Xuanya, keep an eye on your younger siblings. Yes, elder, the 3 replied in unison, eagerly heading towards the trading area. Chapter 24. The Hidden Spirit Array in the Yi family of Xiankong Mountain. There is only one foundation establishment ancestor left, Yi Jingtai, who is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment and significantly weaker compared to the other three families. However, in comparison to the Mo family, they fare much better. After all, the Mo family's spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, is severely injured. Furthermore, Yi Jingtai is nearing his 100th year, and foundation establishment cultivators typically live up to 220 years. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he can continue to safeguard the Yi family for at least another 120 years. If the Yi family can produce another foundation establishment cultivator within that time frame, their lineage will be assured. Additionally, the Yi family excels in formations and supplementary practices in alchemy, arrays, artifacts, and talismans. The art of formation is the most challenging yet powerful, while they may not boast about it externally. Even foundation establishment experts from other families dare not act recklessly within Xiankong Mountain. Thus, there is little cause for concern regarding danger here, provided they do not provoke trouble, as no one would dare to act against them easily. Brother Yi, come quickly. They even have broken spirit artifacts for sale, exclaimed Mo Xuanyu, beckoning to Mo Xuanya from a short distance away. Mo Xuanya, with a resigned expression, followed Mo Xuanyu, while Mo Xian's curiosity piqued. If broken spirit artifacts were truly available, would there be any left for them? At the stall, a wandering cultivator energetically introduced a broken artifact to Mo Xuanyu, saying, "Fellow cultivator, do not be misled by its damaged state. If one were to find an artifact refiner to restore it, it might still be usable. Even if not, the materials alone would be worth at least 100 spirit stones. However, I do not possess that many spirit stones," Mo Xuanyu replied. His brow furrowed as he seemed to be swayed. "How many spirit stones do you have? Please, do share," the wandering cultivator inquired with curiosity. 3 low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xuanyu replied earnestly. "How many?" The wandering cultivator appeared to mishear, seeking clarification. 3, Mo Xuanyu reiterated, raising 3 fingers as a gesture. The scattered cultivator momentarily stood petrified, unsure of what to say, and it took a considerable amount of time for him to regain his composure. He withdrew the magical artifact he had been fervently promoting, only to find a necklace that he had picked up from somewhere. "Meeting you is fate, thus. I will part with this black pearl necklace for merely 3 low-grade spirit stones. Do not underestimate it. This necklace is crafted from black pearls produced by the Moonshadow clam of the East Sea. Prolonged wear not only enhances one's cultivation speed, but also maintains skin hydration, preserving eternal youth. Although the previous broken artifact was of little value, it was at least worth more than 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, this black pearl necklace is merely a mundane item devoid of spiritual energy, an ideal ruse for this young girl. 3 low-grade spirit stones may be a tad insufficient. Yet having something is better than nothing, the scattered cultivator thought to himself. Humph, do you take me for a fool? If eternal youth were truly attainable, how could you sell it for just 3 low-grade spirit stones? Mo Xianyu retorted angrily. Despite her sheltered life within her clan, she had heard of the exorbitant values attributed to pills such as the beauty pill and the youth preservation pill. If any item boasted similar effects, it would certainly command a staggering price. Little girl, do not be ungrateful. After I have introduced this to you for such a long time, whether you wish to buy or not, you must purchase it, the scattered cultivator declared, his frustration boiling over as his deception was unveiled. You have quite the audacity. Attempting to force a sale upon the Mo family? Mo Xian's voice turned cold. The Mo family? Which Mo family? The scattered cultivator was taken aback. Could it be that there are 2 Mo families in this vast mountain range? Mo Xianyu retorted. I apologize, esteemed friends. I did not realize you were from the Mo family of Xianling Mountain. I beg your forgiveness for my offense. The scattered cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of panic. Although he was at the 6th level of qi refining, he felt compelled to bow his head in apology before the trio, who were only at the 2nd level. The Mo family of Xianling Mountain, though in decline, remained a formidable presence in the eyes of these scattered cultivators. Seeing that the 3 remained silent, the scattered cultivator hastily offered the black pearl necklace, pressing it into Mo Xian's hand. While the necklace was an ordinary item, its quality was commendable, and he presented it as a token of apology. The moment Mo Xianyi touched the black pearl necklace, he sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. Without revealing his thoughts, he discreetly accepted it. Very well, let this suffice for now, he concluded, leading Mo Xianyu and Mo Xianshi away as they continued to browse other stalls. The once enthusiastic Mo Xianyu now found herself devoid of interest, a sentiment echoed by Mo Xianshi. Mo Xianyu was disheartened by the earlier deception and her realization of being unable to afford anything. While Mo Xianshi lamented his lack of spirit stones, having not a single low-grade spirit stone to his name. In contrast, Mo Xianyi successfully acquired a variety of materials, all for alchemical purposes. Esteemed friend, how much for this hidden spirit array? Mo Xianyi inquired, his attention captured by a complete set of formations displayed at a stall. The hidden spirit array, a superior grade formation of the first tier, could obscure the perceptions of late-stage qi refining cultivators. Even those at the pinnacle of qi refining could remain undetected unless they specifically sought to probe the area. This array was fully prepared, requiring only systematic arrangement for deployment, making it accessible even to those unversed in formations. Mo Xianyi was particularly drawn to this formation primarily because, during his regular cultivation, he had to enter the Shanhai realm. Although his parents would not come to uncover his secrets, it would still be a source of trouble. The most significant aspect, however, was its ability to shield him from the perceptions of others. Is that you? A familiar voice resonated. And Mo Xianyi looked up to discover that the female cultivator selling the formation was none other than Yi Zixin, the granddaughter of the Yi family's ancestor, who had been rescued by the third elder outside the Zhangxian square. Ah, it's you, fellow Taoist Yi, he acknowledged. The concealment formation was a high-quality first-grade array, and since it was an auxiliary type, it was relatively affordable, priced at merely 300 spirit stones. Thanks to the timely rescue by Elder Di Zhao last time, she offered it to him for just 250 spirit stones. 250? Although it sounds harsh, it is still a reduction of 50 spirit stones. Harsh or not, it is a bargain, Mo Xianyi thought to himself as he paid the 250 spirit stones and tucked the concealment formation into his storage pouch, planning to set it up in his room upon his return. Brother Yi, are you truly that wealthy? 250 spirit stones, and you bought it without hesitation. Mo Xianyi exclaimed in surprise. Did you not know? I have been refining pills under the guidance of the third elder and have earned a bit of spirit stones through alchemy, Mo Xianyi explained. Alchemy can earn spirit stones like that? Unfortunately, I lack talent in that area. Compared to alchemy, I prefer joining the demon hunting teams to slay beasts and earn spirit stones, Mo Xianyi remarked nonchalantly. As the three of them wandered around, Mo Xianyi noticed vendors selling spirit beasts, but none of them were suitable for the Shanhai realm. So he decided to return to his residence first. He still needed to investigate the necklace he had acquired. Chapter 25. Provocation in his room. Mo Xianyi took out the necklace he had obtained that day. It was a string of black pearls, comprising a total of 48 pearls. One by one, he removed the pearls and examined them with his soul power. Only 3 of the black pearls exhibited an exceedingly faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, without meticulous soul power perception. They would be nearly undetectable. Heavenly thunder seeds, how could it be this? Upon realizing what the 3 black pearls were, a shiver ran down Mo Xianyi's spine, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Fortunately, he had been gentle in his actions and relied on soul power for perception, without activating any spiritual energy. Otherwise, if these 3 heavenly thunder seeds were to explode, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. The other members of the Mo family residing nearby would also be severely injured or worse. Who could be so unscrupulous as to disguise the heavenly thunder seeds as ordinary black pearls? Yet, it wouldn't be fair to label someone as lacking virtue. For these 3 heavenly thunder seeds had inadvertently become a boon for him, given the power of the heavenly thunder seeds. Even a cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refinement would suffer grievous injuries if not cautious. 3 of them detonating simultaneously could potentially lead to instant death. With utmost care, he stored the heavenly thunder seeds within the Shanhai realm, estimating that they would serve as a trump card for quite some time. The following day, an array of brilliant spells ascended, creating a magnificent display of fireworks in the void. The centenary birthday celebration of Yi Zhengtai, the ancestor of the Yi family from Xiansong Mountain, had officially commenced. To commemorate the venerable ancestor's birthday and to showcase the formidable strength of the Yi family, the banquet featured dishes crafted from the flesh of demonic beasts, accompanied by first-tier spirit wine, and even the fruits were of the first-tier spirit variety. The Mo family, being a foundational lineage and enjoying a close relationship with the Yi family, naturally received exceptional treatment, being seated at the forefront alongside representatives from 3 other foundational families. For Mo Deshuo and the 3 members of the Wen family, the food was of little significance. Consuming it would not enhance their cultivation. However, for the 3 novices in the qi refinement stage, namely Mo Xuanya, the experience was entirely different. Mo Xuanya, possessing the ability to concoct elixirs, found the food enjoyable, yet its effects paled in comparison to those of his potions. In contrast, Mo Xianshi and Mo Xuanyu were not so fortunate, particularly Mo Xianshi, with both parents being commoners. He relied on the monthly allocation of a low-grade spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice from the clan for sustenance. Thus, the rare opportunity to indulge in such an abundance of spiritual food was not to be missed. He devoured heartily, and as a body cultivator, his appetite was considerable. A substantial portion of the banquet's offerings found its way into his stomach. At that moment, a mocking voice reached the ears of the group. Tuanuan turned to see that the speaker was a junior from the Lin family, seated at the adjacent table, who had reached the third level of qi refinement. The Lin family, renowned for their alchemical prowess, while not the most powerful among the 5 great families, was certainly the wealthiest. Naturally, they looked down upon Mo Xuanzhi's behavior, especially given the strained relations between the Lin and Mo families. Mo Xuanzhi's expression darkened. After all, Mo Xuanzhi was to be her future partner. The scorn directed at him was not only an affront to his dignity, but also a slight against the Mo family's honor. Yet, as a junior, it would be beneath her to retaliate directly. How I choose to eat is my own affair. Is this banquet hosted by your family, that you presume to interfere so? The Yi family has not objected. What right have you to speak? Mo Xuanzhi retorted without hesitation. The Lin Jr. was momentarily rendered speechless by the rebuttal. The elder leading the Lin family could no longer contain himself and sharply remarked, "Is it customary for your Mo family's juniors to behave so rudely?" "What do you mean by that, friend Xingfeng? My Mo disciples have always upheld decorum. I am quite curious about your words. Could it be that this junior from the Lin family is a product of a union between the Lin and Yi families? Or is he perhaps a scion of the Yi lineage?" Upon finishing, Mo Dishua feigned concern and added in a lowered voice, "Friend Xingfeng, you might want to investigate this matter thoroughly, lest you inadvertently nurture disciples for another clan." All present were cultivators, keenly perceptive. Although Mo Dishua had intentionally lowered his voice, none could fail to hear his words. "Brat, do you dare to face me in combat?" The Lin Jr., unable to bear the humiliation any longer, rose abruptly, his gaze sharp and challenging as he pointed his finger at Mo Xuanzhi. Lin Xingfeng remained seated, his expression placid, seemingly endorsing the junior's actions. Or perhaps the challenge was precisely his design. At the moment of rising tension and indignation, the head of the Yi family, Yi Yuqing, rose with a hearty laugh and declared in a resonant voice, "Today marks the grand birthday celebration of our esteemed ancestor. I was just lamenting the lack of entertainment. But since you all have shown such interest, why not let the Yi family take the lead? We shall set up 3 arenas for the initial, mid, and late stages of qi refinement. The victor shall be awarded a set of top-tier formation arrays. What say you?" It had been a long time since the 5 prominent families had gathered in such a lively manner, and since the head of the Yi family proposed this, the Yin family would naturally not decline. Yin Hongda, the elder of the Yin family, readily concurred. "The Xiao family also agrees," added Xiao Qinian, the elder of the Xiao family, with a nod. The Lin family, having initiated the challenge, could hardly refuse. As for the Mo family, they had anticipated such an event and certainly would not shy away. To do so would only invite further disdain from the other families. The first contest was to be held among the younger generation at the initial stage of qi refinement. Lin Songqing, who had just issued the provocation, leapt onto the arena, brandishing his sword at Mo Xuanzhi. "You from the Mo family, come forth for a duel." Lin Songqing was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, a rank above Mo Xuanzhi. Mo Xuanzhi immediately placed a hand on his shoulder. "Xuanzhi, allow me." Yet, Mo Xuanzhi shook his head. "No need, brother Xuanzhi. I shall handle this myself." With that, he stepped forward onto the arena and summoned his earth-shatter lizard from his storage pouch, which had also reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. 2 at the 2nd level against 1 at the 3rd level still held a fighting chance. However, the Mo family excelled in beast taming, and the Lin family surely had their own means. "Humph, merely an ugly lizard. Only a waste like you would raise such a creature," Lin Songqing scoffed. Upon hearing this, even Mo Dish's expression turned grim. Mo Xuanzhi wasted no words. He concentrated the power of earth and stone in his fists and struck towards Lin Songqing. The earth-shatter lizard opened its maw wide and lunged at him. Though Lin Songqing was arrogant, his cultivation was no mere facade, and with a magical artifact in hand, he summoned 2 fireballs to block the attacks from Mo Xuanzhi and the lizard. Subsequently, he wielded his flying sword and thrust it towards Mo Xuanzhi. As the flying sword approached, Mo Xuanzhi raised a fist to meet it head-on. A resounding crash echoed as he staggered back several paces, blood dripping steadily from his right fist. Although he was a body cultivator, he had yet to reach the point where he could wholly disregard low-tier magical artifacts, especially when his opponent held a higher rank. Lin Songqing sneered inwardly as he prepared to launch another attack with the flying sword. The earth-shatter lizard suddenly emerged from the ground, catching him off guard. Lin Songqing had focused solely on Mo Xuanzhi, unaware of when the lizard had burrowed beneath. Reluctantly, Lin Songqing abandoned his assault on Mo Xuanzhi, employing a lightness technique to retreat while simultaneously gesturing to summon back his flying sword. However, thinking he could attack and then escape so easily was naive. With a cold grunt, Mo Xianxue disregarded the injury to his right fist and propelled himself towards Lin Songqing like a cannonball. Rock fist. The fist in his hand swelled to an immense size, resembling a colossal boulder, hurtling towards Lin Songqing. With one hand grasping his flying sword, Lin Songqing retaliated with a strike of his own. The sword shimmered with a crimson glow, emanating waves of searing heat as it was unleashed. The Mo Xian stone was sent flying by the force of his blow. Yet Lin Songqing fared little better. Although his strike had the upper hand, the earth-splitting lizard beside him lashed its tail at his waist, propelling him away. Both combatants fell to the ground almost simultaneously, unable to rise. Mo Wenchuang swiftly appeared beside Mo Xian stone, retrieving a pill from her storage bag and administering it to him. Not bad. You managed to contend with a third-level Qi refinement practitioner while being only at the second level. You are indeed someone I have my eye on. It was unclear whether Mo Wenchuang was praising Mo Xian stone or herself for her discernment. At that moment, a third-level Qi refinement practitioner from the Xiao family ascended the arena, clasping his hands towards the Yi family's side. I am Xiao Qingyu from the Xiao family. I seek your guidance. In response, a third-level Qi refinement practitioner from the Yi family quickly leaped onto the stage. The ensuing battle showcased a one-sided affair, not due to the weakness of the Yi family's practitioner, but rather the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Qingyu. Aside from occasional spell attacks, he relied solely on talismans for his offensive maneuvers. Over the course of the fight, he utilized 10 low-grade, first-level talismans. Mo Xuanye couldn't help but question the purpose of this individual's participation, with such a reliance on talismans. Even if he secured first place among the early Qi refinement practitioners, what good would it do him? The cost of the talismans would likely not be recouped. Yi Yuqing, the head of the Yi family, looked rather grim as he witnessed his kin's dismal defeat. Qin Yan, your disciple is quite extravagant, deploying so many talismans without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Qin Yan laughed heartily. Qingyu is just like that. He takes pride in his talent for talisman crafting and prefers to use his own creations in battle. Do not take it to heart, my friend. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuqing's expression tightened. He had not anticipated that the talismans used by Xiao Qingyu were all his own designs. With this revelation, he could hardly contest the defeat of his disciple. It seems there are no opponents among the early Qi refinement practitioners of my Yi family, he conceded, acknowledging their loss. The Lin family's junior, also a third-level Qi refinement practitioner, had been vanquished by Mo Xian stone, leading him to straightforwardly concede as well. Is there anyone from the Mo family willing to offer their guidance? Xiao Qingyu arrogantly challenged Mo Xuanye and Mo Xuanyu. Before the Mo family could respond, Lin Chengfeng interjected. What more can the Mo family provide? The Xian generation lacks even a single third-level Qi refinement practitioner. They should concede without delay. Mo Dixuan, overhearing this, wore a troubled expression and quietly inquired of Mo Xuanye. Xuanye, do you have confidence? Mo Xuanye nodded subtly, then lightly stepped forward and leaped onto the arena. I am Mo Xuanye from the Mo family. I seek your guidance, he announced. You do possess some audacity to come forward, but I will show no mercy. Xiao Qingyu replied coldly. As his words fell, he formed a hand seal, sending a fireball hurtling towards Mo Xuanye. Upon witnessing this, Mo Xuanye unleashed a fireball technique of his own. Although its size mirrored that of his opponent's, its speed exceeded it by more than double. The two fireballs collided midair, resulting in Xiao Qingyu's fireball being obliterated, dispersing into a shower of sparks, while Mo Xuanye's fireball surged forward relentlessly, continuing its advance toward the individual. What? A perfected fireball technique? The man exclaimed in surprise, hastily conjuring a wooden shield talisman just as the fireball was about to strike, transforming it into a wooden barrier to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the fireball collided with the wooden shield, shattering both. Before the man could even relax, Mo Xuanye swiftly launched another two fireballs in his direction. Xiao Qingyu, unwilling to show any hesitation, immediately produced two talismans that transformed into icy spikes, colliding with the fireballs and shattering them in midair. However, just as he believed he had successfully defended against Mo Xuanye's fireballs, a sudden pain pierced his neck. Turning his head, he discovered a white-winged spirit bee had appeared behind him, its stinger embedded in his neck. The toxin coursed through his body, slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xuanye closed in and delivered a powerful punch to the man's chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. Xiao Qinian caught Xiao Qingyu as he fell from the platform and remarked coldly, Friend Dishu, I never anticipated that the Mo family harbored such a prodigy. To think that one at merely the second level of Qi refinement could master the fireball technique to perfection. Ha ha ha, Xuanye indeed possesses remarkable talent in the art of spells. Alas, he is burdened with a 5-element root. Otherwise, the entire Mo family would dedicate their resources to cultivating him into a foundation establishment cultivator. Mo Dishu said with hearty laughter. In truth, He was unaware that Mo Xuanya had attained mastery in the fireball technique. He merely speculated that having previously earned a sum from the ice-armored crocodile, the young man must possess some skills that warranted his presence. As for the deliberate mention of Mo Xuanya's 5-element root talent, it was intended to mitigate the hostility from other families towards him. Indeed, upon hearing that Mo Xuanya was merely a 5-element root, the previously tense expressions of both Shao Qingyuan from the Shao family and the representatives of other families eased considerably. With Shao Qingyu's defeat, the Shao family refrained from sending another participant onto the stage, leaving only the Yin family remaining. Simultaneously, the Yin family was the mightiest among the 5 great families. A robust youth stepped forth from the Yin family and leaped onto the stage. "I am Yin Liting from the Yin family. Please enlighten me," he declared, as a crimson long blade materialized in his grasp, revealing itself to be a mid-grade first-tier fire attribute magical artifact. Although one in the early stages of Qi refinement could wield a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact, it required corresponding soul power to unleash its full potential. Otherwise, even holding such a weapon would yield lesser efficacy than a low-grade first-tier artifact. Chapter 27. Victory in Battle. Understanding that Mo Xuanya had mastered the perfected fireball technique, Yin Liting introduced himself before decisively launching an attack, swinging his long blade towards Mo Xuanya. In response, Mo Xuanya shot forth a fireball to counter while simultaneously employing a lightness technique, swiftly retreating to create distance between himself and his opponent. Upon witnessing the individual being obstructed by the fireball technique, the distance between them was once again extended. Before Mo Xuanya could even relax slightly, he observed this person casually fling forth a streak of red light, hurtling towards him with a terrifying velocity. Mo Xuanya dared not take any chances and immediately summoned the turtle shell shield bestowed upon him by Mo Xuanyuan, positioning it in front of himself. With a resounding crash, the red light collided with the turtle shell shield, and Mo Xuanya felt an immense force surge towards him. Fortunately, the shield held firm. At that moment, he also discerned the true nature of the red light. It was a fiery red nail-like magical artifact, also of the first-tier, mid-grade variety. Yin Liting was astonishingly capable of wielding 2 first-tier, mid-grade artifacts simultaneously, indicating that this individual's soul power was formidable, either innately strong or honed through rigorous soul cultivation techniques. However, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, even the mightiest soul power has its limits. He possessed no 3rd first-tier, mid-grade artifact in hand, and even if he did, he lacked the capacity to manipulate it. With a swift gesture, Mo Xuanya summoned 100 white jade spiritual bees that surged towards the individual on the arena. Meanwhile, he did not remain idle. He continuously unleashed a barrage of fireballs. These fireballs were no trifling matter, compelling the individual to respond with all his might. Faced with the dual pressure of the fireballs and the white jade spiritual bees, the individual soon revealed a flaw, resulting in a fireball sending him sprawling from the arena. "Well done." Mod Shua couldn't help but exclaim, astonished that the battle at the initial stage of Qi refinement had culminated in a victory for the Mo clan. Initially, it seemed that the Mo family's 3rd generation lacked any disciples at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, leading to fears of embarrassment. However, Mo Xuanya proved to be remarkably capable. Surrounding spectators attending the birthday celebration of the Yi family's ancestor engaged in fervent discussions. Was it not said that the Mo clan was in decline? How could it be that, in this bout among the 3rd generation, a mere 2nd-level Qi refinement junior from the Mo clan continuously triumphed over the 3rd-level practitioners from the Shao and Yin clans? Rumors may not always hold water. The Mo clan had stood firm in the vast mountain ranges for centuries, boasting profound heritage, although currently their clan possessed only a single foundational-level spirit beast. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and it is quite reasonable that they could cultivate such a disciple. Alas, this individual bore 5 spiritual roots, and crossing the bottleneck of the 3rd level of Qi refinement would prove to be quite the challenge. Regardless of others' opinions, Mo Xuanya's victory in the initial stage battle significantly bolstered the Mo clan's reputation. Next was the arena for the mid-stage Qi refinement. Following the Mo clan's triumph in the previous bout, the Lin, Yin, and Shao clans swiftly turned their collective attention towards the Mo clan. Mo Wenji and Mo Wenxian, both practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement, possessed commendable strength, but they ultimately succumbed to the combined efforts of the 3 prominent families. However, to everyone's astonishment, the last individual standing was not from any of the 3 clans, but rather Yi Xian from the Yi family, the granddaughter of the Yi family's ancestor, Yi Zhongtai, and the daughter of the clan leader, Yi Yucheng. This young lady was also at the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet she appeared to be on the brink of a breakthrough. Coupled with the support of her foundational level grandfather, She was well equipped with both techniques and treasures, making her victory in this contest entirely plausible. The final battle among practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement was considerably more intense. The Yin family, the Shao family, and the Lin family originally aimed to bring shame upon the Yi family and the Mo family during the competition. However, to their astonishment, the first 2 rounds of the arena resulted in victories for the 2 families. Thus, in this third round, any missteps were simply unacceptable. Ultimately, Yin Fanhai from the Yin family triumphed over all opponents and stood victorious. As for the others, Mo Xuanya was unaware of their circumstances. Yet he recognized that Mo Wenxiang had not exerted her full strength. She had not summoned her spirit beast to assist her in battle. The ice-armored crocodile was a recent acquisition, perhaps not yet battle-ready, but she must have previously nurtured other spirit beasts. The absence of their involvement could only imply one thing. She was concealing her true capabilities. The Mo family had already garnered a semblance of reputation through Mo Xuanya. Thus, there was no necessity for Mo Wenxiang to further showcase her prowess. In light of the Mo family's current strength, excessive prominence was not necessarily advantageous. The Yi family presented 3 sets of first-tier high-grade formations, 1 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for spirit gathering. Being the weakest in cultivation, Mo Xuanya was naturally the last to make a selection, reluctantly acquiring the least valuable, a first-tier high-grade spirit gathering formation, which held little utility for him. He had always practiced using the first-tier supreme spirit veins within the mountain and sea realm. Thus, the spirit gathering formation was of little significance. Nevertheless, its placement within his home could potentially expedite his parents' cultivation. Following the banquet, the esteemed ancestor Yi Zhengtai delivered a discourse. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, though he could not impart substantial knowledge to outsiders, many loose cultivators still derived considerable benefits from his teachings. After the lecture concluded, the birthday celebration came to an end, and Mo Dishua summoned the black feather eagle, leading everyone away from Xuansong Mountain. Just as the black feather eagle departed from the Yi family's influence, Mo Dishua abruptly rose from his meditative position, his expression grave as he gazed towards a distant mountain peak. Mo Xuanya turned to look, but discerned nothing amiss. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed through the air. "Ah, you are quite perceptive. We have concealed ourselves so well, and yet you have uncovered us." With those words, 2 figures clad in black robes emerged from the dense forest, soaring towards the Mo family on flying artifacts. 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. "They indeed hold my family in high regard," Mo Dishua remarked gravely, simultaneously directing the black feather eagle to descend into the surrounding thicket. "Wenji Wenxin, you 2 protect Xuanya and the others as they retreat. Mo Wenxiang and I will confront them." The 2 black-robed cultivators swiftly approached, engaging in combat with Mo Dishua and Mo Wenxiang. At this juncture, Mo Wenxiang summoned her spirit beast, a rain butterfly at the 9th level of Qi refinement, to join her in battling one of the black-robed assailants. Mo Wenji and his companion had initially intended to escort Mo Xuanya and the others to safety, but they were caught off guard by the presence of other black-robed figures in the forest, one of whom was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In a swift strike, this individual killed Mo Wenji's spirit beast, the ground-split lizard, causing Mo Wenji to sustain severe injuries from the backlash. Observing this, Mo Dishua immediately dispatched his spirit beast, the black feather eagle, to assist in fending off the attacks, ensuring that Mo Xuanya and the others were not swiftly annihilated. Yet, despite this intervention, their situation remained precarious, with the possibility of total annihilation looming ever closer. At this moment, Mo Xianyi faced a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement and another at the 3rd level, both clad in black robes. Relying on his turtle shell shield and his formidable spiritual power, he was able to defend himself against their assaults. However, his companions, Mo Xianyu and Mo Xianshi, were not so fortunate. Mo Xianyu lacked substantial combat experience, while Mo Xianshi was still gravely injured. They were on the verge of succumbing to the relentless attacks. Chapter 28. The Thunder Child displays power. Mo Xianyi understood that despite the intensity of their skirmish, the outcome of the battle would ultimately hinge on the situation with Mo Dishua and his group. In his possession was the Thunder Child, a force potent enough to threaten even a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator. Yet, the battlefield where Mo Dishua fought was too distant. By the time the Thunder Child reached them, it would likely be evaded, rendering it ineffective. Wait, perhaps there is a way. An idea suddenly ignited in Mo Xianyi's mind as he summoned a swarm of white jade spirit bees. Although these bees possessed strength only at the 1st to 2nd levels of Qi refinement, their sheer numbers instilled fear in the black-robed cultivators opposite them, causing them to retreat. This diversion also provided a timely rescue for Mo Xianshi and Mo Xianyu. The stingers of the white jade spirit bees shot forth like a rain of arrows towards the black-robed cultivators. With a single strike, 3 initial-stage black-robed cultivators were struck, while the 4th-level cultivator managed to block the attack with a talisman, though not without sustaining some discomfort. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the black-robed cultivator engaged with Mo Wenji, who raised a hand to unleash a fire cloud talisman. Fiery clouds erupted in the sky, flames roaring within, and with a single blow, Mo Xianye's white jade spirit bees suffered heavy casualties, with only a few dozen managing to evade in time. Mo Xianyi remained unfazed. As long as the queen bee within the mountain sea realm was present, these worker bees could be replenished at any moment. What truly concerned him was that one of the white jade spirit bees, while the others attacked, carried a black orb and flew towards the battlefield of Mod Shuo and his team. The bee's swift speed and ability to conceal its presence meant it went unnoticed. The battle on their side caught the attention of the 2 black-robed cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. One of them erupted in fury, while the other remained indifferent. We cannot delay any longer. Quickly deal with Mo Wenshuang, and then join me in eliminating Mod Shuo. After all, we are near the territory of the Yi family. If we draw their attention, this operation will be in jeopardy, one black-robed figure warned the other. Understood, the other replied. And then their attacks grew increasingly fierce. Mo Wenshuang, being only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, despite possessing commendable combat talent and the assistance of the rain butterfly, found herself struggling more than ever. As the opponent escalated their assault, the situation for Mo Wenshuang rapidly deteriorated. The black-robed cultivator wielded a top-tier magic sword and struck towards the rain butterfly. Caught off guard, the rain butterfly desperately flapped its wings, conjuring countless tiny droplets that shot forth like sharp blades in an attempt to counter the cultivator's strike. Yet, given the disparity in cultivation and the superior might of the top-tier artifact in hand, the black-robed cultivator's power was formidable indeed. The rain butterfly's arrow storm merely diminished the power of the sword, yet it could not entirely obstruct its trajectory. The sword's radiance pierced through the right wing of the rain butterfly, leaving a gaping wound. Gravely injured, the rain butterfly found herself pursued by the black-robed cultivator, who sought to eliminate her completely. However, she saw Mo Wenshuang weaving a spell, summoning a colossal ice python that lunged towards him. Reluctantly, he was compelled to counter Mo Wenshuang's attack, allowing the rain butterfly to take advantage of the moment and escape to her side. Observing the rain butterfly's grievous state, Mo Wenshuang felt an intense fury welling within her. The black-robed cultivator had just dispelled the ice python's spell when, without warning, a deafening explosion resonated from a nearby battlefield, accompanied by violent tremors of the earth. The black-robed cultivator turned to glance at the battlefield of Mod Shuo, where he witnessed another black-robed figure being hurled from the epicenter of the explosion, drenched in blood and in a pitiful condition. Moments earlier, this individual had clashed fiercely with Mod Shuo, only to find himself retreating, sensing a white-winged spirit bee darting towards him with alarming speed. Dismissing the mere 2nd-level refining spirit bee, he casually swung his sword. The blade struck true, yet what transpired next left him utterly horrified. The white-winged spirit bee detonated. Or more accurately, the thunderous energy it bore erupted under the force of his strike. The terrifying explosion obliterated the hastily conjured defenses he had put up, striking him directly. Were it not for the superior defensive artifact he wore, he might have been killed instantly. What a venomous attack! The black-robed cultivator gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Shall we continue this battle? Mod Shuo coldly inquired, aware that further engagement would only lead to their own detriment. The black-robed cultivator promptly commanded, retreat. Seeing that Mod Shuo refrained from attacking, Mo Xianyi and the others also halted, allowing the black-robed figures to withdraw without interference. The black-robed cultivator engaged with Mo Wenshuang recognized the futility of the situation. He abandoned the fight, summoning a flying artifact beneath his feet and speeding away. Separate from the others, Elder, Mo Wenshuang called out. Mod Shuo waved a hand, instructing, do not pursue the retreating foe. Let us board the Black Feather Eagle and return to our clan. With that, they all mounted the Black Feather Eagle and soared towards Xianling Mountain. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. No one dared to question why the Elder allowed the black-robed figures to escape. Their identities had long been revealed amidst the conflict, especially since they had recently witnessed these same black-robed figures participating in a duel at the ancestral birthday celebration of the Yi family. Moreover, during the explosion, the black-robed cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining had his robe torn apart, revealing the garb exclusive to the Lin family cultivators. Here, each of you take one for recovery, Mo Xianyi said, retrieving 3 vibrant peaches from his storage bag, distributing one to Mo Xianyu and Mo Xianshur, while keeping one for himself. deeming the peaches too low in grade to be of use to the others. You possess quite a treasure with those vibrant peaches. Where did you acquire the thunderous energy? How did you come into possession of such items? Mo di Shua inquired with curiosity. Tian Lei Zi was a stroke of fortune. Acquired at a stall belonging to a wandering cultivator from the Yi family. Hidden within a string of black pearl necklaces, it was overlooked by the seller, allowing me to seize this rare find. Alas, there was only one Tian Lei Zi. How splendid it would have been had the entire necklace been composed of such treasures. Sighed Mo Xianyi. Well, you lad, having secured a single Tian Lei Zi is already a stroke of great luck. What more do you desire? Were it not for your Tian Lei Zi today, many of us might have met our end, lamented Mo di Shua, his expression one of resignation. You are all aware of the identities of the group of individuals in black robes. Aside from the one who battled with Wen Shuang, who belongs to the Yin family. The rest are from the Lin family of Dantian Valley. Their intentions toward our Mo family are abundantly clear, yet our current strength is still lacking. Although Senior Qi Yin is at the foundation establishment stage, we must not act recklessly. In future encounters with these families, make certain to leave no survivors if possible, otherwise. Avoid unnecessary conflicts. Chapter 29. Attack at the mine. Upon returning to Xianling Mountain, Mo di Shua hurried directly to the family hall to confer with the clan leader. Mo di Jing. What they discussed remains unknown, but the defenses of Xianling Mountain have become increasingly formidable. This had no bearing on Mo Xianyi, who was merely a second-layer qi refining cultivator. Even during a potential outbreak of war between families, the conflict would not involve him. Moreover, although the Lin family had sustained some losses, it was far from a complete rupture with the Mo family. Upon returning home, Mo Xianyi found his parents absent. He promptly retrieved the first-tier superior-grade spirit gathering array he had acquired and, following the array diagram, positioned the array flags and materials around the small courtyard. He then buried 5 inferior-grade spirit stones. As the last spirit stone was buried, the spirit gathering array was activated, and the spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 meters around the courtyard surged forth as if awakened, flowing like a gentle stream toward the courtyard. With closed eyes, Mo Xianyi sensed the concentration of spiritual energy within the courtyard, which had increased by at least threefold, now comparable to that of a first-tier superior-grade spiritual vein. In the realm of Xianling Mountain, this was quite remarkable, considering that the mountain itself was merely a second-tier inferior-grade spiritual vein. Previously, the concentration of spiritual energy in their home was akin to that of a first-tier mid-grade spiritual vein. With the enhancement of the spirit gathering array, their cultivation environment had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Son, what has happened? Why is our spiritual energy so abundant? Just as Mo Xianyi was attuning to the changes in spiritual energy, his parents, Mo Wenyin and Mo Wenlian, sensing the transformation at home, quickened their pace to return to the small courtyard. Upon seeing Mo Xianyi in the courtyard, they immediately discerned that the commotion was the result of their son's handiwork. Father, mother, I acquired a first-tier superior-grade spirit gathering array from the Yi family, and I've set it up in the courtyard, which will significantly enhance your cultivation speed. Mo Xianyi explained with a smile. He then recounted the events of his visit to the Yi family, omitting any mention of the ambush by the Lin family, as informing them would serve no purpose and only instill unnecessary fear. My son is indeed extraordinary, capable of defeating a third-layer qi refining cultivator at only the second layer. Of course, just look at who he was born to. He stood at Haiyan Mountain, where the Mo family operated a mine rich in black iron. The black iron ore possesses a low rank, merely classified as a low-grade mineral, primarily utilized in the forging of low-grade artifacts. Occasionally, it may serve as an auxiliary material in the crafting of mid-grade or high-grade artifacts. The Mo family has occupied this black iron mine for several decades, and the resources have been nearly exhausted. Within a few years, it will be completely depleted, transforming into an abandoned site. Throughout all these years, the black iron mine has remained uneventful. The powerful disregarded such low-tier mines, while the weaker ones dared not offend the Mo family. However, today a group of unwelcome guests has arrived at the black iron mine. What is your intention, esteemed friends? This is the Mo family's mining site at Xianling Mountain. May I inquire as to why you have surrounded our mine? Mo Dijong, the guardian of the mine, spoke coldly. Given the small size of the mine, aside from Mo Dijong, only 2 clan members of the one-character generation were present. Mo Dijong's cultivation was at the 7th level of qi refining, while the other 2 were at the 5th level. Upon sensing the approach of foes, Mo Dijong had already activated the formation to protect the mine. From today forth, this mine shall no longer bear the Mo name, declared one of the black-clad cultivators coldly. Act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Spare no one in the slaughter of this mine. As the words echoed, 7 black-robed figures launched their assault, targeting the protective formation of the mine. With their attacks, the formation began to tremble precariously. The formation was merely a superior defensive array of the first tier, capable of withstanding assaults from late-stage chi refining cultivators. Yet among the 7, 3 were at the late stage, and 4 at the mid-stage of chi refining. And their combined onslaught would likely breach the formation in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Uncle Zhang, what shall we do now? Mo Wenru asked nervously, her gaze fixed on the black-robed cultivators outside the formation. Mo Dijon's expression was not much better. I have already sent a message to the family, but I fear we won't hold out until they arrive. The enemy comes prepared. The formation cannot withstand them. Once it is breached, I will think of a way to hold them back. You two should escape as soon as possible. But what about the mortals here? They are also members of the Mo family, Mo Wenru said anxiously, glancing at the frightened mortals huddled together. Currently, we cannot ensure our own safety for them. It is a matter of fate, Mo Dijon replied helplessly. Uncle Zhang, when the formation is breached, please escape with us, Mo Wenru urged. No, if no one obstructs them. None of us will escape, Mo Dijon firmly refused. If there were a chance to flee, he would not abandon the opportunity. However, facing 3 late-stage chi refining opponents of equal strength, the adversaries would not afford him a chance to escape. Rather, Mo Wenru might have a slim chance of survival if he fought valiantly to delay the enemy. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as the protective formation shattered under the assault of the 7 black-robed cultivators, leaving the entire mine exposed before them. Run! Mo Dijon shouted at Mo Wenru and Mo Wenru. At the same time, he unleashed a barrage of sword lights from his long sword, disregarding his own spiritual energy consumption in a desperate attempt to mount a powerful defense. The golden-scaled ferret, summoned long ago, flickered and dashed towards the black-robed cultivators with remarkable swiftness. This diminutive creature, adorned with delicate golden scales, boasted not only an impressive speed, but also formidable defenses. The group of black-robed cultivators was caught off guard by Mo Dijon's audacious approach, particularly the 3 in the mid-stage of chi refinement, who displayed a hint of panic. Mo Wenru pulled Mo Wenru and summoned a flying artifact, hastily fleeing into the distance. The commoners in the mine were filled with terror as they witnessed their esteemed cultivators fleeing for their lives. A few brave souls ventured out of the mine, seeking refuge, while many, unfortunately, met their demise in the chaos of the battle, with only a fortunate few managing to escape the mine's confines. After a moment of initial confusion, the black-robed cultivators regained their composure. One of the late-stage chi refinement practitioners, accompanied by 2 in the mid-stage, pursued the fleeing Mo Wenru and Mo Wenru, while the remainder focused their attacks on Mo Dijon. Observing the retreating figures of the 3 black-robed individuals, Mo Dijon wore a resigned expression. He had done all he could to buy them time, and whether they could escape unscathed was now in their hands. Chapter 30. Family Council at Xianling Mountain. Within the grand hall of the family, a gathering of elders and clan members of late-stage chi refinement and above convened, each wearing a grave expression. According to the rules of the Mo family, those who reached the pinnacle of chi refinement could become elders, while those in the late stage were permitted to participate in the family council. Presently, there were 9 elders in the Mo family. Except for the ones not on the mountain, all had arrived, including the 9th elder, Mo Dian, who oversees the scripture repository. Everyone listened intently as a pale-faced cultivator recounted the events that transpired at the Black Rock iron mine. It was as follows. Had it not been for Uncle Zhang's desperate intervention, neither I nor Wenru would have escaped the mine, as black-robed cultivators pursued us. We separated in our flight. Alas, she may have already. Mo Wenru spoke with a sorrowful countenance. This incident undoubtedly involves the Lin family. Do they truly believe we are afraid of them? If it comes to it, we shall fight. If the Mo family suffers, the Lin family shall not fare any better. The fiery-tempered 4th elder, Mo Dihua, slammed his hand on the table, exuding an air of impending confrontation with the Lin family. Silence, until we ascertain the facts. Refrain from shouting recklessly, admonished the 1st elder, Mo Dihua. What is there to investigate? They have wronged you, and surely they seek revenge. Who else could it be? Mo Dihua retorted vehemently. And what do you propose regarding the Lin family? To wage a war to the death? Risking the entirety of the Mo family? You fear for your life. But what of our clan members? What of the 76 on Xianling Mountain? And the countless mortals below? Mo Daijing, equally incensed, rose and glared at Mo Dihua. Though Mo Dihua was a formidable warrior among the elders, fiercely loyal to the clan, his fiery temperament often led him to act rashly. And despite nearing 70, he retained the impulsiveness of youth. Upon witnessing the patriarch's wrath, Mo Dihua immediately fell silent, obediently taking his seat. within the entire clan. Only the patriarch possessed the authority to subdue him. Observing Mo Dihua's sudden quietude, Mo Daijing turned to the Grand Elder, Mo Dishaw. Grand Elder, you were the one who went to render assistance. Please recount what you witnessed. Mo Dishaw nodded slowly before he began to speak. By the time I arrived, the figure in the black robe had already departed. Dijong had perished in battle, and the 308 commoners in the mine were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving no survivors. The enemy left behind not a shred of evidence. The caverns of the Black Rock mine have been obliterated, and should we wish to resume mining, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort. He paused momentarily before continuing. The Black Rock mine was already nearing depletion. Now that it has been destroyed, let it remain so. There is no necessity for its revival. After a brief silence, Mo Daijing addressed all present. I understand your thoughts and recognize that many of you suspect the Lin family is responsible. However, I must assert that regardless of whether this incident was orchestrated by the Lin family, we shall cease discussions here until our clan births a new foundational powerhouse. The Mo family currently lacks the capability to confront the Lin family. All of you must return and diligently cultivate your strength. Only by enhancing your own power will others think twice before provoking the Mo family. Furthermore, relay a message to the heads of resources across our clan. Exercise caution and be prepared to retreat promptly should any danger arise. Preserving our lives is paramount. Yes, Patriarch. The assembly responded, their expressions somber as they exited the chamber. On that day, a simple funeral was held on Xianling Mountain for Mo Dihua and Mo Wenru. Mo Dihua had a body to mourn, while Mo Wenru had been reduced to ashes, with only a grave marking her place. Mo Xuanya quietly followed his parents, gaining a deeper understanding of the brutal realities of the cultivation world. The genesis of this incident stemmed from the Lin family's ambush on their group returning from the Yi family. Severely wounded by the Tuanuan, Mo Dishua had spared their lives, intending to avoid exacerbating the conflict into a full-scale slaughter between the two clans. Yet, the Lin family responded with relentless vindictiveness, retaliating against the Mo family's mine and sparing not even the commoners. Mo Xuanya felt a burning desire to have used the remaining two Tuanuan to obliterate the Lin family's grand elder and leave none of them standing. Strength, indeed, was paramount. If the Mo family were powerful enough, there would be no need for such fear and trepidation. In the Shanghai realm, Mo Xuanya manipulated his innate spiritual fire to refine the gathering spirit grass. Compared to the temperatures of ordinary fire control techniques, the heat of his innate spiritual fire was exponentially greater, significantly enhancing both the speed and efficacy of his alchemical endeavors. Once the gathering spirit grass was purified of impurities, he proceeded to refine the Qinglan grass and the Tiangxianzi one by one. When all three spiritual herbs were completely refined, he deftly altered his hand seals, simultaneously controlling the flames to draw the three concoctions together for merging. Throughout this process, Mo Xuanya's soul energy enveloped the mixtures, allowing him to perceive any issues that arose during their amalgamation. Following the fusion of the herbal essences, the next phase was condensation into elixirs. Mo Xuanya was well-versed in the series of operations, having performed them countless times, ensuring no errors would occur. He opened the jade vial and collected all the qi-inducing pills from the fire crow furnace into it. With 8 elixirs successfully refined, the success rate bore little difference from his previous attempts at creating qi-attracting pills. However, the quality of the pills exhibited a remarkable enhancement. Among them were 1 top-grade qi-attracting pill, 3 superior-grade, and 4 medium-grade, with not a single inferior-grade pill in sight. Mu Xuanya lifted the top-grade qi-attracting pill and swallowed it whole. Once the pill entered his abdomen, it was swiftly transformed into pure spiritual energy. Observing this, Mu Xuanya promptly activated the 5 elements qi refining method to refine the energy, guiding it through a complete cycle within his Dantian before assimilating it. The effect of a single qi-attracting pill was equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation for Mu Xuanya. Wealth, partners, techniques, and land. No wonder wealth held the foremost position. With an abundance of resources, even a pig could soar to the skies. Nevertheless, despite the merits of the elixirs, the presence of pill toxicity remained a concern. Top-grade pills contained minimal toxicity, allowing for natural expulsion from the body if consumed with adequate intervals. Inferior-grade pills, however, posed a greater challenge, as the body's natural detoxification process was sluggish, often necessitating active effort to eliminate the toxicity. Otherwise, excessive accumulation of pill toxins could impede cultivation speed and compromise the purity of spiritual power, hindering breakthroughs in one's realm. This was particularly crucial when attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, where pure spiritual energy was paramount. Chapter 31. guarding the Xianling Pavilion, Mu Xuanya had either overestimated his own aptitude or underestimated the nine-spirit body. It took him a full 3 years to ascend to the third layer of qi refinement, which translated to 6 years in the realm of Shanghai. This was achieved with the aid of numerous top-grade qi-attracting pills, colorful peaches, spiritual honey, and the spiritual energy nourishment from the 5-colored peacock and the white jade spirit queen bee. In contrast, the 5-colored peacock and the white jade spirit queen bee, nourished by spirit-nourishing pills and other resources, had reached the peak of the third layer of qi refinement within 3 years, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. With a thought, Mu Xuanya extracted a portion of royal jelly from the hive atop the largest colorful peach tree and presented it to the 5-colored peacock. The peacock, well aware of the royal jelly's value, had previously only been given spiritual honey. Upon consuming the royal jelly in one gulp, it immediately felt a surge of immense spiritual energy erupting within its body. Not daring to be complacent, it devoted itself entirely to refining the spiritual power contained within the jelly. The royal jelly was particularly effective in assisting breakthroughs, making it ideal for the 5-colored peacock to advance to the 4th layer of qi refinement. As for the white jade spirit queen bee, without any prompting from Mu Xuanya, it instinctively consumed the royal jelly to facilitate its own breakthrough. Once the white jade spirit queen bee achieved its breakthrough, 1,000 of its subordinate white jade spirit bees would also manifest as individuals at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Having exited the Shanghai realm, Mu Xuanya gathered with his parents before taking to the skies on a heavenly horse, heading towards the Beastmaster Hall. He wished to ascertain whether any new spiritual beasts suitable for his contract had emerged within the family. As a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots, he had taken 3 years to break through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and the ascent to the 3rd layer would undoubtedly be protracted. After all, the early bottleneck for practitioners with 5 spiritual roots was significantly more challenging than the usual breakthroughs. Thus, Mu Xuanya contemplated contracting another spiritual beast to leverage its nourishment and expedite his advancement to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Regrettably, within the confines of the family's beast hall, although several new spiritual beasts have been acquired, none are suitable for his contract to remain within the family. Waiting for a beast in accordance with the classic of mountains and seas to manifest seems rather impractical. To procure a new spiritual beast, one must venture beyond the family's protective bounds. Upon leaving the beast hall, Mu Xuanya proceeded to the contribution hall to purchase various spiritual herbs necessary for alchemy. Just as he was about to depart, the Grand Elder, Mo Di Shua, spoke up, saying, "Xuanya, you have now achieved the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Given your spiritual root aptitude, attaining this breakthrough so swiftly is indeed commendable. However, progressing to the 4th layer may require a considerable amount of time and resources. Have you contemplated your future arrangements?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xuanya immediately inquired, "Might the Grand Elder have any suggestions?" "The resources required for you to ascend to the 4th layer are substantial. Currently, the Xianling Pavilion in the Tuanuan market is in need of an alchemist. Would you be willing to go? This would not only enhance your alchemical skills, but also allow you to earn resources through your craft, making it considerably easier to acquire what you need compared to relying solely on the family," Mo Di Shua elucidated. Mo Xuanya felt a stirring in his heart at this proposition, finding it quite appealing. He had recently harbored intentions of departing from the Xianling Mountain, and now an opportunity presented itself. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the Mo family could only leave Xianling Mountain upon reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement, or they must accompany a practitioner of the 4th layer or above. For instance, Mo Xianshir was able to leave the mountain only by joining Mo Wenxiang's demon hunting team. The family enforces such rules to safeguard its members, preventing those with inadequate cultivation from encountering peril outside. "Grand Elder, I am willing to go to the Tuanuan market," Mo Xuanya promptly replied. "Excellent. In that case, discuss it with your parents. In 3 days, a family member will be heading to Tuanuan market, and you may accompany them." Mo Di Shua nodded in agreement. After departing from the contribution hall, Mo Xuanya initially intended to return home directly. However, considering his impending journey to Tuanuan market, with an uncertain return date, he decided to visit the scripture repository. His current techniques were insufficient. He possessed only the foundational elemental spells and sought to fortify his capabilities. As for family contributions, he need not worry. The contribution points he accrued over the years from crafting elixirs would easily suffice to exchange for several techniques. Ultimately, Mo Xuanya selected 3 spells: the Crimson Flame Sword Technique, the Breath Concealment Technique, and the Soul Piercing Stab. The Crimson Flame Sword Technique, when combined with his innate spiritual fire, would undoubtedly amplify its potency. The Breath Concealment Technique is an essential skill for any excursion, perfected It can obscure one's presence from the scrutiny of chi refinement practitioners. As for the soul-piercing stab, it serves as a formidable means of soul attack. Difficult to defend against. The cultivation technique he practiced, the soul sea essence technique, is a foundational method that encompasses a singular soul skill, the soul tide. By releasing soul power, it surges like a tide, relentlessly assaulting the enemy, capable of area attacks or targeting a single foe. Although this soul skill is powerful, it bears a limitation. One must break through to the foundational stage of soul power to cultivate it. In recent years, Tuanuan has devoted most of his energy to breakthroughs in his cultivation. Although his soul power has seen some enhancement, it has yet to reach the 6th level of chi refinement, thus rendering him incapable of mastering this particular soul technique. Consequently, he resorted to the use of the frightening sting as a substitute, which at least allows him to harness his soul power. After putting away the 3 sets of techniques, Tuanuan returned home to discuss the matter of going to Tangshuan market with his parents. Though reluctant, his parents did not try to dissuade him. They merely cautioned him to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary risks. For 3 days, Tuanuan remained within the Shanghai realm, diligently practicing the 3 sets of techniques. Despite his exceptional comprehension, he only managed to grasp the basics of the breath-holding technique, while the other 2 techniques remained untouched. 4th Elder, am I accompanying you to Tangshuan market this time? Tuanuan inquired, astonished at the figure before him. Are you surprised to see me? Mo Dihor retorted. And no, not at all. Tuanuan quickly shook his head. Well, I know what you're thinking. I'm not so bound by conventions. I'm here to oversee the Xianling Pavilion, not to manage the shop. Rest assured, there will be scholars to handle the shop's affairs, Mo Dihua said nonchalantly. Though Mo Dihua had a fiery temperament, he was quite amiable towards his clansmen and juniors, making him the most approachable among the elders. Shortly after Mo Dihua's words, Mo Wenru arrived swiftly from a distance and addressed him. 4th Elder, everything is ready. We can depart at any time. Then let us be off, Mo Dihua replied, summoning a flying artifact. With a wave of his hand, he brought Tuanuan aboard the flying device, and they set off towards Tangshuan market. While Mo Wenru piloted his own flying artifact, 3 years prior, Mo Wenru had escaped a perilous situation, which is often said to herald subsequent fortunes. Upon returning to the clan, he sensed an opportunity for breakthrough and, over the past 3 years, successfully advanced to the 7th level of chi refinement. Entering the latter stage of chi refinement. Chapter 32. The Spirit Spring Beast Pavilion. Upon their arrival at the Xianling Pavilion, the 6th Elder, Mo Dixin, and Mo Wenfeng, who were originally stationed there, could naturally return to the clan. Mo Wenfeng would most likely retreat to the clan for closed-door cultivation. Being at the 7th level of chi refinement, and still under 50, he still held a flicker of hope for foundational establishment. As for the 6th Elder, Mo Dixin, although he had reached the 10th level of chi refinement, his age had surpassed 60, and returning to the clan for closed-door training would not yield further advancement. He would probably continue to toil for the family, contributing his residual strength. Mo Wenru, being gentle in nature, managed affairs with remarkable organization, making the management of the Xianling Pavilion a trivial task. Moreover, although only the 3 of them were cultivators within the pavilion, there were ordinary members of the Mo family assisting in its management, relieving Mo Wenru of the burden of handling every detail, allowing him to focus on the broader picture. Mo Dihua was primarily there to oversee the Xianling Pavilion, ensuring that no disturbances arose. As for involving him in the management of the pavilion, that was best avoided lest he inadvertently cause chaos. Meanwhile, Tuanuan was assigned the specific responsibility of alchemy, freeing him from the concerns of mundane affairs. Wenru uncle, I shall take a stroll outside, Tuanuan called out to Mo Wenru before departing from the Xianling Pavilion. The last time Mo Xian Yi visited Song Xian Fong market with Mo Di Zhao, his limited supply of spirit stones prevented him from fully exploring the market. Nevertheless, he managed to acquire 2 remarkable items, a seedling of the variegated peach and an egg of the ice-armored crocodile. It was through the ice-armored crocodile's egg that Mo Xian Yi earned a substantial sum of spirit stones from his clan, along with 2 foundational cultivation techniques, the 10,000 Beasts Fusion Fire technique and the Soul Sea Spirit Gathering technique. However, it seemed that Mo Xian Yi's fortune was not consistently favorable. After browsing the stalls of scattered cultivators, he found little of value and merely purchased a few medicinal herbs. At that moment, a voice, tinged with resentment, reached Mo Xian Yi's ears. Turning his head, he caught sight of Xiao Chengyu from the Xiao family, with whom he had battled on the arena at the Yi family 3 years prior. In the intervening time, not only had Mo Xian Yi's cultivation improved, but Xiao Chengyu had also surpassed his previous limits, reaching the 4th layer of chi refinement. This individual was naturally gifted and was said to possess the water, wood, and fire spiritual roots. Water nourishes wood, and wood fuels fire. Thus, his cultivation of fire-based techniques yielded results more efficiently compared to those with conflicting dual spiritual roots. Oh, it's you, Taoist Xiao. It has been a long time, Emo Xianyi remarked with a smile. I didn't expect to see you here at Song Xianfang Market. Excellent. Since you are here, do not leave. Xiao Chengyu, with a sullen expression, uttered that line and walked away without further ado. Emo Xianyi narrowed his eyes, yet felt no concern. In Song Xianfang Market, no one was permitted to engage in conflict, not even the members of the 5 major foundational families, at least publicly. Though Xiao Chengyu belonged to the Xiao family, he would not dare to openly violate this rule. Thus, Emo Xianyi felt relatively secure within the market. As for leaving Song Xianfang Market, the outcome of any confrontation remained uncertain. He had spared Xiao Chengyu twice. A third encounter would not warrant such leniency. Had Emo Xianyi chosen to strike during their initial confrontation on the arena, he could have slain him. However, in that environment, any aggression would have led to dire repercussions, and even the Yi family, who had a good rapport with the Mo family, would not shield him, as committing murder at their ancestor's birthday banquet would be a significant affront. The second encounter occurred when Emo Xianyi left the Yi family, facing a cloaked figure at the third layer of qi refinement. Though he could not see the person's face, he was certain it was Xiao Chengyu. After wandering the streets for a while, Mo Xianyi found himself pausing in front of a shop named Spirit Spring Beast Workshop. This establishment belonged to the He family of Spirit Spring Mountain. The He family was also known for their beast taming abilities. Yet they lacked any foundational cultivators or spirit beasts, merely possessing a qi refinement force. It was rumored that the He family maintained close ties with the Lin family of Dantian Valley, who sought to support the He family in supplanting the Mo family of Xianling Mountain, aiming to become the foremost beast-taming clan in the Tsongmang Mountains. Perhaps the He family would have suitable beasts for taming, Mo Xianyi mused. He then stepped forward towards the He family, feeling fortunate that he had just arrived at Song Xianfang Market and was not wearing his clan's attire, thus alleviating the fear of being recognized. Upon entering, a vividly dressed maid approached, welcoming the esteemed master to our spirit beast shop. Might I inquire if the master seeks to purchase spirit beasts or something else? This individual appeared to be in their 20s, slightly older than Mo Xuanya, yet merely a mortal. Even before the younger Mo Xuanya, he could only respectfully address him as master. Naturally, the purpose of my visit is to procure a spirit beast. I am unsure yet. I would like to examine your spirit beasts before making a decision. Very well, please follow me. With that, the maid led Mo Xuanya to the backyard, where a cultivator was prepared to attend to him. Dear friend, please take a look. The creatures held here are all spirit beasts that our shop has successfully tamed, or juvenile beasts. Once purchased, you may sign a contract without fear of any backlash from the spirit beasts, the cultivator explained. Mo Xuanya carefully observed the displayed spirit beasts in the courtyard. However, he was already aware that none of the beasts matched his desires, as the Shanghai Classic had not reacted. Previously, the 5-colored phoenix and the white jade spirit peak had already triggered a response from the Shanghai Classic, warning him of their presence from a distance. Do you have only these spirit beasts? Are there any others, perhaps spirit beast eggs? Might I see them? Mo Xuanya inquired. This way, please. The individual then escorted Mo Xuanya to a room protected by a formation, where numerous spirit beast eggs were displayed. They varied in size, with the larger ones nearly a meter long, while the smaller ones were as tiny as fingernails, each emanating different waves of spiritual energy. There were at least 100 spirit beast eggs here, yet the Shanghai Classic remained unresponsive, prompting Mo Xuanya to shake his head in disappointment. May I ask what type of spirit beast you seek? If we have it atop Linuan Mountain, we can arrange for it to be brought here in due time. The cultivator inquired. Do you have other spirit beasts? Even those that have not been tamed? Mo Xuanya, being from a beast-taming family, was aware that the Linuan beast shop likely possessed some spirit beasts recovered or captured by the family as hunting teams. However, such beasts were typically sold only after taming. The individual, sensing Mo Xuanya's impatience, replied curtly, Indeed, we have such beasts, but since they are untamed, any consequences from their acquisition must be borne by you. That is of no concern, Mo Xuanya responded with a smile. Chapter 33. The golden treasure turtle. The basement of the Linuan beast shop was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a strong scent of blood. This was the place where spirit beasts were tamed, and compared to the methods employed by the Mo family of Xianling Mountain, the techniques of the He family were undeniably much more brutal. In a family like the He's, the taming of spirit beasts often meant that the creature was irrevocably damaged. Just then, a slight tremor coursed through Mo Xuanya's sea of consciousness as the Shanghai Classic stirred. A surge of joy filled his heart. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place, for he had discovered a spirit beast here that was suitable for contract. Though eager to discover which spiritual beast had captured the attention of the Shanhai Jing, Mo Xianyi proceeded to inspect each beast cage with caution. Keen to avoid drawing the notice of the nearby clan cultivators, his scrutiny led him to a cage containing a black turtle, roughly the size of a grinding stone. Flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle. Analysis. This iron-armored turtle has awakened a trace of the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle's bloodline and possesses a unique method of growth. It delights in devouring magical artifacts. Consuming 10 low-grade first-tier artifacts allows it to ascend to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. 10 mid-grade first-tier artifacts enable a breakthrough to the 6th level, and so on. Should it feast upon 10 low-grade second-tier artifacts, it can directly enter the initial stage of foundation establishment. The enhancements derived from different types of artifacts vary. Additionally, it possesses an innate talent for treasure hunting, highly sensitive to the essence of various treasures, allowing it to effortlessly sense rare resources hidden nearby. Contract recommended. Gazing at the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle before him, Mo Xianyi could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. This creature was indeed a voracious consumer of resources. However, its method of growth was remarkably unique. Its cultivation could be rapidly advanced by merely consuming magical artifacts. Observing Mo Xianyi lingering by the iron cage of the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle, the He clan cultivator immediately discerned his interest in the spiritual beast. "My friend," he began, "this iron-armored turtle boasts formidable defensive capabilities, making it an excellent guardian spirit. Furthermore, its underwater agility is commendable, and its power is enhanced during aquatic battles. What is the price for the iron-armored turtle?" Mo Xianyi inquired. "We acquired this iron-armored turtle for 80 spirit stones, while it is yet to be tamed. Our Spirit Spring Beast Workshop has invested resources in it. Thus, if you offer 100 spirit stones, this iron-armored turtle can be yours." The He clan cultivator feigned reluctance as he spoke. Yet, Mo Xianyi silently scoffed. They were oblivious to the fact that the iron-armored turtle had already awakened a trace of the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle's bloodline. The recovery price could not possibly be so exorbitant. Being merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, it was not a mid-stage iron-armored turtle, and 40 spirit stones would be its utmost value. Given that the turtle was both untrained and at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, 100 spirit stones were excessively steep. "I will take it for 40 spirit stones," he asserted. The He clan cultivator's expression flickered with surprise before he hesitated. 40 spirit stones is simply too low. "I cannot justify that to my family." After a series of negotiations, Mo Xianyi ultimately acquired the iron-armored turtle for 50 spirit stones. Upon payment, he secured the turtle and promptly exited the Spirit Spring Beast Workshop, intending to return directly to the Xianling Pavilion to contract the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed once more. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to his newfound fortune with the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle, as he journeyed back to the Xianling Pavilion, he encountered a wandering cultivator selling beast eggs, among which were 2 eggs of the azure silkworm. The azure silkworm produces silk of a striking blue hue, soft in texture, and is commonly used in the crafting of first-tier defensive artifacts or rope-like magical items. "Friend, how much for these 2 eggs?" Mo Xianyi inquired. Mo Xianyi pointed at 2 bug eggs, each the size of a yellow bean and entirely green. "These are the eggs of the Qing sea silkworm. If you desire them, they can be yours for 600 spirit stones." The loose cultivator glanced at Mo Xianyi and noted his cultivation level was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, which immediately dampened his interest. Nonetheless, he provided a brief introduction. Upon hearing the price, Mo Xianyi sighed inwardly, realizing that treasures are seldom easily obtained. Others are not entirely foolish. Had the price not been exorbitant, these 2 Qing sea silkworm eggs would likely have been snatched up by other cultivators long before, leaving him with no chance. At a price of 600 spirit stones for the pair, it was considered reasonable, for with these eggs, there lay the potential to cultivate more Qing sea silkworms. When the silkworms are capable of spinning silk, their value would far exceed the initial 600 spirit stones. Thus, Mo Xianyi resolved to purchase them. Another motivation was his intention to delve into the art of weapon crafting. There was no alternative. After contracting the Lu Jin Tian Bao turtle, he could not rely solely on purchasing all his magical artifacts. Setting aside the uncertainty of acquiring high-grade artifacts, even if available, their costs would be astronomical. It was far more economical to forge them himself. Moreover, Mo Xianyi possessed formidable soul power, which significantly enhanced both alchemy and crafting endeavors. Additionally, his innate spiritual fire, useful for alchemy, could also be employed in weapon forging. "Here are the 600 spirit stones. Please accept them." Mo Xianyi retrieved the stones from his storage bag and handed them over. With this transaction, his storage bag was nearly empty. After securing the Qingxi silkworm eggs in his beastmaster bag, Xian surveyed his surroundings and distinctly sensed several malevolent gazes directed at him. After shedding his outer robe and donning the distinctive attire of the Mo clan from Xianling Mountain, he scanned the area and proclaimed, "I am Mo Xianyi of the Mo clan. I wonder if anyone has any guidance to offer." Upon hearing this declaration, the previously hostile cultivators immediately turned their heads away, as if nothing had transpired. Mo Xianyi paid them no mind and specifically sought out seeds of the Beiling mulberry, suitable for the Qingxi silkworms, along with some Beiling mulberry leaves before returning to the Xianling pavilion. The Beiling mulberry, named for its leaves resembling jade, contains a faint wood attribute spiritual energy that promotes the growth of the Qingxi silkworms, enhancing the resilience of the silk they produce. Additionally, the mulberry fruits are wood attribute spiritual fruits, albeit with a relatively thin concentration of spiritual energy, compared to the vibrant peaches cultivated in the Mountain Sea realm. Their efficacy is inferior, yielding minimal benefits for cultivation unless consumed in large quantities over an extended period. Upon returning to the Xianling pavilion, Mo Xianyi greeted Mo Wenru before retreating to his room. After setting up a barrier, he swiftly entered the Mountain Sea realm. He then withdrew the Lu Jin Tian Bao turtle from his beastmaster bag, recognizing it as his most significant acquisition of the day. Chapter 34. The third spiritual beast. Mo Xianyi gazed at the Lu Jin Tian Bao turtle but refrained from immediate action. Instead, he took out the low-grade first-tier artifact, the He Yen sword bestowed by his clan. Temptingly, he addressed the turtle, "Would you like to eat? If so, do not resist, comply and form a contract with me." Indeed, upon seeing the He Yen sword, a flicker of desire shone in the eyes of the Lu Jin Tian Bao turtle. At this opportune moment, Mo Xianyi promptly activated the mountain and sea beast control technique. Unlike the previous occasions when he had to rely on the contract with the five-colored peacock and the white jade spirit bee, he was now capable of condensing the mountain and sea beast glyph using his own spiritual power, without the need to draw on his blood as ink for the talisman. A chaotic-hued talisman materialized before him, and with a mere gesture, it shot towards the head of the golden flowing treasure turtle. The golden flowing treasure turtle attempted to resist, but Mo Xianyi swiftly manipulated the mountain and sea realm, exerting immense force upon its shell, as if to crush it. Simultaneously, the High sword was placed nearby, tantalizingly out of reach. After struggling for a brief moment, the golden flowing treasure turtle ultimately merged with the mountain and sea beast glyph, becoming Mo Xianyi's third spirit beast. As he forged the contract with the golden flowing treasure turtle, the ancient text of the mountain and sea classic in his consciousness trembled slightly, and a spectral image of a turtle, radiant like gold, emerged above it before gradually merging into the text. Withdrawing his mind from the sea of consciousness, Mo Xianyi glanced down to find a coal-black turtle, the size of a grinding stone, tugging at his pant leg, begging for the High sword. The disparity was striking. One appeared to be a treasure forged from molten gold, its only feature that did not resemble gold being its eyes, resembling a pair of amethyst gems. In stark contrast, the creature before him was dark and lackluster, its shell uneven and rough, stretching its head out in a comical plea for food. Mo Xianyi found himself questioning whether this fellow had even awakened its bloodline, given the stark difference in appearance. However, had the iron-armored turtle not retained its original form upon awakening the bloodline of the golden flowing treasure turtle, he might not have had the opportunity to subdue it. He casually stowed away the High sword and stated with conviction, "Master possesses but this one offensive artifact, which I must reserve for practicing swordsmanship. What shall I do if you consume it?" The golden flowing treasure turtle stared at Mo Xianyi with wide eyes, as if to say, "Did you not just say otherwise?" Reaching out to pat the turtle's head, he reassured it, "In order to acquire you, your master currently possesses not a single spirit stone. Once I become a master craftsman capable of forging my own artifacts, you shall have as much to eat as you desire." The golden flowing treasure turtle cast a skeptical glance at Mo Xianyi, clearly unconvinced. Unperturbed by its disbelief, Mo Xianyi tossed a few colorful peaches its way. In order for the golden flowing treasure turtle to enhance its strength, the quickest method would be to consume artifacts, yet it could also actively absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, albeit at a slower pace compared to direct consumption of artifacts. With the presence of 3 spirit beasts within the mountain and sea classic, a spiritual field was also established within the mountain and sea realm. Mo Xianyi promptly retrieved the prepared Beiling mulberry seeds and planted them there. Although the Beiling mulberry, a spiritual plant, required time to mature and bear fruit, its leaves could be harvested immediately. Once the 2 green silkworms hatched and fed on the Beiling mulberry leaves that Mo Xianyi had purchased, they would be able to consume the mulberries from the spiritual field directly, thereby saving spirit stones that would otherwise be spent on mulberry leaves. While the mountain and sea beast control technique allowed for the contracting of only 9 primary spirit beasts, it did possess methods for subduing ordinary spirit beasts. After channeling his spiritual energy to hatch the 2 green silkworms, Tuanuan promptly established a master-servant contract with them. Feast well, little ones. Tuanuan took out a leaf resembling jade, the size of a fan, and placed it in front of the silkworms. Upon seeing the jade mulberry leaf, the 2 silkworms immediately surged forward, eagerly devouring it with surprising speed for their small frames. With everything in order, Tuanuan promptly retrieved the firecrow furnace. Fortunately, he had previously purchased a considerable amount of alchemical materials from the Mo family's contribution hall, allowing him to sell elixirs in the shop to earn spirit stones. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on credit to procure the materials for alchemy. After discovering Tuanuan's whereabouts in the market, Xiao Chengyu had been dispatching people to monitor his movements. However, Tuanuan had not exited the Xianling Pavilion, leaving no opportunity for him to scheme against him. As for barging into the Xianling Pavilion, it was not something even the head of the Xiao family would dare to do. Although the Zhongxian market was established by the 5 foundational families, it was home to numerous rogue cultivators and smaller family forces. If they were to learn that members of the 5 major families could act with impunity, storming into others' shops, the reputation of the market would be tarnished. If the market could not maintain law and order, who would dare to conduct business or make purchases there? Thus, any confrontations would be arranged outside the market rather than within it. A month later, having exhausted all the alchemical materials in his possession and set aside the elixirs needed for his and his spirit beast's cultivation, Tuanuan sought out Mo Wenru. Uncle Wenru, here are the elixirs I have refined. Please take a look. Tuanuan presented all the elixirs he had produced. Mo Wenru assessed the contents of the jade bottles using his spiritual sense and remarked, "Though I have heard that you began learning alchemy under the 3rd elder at an early age, I did not anticipate your skill to be this refined. Your success rate must be quite impressive." Tuanuan smiled, but refrained from responding, instead inquiring, "What is the worth of these elixirs?" "There are 2 options," Mo Wenru elucidated. "One is to sell your elixirs back to the Xianling Pavilion at a 30 discount, allowing you to receive spirit stones immediately. The other is to consign them in the shop, where a 20 commission will be taken, effectively giving you a 20 discount. But you will only receive spirit stones after the elixirs are sold." Tuanuan was already aware of the shop's regulations. The difference was minimal. Given his urgent need for spirit stones and the fact that the family would benefit from the commission, he opted for the buyback option. After acquiring the spirit stones, he purchased a new batch of spiritual herbs and then asked Mo Wenru, "Uncle Wenru, will anyone from the family be coming to Zhongxian Market soon? Family members generally come every 2 months. We just arrived, so someone is likely to come next month. Is there something you need?" Mo Wenru inquired. "Yes. I would like to ask the visitor to bring back a legacy of weaponry and array techniques from the Scripture Pavilion," Tuanuan replied. "The realms of weaponry and arrays are intertwined. Crafting magical tools requires inscribing array patterns upon them. Thus, to master weapon crafting, one must also cultivate knowledge of array techniques, albeit the requirements for array masters are not as stringent." Upon hearing this, Mo Wenru could not help but furrow his brow and said, "Xianyi, I have heard that you possess a 5-element root aptitude, and your studies in alchemy have already consumed a considerable amount of your cultivation time. If you also pursue weapon crafting and formations, you will find your time for cultivation drastically diminished. Although the probability of a 5-element root achieving foundation establishment is not particularly high, there are indeed successful examples. You must not abandon your efforts so easily." Tuanuan smiled and replied, "Uncle Wenru, you worry too much. My studies in weapon crafting and formations are merely to enhance my overall cultivation." Seeing Tuanuan's determination, Mo Wenru ceased his persuasion and promised to notify the family, ensuring that the next month's visitors would bring the 2 legacies with them. Chapter 35, Red Blood Ginseng Xianyu. How is it that you have come along? A month later, Tuanuan stared in astonishment at the family member who had come from the clan, accompanied by a relative from the 1-character lineage. It's because I have broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement," Tuanuan explained with a smile. Only then did Tuanuan notice that Tuanuan's cultivation had indeed surpassed his own, reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement. In terms of cultivation level, she was now the foremost among their generation. Despite possessing only a 4-element root, it was generally expected that she would not have advanced to the 4th layer so swiftly. After all, her cultivation resources were rather limited, and her parents had yet to break through to the 3rd layer. However, Tuanuan chose not to inquire further. He had his own secrets, and others might have their unique opportunities as well. "Are you heading to Zhongxian Square City?" Tuanuan asked. "Not quite. I am merely passing through Zhongxian Square City with Tuanuan to deliver some items. We will be leaving shortly for Yunxia Continent, where I will be responsible for cultivating spiritual herbs. Mo Xianyu clarified. Yunxia Continent is the largest estate of the Mo family aside from Xianling Mountain. Situated on an island in the center of Qixia Lake, it boasts a first-tier exceptional spiritual vein, second only to Xianling Mountain. Due to its abundant spiritual energy and favorable, humid environment, it is exceptionally suited for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. The island has been developed with numerous spiritual fields, and Mo Xianyu has contracted a Qinglin deer. Her supplementary studies in spiritual planting make her well suited for the task there. In addition to the vast spiritual fields, the Mo family also raises a variety of spiritual beasts in Qixia Lake, which annually contributes a significant source of income. Upon hearing that Mo Xianyu would be going there, Mo Xianyu nodded in agreement. Compared to other estates, Yunxia Continent is indeed a commendable choice. With its dense spiritual energy and the family's considerable attention to it, along with robust protective measures in place. After chatting for a while, Mo Xianyu had to part ways with Mo Wenwan to head to Yunxia Continent. Once Mo Xianyu departed, Mo Xianyu returned to the Shanghai realm to examine the two legacies brought back from the family. The Mo family's legacies in weapon crafting and formations are both first tier, with weapon crafting reaching the pinnacle of first tier exceptional, while the formation legacy only achieves first tier upper grade. The same applies to alchemy and talisman crafting, one being first tier exceptional and the other first tier upper grade. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, only beast mastery boasts a second tier legacy. Though the levels may not be high, they are sufficiently adequate for Mo Xianyu. Currently, he can refine first-tier beginner elixirs with a success rate hovering around 90%, occasionally achieving a full 100%. And each batch yields exceptional elixirs. In order to continue advancing through the third level of qi refinement, one must endure the passage of time without expending excessive effort. This phase provides an opportune moment to delve into the arts of artifact crafting and formation arrangement. Meanwhile, Mo Xianyu followed Mo Wenwan to the enchanting Qixia Lake. Aunt Wenwan, is this truly Qixia Lake? It is breathtaking, Mo Xianyu exclaimed, captivated by the golden-red ripples dancing upon the tranquil water's surface beneath the setting sun. Indeed, this is Qixia Lake. Come, I shall introduce you to Elder Wu. Mo Wenwan replied with a smile. Elder Wu, Mo Dichio, stands as the sole female among the 9 elders of the Mo clan, tasked with overseeing the entirety of Yunxia Continent. Upon their encounter with Elder Wu, Mo Wenwan was escorted away, while Mo Xianyu was personally led by Elder Wu to a forbidden area within Yunxia Continent. This secluded valley, typically off-limits to all save for Elder Mo Dichio, was an exception today as she brought Mo Xianyu into this hallowed space. The valley was small yet suffused with an exceptionally rich spiritual aura, nearing the threshold of a second-tier low-grade spiritual vein. The reason for this was twofold. Not only was this location the most spiritually potent on the island, but it also housed a first-tier top-grade gathering formation. Is that bloodroot ginseng? How could it possibly thrive here? Mo Xianyu gasped in astonishment as he beheld the spiritual plants with their blood-red leaves scattered throughout the valley. Under normal circumstances, cultivators over the age of 60 experience a decline in vitality, making it exceedingly difficult to pass the second hurdle of the foundation establishment phase, resulting in a minuscule success rate. However, solutions do exist within the realm of cultivation, where myriad rare herbs abound, some enhancing spiritual and soul power, while others bolster vitality. Bloodroot ginseng is renowned for its ability to replenish life force. Should one consume a bloodroot ginseng during the breakthrough to foundation establishment, it can temporarily restore the body's vitality to its peak before decline, significantly increasing the odds of overcoming the vitality barrier. Indeed, it is bloodroot ginseng, Mo Dichio affirmed. These ginsengs have been here since their discovery, yet they have not matured over the years. The reason lies in the fact that bloodroot ginseng is a second-tier spiritual herb, and Yunxia Continent possesses only a first-tier top-grade spiritual vein, even with the presence of a first-tier top-grade gathering formation. The spiritual energy here pales in comparison to that of a second-tier vein, stunting the growth of the ginseng and leaving it in a precarious state. Mo Xianyu, puzzled by this, inquired, if that is the case, why not transplant the bloodroot ginseng to Xianling Mountain? Is it not a second-tier low-grade spiritual vein? Mo Dichio shook her head with a wry smile. We have indeed considered that approach, but it is simply unfeasible. Bloodroot ginseng is exceedingly delicate and cannot survive transplantation without the aid of a second-tier spiritual herb master. The family has already invested considerable resources into these ginsengs. Today, I have brought you here to manage this area. The clan leader mentioned that your spirit rain technique is imbued with vibrant life force. May I witness it, to ascertain if it might benefit the bloodroot ginseng? Nodding in response, Mo Xianyu formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy, which coalesced into a water orb. Unlike others, however, this orb shimmered with a verdant glow. Mo Xianyu struck a water sphere towards the void, which instantly erupted, transforming into countless delicate droplets that cascaded down, landing upon the tender leaves of the blood-red ginseng. Mo Dichio fixated intently on the blood-red ginseng, being a spirit plant cultivator herself. And having achieved the pinnacle of the first tier, her family entrusted her with the guardianship of Yunxia continent, overseeing the precious blood-red ginseng in this valley. She could distinctly sense the vital essence within the spirit rain being absorbed by the blood-red ginseng. This flicker of vitality was exceedingly faint, barely perceptible at present. Yet if it could be absorbed daily, over time, the blood-red ginseng might indeed reach maturity. The significance of the blood-red ginseng was monumental for the 9 elders. Although they were on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, their vitality had waned, and lacking foundation establishment pills, they hesitated to force the process. Should they resolve the issue of insufficient vitality, perhaps they could strive for the foundation establishment stage, and once successful, they could reconnect the severed path to ascension. Chapter 36. Gale Boots in the Realm of Cultivation. Time is but a fleeting concept. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xianyu had reached the age of 20. He had been in Songxian Commercial District for over 4 years. Within the sea and mountain realm, the Beiling mulberry had fully matured, its branches adorned with leaves resembling jade, immense as fans. Among the foliage hung clusters of dark purple mulberries, 20 adult silkworms, the thickness of a thumb, nestled within the dense leaves, voraciously devouring the mulberry leaves at a rapid pace, finishing such a large leaf in mere breaths. Nearly 9 years had passed in the sea and mountain realm, and the silkworms that were once mere eggs had now burgeoned to 20. It was not that Mo Xianyu was unwilling to rear more. Rather, this acre of Beiling mulberry could only sustain 20 silkworms. Exceeding that would disrupt the delicate balance between the silkworms and the mulberry trees. At this moment, Mo Xianyu sat cross-legged, channeling his spirit to control his innate beast fire, refining the fire crow furnace, while his hands continuously executed intricate incantations. Within the furnace, the silkworm silk and various refining materials were being transmuted under his guidance into a pair of black boots. Only when the boots had fully taken shape did Mo Xianyu alter his incantations, utilizing his soul power to inscribe swirling wind patterns onto the boots. A flash of white light illuminated the space as the black boots soared from the fire crow furnace into Mo Xianyu's hands. This marked the 11th pair of gale boots he had crafted. The previous 10 pairs, once successfully forged, had all been devoured by the golden shell divine turtle. This time, while the turtle eyed them with desire, it was not as ravenous. Little did they know that the turtle could consume far more than initially believed. According to the records of the sea and mountain canon, it was thought it would only manage 10 first-tier low-grade artifacts at most during the chi refining stage. In reality, it had devoured a staggering 30 items, 10 black rock swords, 10 sets of silkworm armor, and 10 pairs of gale boots. Despite all 30 artifacts being of the first-tier low-grade, the golden shell divine turtle remained at the 3rd level of chi refining, failing to break into the 4th. However, Mo Xianyu noticed that although the turtle's cultivation had not advanced, the consumption of these artifacts was not without merit. For instance, while consuming the green silkworm armor, the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refinement. Although the armor did not facilitate a breakthrough, it significantly enhanced the turtle's defensive capabilities. After ingesting 10 sets of the green silkworm armor, even the 5-colored peacock and the jade bee, both having ascended to the 5th level of chi refinement, found it arduous to inflict any harm upon him. Moreover, after donning the speed-enhancing gale boots, the previously sluggish flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle exhibited a crawling speed that surpassed even that of the jade bee, renowned for its swiftness amongst its peers. This revelation compelled Mo Xianyu to unreservedly feed magical artifacts to the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle. Fortunately, the silks used for crafting the green silkworm armor and gale boots were locally sourced from the mountain and sea realm, thereby incurring no substantial cost. Otherwise, Mo Xianyu would have been unable to sustain such expenses. Uncle Wenru mentioned that there would be an auction at the Feathered Ascension Pavilion today, and it would be opportune to accompany Elder C to witness the event, as it might yield some remarkable treasures. With this thought, Mo Xianyu exited the mountain and sea realm and sought out Mo Dihua, who was preparing to depart for the Feathered Ascension Pavilion to attend the auction. Oh, so you wish to join the auction as well? Mo Dihua inquired upon seeing Mo Xianyu before him. Nothing escapes Elder C's notice. Mo Xianyu replied with a smile. You rarely emerge unless there's a purpose. Your sudden visit must indicate a desire to accompany me to the auction. By the way, You certainly do not resemble a typical youth. I have never encountered someone as resilient and diligent in their cultivation as you, Mo remarked, albeit in jest, with a gaze full of admiration. The Feathered Ascension Pavilion serves as the sole establishment of the Purple Mansion-level power, the Feathered Ascension sect, within Linuan County. The Kangming Mountain Range lies within Linuan County, and the Feathered Ascension sect is also a prestigious sect of the Mo family, which is required to pay tributes to them annually. Every 3 years, the Feathered Ascension Pavilion hosts an auction. Mo Xian Yi had not participated in the previous auction due to his nascent skills in artifact crafting, having expended all his spiritual stones on materials, leaving none for the auction. This time, however, the auction at the Feathered Ascension Pavilion appeared particularly lively, with bustling crowds and an abundance of stalls set up by wandering cultivators, offering a plethora of diverse goods. Notably, the majority of those heading to the pavilion were practitioners at the late stages of qi refinement or even at the peak. Elder C, is there anything particularly noteworthy about this auction? Mo Xian Yi inquired with curiosity. Mo Huan nodded gravely. Indeed, the Feathered Ascension Pavilion has announced that a Foundation Establishment pill will be among the auctioned items. A Foundation Establishment pill? Mo Xian Yi gasped in surprise, realizing the sudden influx of people at the Zhangxian market. The allure of the Foundation Establishment pill would undoubtedly attract even the venerable ancestors of Foundation Establishment to participate in the auction. After the auction, a tempest of competition was expected. The acquisition of the Foundation Establishment pill is not merely determined by the auction's outcome. It also hinges on the ability to secure and depart with the pill amidst the ensuing chaos. On the surface, the Mo family is represented by 9 elders, all of whom have surpassed the age of 60. However, Mo Xuanya is acutely aware that this is merely a facade, designed to deceive their adversaries. Within the clan, there are at least 1 or 2 practitioners at the 10th level of qi refinement, awaiting the foundational pills to establish their foundation. He himself has mastered the art of concealing his presence, achieving perfection in this technique over the course of 5 years, enabling him to obscure the perceptions of those at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Naturally, other clan members have also engaged in this practice. Moreover, even if no clan members have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, given the Mo family's strength, it should not pose a challenge to cultivate a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement to break through to the pinnacle. The Mo family, being one of the 5 prominent clans of the Kangming Mountain Range, has its own dedicated private room for the auction. Room number 6 on the 2nd floor is exclusively reserved for the Mo family within the Yuhua Pavilion. Room 1 is reserved for the Yuhua Pavilion itself, while rooms 2 through 5 are allocated to the Yin family, Lin family, Xiao family, and Yi family, respectively. This arrangement not only signifies the status of the 5 major families, but also reflects the Yuhua sect's recognition of their power. Following these 5 families are several formidable qi refinement clans. Should a foundational cultivator attend the auction, they would be assigned to the 3rd floor, highlighting their unique identity and status. However, it is rare for foundational cultivators to participate, as the items featured at the auction are predominantly of the 1st tier, with few suitable for their use. This particular auction does not seem to have attracted any foundational cultivators, at least. The private rooms on the 3rd floor are only illuminated for those foundational cultivators stationed by the Yuhua sect. It remains uncertain if there are any hidden presences. Chapter 37. The Auction. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our auction at the Yuhua Pavilion. I am Lu Yinin, the host of this event. Without further ado, let us present the first item for bid. As she spoke, a sword, entirely silver and with a blade that shimmered like frost, radiating an aura of chilling coldness, was brought to the auction stage. This 1st-tier exquisite magic weapon, the Flowing Cloud Sword, was crafted by the top-tier artifact master Lu Qingzhou of our Yuhua sect. With a starting bid of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be lower than 10 low-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing the Flowing Cloud Sword on stage, Mo Xuanya felt a surge of excitement, only to swiftly shake his head in despair. Over the past few years, the spirit stones he had earned were primarily expended on refining tools, concocting pills, and arranging formations, leaving him with just over 800 spirit stones, far from the required 2,000. Furthermore, considering the current cultivation level of the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle, although it could consume exquisite magic weapons, it would be a gross waste. It would not achieve a breakthrough to the 10th level of qi refinement merely through the consumption of a single exquisite magic weapon. It would be more prudent to use these spirit stones to acquire 10 1st-tier medium-grade magic weapons instead. The bidding quickly escalated to 2,800 spirit stones. The pace of the price increase slowed considerably, as a typical exquisite magic weapon usually hovers around 2,500 spirit stones. Thus, the current price was somewhat excessive. Only 3 bidders remained in the contest, one of whom was an elder from the Lin family in room 3. The Lin family, affluent and influential, ultimately secured this exquisite magic weapon. Congratulations to Elder Lin for acquiring the Flowing Cloud Sword for 3,000 spirit stones. Now, we shall present the second item for auction, a bottle of first-grade upper-tier spirit pills, the Gathering Spirit Pills, which can enhance the cultivation of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners and shorten the time taken to reach full Qi refinement. The starting bid is set at 500 spirit stones. In comparison to the first item, the second offering is notably less impressive. However, this is to be expected. The purpose of the first item is often to elevate the atmosphere of the auction and to establish the context for the items being sold. The first item being of top-tier first grade indicates that the majority of items in this auction will primarily be first grade, with perhaps a few second-grade items, but certainly not many. Tuanuan observed the various items without making a bid. As for Elder 4, it seemed that his purpose for attending this auction was not concerned with these mundane items, and thus he refrained from participating in the bidding. Next, a Fire Cloud Lion Cub, which can rival a full-fledged Qi refinement practitioner in adulthood, is introduced with a starting bid of 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a young lion with a fiery red mane was brought forth in an iron cage to the auction stage. Tuanuan immediately became intrigued and consulted the classic of mountains and seas for insight. Fire Cloud Lion Analysis, a first-grade top-tier spirit beast. Named for its mane that resembles flowing flames while running, it possesses an innate control over fire, with exceptionally high temperatures, making it one of the more formidable spirit beasts in the first grade. Its character is proud and combative. However, the enhancement of its bloodline is challenging and costly, thus not recommended for contract. Tuanuan was already aware that the classic of mountains and seas would not recommend a contract, as it had not reacted upon his initial sighting of the Fire Cloud Lion. His intention in consulting the text was primarily to ascertain whether this particular lion harbored any hidden bloodlines. Unfortunately, there were none. It was merely an ordinary Fire Cloud Lion, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Nonetheless, for an average practitioner or family, the value of a first-grade top-tier spirit beast is substantial, rivaling that of a first-grade top-tier magical artifact. The lifespan of spirit beasts generally far exceeds that of humans. For instance, this Fire Cloud Lion could easily live for 300 to 400 years. Once matured, it could protect a family for centuries. Following the Fire Cloud Lion, several more spirit beasts were presented, but regrettably, none exhibited hidden bloodlines, and the classic of mountains and seas advised against contracting any of them. This is perhaps understandable, as the Yuhua sect possesses the heritage to tame beasts and can identify hidden bloodlines. It is likely that any capable of discerning such bloodlines are already nurtured within the Yuhua sect, rather than being placed for auction. Unless the bloodline is exceptionally unique or dormant, even the Yuhua sect would be unable to identify it. The 5 Elements Spirit Building Technique. A foundational cultivation method suitable for practitioners with 5 spirit roots who cultivate in all 5 elements, has a starting bid of 1,000 spirit stones. After Lu Yinyin finished her announcement, she gazed eagerly at the assembly of practitioners below, hoping for at least one bid. However, all she heard was a chorus of whispered skepticism from the audience. 5 spirit roots, coupled with the requirement to cultivate across all 5 elements, who would be inclined to purchase such a foundational technique? The chances of a practitioner with 5 spirit roots achieving full Qi refinement are nearly non-existent, and those who successfully establish their foundation are exceedingly rare. What purpose would there be in acquiring this foundational cultivation method? Indeed, it is quite uncommon for a cultivator with 5 elemental roots to practice simultaneously in all 5 elements. As if one were intent on prolonging the pace of their own cultivation and complicating the challenges of breaking through bottlenecks. Who, one might wonder, devised such a technique? However, it cannot be dismissed so lightly. During the ancient era when spiritual energy was abundant, many practitioners engaged in the simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements. The current decline in spiritual energy makes such practices less viable. Tuanuan, however, holds a keen interest in this 5 elements spirit building technique. Yet, after over 4 years of seclusion, he finds himself still at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with the foundation stage still a distant goal. It would be unwise to expend precious spirit stones on this technique at present. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that within the Mo family's lineage, there exists a foundational technique for the 5-element cultivation, albeit not particularly formidable. This foundational method, despite his current inability to cultivate it, could serve as a legacy within the family should a 5-element root cultivator arise. On stage, Lu Yinyin fervently extols the virtues of the 5-element spirit building technique, weaving an elaborate tapestry of praise. Yet her eyes betray a disdain for the technique. Cursed be the one who forced this method upon them. To price such a 5-element technique at 1,000 spirit stones is laughable. One would be hard-pressed to find a buyer even at 100. In resignation, Linuan announces that the 5-element spirit building technique has failed to sell, marking it as the first unsold item of the auction. The Tuanuan technique. Reputed to be the foundational method of the Tuanuan sect, a nascent infant-level force from the Eastern Sea, emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, the unity of body and mind, and allows practitioners to pursue the Tao while savoring the pleasures of the flesh. Moreover, cultivating this technique significantly accelerates one's progress during the Qi refinement phase, making it accessible to cultivators of any elemental affinity. Its sole drawback, however, is that it is incomplete, capping cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, lacking a method for perfecting the Qi refinement stage. As the bidding begins, with a starting price of 800 spirit stones, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifts dramatically, invigorating the cultivators present, including those in the private boxes on the 2nd floor, many of whom eagerly join the bidding. For many, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement is an almost unattainable height. Thus, the incompleteness of the technique does not dampen their enthusiasm. In box number 6, Elder Mo Dihua shows signs of interest. Mo Xuanya, noticing this, teases him. Elder, do you wish to cultivate this Tuanuan technique as well? It wouldn't be amiss. Perhaps it could help our Mo family produce a few more descendants. Elder Mo Dihua feigns indignation, retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I such a person? I merely believe that our family's 5-element root cultivators, like your parents, could significantly enhance their cultivation if they practiced this technique. Mo Xuanya, however, shakes his head in disapproval. Such a dual cultivation method, while promising rapid advancements, inevitably leads to an unstable foundation. If one possessed the complete inheritance of the Tuanuan sect, there would be remedies for such issues. But with this incomplete technique, one would be destined to miss the Tao. Cultivators with 5 elemental roots merely face a more arduous path. It does not sever their connection to the Tao. If this technique were to be placed in the family's scripture repository, it would render all our 5-element root cultivators utterly incapable. Your determination is indeed commendable. I am curious to see when you shall establish your foundation. Mo Dihua remarked, relinquishing his intention to bid for the harmony skill. Then you must live a while longer, Mo Xinyi responded with a smile. Ultimately, the harmony skill was sold for 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a price comparable to the first item, the flowing cloud sword. Congratulations to the second-rate Yin family for acquiring the harmony skill at the price of 3,000 spirit stones. The next item up for auction is a body cultivation technique, the fire spirit body refinement method, which necessitates the use of fire attribute spiritual energy to refine the physical form, capable of reaching a maximum of 10 layers of body refinement, with physical strength comparable to that of a first-tier top-grade magical artifact. However, this technique has a notable flaw. Its cultivation speed is slower than that of typical body refinement methods, unless one employs flames directly to temper the flesh. Regrettably, the portion of the technique that allows for direct flame cultivation has been lost. The starting bid is set at 800 spirit stones. Bidding commences now. It must be said that Yuhua Pavilion has an excellent reputation. The advantages and disadvantages of the items they auction are clearly communicated beforehand, preventing any regret after the purchase. Body cultivation techniques are already rare, and with the added drawback of slow cultivation speed, it is no surprise that few are interested. Just as Linuan feared that yet another item would go unsold, a voice as clear as spring water emerged from box 6, 800 spirit stones. Hearing this, Linuan looked gratefully towards box 6, as if her life had been saved. 800 spirit stones, first call. 800 spirit stones, second call. 800 spirit stones, third call. Sold. As if fearing that emotion you might have second thoughts, Linuan rapidly announced the price 3 times before declaring the deal. Within box 6, Mo Dihua cast a puzzled glance at emotion. Given the significant flaws of this technique, why would you bid for it? Are you not still considering foundation establishment? Cultivating both body and technique will undoubtedly consume a great deal of energy. Emotion pondered briefly before responding. Elder 4. Do you recall the secret method displayed on the 3rd floor of the Xianling Mountain Scripture Repository, the 10,000 Beasts Convergence Fire Technique? Are you referring to? Mo Dihua's eye sharpened. With a thought, Emotion summoned a flicker of flame to dance upon his fingertip. From this flame, Mo Dihua seemed to perceive the ethereal silhouettes of a lava tortoise and a peacock. You actually. Mo Dihua's words were cut short by a knock at the door, as a maid entered, delicately holding a jade slip. After Emotion paid the 800 spirit stones, the maid reluctantly withdrew. My Dantian and meridians are innately broader and more resilient than others. Yet it took near death to master this secret technique. If another were to attempt it without protecting their meridians and Dantian, success would be nearly impossible. Xianyi explained. You are indeed fortunate. Perhaps, with this body refinement technique, you could achieve 10 layers of body refinement before the age of 60, thereby creating an opportunity to surpass the foundation establishment stage. Hua remarked appreciatively. Elder 4, could I borrow your spirit beast? Xianyi revealed his intent. He disclosed to Hua that he had mastered this secret technique in order to borrow his spirit beast to refine beast fire. According to Xianyi's knowledge, Hua's life spirit beast was the Crimson Flame Tiger, a descendant of the Foundation Establishment spirit beast from their lineage. Regrettably, Hua had once fallen into an ambush, and in a bid to rescue him, the Qi tiger sustained damage to its essence, halting its cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Despite possessing the bloodline of a second-tier spirit beast, it was unable to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage. I wondered how you came to share such a secret with me. It seems you were indeed eyeing my Qi tiger. After a brief pause, Hua smiled and said, No worries. I will have the Qi tiger assist you in practicing the 10,000 Beasts fusion fire technique upon its return. You are prudent, my boy. And while it is commendable to exercise discretion, remember that your family will always stand as your support. Such matters could have been disclosed earlier. Not only my Qi tiger, but other fire attribute spirit beasts from our clan could have aided you in refining your beast fire. Understood, the young one replied. Though he appeared to accept this on the surface, deep down, Xianyi held a different perspective. Within the family, there were indeed individuals like Hua, who were willing to support the younger generation and wished for the clan to flourish. Yet there were also those driven by selfish interests. Until Xianyi possessed sufficient means of self-preservation, he would refrain from revealing too much about himself, particularly regarding the classic of mountains and seas, which he would never disclose at any time. Next up for auction is the piece de resistance of this event, and I trust many of you have come for this particular item, the Foundation Establishment Pill. As Linuan concluded her words, a maid approached the auction stage, holding a transparent jade vial. All attention was drawn to the pill within the vial, captivating even those who had already attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, including Xianyi. However, upon observing the Foundation Establishment Pill within the vial, a collective frown of confusion spread across the crowd. Under normal circumstances, even a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill would appear round and full, akin to a work of art. Yet, the pill in question had an uneven surface, resembling the terrain of a planet, and was as dark as ink, as if scorched. It was evident that everyone had noticed the peculiarity of this Foundation Establishment Pill. Indeed, it was a failed concoction, or rather, a worthless pill. Nevertheless, even in its flawed state, it could still enhance the probability of breakthrough by half. Furthermore, in the event of a failed breakthrough, it could safeguard one's meridians, preventing death from a failed attempt. Although the success rate was modest, it nonetheless provided a chance for advancement. However, consuming this pill was not without its drawbacks. Should one successfully break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, the poison contained within the pill would hinder any further progress unless one consumed rare treasures to eliminate the pill's toxicity, rendering them the weakest among early Foundation Establishment cultivators. This pill commenced bidding at 6,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100 low-grade spirit stones for each bid. The auction now begins. Chapter 39. The battle outside the market. A worthless pill? How could it be a worthless pill? Hua suddenly stood up, fixating his gaze on the auction stage below. A mere enhancement of half a chance for success was indeed too meager, barely better than relying on the Tuanuan Foundation Establishment method without the pill. Given the current state of the family, they were in dire need of a Foundation Establishment pill, but not a failed one. Acquiring this worthless pill might allow for a breakthrough. However, should the attempt fail, it would become exceedingly difficult to gather spirit stones for another Foundation Establishment pill. Observing Hua abruptly rise and then sink back into despair, Xianyi found himself at a loss for words of consolation. Elder Fourth, shall we proceed to auction this Foundation Establishment pill? He inquired. After a prolonged silence, Hua's gaze sharpened, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No, it is a useless pill. My family cannot afford such turmoil. It would be better to forego spirit stones altogether. Xianyi's heart tightened, aware that Hua had already devised a plan to act as a robber during the auction. Even a worthless pill would inevitably incite fierce conflict post-auction. Given Hua's strength, it was uncertain whether he could seize a Foundation Establishment pill, but if he exercised caution and preserved his life, he should be fine. Although the family intended to withdraw from the bidding, this did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. Even a worthless pill had incited frenzied bidding among the crowd. After all, it could enhance the probability of a breakthrough by half. Even in failure, It could safeguard one's meridians, rendering it quite appealing to the average individual. Among the 5 major foundation establishment families, aside from the MO family, the other 4 families all entered the fray to bid. In contrast to the 5 great families, the chi refining families and the fully realized loose cultivators seemed even more frenzied, seemingly willing to disregard everything for such a worthless pill. The price of the foundation establishment pill soared to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, already rivaling that of a normal foundation establishment pill. 11,000 spirit stones. At that moment, the auction, which had been escalating at a sluggish pace, was interrupted by a deep voice from the adjacent box 7. It was He Mengding, the head of the He family. Mo Dihua's eyes narrowed, and his murderous intent intensified. The He family, known for their close ties to the Ling family, had long been at odds with the Mo family. The sudden spike in bids startled many, especially since the price had already exceeded that of a mere useless pill, nearing that of a proper foundation establishment pill. However, foundation establishment pills were exceedingly rare, their market value elusive. After several more rounds of bidding, He Mengding secured the subpar foundation establishment pill for the price of 11,800 spirit stones. Congratulations to Head He for successfully acquiring the foundation establishment pill at the price of 11,800 spirit stones. We wish Head He success in establishing his foundation and the He family's ascension to a foundation establishment family. On the auction stage, Lu Yining beamed with delight. The high price fetched by a mere worthless foundation establishment pill would yield her a substantial commission. Ascend to a foundation establishment family. The He family is hardly deserving, Mo Dihua remarked coldly. He then produced a storage bag and handed it to Mo Xuanya. Xuanya, once the auction concludes, return to the Xianling pavilion immediately. Do not linger outside. Take this storage bag for now and return it to me later. Mo Xuanya nodded, understanding Mo Dihua's intentions. Elder Fourth, if circumstances become dire, do not take risks. It is merely a useless foundation establishment pill. Your safety is paramount. You impertinent boy, I do not require your admonishments, Mo Dihua urged. Now, hurry and leave. Mo Xuanya tucked away the storage bag and swiftly exited the box, hastening towards the entrance of the Yuhuag pavilion. Much like Mo Xuanya, there were numerous individuals who hastily departed as soon as the auction concluded. After all, no one is a fool. Every occurrence of the foundation establishment pill heralds a tumultuous storm of bloodshed, and none wish to be ensnared in the ensuing chaos. The once bustling streets had grown significantly desolate, with many wandering cultivators dismantling their stalls, seemingly already aware of the emergence of the foundation establishment pill. Mo Dihua swiftly exited the Yuhua pavilion, but did not venture far. After donning a black robe and employing a breath-concealing technique to mask his presence, he fixated on the entrance of the pavilion. He was not alone. Many cultivators of comparable caliber, all at the late stage or perfection of chi refinement, were present, each possessing formidable strength. Strangely, He Mengding, the head of the He family, emerged from the Yuhua pavilion significantly later than the others. What could be the reason? Even if a transaction for the foundation establishment pill were to take place, it should not have delayed him so. Was there an unforeseen complication? Regardless of the circumstances, it sufficed to confirm that the head of the He family was among those departing. The He family, consisting of 5 individuals, all at least at the 9th layer of chi refinement, left the Yuhua pavilion at a leisurely pace. Although they headed toward the exit of the Canshuan market, they appeared in no rush to depart. Their entourage gradually increased, with some individuals brazenly trailing directly behind them. After all, cultivators who had mastered the breath-concealing technique to perfection were few and far between, and even fewer could elude He Mengding's perception. Wherever the He family passed, the streets were left eerily vacant. Soon, they arrived at the market's exit, and just as the He family was moving slowly, a flying vessel suddenly materialized beneath their feet, propelling the 5 of them away at breakneck speed. An exquisite flying artifact. How could the He family possess such a treasure? Some cultivators could not help but exclaim. The concealed observers, no longer wishing to remain hidden, all took to their flying artifacts, pursuing the He family with fervor. Though the He family's speed was remarkable, 4 of the pursuers wielded exquisite flying artifacts as well. It wasn't long before some cultivators caught up, and a fierce battle was poised to erupt. The 5 cultivators of the He family engaged in a fierce skirmish with the marauders obstructing their path. As a beast-controlling family, the He family summoned spirit beasts to assist them, gaining the upper hand against the 4 marauders who found themselves on the defensive, as if facing imminent defeat. However, with additional marauders soon joining the fray, the scales of victory began to tip perilously. What was peculiar, however, was that the 5 cultivators of the He family, despite the precarious situation, exhibited no signs of panic or intention to flee. They seemed rather intent on stalling their adversaries. One cultivator sensed the anomaly and called out, "He family head, Surrender the foundation establishment pill. You can see the current predicament. There is no way for your He family to leave with it. Indeed. Relinquish the foundation establishment pill, and we shall spare your lives, came the response. Spare us? Why would the He family require your mercy? He Mengding retorted disdainfully. He then suddenly shouted into the void, Senior, it is time. The marauders should be drawn in now. We can take action. Upon the utterance of those words, the movements of all present in the arena came to an abrupt halt, transforming the previously frenzied battlefield into a realm where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 40, A Complete Capture. The cultivator of foundational strength. Clad in the attire of the Lin family from Dantian Valley, was none other than Lin Chenghua, one of the 3 venerable ancestors of the Lin clan. Suddenly, a black-robed bandit let out a piercing scream. Flee. In that instant, all bandits desperately surged toward the periphery. Given their numbers and cultivation levels, had they united as one, even foundational cultivators would have been compelled to retreat. Alas, this group was but a disjointed assembly, incapable of forming a cohesive front. Their earlier collaboration to eliminate the He family cultivators was merely due to the foundational pills being in the hands of the He family. Now, faced with the threat to their lives, their foremost thought was to escape rather than to engage in combat. If you wish to leave, have you consulted with me first? Lin Chenghua's voice rang coldly. The oppressive aura of a foundational cultivator surged forth as he formed a hand seal, summoning a cloud of fire in the sky. Subsequently, one could observe numerous deep red fireballs, each the size of a basketball, erupting from the fiery cloud, hurtling down toward the bandits below. As for the 5 cultivators from the He family, they had long since evaded the attack's range. Witnessing the impending assault, the bandits hastened their escape, simultaneously attempting to fend off the incoming fireballs. The air was filled with loud booms and anguished cries. Some bandits managed to block one strike and, unscathed, slipped out of the fiery cloud's grasp, emerging alive. Others were struck by the fireballs, sustaining severe injuries, yet mustering every ounce of strength to flee. A few, however, met their demise in this wave of onslaught. Lin Chenghua did not impede those bandits who managed to escape. The sheer number was overwhelming, and he had no desire to incite their wrath, for that would bring no benefit to the Lin family. As all the bandits fled, He Mengding, accompanied by the members of the He family, respectfully bowed to Lin Chenghua, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Since your He family is willing to submit to my Lin family, I shall naturally lend my aid, Lin Chenghua replied nonchalantly, gradually descending. He waved his hand toward the scattered cultivators around him, causing the various scattered magical artifacts and storage bags from the wandering cultivators to be drawn toward him by an unseen force. After scanning with his spiritual sense, a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Indeed, this trip was not in vain. Meanwhile, Mo Dihua hastily vacated the battlefield, cursing his misfortune for not anticipating the emergence of a foundational cultivator from the Lin family, and merely for a worthless foundational pill. Just as he intended to return to Tsangshuan Square, he sensed the cultivator approaching his direction, and judging by the aura emanating from them, they appeared to be significantly injured. Shortly thereafter, a bandit with smoke billowing from his head came into Mo Dihua's view. Without hesitation, Mo Dihua produced a large fiery red blade from his storage bag, bypassing any further dialogue, and struck directly at the approaching figure. Moments later, Mo Dihua, thoroughly satisfied, gathered the individual's magical artifacts and storage bag. Not bad. At least my journey was not in vain. However, the foundation establishment pill has surprisingly fallen into the hands of the He family. If He Mengding had failed in his foundation establishment, it would have been tolerable, but should he succeed, even if he were the weakest in the foundation establishment stage, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to our Mo family. Mo Dihua returned to Tsangshuan Square with a grave expression. Within the Xianling Pavilion, Mo Xuanya, concerned for Mo Dihua's safety, refrained from immediately retreating into the Shanghai realm after his return, opting instead to remain in the shop, awaiting Mo Dihua's arrival. Only when he saw Mo Dihua emerge unscathed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Elderforth, here is the storage bag you entrusted me to safeguard, Mo Xuanya said, presenting the bag. Since Mo Dihua was still alive, the bag bore his mark. Unless one were to risk detection by forcibly erasing his mark, Mo Xuanya could not ascertain the contents within. Yet, it was evident that it contained a significant quantity of spirit stones intended for the family's purchase of the foundation establishment pill. Mo Dihua received it, and through the mark on the storage bag, he confirmed that it had not been tampered with. Elderforth, what was the outcome? Who ultimately acquired the foundation establishment pill? Mo Xuanya inquired with curiosity. The He family, Mo Dihua sighed. The He family? How could it be the He family? Could it be that they executed some stratagem to lure us away? With their strength, they should not have been able to secure the foundation establishment pill, Mo Xuanya questioned. Perplexed, They did not employ a strategy to lure us away, but rather one to draw the snake out of its hole, subsequently capturing everything in one fell swoop. Had I not been quick to seize the opportunity, I might not have returned at all. After recounting the events, Imo Dihua concluded, I have shared this with you. Now, focus on your cultivation. The matter of the foundation establishment pill is beyond the concern of a mere chi refining third-layer novice like you. You may worry about it when you are stronger. Having received the Chi Yin Tiger from Imo Dihua, Imo Xuanye returned to his chamber and entered the Shanhai realm. He promptly retrieved the fire spirit body refinement technique, immersing himself in its essence. Having already condensed his innate true fire, Imo Xuanye found it significantly easier to grasp the fire spirit body refinement technique compared to others, and he soon comprehended it entirely. What Lu Yinin referred to as a slow progression compared to ordinary techniques was indeed understated. Without condensing the innate beast fire, one might never break into the late stage of body refinement, let alone challenge the foundation establishment at the 10th level. Withdrawing his mind from the jade slip, Imo Xuanye couldn't help but marvel at the technique's unique trait. The more powerful the innate beast fire one condenses, the faster the cultivation of this technique proceeds. Nonetheless, akin to the arduous process of cultivating the 10,000 beasts convergence fire technique, practicing this skill was excruciating, as if one were to place their flesh within raging flames. Undergoing relentless tempering, it felt as if the very sinews would tear and flesh incinerate, only for one to be reborn like a phoenix from the ashes. However, compared to the perilous nature of the 10,000 beasts convergence fire technique, the innate beast fire felt like an integral part of oneself, rendering the pain bearable without endangering one's life. It would be prudent to first absorb the beast fire from the Chi Yin Tiger and refine the innate spirit fire before undertaking the cultivation of the fire spirit body refinement technique. With this thought in mind, Imo Xuanye exited the Shanhai realm. The Crimson Flame Tiger has now reached the 9th level of Chi refinement, possessing a heightened intelligence. Unlike the lava turtle, which grew up alongside Imo Xuanye, their bond being profound. The tiger's presence is far more secure when harnessing the beast fire from the external world. With a swift gesture, Imo Xuanye released the Crimson Flame Tiger from its beast pouch. Before him stood a magnificent creature nearly 8 meters in length, towering at 3 meters when upright, its body engulfed in blazing crimson flames. Reflecting on the tiger's past injury to its origin, Imo Xuanye silently recited from the classic of mountains and seas to analyze the situation. Crimson Flame Tiger, analysis, previously utilized the secret techniques of its lineage, igniting its vital blood to unleash formidable combat power, resulting in damage to its origin, thereby being trapped at the 9th level of Chi refinement without the means to break through. Solution: administer Blood Emperor Essence, brewed by the White Jade Spirit Bee, to replenish its lost origin, enabling it to advance to the 10th level of Chi refinement, with a slight chance of glimpsing the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 41. Spirit Fire Body Refinement. Imo Xuanye was not unfamiliar with Blood Emperor Essence. However, since entering the realm of cultivation, he had seemingly never taken a life nor allowed the White Jade Spirit Bee to consume any living being, resulting in the hive never producing Blood Emperor Essence. The Crimson Flame Tiger from his family, currently in the mid-foundation establishment stage, may also have sustained injuries due to burning its vital blood. If that were the case, he might need to allow the White Jade Spirit Bee to consume more flesh and blood from living beings. Nevertheless, before that, he must at least elevate his body refinement to the 4th level. With a thought, a spirit-feeding pill appeared in Imo Xuanye's hand, which he tossed towards the Crimson Flame Tiger. For this period, I shall require your cooperation in cultivating the 10,000 Beasts fusion fire technique. The tiger eagerly consumed the spirit-feeding pill, finding its flavor delightful, though it had little effect on its cultivation. At present, Imo Xuanye's innate beast fire had only fused the flames of the 5-color peacock and the lava turtle, possessing a power equivalent to that of a mid-tier first stage. The Crimson Flame Tiger, being at the 9th level of Chi refinement, would significantly enhance the potency of his innate spirit fire if its flames were integrated. Even if it did not reach the late first stage, it could achieve the peak of the mid-tier. The Crimson Flame Tiger unleashed a jet of flame, seemingly cautious that Imo Xuanye might not withstand the intensity. Controlling its power to that of an early Chi refinement attack, Imo Xuanye drew forth his innate spirit fire from his Dantian, absorbing the tiger's flames. The flame's potency is insufficient. It can be further strengthened, he instructed the tiger. Upon hearing this, the tiger intensified its flames, escalating to a strength comparable to that of the 4th level of Chi refinement. Observing that Imo Xuanye showed no signs of distress, it gradually increased the flame's intensity until it reached a level akin to the 6th level of Chi refinement before ceasing its ascent. A month later, Mo Xian Yi returned the Crimson Flame Tiger to Mo Dihua. By this time, although his innate spirit fire had not yet surpassed the upper-tier first stage, it was merely a step away. With the addition of another fire attribute spirit beast, even one at the mid-chi refinement stage would suffice. Unfortunately, the spirit beast contracted by Mo Wenru was not of the fire attribute. Nonetheless, for the time being, his innate spirit fire was adequate, sufficiently supporting his rapid cultivation of the fire spirit body refinement technique. As the speed diminished, he planned to return to his family to seek assistance from the three elders. In the days that followed, Mo Xuanye devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of the fire spirit body refining technique, temporarily entrusting the 5 elements chi refining technique to the 3 spirit beasts for nurturing. Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the Mountain Sea realm. Fortunately, this realm was a unique space where no sound could escape, leaving outsiders oblivious to the turmoil within. Yet, the spirit beasts suffered greatly, enduring Mo Xuanye's torment daily, which in turn affected their own cultivation speed. Having undergone the baptism of the 10,000 beasts conflagration technique, Mo Xuanye's will had become remarkably resilient, though there were moments when it proved overwhelming. During such times, he would calm himself to refine pills and tools, and once he had restored his balance, he would resume practicing the fire spirit body refining technique. He feared that without a respite from employing his innate spirit fire for body refinement, he might very well descend into madness. In Danxiao Valley, beyond the Zhongshuan Square City, He Mingding, the head of the He family, conspired with Lin Changhua, a foundational cultivator from the Lin family, to ensnare numerous robbers. Rather than returning to Linquan Mountain, He Mingding accompanied Lin Changhua directly to the Lin family's stronghold in Danxiao Valley. The single-tier top-grade spiritual vein atop Linquan Mountain was insufficient to support He Mingding's breakthrough to the foundational stage. Only a location with a second-tier inferior spiritual vein could suffice. Since the Lin family was willing to dispatch foundational cultivators to assist He Mingding in securing a foundational pill, he, in turn, was willing to temporarily borrow the second-tier spiritual vein of Danxiao Valley for his advancement. Enter. This is the secluded area designated for our Lin family cultivators to break through to the foundational stage. The density of spiritual energy within is sufficient to support your cultivation. Lin Chengzhu, the head of the Lin family, instructed He Mingding. Within the Lin family, not all were united, as there were those who had set their sights on this defective foundational pill, but they were thwarted by the combined efforts of the family head and the elder. Firstly, the success rate of the defective foundational pill was exceedingly low, hardly better than the Tuanuan foundational pill. Secondly, He Mingding had an agreement with the Lin family. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, he would become a loyal servant to them. Should he fail, the Lin family would have already reaped a handsome reward, ensuring their gain regardless of the outcome. Thank you, Lin family head. I am immensely grateful. If my foundational breakthrough is successful, I shall not forget the promises made. He Mingding expressed his gratitude. He then stepped into the stone chamber, the door descending behind him. Sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed, He Mingding refrained from immediately attempting his breakthrough. Instead, he absorbed the rich celestial and earthly spiritual energy within the chamber to adjust his condition. Every aspect of the foundational process required meticulous attention. Only by optimizing his physical state could he bolster his chances of success. At present, He Mingding was 59 years old, nearing the critical age of 60. Once he reached that milestone, his vitality would commence its decline, leaving little to no possibility for a foundational breakthrough. Thus, fully aware that this particular foundation establishment pill was nothing more than a defective product, with a minuscule chance of success and no possibility of further breakthroughs thereafter, he nonetheless resolutely decided to acquire it, even wagering the fate of the He family in pursuit of the Lin family's protection. Within the stone chamber, He Mingding's eyes abruptly opened, filled with unwavering determination as he retrieved the charred foundation establishment pill from his storage bag and placed it beside him. In the foundation establishment stage, even if I were the weakest among them, I could still live to the age of 200, just like any ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. By then, I would be able to safeguard my family for another 140 years. In that time, the He family is bound to produce a new foundation establishment powerhouse. As for the Lin family, for the time being, I shall recognize you as my lord, but once my family grows sufficiently strong, all this will naturally revert to us. With that thought, He Mingding closed his eyes once more and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy with all his might, refining it into his Dantian. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his Dantian had reached its limit. To continue absorbing more from the heavens and the earth, he needed to find a way to liquefy the energy already present. The transition from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage hinged upon this crucial process of liquefaction, allowing cultivators to harness a greater amount of spiritual energy. thereby significantly enhancing their power. As the spiritual energy was continuously refined into his Dantian, Mengding suddenly felt a sensation of acidity and swelling within, as though the energy were striving to escape. Completely disregarding the unusual feeling emanating from his Dantian, he persisted in refining the energy while simultaneously channeling his soul force into his Dantian to aid in compressing the energy, striving to achieve its liquefaction. Chapter 42. The Pursuit of Shao Qingyu, 4th Elder. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation of the fire spirit body refinement technique. I wish to return to Xianling Mountain to seek the assistance of the 3rd Elder's fire crane for my training. I kindly request your approval. On this day, Mo Xuanya approached Mo Dihua. He had spent 6 years within the Mountain Sea realm, while only 3 years had passed in the outside world. After 6 years, Mo Xuanya had advanced his fire spirit body refinement technique to the 4th layer, while the 5 elements qi refining technique had also progressed to the 4th layer, aided by the feedback from 3 spiritual beasts. Additionally, with the 5-colored peacock and the white jade spirit be both at the 5th layer of qi refining, he had attained a certain level of self-protection, prompting his desire to return to his family. Mo Dihua frowned slightly. You might as well wait another month. Someone from the family will come next month, and you can return with them then. No need. I possess the ability to protect myself, Mo Xuanya replied with a smile, summoning over 20 white jade spirit bees of the 4th layer of qi refining. With these bees by his side, he felt confident even against 6th layer cultivators. Of course, his primary motive for leaving this time was to undergo some practical training. Allowing the white jade spirit bees to devour a substantial amount of living beings' flesh and blood to concoct blood emperor nectar, curious to observe its effects. Mo Dihua regarded the white jade spirit bees with intrigue. These white-winged spirit bees of yours seem rather extraordinary. I recall that the white-winged spirit bees in our family are only at the 1st layer of qi refining. Even with ample spirit-nourishing pills, they max out at the 3rd layer. Yet these worker bees have broken through to the 4th layer. The queen must be at least at the 5th layer, correct? Mo Xianyi smiled and nodded. With the presence of the white-winged spirit bee, as long as one exercised caution, there would be no significant issues. Moreover, as cultivators, we are destined to defy the heavens for longevity. If we continuously remain sheltered under the protection of others, true growth will be forever unattainable. You may go alone and return alone, if that is your wish. Mo Dihua nodded in agreement. A surge of joy filled Mo Xianyi's heart. It was only Mo Dihua who would consent to this. Had it been another elder, it is likely they would have never approved. 3 days later, clad in a black robe, Mo Xianyi set forth toward the outskirts of the Xianling Pavilion alone. During this period, no one has entered the Xianling Pavilion in black robes. What could possibly have prompted the sudden appearance of a black-robed cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Could it be the young master's target? No, I must report back to the young master first. A wandering cultivator, who had been setting up a stall not far from the Xianling Pavilion, abruptly packed up all his wares and hastened towards the Shao family's talisman shop. Having left the Zhangxian market, Mo Xianyi summoned his Tianma. With the spirit-feeding pill and the variegated peach, he was occasionally able to savor spirit honey. The Tianma had also broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, achieving this advancement even earlier than Mo Xianyi, and was now approaching the pinnacle of that level. In due course, it should be able to break through. Though the combat prowess of the Tianma was not formidable, its speed in flight was remarkable, comparable to that of a 6th level qi refinement cultivator utilizing a 1st-tier mid-grade flying artifact. Mo Xianyi sat astride the Tianma, opting not to return directly to Xianling Mountain, but instead flew towards the periphery of the Zhangmang mountain range. The family would not send anyone to the Xianling Pavilion for another month, and as long as he returned to the family within that time frame, all would be well. At this moment, a streak of light rushed toward Mo Xianyi with great speed, swiftly closing the distance. The arrival did not conceal their presence. It was none other than the Shao family's talisman prodigy, Shao Chengyu. Descend, Mo Xianyi commanded as he urged the flying steed downward. The Shao family excelled in talismans, and with their assistance, even in the air, they could wield considerable combat power. Engaging in aerial combat would be unwise. As the Tianma descended toward the ground, Shao Chengyu also maneuvered his flying artifact to land not far from Mo Xianyi. Mo Xianyi, it is indeed you. It was worth having my people guard the Xianling Pavilion for so many years. You have finally emerged alone. Shao Chengyu gritted his teeth. Oh, you are so eager to see me. Could it be that you have fallen for me? I assure you, I have no inclination toward such matters. So do not misunderstand. Mo Xianyi feigned difficulty in his response. Shao Chengyu was momentarily taken aback, then his anger flared. How audacious, even with death looming. You dare to speak so brazenly. You, a mere 5th root cultivator, have only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement after all these years. Today, I shall end your life and teach you that some individuals are not to be trifled with. As he prepared to strike, Xiao Chengyu was startled to see Mo Xian Yi had already made the first move. Spirit Piercy, he had never anticipated that Mo Xuanya, merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, possessed such formidable soul power, rivaling that of the 7th level of Qi refinement, even surpassing his own. Just as he had emerged from the throes of soul pain, he beheld Mo Xuanya wielding a long sword, conjuring an abundance of crimson flames, and with a single stroke, he aimed directly at him. Xiao Qingjiu, his spirit injured, had no time to mobilize his mana for defense. He swiftly retrieved a mid-tier ice armor talisman from his storage pouch, which transformed into an ice shield to protect him. With a resounding crash, Mo Xuanya's sword struck the ice shield, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered upon the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Qingjiu retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Mo Xuanya. How could this be? You are merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. How could you obliterate my ice shield? No, you have concealed your true cultivation. Xiao Qingjiu exclaimed in shock. You talk too much, Mo Xuanya retorted, unleashing another strike with his sword, igniting a fierce inferno. The flames rapidly expanded, engulfing Xiao Qingjiu. Humph, even if you hide your power, with your 5 spiritual roots, you can only reach the 4th level of Qi refinement at most. I am at the 6th level. What can you do to me? Xiao Qingjiu replied coldly. With a flourish, Xiao Qingjiu slashed his sword, splitting the flames in two. Flame Dragon Break. But when that attack failed, Mo Xuanya unleashed another strike, summoning a 3-meter-long fire dragon that charged towards Xiao Qingjiu. Useless. With your cultivation, you cannot possibly harm me. Xiao Qingjiu scoffed, forming hand seals and directing his sword towards the approaching fire dragon. At that moment, a 5-colored spiritual light shot forth from behind a nearby tree, striking Xiao Qingjiu's sword. Instantly, he felt the connection between himself and the sword severed, and his mana stagnated as the spell abruptly ceased. As panic surged within him, he was unaware of what was transpiring, while the fire dragon summoned by Mo Xuanya had already consumed his sword and crashed into him. Chapter 43. He Mingding establishes foundation with a thunderous impact. Xiao Qingjiu was struck by the fire dragon, his body hurled through the air. Before he could even touch the ground, the stinger of the white jade spirit bee rained down upon him like a shower of arrows. As soon as he landed, all signs of life vanished from him. The surrounding white jade spirit bees, witnessing this, surged forth and devoured him entirely. Mo Xuanya stepped forward, collecting Xiao Qingjiu's storage pouch and flying sword, and among the discarded garments, he discovered a mid-tier protective talisman. After incinerating the clothing, he departed from the scene. It must be said that Xiao Qingjiu's talent was commendable within such a short span. He had cultivated to the 6th level of Qi refinement, suggesting his spiritual root aptitude was at least a tri-spiritual root or perhaps a dual spiritual root. Furthermore, he was a mid-tier talisman master. The demise of such a genius at the hands of Mo Xuanya would undoubtedly stir considerable trouble. Moreover, since Xiao Qingjiu had attracted attention from the Xianling Pavilion, it would be impossible to conceal the fact that he had been slain. However, since Xiao Qingjiu had already attempted to kill him, there was no chance he would be left alive. After tidying up, Mo Xian Yi swiftly departed from the location and sought refuge in a secure place to assess his recent gains. He had acquired a first-grade superior talisman inheritance, presumably because Xiao Chengyu was currently striving to become a first-grade superior talisman master. He also possessed 600 spirit stones and a vial of intermediate first-grade Qi condensation pills, perfectly suited for Mo Xian Yi's current cultivation needs. Among his spoils were 4 magical artifacts, a talisman brush, the flying artifact Qingshu, the flying sword Biyu sword, and the protective armor fish scale armor. The talisman brush was classified as a first-grade superior artifact, while the other 3 were of first-grade intermediate quality. Additionally, he had several first-grade inferior and intermediate talismans. Fortunately, Xiao Chengyu had underestimated Mo Xian Yi. Had he unleashed a barrage of talismans from the outset, the difficulty of defeating him would have significantly increased. It is no wonder that so many resort to robbery. The pursuit of wealth through theft is far less arduous than the laborious crafting of pills and artifacts. The Biyu sword, being of the water attribute, did not align with Mo Xian Yi's practice of the Qiyin sword technique. And the fish scale armor was redundant since he already possessed the turtle shell shield. Although the fish scale armor was aesthetically pleasing and more convenient, it could not rival the defensive capabilities of the turtle shell shield. Thus, Mo Xian Yi discarded these 2 artifacts to the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle. Despite his recent breakthrough, he had yet to attempt crafting a first-grade intermediate artifact. Hence the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle remained at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, not yet advancing. These 2 artifacts were just what it needed to ascend. As for the first-grade superior talisman brush, Mo Xian Yi decided to retain it for the time being. as directly feeding it to the turtle would be impractical. After consuming the two artifacts, the Lujin Tianbao turtle's aura surged dramatically, breaking through the threshold of the third level of qi refinement and reaching the pinnacle of the fourth level, where it finally came to a halt. Among his three spirit beasts, although the Lujin Tianbao turtle had the lowest cultivation level, Mo Xianyi was aware that in a true battle, the Baiyu spirit bee and the Was peacock would likely be unable to contend with it. Once he had thoroughly examined Xiao Chengyu's storage pouch, Mo Xianyi utilized his soul power to sense the massive beehive hanging from the colorful peach tree in the Shanghai realm. The Baiyu spirit bee had devoured Xiao Chengyu's flesh. This marked its first consumption of a cultivator. According to the records in the Shanghai Jing, the Baiyu spirit bee could refine blood royal jelly from consuming flesh, and it remained uncertain how much blood royal jelly could be produced from a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator. Mo Xianyi meticulously searched through the hive, ultimately confirming that the trace of blood in the corner of the queen's lair was indeed the so-called blood royal jelly. This was disappointingly scant. Perhaps it would take the consumption of 106th-level qi refinement cultivators to barely produce a single drop, Mo Xianyi mused. However, considering the extraordinary effects of blood royal jelly, his disappointment subsided. If blood royal jelly were so easily obtained, it would not be regarded with such reverence. Nor would its effects be so potent. Initially, Mo Xianyi had intended to continue his cultivation in the Kangmang Mountains for a while longer, but Xiao Chengyu's appearance compelled him to abandon this plan. Who could predict whether members of the Xiao family might pursue him to the Kangmang Mountains? It was wiser to return to his family for safety. A few days later, Mo Xianyi rode a flying horse back to Xianling Mountain. Instead of immediately seeking out Elder Mo Di Zhao, he returned home. This departure from Xianling Mountain had lasted nearly 8 years, during which he had not set foot in his home once. He has reincarnated to this place, and naturally, his feelings for his parents are profoundly deep. As Mo Xuanya appeared at the entrance of his small courtyard, the rain butterfly resting on the pear tree had already detected his presence, fluttering its wings and circling him incessantly. "You little creature, you can still recognize me. Ah, you've broken through to the peak of the 5th level of qi refinement. Soon, you shall ascend to the 6th level. What remarkable speed." Mo Xuanya teased the rain butterfly with a smile. The lava turtle, which had been resting in the middle of the yard, crawled over and nudged Mo Xuanya with its head. "You too must be craving spiritual honey," he remarked generously, producing 2 large pieces of it. The lava turtle swallowed 1 piece whole, while the rain butterfly grasped its portion and flew back to the tree to savor it slowly. Xuanya, Mo Wenin, and Mo Wenlian sensed the commotion in the courtyard and came out. Despite not having seen him for 8 years, they recognized him immediately. "The 4th level of qi refinement. Quite impressive, my boy. You surpassed your father's time in breaking through to the 4th level by quite a margin," Mo Wenin said with satisfaction. "Of course, just look at who my son is," Mo Wenlian added with a sense of pride. Just as Mo Xuanya basked in the warmth of home, a message suddenly reached Xianling Mountain. In the vast Kangmang mountain range, another foundation-establishing family had emerged, the He family. The head of the He family, He Mengding, had consumed a defective foundation-building pill from the Lin family and, extraordinarily fortunate, successfully established his foundation, advancing to the initial stage of foundation establishment. He condensed a Tianzhong spiritual cloud. Although it was the smallest type of spiritual cloud, it still marked the beginning of foundation establishment. The He family had always been at odds with the Mo family, and given that the Kangmang mountain range, apart from being a gathering place for demon beasts, only had 5 major foundation-establishing families with second-tier spiritual veins, this could pose a threat to Xianling Mountain. For the Shanghai realm to thrive, I must become the head of the Mo family. Until I assume this position, the Mo family cannot afford to face any troubles. What should I do? How can I help the family navigate through this crisis? While Mo Xuanya pondered deeply, in the grand hall of the Mo family at Xianling Mountain, numerous powerful family members had gathered, all wearing serious expressions as they discussed strategies. He Mengding has already established his foundation, even as the weakest foundation cultivator. He is still far stronger than a 10th-level qi refinement practitioner. How should the Mo family respond? Mo Daijing scanned the crowd and spoke solemnly. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. The Mo family currently possessed only one mid-foundation period crimson flame tiger left by an ancestor, but it was gravely injured and reliant on the spiritual veins of Xianling Mountain to prevent its condition from worsening, rendering it incapable of action. Even the weakest foundation cultivator may not be significantly stronger than us. If it comes to it, we could attempt to ambush He Mengding, even if we perish. We shall take him down with us, the elder Mo Dishi proposed in a grave tone. But if we kill He Mengding, what if we cannot? If we all leave, who will support the Mo family? Mo Daijing countered. The hall fell into dead silence once more. After much discussion, they ultimately could not devise a reliable solution. deciding instead to keep constant watch over He Mengding and the movements of the He family. Chapter 44, Beast Mastery Physique. Is Grandpa the patriarch inside? As Mo Daijing pondered how to deal with He Mengding while alone in the grand hall, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. It must be Xianyi. Come in. Mo Daijing called out. Upon hearing the voice, Mo Xianyi stepped into the hall. It has been 8 years since you left Xianling Mountain. It is time for you to return and pay a visit, Mo Daijing remarked. Dihua mentioned that you have mastered the 10,000 beasts conflagration technique. You have come to seek the aid of our clan's fire attribute spirit beasts for your cultivation, haven't you? Mo Daijing inquired with a strained smile. Mo Xianyi nodded and then shook his head. Clan leader, that is one reason, but I also have another matter to report. After saying this, Mo Xianyi recounted his departure from Tsang Xianfang City, the pursuit by Xiao Qingyu, and how he ultimately turned the tables on him. Are you implying that you single-handedly dispatched Xiao Qingyu, who was at the 6th level of Qi refinement? Mo Daijing asked, his expression grave. First, there was He Mengding establishing his foundation, and now another clan member has provoked the Xiao family at this critical time. As the head of the Mo clan, he was well aware of the Xiao family's circumstances. Although both of Xiao Qingyu's parents were ordinary, his innate talent was exceptional, making him a valued member of the Xiao family. It was no wonder he had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement at such a young age, in addition to being a first-tier mid-grade talisman master. Indeed, and the Xiao family may already be aware of this incident. Someone in the market likely knows that Xiao Qingyu was pursuing me. Mo Xianyi expressed his concern. This matter was instigated by Xiao Qingyu himself. However, given the current state of our Mo family, I trust you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Regardless of who inquires, you must deny any connection to this affair. Fortunately, you were wearing a black robe at the time, so the Xiao family cannot be entirely certain that it was you. Curious, Mo Daijing asked. You are only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. How did you manage to overcome 2 minor realms to defeat Xiao Qingyu? Mo Xianyi concentrated for a moment and summoned a white jade spirit bee, sending it towards Mo Daijing. Mo Daijing reached out and captured the white jade spirit bee. Examining it closely. Your white-winged spirit bee has undergone a mutation? It is nearly impossible for an ordinary white-winged spirit bee to advance to the 4th level of Qi refinement. From a distance, it may appear unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, its body glistens like jade, showing a clear distinction from the white-winged spirit bee. Mo Xianyi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is no longer a white-winged spirit bee, it is a white jade spirit bee, significantly more powerful than its predecessor. I contracted it because I sensed its uniqueness. You noticed its distinctiveness? You must have only just begun to channel qi into your body at that time, correct? Yes. Elder Zhang mentioned that the 2nd-tier Bloodline ice-armored crocodile currently contracted by Wen Shuang was also discovered by you. Yes. Your parents were previously trapped at the 3rd level of qi refinement for many years, yet they suddenly broke through. Moreover, your mother's efforts to raise the multicolored phoenix have been hindered for a long time. Did you have a hand in that as well? Yes. Do you have nothing else to say? Clan leader, I believe I possess the Beast Master physique. On his way here, Mo Xianyi had already resolved to disclose his possession of the Beast Master physique to the clan leader. Though he was acutely aware of his lack of the Beast Master physique, possessing instead the 9-spirit physique, the presence of the Shanhai Jing allowed him to masquerade effortlessly as a Beast Master. The Mo family, being a clan of Beast Masters, would undoubtedly regard his claim of possessing such a physique with greater esteem, which would be advantageous for his eventual ascension to the position of clan leader. In this world, while possession is a possibility, it necessitates at least a cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Thus, Mo Xianyi harbored no fears that the clan leader would turn against him upon learning of his true nature. Furthermore, in order to resolve the current peril facing the family, it would be imperative to rely on the mid-foundation stage Crimson Flame Tiger. The Shanhai Jing was bound to the clan, should the Mo family be annihilated. No matter how many spirit beasts Mo Xianyi gathered, the utility of the Shanhai realm would become exceedingly limited. Therefore, the Mo family must not perish. With a sudden movement, Mo Daijing sprang to his feet, shattering the armrest of his chair with a single strike. Do you truly mean what you say? Mo Xianyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the egg of the ice-armored crocodile is not as I previously mentioned. The other party is unaware of its existence. It is merely a broken egg, yet my Beast Master physique grants me a unique sensitivity towards spirit beasts, allowing me to discern how to hatch it. Mo Daijing could not suppress his elation and promptly inquired, what other special abilities does your Beast Master physique possess? I can analyze the methods for enhancing spirit beast bloodlines and healing them, replied Mo Xianyi. Is that truly so? Mo Daijing's expression transformed with excitement as he grasped Mo Xianyi's hand tightly. Fortunately, Mo Xuanya had now cultivated his physical body. Otherwise, that grip might have injured him. Indeed, I have observed Elder Dihua's Crimson Flame Tiger. Its predicament arose from utilizing the innate abilities of the Crimson Flame Tiger lineage, which led to the burning of its own essence, resulting in damage to its source. This has stunted its cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, preventing any breakthrough. I have devised a solution, though it cannot be implemented at this moment, Mo Xuanya responded. Come, follow me to a certain place. As he spoke, Mo Daijing took Mo Xuanya by the hand and headed toward the back mountains of the clan, an area typically forbidden even to clan elders. Mo Xuanya understood that Mo Daijing intended to show him the mid-foundation stage Crimson Flame Tiger. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a cave, from which a wave of intense heat emanated, accompanied by an aura of spirit beast pressure. Follow me inside, Mo Daijing instructed, leading the way into the cavern. The cave was vast and deep, with the temperature rising steadily as they ventured further. Suddenly, their surroundings opened up to reveal a volcanic crater. Within the Xianling Mountain, there existed a volcanic crater, a fact Mo Xuanya had been unaware of despite living there for many years. This was not a true volcano, but rather a formation created by an array that drew geothermal energy from beneath the earth. Had it not been for this formation, the Elder of the Crimson Flame would have been unable to contain the injuries within. Seemingly perceiving Mo Xuanya's confusion, Mo Daijing offered an explanation. Their arrival drew the attention of a massive crimson tiger, measuring 10 meters in length, lounging near the edge of the volcanic crater. In the foundational stage, the demon beast has already mastered the ability to refine its essence and can articulate speech like an ordinary human. Dijing, what brings you to my abode today? And you have brought along this little one? A hoarse voice emanated from the mouth of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Mo Xian Yi turned his gaze towards the Crimson Flame Tiger. Although the surroundings were sweltering, he sensed an unusual chill emanating from the creature. Perhaps due to the refinement of his innate spiritual fire, Mo Xian Yi had become exceedingly sensitive to coldness. Esteemed Elder, our Mo clan has been fortunate to have birthed a member with the beast-taming constitution, hence I have brought him to meet you, Mo Dijing respectfully stated. Chapter 45. Mo Dijing's Decision. Crimson Flame Tiger. Analysis. It had previously employed a clan secret technique, burning its own blood essence, resulting in a significant loss of its origin. Subsequently, it was afflicted by the venom of the ice scale serpent from the Purple Mansion realm, leading to cold poison entering its body. If the cold poison is not expelled, it will perish within 3 years. Solutions. 1. Supplementing the origin. Utilizing the Blood Emperor nectar brewed by the White Jade Spirit Bee can replenish its essence. However, as the Crimson Flame Tiger is a foundational stage spirit beast, and the White Jade Spirit Bee is merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a substantial quantity of first-tier Blood Emperor nectar is required. After replenishing its origin, the Crimson Flame Tiger will have an extended duration to resist the cold poison. 2. Expelling the cold poison. If the primal beast fire refined from the 10,000 Beast Fusion Fire technique reaches the 2nd tier, or by using the main herbs such as Flame Sunflower, the century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng, and the Crimson Flame Ganoderma, supplemented with first-tier spiritual herbs like Fire Spirit Grass and Fire Cloud Grass to concoct a medicinal bath, the cold poison can also be expelled. Mo Xian Yi could not help but frown. Whether supplementing the essence or expelling the cold poison, both tasks were far from simple. Killing the 6th level Qi refinement cultivator, Xiao Chengyu had yielded a barely perceptible trace of Blood Emperor nectar. What did the large quantity mentioned in the Classic of Mountains and Seas refer to? Furthermore, as Mo Xian Yu was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, elevating his innate spiritual fire to the 2nd tier was utterly impossible, not to mention the lack of sufficient beast fire to consume for enhancement, even if it existed. His cultivation level would not permit him to wield such potent innate spiritual fire. As for the medicinal bath and the various first-tier spiritual herbs, they were relatively easy to procure. Even if the Mo clan did not have them in their collection, they should be available for purchase in the Zhangxian market. However, the 3 main herbs, Flame Sunflower, century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng, and Crimson Flame Ganoderma, were all 2nd-tier spiritual herbs, and even a thorough search of the entire Zhangxian market would not yield them. Moreover, their prices would undoubtedly be exorbitant, and acquiring them would likely be taxing for the Mo clan. Have you found a way to assist Elder Qian? Mo Dijing inquired anxiously. Mo Xian Yi nodded solemnly. While a solution had been identified, its execution would be challenging. What is the solution? Mo Dijing pressed eagerly. Mo Xian Yi raised his gaze to Mo Dijing. Clan leader, have you seen my White Jade Spirit Bee? It possesses a unique ability to consume the blood and flesh of living beings to brew Blood Emperor nectar, which can replenish the essence of spirit beasts. However, as Elder Qi Yan is a foundational stage spirit beast, and my white jade spirit bee's queen is only at the 5th level of chi refinement. A considerable amount of Blood Emperor nectar will be necessary. After consuming the Blood Emperor nectar, Elder Chi Yin should be able to live for a few more years. Without it, he has a maximum of 3 years left. Regarding the Purple Mansion level ice scale serpent poison within his body, it requires the use of flame sunflower, century-old fire spirit ginseng, crimson flame ganoderma, and a series of spiritual herbs. As for my innate spiritual fire, I did not mention it, as this plan is not feasible in the short term. Ah, young one. You have indeed discerned that the chill toxin within me is a remnant of the ice-scaled serpent from the Purple Mansion realm. Your affinity for beast mastery is truly remarkable, as is your possession of the white jade spirit bee. Any substance that replenishes one's essence is a rarity beyond compare. Henceforth, this ability must remain concealed from outsiders. Instructed the Crimson Flame Tiger. We possess the yin-yang flower within the Mo family S collection, yet the other 2 spiritual herbs must be procured from the outside world. After a moment of silence, Mod Jing resumed. If one were to consume the Blood Emperor nectar, how long could Senior Chi Yin survive? Mo Xianyi, utilizing insights from the classic of mountains and seas, responded, 10 years, at most 10 years. We must gather the other spiritual herbs. Otherwise, the chill toxin will fully manifest, and there will be no remedy. 10 years may suffice, Mo Dijing murmured. However, clan leader, the brewing of Blood Emperor nectar is exceedingly arduous. I felled Xiao Chengyu and from his corpse obtained but a mere trace of the nectar. Mo Xian Yi quickly clarified, fearing Mo Dijing might misconstrue the situation. Xiao Chengyu was merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. What if a foundation establishment cultivator were to be consumed by your white jade spirit bee? In addition to nearly 100 chi refinement practitioners? As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent emerged in Mo Dijing's eyes. Clan leader, are you suggesting that Mo Xian Yi has conceived a possibility? He inquired, slowly uttering 5 words. He family of Linuan Mountain. Continuing, Mo Dijing stated, He Mengding has ascended to early foundation establishment. The He family's Linuan Mountain is merely a first-tier premium spiritual vein. And given the He family's inclination towards the Danxia Valley's Lin family, they are bound to covet our Mo family's Xianling Mountain. In light of this, why not take the initiative and eradicate the He family? This would eliminate a formidable foe, provide nourishment for your white jade spirit bee to brew Blood Emperor nectar. And acquiring the He family's resources would greatly simplify the procurement of spiritual herbs needed to aid Senior Chi Yin in dispelling the chill toxin. Mo Xian Yi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Mo Dijing to devise such numerous strategies so swiftly. However, all of this hinged on a critical point. Senior Chi Yin, He Mengding succeeded in foundation establishment using inferior foundation establishment pills, and his manifestation is but a mere 10 zhong of spiritual clouds. With your current prowess, can you defeat He Mengding? Mo Dijing turned to the Crimson Flame Tiger for an answer. Certainly, a mere weakest foundation establishment cultivator? Slaying him would be as effortless as turning my hand, scoffed the Crimson Flame Tiger. Even a sick tiger retains its might. Not everyone can grasp the tiger's whiskers. Very well, I shall now summon the members of the Mo family and immediately assault Linuan Mountain, using the He family's blood to aid Senior Chi Yin in restoring his essence. With that, Mo Dijing swiftly departed the cave, heading towards the family hall. Soon after, the summit of Xianling Mountain resonated with 3 chimes of a bell, audible to all members of the Mo family. The alarm bell is not to be rung lightly unless a significant event unfolds. All family members with cultivation levels above the 4th level of chi refinement hastened towards the summit. Should the bell toll 9 times, it would signify an impending calamity for the Mo family, compelling all practitioners, regardless of their rank, to rush to the family hall without delay. Upon their arrival at the pinnacle of Xianling Mountain, they beheld the figures of the Crimson Flame Tiger, Mo Dijing, and Mo Xianyi in the square. The crowd was filled with curiosity, yet chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the gathering of all. After everyone had assembled, Mo Dijing finally spoke. The esteemed head of the He family, He Mengding, has successfully ascended to the foundation establishment stage by utilizing discarded materials to forge the foundation establishment pill. According to reliable sources, the He family is poised to invade our Xianling Mountain in the near future. In light of this, I conferred with the esteemed Elder Chi Yin and we resolved to take the initiative, erasing Linuan Mountain from the vast expanse of the Kangmang Mountain range. Elders 8 and 9 shall remain to guard our clan and activate the protective array, while 1/3 of our members will stay behind. The remainder will accompany me and Elder Chi Yin to assault Linuan Mountain. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar, for none anticipated that Mo Dijing would act with such aggression. Although the He family may not rival the Mo family, they possess considerable strength, especially with the recent addition of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even the weakest among them at this stage is formidable. Clan leader, Elder Chi Yan. The Grand Elder Mo Dishao began to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Mo Daijing. There is no need for further discussion. This is the conclusion reached after deliberation with Elder Chi Yan, and it shall be executed. Chapter 46. Assault on Linuan Mountain. We welcome the clan leader back to the mountain and congratulate him on his ascension to the Foundation establishment stage. At the foot of Linuan Mountain, the members of the He family, having received the news, gathered in throngs regardless of age or gender. As they beheld He Mengding soaring on his flying sword, jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Cultivators at the Chi refinement stage can only utilize flying artifacts for aerial travel, whereas only those who break through to the Foundation establishment stage can command any artifact for flight. He Mengding's mastery of the flying sword serves as the most compelling evidence of his recent breakthrough. In high spirits, He Mengding proclaimed, "From today forth, our He family of Linuan Mountain shall officially be recognized as a Foundation establishment family. Elders, accompany me to the council hall while the rest may return home." He ascended toward the summit of Linuan Mountain, followed closely by the elders of his family. The remaining clan members, witnessing their leader's genuine ascent to the Foundation establishment stage, were filled with exhilaration. In the council hall, He Mengding took his place at the head of the assembly, while the others sat obediently at the lower seats. Even his uncles dared not assert their elder status in his presence at that moment. Our Linuan Mountain possesses merely a first-tier spirit vein, sufficient only for Chi refinement cultivators and unworthy of the He family's current stature as a Foundation establishment clan. He Mengding began. Are you implying that the first seat at the lower end, Elder He Guanghua, has a specific connotation? Another elder inquired. Others contemplated a potential implication but refrained from voicing their thoughts. You are astute, Grand Elder. I am indeed referring to Xianling Mountain. The Mo family has occupied Xianling Mountain for centuries. In the past, their power was formidable, and we of the He family would not dare to encroach upon it. However, do the Mo family currently possess any members who have ascended to the Foundation establishment stage? 20 years ago, the Mo family's ancestor perished in a beast tide, and since then, they have lacked a single Foundation establishment cultivator. How can they still claim dominion over Xianling Mountain, which harbors a second-tier spirit vein, and enjoy the privileges of a Foundation establishment family? As for the Crimson Flame Tiger left by their ancestor before his demise, it was already gravely injured and is now likely no longer a threat, perhaps even deceased. While He Mengding spoke with conviction, he himself harbored doubts regarding this matter. The Crimson Flame Tiger, which had once fought alongside the Mo family's ancestor, was a fearsome creature. In their time, no other Foundation establishment family could contend with them. Had it not been for the misfortune of the ancient ancestor of the Mo family encountering the ferocious beast of the Purple Mansion realm, the Mo family would likely still remain an untouchable entity. Although the Mo family now possesses only a severely injured Crimson Flame Tiger, its true condition remains a mystery. The Lin family intends to utilize He Mengding to probe the Mo family's defenses. He Mengding finds himself unable to refuse, as his ascent to the Foundation establishment stage, aided by the Lin family, has bound him to their will. Otherwise, given the Lin family's strength, annihilating the relatively inconsequential He family would be a trivial endeavor. While the elders of the He family convene in the discussion hall to deliberate on actions against the Mo family, an urgent alarm rings out from the foot of Linuan Mountain. The clang of the bell reverberates, an enemy attack. Who dares disturb Linuan Mountain after our family heads ascension to the Foundation establishment stage? The elders within the hall are filled with righteous indignation. He Mengding, in a fit of fury, rushes out of the hall, heading towards the base of the mountain. Before he reaches the foot of the mountain, he senses an overwhelming and fierce aura that surpasses his own, yet carries an air of impending twilight. This unmistakable presence belongs to a spirit beast, and He Mengding quickly deduces its identity, though he is astonished by the audacity of the Mo family to strike first. At the base of Linuan Mountain, Mo Daijing arrives with a host of his kin, racing forth on flying spirit beasts. The He family disciples, along with their contracted spirit beasts, are to be eliminated without exception. All spoils are to be claimed, but the corpses must be preserved intact. Mo Daijing solemnly instructs his clan members before launching an assault on the mountain. The other members of the Mo family, though puzzled, refrain from questioning and summon their spirit beasts to attack Linuan Mountain. The guardians of Linuan Mountain had already sounded the alarm upon detecting the approach of the Mo family, and the mountain's protective formation was activated. However, as a mere first-tier premium spirit vein, the mountain's defenses, though adequate to deter 3 or 4 practitioners at the 10th level of Chi refinement, prove utterly ineffective against nearly 2/3 of the Mo family's forces and their spirit beasts. By the time He Mengding charges down from Linuan Mountain, the protective formation has already crumbled under the relentless assault. Several He family members near the foot of the mountain are slain on the spot. Mo Daijing, your Mo family is on the brink of extinction. Rather than devising strategies to defend Xianling Mountain, you dare to invade Linuan Mountain? You seek death. He Mengding roars in fury. It is you who seeks death. Having chosen to be a lackey of the Lin family and probe my Mo family, be prepared to be uprooted, Mo Daijing retorts coldly. He then turns to the side. Addressing the Crimson Flame Tiger, Senior, I ask you to deal with He Mengding, while we shall handle the other members of the He family. Very well. The Crimson Flame Tiger replies, leaping forth towards He Mengding. Although He Mengding has also reached the foundation establishment stage, he senses the unusual presence of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Humph, do you think you still resemble the formidable Crimson Flame Tiger that once instilled fear throughout the vast Kangmang Mountains? You are now but a sickly cat. If you remain on Xianling Mountain, perhaps you could prolong your existence for a few more years. However, should you choose to engage, your days are surely numbered. He Mengding astutely revealed the plight of the Crimson Flame Tiger. He spoke the truth. It was precisely the reason the few from the Mo family had chosen to sacrifice their lives rather than allow their clan to resort to the Crimson Flame Tiger. They perished, yet as long as the tiger remained, it still posed a deterrent to other families. Should the tiger fall, the Mo family, devoid of foundational strength, could not withstand the encroaching wolves of rival factions, despite the legacy left by their forebears. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Flame Tiger wasted no words. It opened its jaws wide and conjured a deep crimson fireball, measuring nearly a meter in diameter, hurling it towards He Mengding. Damn it! He Mengding felt the immense energy contained within the fireball and was taken aback, not daring to confront it head-on. A radiant talisman appeared in his grasp. Channeling his spiritual energy, he activated the talisman, transforming it into an equally formidable ice ball that collided with the fireball. Upon impact, the ice ball erupted, annihilating itself along with the fireball. A second-tier ice explosion talisman. I wonder how many of those you possess. As he spoke, the Crimson Flame Tiger had rapidly closed the distance, its massive form surrounded by flames, a claw poised to strike at He Mengding. In response, He Mengding summoned a first-tier exquisite flying sword, pouring forth his spiritual power as he slashed at the tiger's claw. Chapter 47. The Fall of the He Family. Boom. With that single strike, He Mengding was sent reeling backward, his first-tier exquisite flying sword now marred by numerous cracks. Another blow would surely shatter it. He felt a sharp pain radiate through his wrist, his heart heavy with helplessness. In his quest for the foundation-building elixir and to solicit the Lin family's aid, He Mengding had nearly depleted the He family's spiritual stones, and having just ascended to the foundational stage, he had no time to procure a second-tier magical artifact. Had he possessed one, even though he would still fall short against the Crimson Flame Tiger, he would not find himself in such dire straits. The Crimson Flame Tiger, emboldened by its successful strike, had no intention of sparing He Mengding. Its colossal body lunged at him once more. In response, He Mengding cast aside his damaged sword, and with a flourish of his incantation, an extreme chill enveloped the sword, transforming it into a 3-zhonglong ice dragon that charged at the Crimson Flame Tiger. Upon unleashing this maneuver, He Mengding's complexion paled, and he staggered, nearly losing his balance, clearly affected by the overwhelming spiritual energy within him. The Crimson Flame Tiger, witnessing this attack, wore an expression of grave concern, not out of fear of He Mengding's ice dragon, but because the chilling aura triggered the cold poison within its body, causing considerable discomfort. Roaring, the Crimson Flame Tiger unleashed a furious cry at the approaching ice dragon, flames erupting from its mouth, coalescing before it into a fiery tiger, which then charged at the ice dragon. This tactic bore a striking resemblance to He Mengding's ice dragon. Boom. The collision of the fire tiger and ice dragon produced a violent explosion, sending frigid and heated energies surging outward, forcing the surrounding combatants from both families to retreat far from their battleground. He Mengding fixed his gaze intently on the epicenter of the explosion, eager to ascertain whether this move had inflicted harm upon the Crimson Flame Tiger. If it proved ineffective, his only recourse would be to flee. With a whoosh, the remnants of the explosion had yet to dissipate when the Crimson Flame Tiger suddenly surged through the center, charging directly at He Mengding. His heart seized with terror, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated. In tandem, he struck his beast-controlling pouch, summoning a fire hawk adorned in brilliant crimson feathers, ready to whisk him away. Yet, he was a moment too late. The tiger's claw struck out, sending both He Mengding and the fire hawk crashing to the ground. Having just ascended to the foundation establishment stage, and with his fire hawk still at merely the 10th layer of chi refinement, it was utterly incapable of withstanding the tiger's assault. I concede. I implore you, esteemed elder, spare my life. The Lin family coerced me into this. I have no intention of opposing the Mo family. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to submit to Xianling Mountain and serve as your Mo family's dog. He Mingding pleaded as he beheld the crimson flame tiger drawing near. He had previously capitulated to the Lin family for the sake of a foundation establishment pill, and he was equally prepared to defect to the Mo family, provided he could survive. To him, it seemed inconceivable that the Mo family, lacking any foundation establishment cultivators, would refuse an offer from a powerful foundation establishment adept. Alas, for the Mo family, the value of his demise lay in his transformation into blood royal essence, yielding far greater worth. With a swift strike of its claw, the crimson flame tiger ended He Mingding's life on the spot. He Mingding was the weakest foundation establishment cultivator in the vast Qingmeng Mountains, and perhaps the one to perish the quickest, having barely ascended to the foundation establishment stage. He had already met his end. The fall of He Mingding was not lost on the surrounding members of the He family. Just hours prior, they had been celebrating the He family's ascension to the ranks of foundation establishment clans, only to find their sole foundation establishment cultivator dead, thus sealing the fate of their clan. With He Mingding's death, the morale of the He family plummeted. Many began to abandon their desperate resistance in favor of seeking an escape. Yet, under Mo Daijing's orders, no member of the Mo family was to be released. After all, every additional cultivator represented more blood royal essence. Is that a beast fire seed? A strand of deep red flame danced in the wind above the deceased fire hawk of He Mingding. Within the flames, the silhouette of the fire hawk could be discerned, as though a hawk were flapping its wings, yet it could not escape the confines of the fire. Upon the death of a fire attribute spirit beast, there existed an exceedingly slim chance of producing a beast fire seed. Even 10,000 fire attribute spirit beasts might not yield one, typically requiring a second-tier spirit beast. Remarkably, He Mingding's first-tier fire hawk had managed to produce such a seed, while the 10,000 beasts fusion fire technique could absorb the ordinary flames of spirit beasts and refine them through secret methods. Possessing a beast fire seed not only simplified the process, but also augmented the power. Just as Mo Xuanye was contemplating the feasibility of requesting the beast fire seed, given his current rapport with the crimson flame tiger, the tiger inhaled deeply, swallowing the seed whole before Mo Xuanye could intervene. The cold poison within the tiger's body rendered the beast fire seed invaluable for suppressing the affliction, prompting it to consume the seed without hesitation. If one possesses a second-grade beast fire seed, or even a third-grade one, there would be no need to seek out spiritual herbs to dispel the chilling poison. Witnessing the beast fire seed vanish into thin air, Mo Xuanye could only follow behind the crimson flame tiger with a countenance filled with sorrow and indignation, collecting the fragments of the exquisite flying sword belonging to He Mingding, which had been shattered into several pieces. He then charged towards the He clan members, who had lost all will to resist. According to the Mo family's regulations, any storage bags acquired during a battle were deemed personal property, while the spoils from the He family belonged to the clan. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xuanye also vanquished 2 He clan cultivators. It was not that he desired to slay more, but rather that the remaining members of the He family had already been eradicated by the Mo clan, leaving him with no targets to strike. With the He family annihilated, Mo Daijing organized all the clan members to gather the bodies of the deceased He clan cultivators and spirit beasts. Subsequently, while everyone was distracted, he entrusted them to Mo Xuanye. Mo Xuanye tossed the storage bags into the mountain and sea realm, where the white jade spirit bees, having caught the scent of blood, swarmed out like cats drawn to fishy aromas, ravenously consuming the mountain-like pile of corpses. The speed of the white jade spirit bees was astonishing. The heap of bodies was vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. One could only wonder how such small creatures, the size of ping-pong balls, could consume so much. Mo Xuanye chose not to concern himself with the situation of the white jade spirit bees within the mountain and sea realm, but instead followed behind his clan members to collect resources from Spirit Spring Mountain. Shall we occupy Spirit Spring Mountain, Chief? Elder Mo Disho inquired in a deep voice. Mo Daijing decisively shook his head. No, with the current strength of our Mo family, we are not yet capable of holding Spirit Spring Mountain. The He family has already pledged allegiance to the Lin family. Should they come for us, we would be unable to defend this place. It would be wiser to relocate the spiritual veins of Spirit Spring Mountain to Xianling Mountain. After all, this place possesses a first-grade exquisite spiritual vein, and utilizing our remaining spirit-gathering talismans here would not be a waste. First, we shall withdraw all the spiritual herbs and spirit beasts from Spirit Spring Mountain, and then I will use the spirit-gathering talismans to collect the spiritual veins. Chapter 48. Spirit Spring Fish as a family adept in chi refining and beast taming. The He family naturally raised a considerable number of spirit beasts, albeit fewer in variety and quantity compared to the Mo family. Recalling his third spirit beast, the golden flowing treasure turtle, which originated from the He family's spirit beast workshop, Mo Xuanya felt a keen interest in the spirit beasts raised by the He clan. Following Elder Mo Disho, he made his way to the He family's beast garden. Elder Mo Disho regarded Mo Xuanya with a puzzled glance. Recalling the chief's earlier instruction to allow Mo Xuanya to take any spirit beast that caught his fancy. This, evidently, was at odds with the family's regulations. The Mo family did not indulge idleness. Anyone, besides those newly arrived on the mountain for a few years, was required to contribute something of value or perform a service to receive the family's support. Yet, as the chief was reluctant to elaborate, he found himself powerless to act. He could only conclude that Mo Xuanya was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Having initially sensed something extraordinary about him when Mo Xuanya presented the second-grade Bloodline ice-armored crocodile, his sense of intrigue had only deepened since then. The He family spirit beasts are primarily of two kinds. One is the fire attribute Fire Hawk, and the other is the water attribute Ice Spirit Serpent. Under normal circumstances, these two spirit beasts can only grow to the peak of chi refinement. As for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, it requires a certain degree of fortuity. Although other spirit beasts exist, they do not form fixed groups and are relatively scarce in number. Mo Xuanya continuously analyzes the bloodlines of these spirit beasts using the classic of mountains and seas. Although he has not discovered any spirit beasts suitable for contract in the mountain and sea realm, he has found a Fire Hawk whose bloodline is undergoing transformation. Fire Hawk analysis: a first-tier fire attribute spirit beast that, due to accidentally consuming a second-tier spiritual herb, the scarlet flame Ganoderma, has caused a mutation in its bloodline, which is on the verge of evolving into a second-tier blazing Fire Hawk. After the mutation, its growth limit is elevated, and under normal conditions, it can grow to the peak of foundation establishment. Upon reading the analysis of this Fire Hawk in the classic of mountains and seas, Mo Xuanya felt a jolt of excitement. The scarlet flame Ganoderma, he never expected to find a clue here. In order to resolve the cold poison within the body of the scarlet flame tiger, two types of second-tier fire attribute spiritual herbs are still required, one of which is the scarlet flame Ganoderma. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xuanya directly requested the Fire Hawk from the Grand Elder, Mo Disho. Although he did not intend to rear it himself, but rather to entrust it to the family head. He hoped that Mo Dijing could form a contract with the Fire Hawk to see if they could locate the scarlet flame Ganoderma through it. At that moment, a clan member hurriedly approached, respectfully bowing to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, the clan leader has summoned Xuanya to the spirit spring at the mountain peak. Mo Disho glanced at Mo Xuanya beside him and confirmed. Only Xuanya is called? Yes. Grand Elder, I shall meet the clan leader first. Mo Xuanya requested. Although Mo Disho felt puzzled, he nodded in agreement. At the summit of Spirit Spring Mountain, there lies a sacred spring, after which the mountain is named. The water within the spring is rich in spiritual energy, and long-term consumption can enhance one's cultivation. This place is a forbidden area of Spirit Spring Mountain. Apart from the clan leader He Mengding and a few elders, no one else is permitted to approach. Outsiders, even members of the He clan, believe that this sacred spring was created due to the first-tier top-tier spiritual vein of Spirit Spring Mountain, unaware that, in fact, it is this sacred spring that has contributed to the spiritual vein of the mountain. When Mo Xuanya arrived at the summit's sacred spring, he found only the clan leader Mo Dijing standing beside it. Originally, Mo Dijing had come to collect the spring water and then utilize a spirit absorption talisman to gather the spiritual vein of Spirit Spring Mountain. However, he unexpectedly discovered two nearly transparent spirit fish, their bodies saturated with spiritual energy, in the spring. More importantly, Mo Dijing also found that these two spirit fish were releasing spiritual energy, which was precisely what filled the sacred spring with its essence. Spirit Spring Fish analysis: a first-tier water attribute spirit fish that thrives in pristine waters, capable of releasing pure spring water and enhancing the spiritual energy concentration of the surrounding waters. If the spirit spring fish are raised above a spiritual vein, the spring water can, in turn, nourish the vein, with long-term rearing potentially increasing the vein's concentration. Currently, it is only first tier, able to nourish the vein up to a first-tier top-tier spiritual vein. To nourish a second-tier vein, the spirit spring fish must be elevated to second-tier spirit fish. Due to the pure spiritual energy contained within the spirit spring fish, consuming it directly at the 10th level of chi refinement offers a 50% chance of directly breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The requirement for bloodline enhancement is 10 drops of 100-year-old clockstone milk. The 100-year-old clockstone milk, a second-tier heavenly material, can be ingested to elevate the cultivation level of foundation establishment practitioners. If taken at the moment of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, it can increase the success rate by 10%. Observing the conditions for the spirit spring fish's advancement, Tuanuan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Given the current state of the Mo family, if they possessed clockstone milk, it would undoubtedly be used to assist their kin in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, rather than for the promotion of the spirit spring fish. After all, while the spirit spring fish is valuable, it possesses no combat power. Even if it were to advance to the second tier, its true battle prowess would likely fall short against a beast at the third level of chi refinement. It was unexpected for the He family to have two spirit spring fish, as their unique ability to assist practitioners and spiritual beasts in transcending significant realms, combined with their weak combat capabilities, has led to their near extinction. Tuanuan, are you familiar with this type of fish? Mo Daijing inquired, looking at Tuanuan. Tuanuan nodded, stating that the two fish were indeed spirit spring fish, which, when consumed by a perfected chi refinement practitioner, could increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 50%. What? Mo Daijing's expression brightened with delight, seemingly surprised by Tuanuan's revelation. However, confusion soon clouded his face as he pondered, if the spirit spring fish possesses such remarkable effects, why wouldn't He Mingding simply consume these two fish instead of relying on that inferior foundation establishment pill? The spirit spring fish is exceedingly rare, verging on extinction. He Mingding likely had never even heard of their name. Moreover, this type of fish has a particularly unique efficacy. What efficacy? Mo Daijing asked. It can enhance the quality of spiritual veins. A first-tier spirit spring fish can gradually elevate a spiritual vein to the peak of the first tier, while a second-tier spirit spring fish can elevate it to the peak of the second tier. He Mingding must have recognized this attribute, which is why he did not make a move on the two spirit spring fish, thus failing to discover that they could assist in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Assisting in the elevation of spiritual veins? Mo Daijing, who had been contemplating which two clan members should consume the spirit spring fish to break through to the foundation establishment stage, fell into silence upon hearing this. The ability of the spirit spring fish is undoubtedly extraordinary, but considering the current predicament of the Mo family, if they cannot weather the storm, how can they nurture the spirit spring fish? Patriarch, my white jade spirit bee has begun to brew blood emperor honey. If we can restore senior Qian, we can keep these two spirit spring fish. If not, we can allow the clan members to use the spirit spring fish to break through. How about that? Mo Daijing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although the spirit spring fish is valuable, if the Mo family were to perish, what use would they be? Chapter 49. Reactions from various powers. By the way, clan leader, I found a fire sculpture in the He family's beast garden that has consumed the bloodline of the Qian spirit mushroom and is currently undergoing transformation. If this fire sculpture guides us, we might be able to locate the Qian spirit mushroom. As he spoke, Tuanuan summoned the fire sculpture from his beast pouch. Mo Daijing could not help but express his joy. Excellent. If we can truly find the Qian spirit mushroom, we would only have the 100-year-old fire spirit ginseng left, significantly reducing the difficulty. After casually putting away the fire sculpture, Mo Daijing said to Tuanuan, step back for now. I need to collect the premium spiritual veins from Spirit Spring Mountain. After Tuanuan stepped aside, Mo Daijing first enveloped two spirit spring fish with his magical power, then retrieved a gourd-shaped artifact from his storage bag, directing it towards the spirit spring. A powerful suction emanated from the gourd, drawing the spring water as if a dragon were drinking, swirling into the gourd. Despite its palm-sized appearance, the interior space of the gourd was remarkably vast, consuming all the spirit spring water as if it were far from full. At that moment, Tuanuan realized that this seemingly unremarkable gourd in Mo Daijing's grasp was actually a second-tier artifact. It appeared that although the Mo family had fallen from grace, it still possessed considerable heritage. This gourd, lacking offensive or defensive capabilities, showcased an internal capacity that was not something an ordinary family could afford. Mo Daijing then placed the two spirit fish into the gourd before extracting a shimmering talisman from his storage bag, the spirit summoning talisman. As Mo Daijing activated the second-tier spirit summoning talisman, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, penetrating the depths of the spirit spring. The entire spirit spring mountain began to tremble violently, with rocks collapsing as if the mountain itself were enraged. A vein rich in spiritual energy burst forth from within the mountain, drawn by an unseen force towards the spirit summoning talisman at the peak. As the spiritual vein fully entered the talisman, nearly half of the mountain crumbled instantaneously, as if cleaved in two by a powerful force. Mo Daijing reached out to grasp the radiant spirit summoning talisman, then turned to Tuanuan, who was already mounted on a flying steed to avoid the chaos, and said, "Let us go." Such a significant disturbance from the Mo family could not escape the notice of other factions. No one had anticipated that the once silent Mo family would reveal its fangs at this moment, taking action against the newly established He family. However, considering the existing tensions between the Mo and He families, everyone soon understood the rationale. Now, all eyes were on the Lin family's response. The He family's allegiance to the Lin family was no longer a secret. With the He family's demise, those members who had miraculously escaped the destruction at Spirit Spring Mountain immediately sought out the Lin family of Dantian Valley, pleading for assistance in avenging the He family. Within the Lin family's deliberation hall, the three foundational ancestors of the Lin family and numerous elders had gathered to discuss the He family's annihilation. The Mo family had been reclusive for so many years. This sudden display of aggression raised questions. Was it because the Mo family's red flame tiger had recovered? Or was this a deliberate act to instill fear in others? The eldest ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Shisho, spoke gravely from his elevated seat. The red flame tiger had been injured by the ice-scale serpent of the Purple Mansion realm, and considering it had previously utilized the blood-burning secret technique, its recovery would not be swift. Given the circumstances, it should have only managed to survive a few more years. Now, with the Mo family recklessly attacking the He family, it was likely they would struggle to last even a year. What was there to fear from a toothless tiger? The third ancestor, Lin Chunghua, scoffed. In terms of lineage, Lin Chunghua was 2 generations younger than Lin Shisho. However, as both were foundational cultivators, they were regarded as equals in the realm of cultivation, where strength determined status. One cannot speak in such a manner. A tiger, even if it has lost its teeth, remains a tiger. The blood-burning secret technique of the Scarlet Flame Tiger is indeed formidable. Otherwise, one might wonder why the Yin family of Fire Cloud Peak and the Shao family of Kongsang Mountain have refrained from confronting the Mo family. It is precisely due to their apprehension of the Scarlet Flame Tiger's use of this technique, which could lead to a devastating counterattack before its demise, jeopardizing the foundation of their clans. The second ancestor, Lin Huayuan, spoke solemnly. Indeed, once the Scarlet Flame Tiger resorts to the reckless use of the blood-burning technique, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could be gravely injured. I had hoped to have He Mengding probe the situation, but I did not anticipate the Mo family's decisive action to seize Linuan Mountain and eliminate He Mengding. Catching us unprepared, lamented Lin Shisho. Had I known that He Mengding had reached foundation establishment, I should have sent him directly to Xianling Mountain to test the Scarlet Flame Tiger, rather than allowing him to return to his clan to solidify his realm. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Ancestor, the remaining members of the He family are currently outside, seeking our Lin family's aid for vengeance against the Mo family. How should we proceed? Inquired Lin Qingzhou, the head of the Lin family. Although he held the title of family head, he was merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. Thus, all matters still rested upon the decisions of the 3 foundation establishment ancestors. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to venture to the Mo family to gauge the situation. If the Scarlet Flame Tiger has regained its strength, I shall withdraw immediately. Conversely, if the Scarlet Flame Tiger is on the verge of collapse, then the Mo family has no reason to persist, suggested Lin Qinghua, a glimmer of murderous intent fleeting in his eyes. That seems appropriate. The entire Kangmang mountain range is awaiting our Lin family's response. If we remain idle, they may think we fear the Mo family. Your reconnaissance would be beneficial. Lin Shisho concurred. With that, he retrieved a high-grade 2nd-level diamond talisman from his storage pouch. Take this talisman. Even if the Scarlet Flame Tiger has regained its strength, it will enable you to withstand several of its attacks, providing you with ample time to escape. Understood. In Kongsang Mountain, the death of Shao Qingyu has become known to the Shao family, and they are aware that he likely perished at the hands of the Mo family. As for Mo Xuanya, they harbor little suspicion, considering he possesses only 5 spirit roots and has demonstrated merely the 3rd level of qi refinement. Rather than believing that Mo Xuanya killed Shao Qingyu, they are more inclined to think that a powerful figure from the Mo family aided him in the act. Head. Qingyu cannot have died in vain. His talent and talismans is extraordinary. At just over 20 years of age, he has already reached the 6th level of qi refinement. It is all but certain that he will advance to foundation establishment. The Mo family must pay a price for this, proclaimed the 4th elder of the Shao family. Shao Qifei. As Shao Qingyu's parents were both mortals, he had joined the lineage of Shao Qifei upon arriving at Kongsang Mountain. Naturally, Shao Qifei would not rest easy after the tragic demise of Shao Qingyu. The Mo family must indeed pay a price, but now is not the time for action. Others are more eager than we are. Let them take the initiative to test the Mo family's strengths and weaknesses before we strike, stated Shao Qiping, the head of the Shao family, as he gazed beyond the Grand Hall. Chapter 50. The Onslaught of Foundation Establishment at Xianling Mountain. The Mo family returned triumphantly from their victory at Linuan Mountain, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. However, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Mo family remained grave. They understood that the true trial for the Mo family was about to commence. However, upon their return to Xianling Mountain, the clan leader Mo Daijing and the ancient ancestor Qi Yin immediately proceeded to the forbidden area of the back mountain, where no one was permitted to approach. Thus, they found themselves unable to inquire about anything. Within the cave where the Qi Yin tiger resided, Mo Xuanye and Mo Daijing exchanged solemn glances as they observed the majestic beast. Moments ago, Mo Xuanye had extracted the Blood Emperor essence brewed from the Bayou Spirit Peak within the Shanhai realm and administered it to the Qi Yin tiger. Although the Bayou Spirit Bee had consumed the corpses of all the cultivators from the He family along with their spirit beasts, the Blood Emperor essence was still insufficient for the complete restoration of the Qi Yin tiger's essence. Hence, both were on edge, eager to ascertain how much of its essence could be revived after consuming the existing Blood Emperor essence. If it proved inadequate, they might have to eliminate the spirit beasts captured by the He family, as well as those of lesser value on Xianling Mountain, to brew more Blood Emperor essence. At this moment, the Qi Yin tiger was enveloped in a swirling cocoon of blood energy, rendering the interior indistinguishable. However, the aura of the Qi Yin tiger, which had plummeted after vanquishing He Mengding, was now gradually rising. This alone was enough to affirm the efficacy of the Blood Emperor essence for the Qi Yin tiger. As time ticked away, Mo Daijing remained fixated on the Qi Yin tiger, wary of missing even the slightest detail. After 3 hours, the Qi Yin tiger within the blood cocoon suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, shattering the cocoon. The imposing Qi Yin tiger emerged, its aura exponentially more formidable than when it had battled He Mengding. Upon witnessing this, Mo Daijing's heart surged with joy. Qi Yin, has your essence been restored? Before the Qi Yin tiger could respond, Mo Xuanye, who had analyzed the Qi Yin tiger's condition through the Shanhai Classic, spoke first. Master, the Qi Yin has not fully recovered, but its essence has indeed been restored by half. It can now endure for at least 5 more years, allowing it to unleash at least half of its peak combat prowess. Half of its prowess? That is ample, Mo Daijing exclaimed with elation. Young Xuanye, I owe you a great debt. Without your assistance, my essence would have had no chance of revival. The Qi Yin tiger expressed its gratitude to Mo Xuanye. You are too humble, esteemed one. As a member of the Mo family, it is my duty to assist in your guardianship. Mo Xuanye replied with a smile. However, the Qi Yin tiger inquired. It is thus. I have cultivated the 10,000 Beasts fusion fire technique. If you do not mind, I wish to harness your flames to enhance the power of my innate spirit fire. I kindly ask for your support. Consider it done. Once the crisis facing the Mo family is resolved, you may come to my cave at your convenience, and I shall assist you in your cultivation. Thank you, esteemed one. With the Lin family poised to strike at any moment, Mo Xuanye, after departing the Qi Yin tiger's cave, did not enter the Shanhai realm, but instead sought his father, Mo Wenyin, to inquire about the methods of artifact forging. Mo Wenyin has now ascended to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and his proficiency in weaponry has also reached the mid-tier of the 1st rank, surpassing Mo Xuanye by a level. Seeking his guidance would undoubtedly benefit Mo Xuanye in his forging endeavors. On this day, as Mo Xuanye was preparing to attempt the crafting of a mid-tier 1st rank magic weapon, a resonant voice echoed from outside Xianling Mountain. Lin Chenghua from Dantian Valley had come to pay a visit. The sound reverberated throughout Xianling Mountain, and Mo Xuanye understood that trouble was brewing for the Mo family. If they could withstand this wave, they would enjoy at least a few years of tranquility. At that point, as long as they could heal the Crimson Flame Tiger, the crisis facing the Mo family would be completely resolved. What brings Senior Lin to our Mo family? Mo Daijing, accompanied by a group of elders, appeared at the foot of the mountain and inquired from a distance. Long before Mo Daijing contemplated attacking Linuan Mountain, the protective formation of Xianling Mountain, the Tiger Flame Devouring Spirit Array had already been activated. This array is a mid-tier 2nd rank formation, capable of amplifying the power of the Crimson Flame Tiger to a certain extent. Within the array, its strength would increase by nearly 30%. This was also the reason why Lin Chenghua, despite having arrived at the foot of Xianling Mountain, dared not directly assault it. What is the matter? Your Mo family is cruel and bloodthirsty, having annihilated the entire He family of Linuan Mountain. My Lin family has always maintained a good relationship with the He family. Now that the surviving members of the He family have sought refuge with my Dantian Valley, my Lin family naturally must demand an explanation from you at Xianling Mountain. Lin Chenghua spoke coldly, his formidable aura associated with the Foundation establishment stage pressing down upon Mo Daijing and the others within the formation. Apart from Mo Daijing, the expressions of the other elders and clan members were far from pleasant, not due to the pressure of Lin Chenghua's aura, but rather from the concern that the Mo family might not be able to withstand the Lin family's might. Senior may have misunderstood. It is clear that the He family, emboldened by their patriarch He Mengding's advancement to the foundation establishment stage, declared war against my Mo family at Xianling Mountain, demanding that we vacate. Thus, the Mo family had no choice but to eradicate the He family. Their demise is entirely self-inflicted. As he spoke, Mo Daijing retrieved a letter written by He Mengding from his storage bag and hurled it towards Lin Chenghua outside the formation. Lin Chenghua flicked his finger, and the letter disintegrated into powder before it could even approach, for he doubted that He Mengding could be so foolish, and regardless. He had come today to witness the Crimson Flame Tiger. Humph. All that is required is for you to acknowledge that it was your Mo family that destroyed the He family, and today, you must provide me with an explanation. A flash of white light appeared in Lin Chenghua's hand, revealing a fan composed of unknown red feathers. Either summon your guardian spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, or I shall annihilate your Mo family today. Seeing the forged letter turn to dust did not anger Mo Daijing. He merely sought to claim the moral high ground, knowing that the resolution would ultimately rely on strength. Just then, a thunderous roar of a tiger resonated from the back mountain of Xianling Mountain, its volume so powerful that the clouds in the void trembled. A crimson flame tiger, engulfed in blazing flames, charged forth from the back mountain towards the foot of the mountain. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the crimson flame tiger, Lin Chenghua could not help but squint his eyes, scrutinizing the beast in an attempt to discern whether it had genuinely recovered or was merely posturing. In the blink of an eye, the crimson flame tiger reached the foot of the mountain, leaping forth from the tiger flame, devouring spirit array, showing no intention of relying on the array's power to confront Lin Chenghua. Chapter 51. Repelling the enemy as the crimson flame tiger charged towards him. Lin Chenghua hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly retreated, while simultaneously waving his fire feather fan. A firebird, 3 zhang in size, soared forth, hurtling towards the crimson flame tiger. The beast regarded the approaching firebird with disdain, raising its claw to swat it down, reducing it to a myriad of sparkles that dissipated into the void. Lin Chenghua's expression shifted upon witnessing this, and he frantically waved the fire feather fan, unleashing a continuous stream of fiery beasts that launched themselves at the crimson flame tiger, preventing it from advancing any closer. Initially, the crimson flame tiger would use its claws to dismantle each fiery beast, but as the onslaught continued, it grew weary. With a roar that pierced the heavens, it unleashed a tiger's howl, and wherever the sound waves traveled, the fiery beasts were instantly transformed into a torrential rain of flames. Lin Chenghua, caught in the wake of the sound waves, experienced a moment of dizziness. Seizing this opportunity, the crimson flame tiger charged rapidly towards Lin Chenghua, its jaws poised to deliver a fatal blow. It was only when the tiger approached that Lin Chenghua regained his composure from the sonic assault and hastily activated the second-tier superior diamond talisman bestowed upon him by the first ancestor. Lin Shisho. The diamond talisman manifested as a golden shield, enveloping Lin Chenghua within its protective embrace. The tiger's attack struck the golden shield, causing it to tremble. Yet it could not breach the barrier in that brief span. A glint of insight flashed in Lin Chenghua's eyes as he suddenly burst into laughter. I thought the cold toxin within you had been purged and your essence restored, yet it appears you have merely regained half of your original strength. The cold toxin has seeped into your very bones. Within 5 years, or at most 10, you are bound to perish. Having gleaned the information he desired, Lin Chenghua chose not to linger in battle, with the diamond talisman shielding him, and the crimson flame tiger unable to shatter it for the time being. He swiftly retreated and summoned his flying sword, shooting off into the distance. The crimson flame tiger observed Lin Chenghua's retreating figure, harboring no intention to pursue. Irrespective of whether it could catch up, it had no desire to eliminate Lin Chenghua. Such an act would only incite the Lin family, bringing no benefit to the Mo family. On Xianling Mountain, the members of the Mo family watched as the crimson flame tiger repelled Lin Chenghua. Yet their faces bore no signs of joy. Lin Chenghua's words lingered in their minds. Within 10 years, the crimson flame tiger would meet its demise. Would the Mo family be able to produce a foundational practitioner within that time frame? If they failed to cultivate a new foundation, could they safeguard Xianling Mountain? If they could not maintain their hold, what future awaited the Mo family? In that moment, a heavy sense of foreboding settled over all members of the Mo family, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Mo Daijing did not offer any explanations to his kin, believing that only through adversity could they foster growth and resilience. Upon Lin Chenghua's return to Danxiao Valley, the family patriarch, Lin Qingzhou, issued a decree forbidding members of the Lin clan from provoking the Mo family for a decade, to avert the wrath of their adversaries. The crimson flame tiger was nearing its end, rendering it particularly perilous, should it recklessly attempt to drag others down with it. At least 1 or 2 of the Lin family's 3 foundation establishment members could be ensnared. This was a scenario the Lin family was determined to avoid. Similar circumstances unfolded within the Yin family of Huiyun Peak, the Xiao family of Kongsang Mountain, and the Yi family of Xiankong Mountain. The head of the Xiao family reiterated to Elder Xiao Qifei the necessity of temporarily setting aside his vendetta against Emo Xuanya, advising that they should only seek retribution once the Crimson Flame Tiger had perished. Consequently, the Mo family found itself in an unusual period of stability, as the major clans exhibited restraint. During this time, Emo Xuanya remained in the cavern of the Crimson Flame Tiger, where the abundant fire attribute spiritual energy was conducive to his cultivation of the fire spirit refinement technique. He also seized the opportunity to refine the beast fire of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Although he had absorbed the beast fire from the lesser Crimson Flame Tiger of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, it paled in comparison to that of a mid-foundation establishment Crimson Flame Tiger. By harnessing the beast fire from the latter, Emo Xuanya's innate spiritual fire ascended to the upper tier of the first rank, approaching completion. While residing in Xiankong Mountain, Emo Xuanya borrowed the fire crane from Elder Emo Dijao, acquired a fire eagle from the He family, along with other fire attribute spirit beasts. Ultimately, he elevated his innate spiritual fire's potency to the level of first-rank perfection, marking the zenith of his current capabilities. To advance further to second-rank spiritual fire, at least one aspect of his soul force, spiritual power, or physical cultivation would need to reach a level comparable to that of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, the members of the Mo family remained industrious. Mo Daijing issued orders to gather various demon beast carcasses, procuring them from the market and through hunting teams. A substantial number of spirit beast remains were dispatched to the cavern of the Crimson Flame Tiger, occasionally accompanied by the bodies of cultivators. Mo Xuanya directed the white jade spirit bees to devour these remains, ultimately concocting sufficient Blood Emperor essence to restore the Crimson Flame Tiger's essence completely, though the issue of its cold poison could only be resolved through spiritual herbs. The lesser Crimson Flame Tiger of Mo Dihua also received a portion of the Blood Emperor essence, which replenished its essence and facilitated its breakthrough to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. However, it still faced a considerable distance before achieving foundation establishment. The spiritual energy within Xiankong Mountain increased due to the opening of a spring above the spiritual vein, which nurtured spiritual spring fish. Curiously, the first-rank premium spiritual vein acquired from the He family had not been integrated into Xiankong Mountain by Mo Daijing. Though Mo Xuanya harbored suspicions, he refrained from inquiring further. Patriarch, I wish to descend the mountain for training. I seek your permission. Mo Xuanya directly conveyed his intentions to Mo Daijing. Unacceptable. You are only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and having previously slain Xiao Qingyu of the Xiao family, it is unwise to act recklessly. Especially since the Xiao family, though currently inactive, may not remain so. Mo Daijing firmly refused. Master, my white jade spirit bee queen has ascended to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Even a practitioner at the 7th level may find it challenging to contend with me. Moreover, I possess life-saving trump cards. As he spoke, Mo Xuanya produced 2 thunder talismans. The white jade spirit bee is exceptionally stealthy. By utilizing it to carry the thunder talismans to strike my enemies, even a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner could suffer grievous injuries from a single misstep. Thus, my safety is assured. However, this cannot be allowed. Mo Daijing resolutely shook his head. Xuanya, your beast-controlling constitution is the hope of our Mo family's rise. You must not take any risks. I cannot permit you to venture down the mountain. Master, it is precisely because I possess the beast-controlling constitution that I must descend the mountain. I need to seek a spirit beast suitable for me, enabling my cultivation to advance. Otherwise, given the size of my Dantian and my 5-element root aptitude, it would be utterly impossible for me to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60. If I cannot achieve that breakthrough, what use is my beast-controlling constitution? Mo Daijing fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After a moment, he replied, very well. The fire sculpture obtained by the He family has already transformed into a fire rock. I was just about to arrange for someone to search for the Crimson Flame Spirit Ginseng. You will accompany him. Chapter 52. Spirit power transforms into sword. From this point onward, we enter the realm where the beasts of the Kangmang mountain range dwell. I learned from the fire rock that the Crimson Flame Spirit Ginseng is found atop the Crimson Flame Peak, close to the inner perimeter. If you can reach the Crimson Flame Peak on your own strength, even if you pass the trial and acquire the ginseng, you may leave independently without returning to Xianling Mountain with me. Should you fail, you must obediently return with me afterward, outside the beast forest of the Kangmang Mountain range. Mo Wendy escorted Mo Xuanya to this location before allowing the fire rock to descend. The next path must be traversed by Mo Xuanya alone. Mo Xuanya, undeterred by this, had long wished to venture into the beast forest for training, to seek a spirit beast that suited him, while also searching for sustenance for the white jade spirit bee. It was only due to his earlier encounter with Xiao Qingyu that he had to alter his plans and return to the family first. All right, Uncle Wendy. Let us meet atop the Crimson Flame Peak. With that, Mo Xuanya vanished into the woods in the blink of an eye, disappearing from Mo Wendy's sight. Mo Wendy, the son of the family head Mo Daijing, once cultivated at a speed surpassing that of Mo Wenxiang, being the foremost among the literary lineage. However, after breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement, for reasons unknown, he has stagnated for many years without further progress, gradually fading from the family's view. Nowadays, his exhibited cultivation level is merely the 7th level of qi refinement. Yet, Mo Xuanya held no doubts. If he could cultivate the concealment technique to perfection, then naturally, Mo Wendy could as well. Although he could not see through it, the mere fact that Mo Daijing had contracted the fire rock, which had already evolved into a second-tier spirit beast bloodline, suggested that Mo Wendy's cultivation could not only be at the 7th level of qi refinement. It seems that Mo Wendy's actions were merely to avoid drawing the attention of the other 4 great families. Upon entering the forest, Mo Xuanya summoned 300 white jade spirit bees, dispersing them around him to scout the way. The white jade spirit bees are swift and adept at concealing their presence, making them the perfect choice for reconnaissance. In addition to the white jade spirit bee, Mo Xianyi also summoned the golden treasure turtle from the realm of mountains and seas. For he had not forgotten that the golden treasure turtle possessed an innate talent for treasure hunting. After devouring 2 mid-grade magical artifacts from Xiao Qingyu, as well as the shattered first-grade supreme artifact, the frost sword, from Himeng Ding, the golden treasure turtle's cultivation had ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Had it not been for the recent breakthroughs of the multicolored peacock and the white jade spirit bee, they would have caught up to the 2 of them. The golden treasure turtle, with its unique talents, could indeed close the gap with the multicolored peacock and the white jade spirit bee simply by consuming an abundance of spirit stones, with sufficient magical artifacts provided. Its cultivation would soar rapidly. Having consumed so many magical artifacts from Mo Xianyi, the golden treasure turtle had transformed its appearance, shedding the image of an armored turtle to become a small golden turtle, capable of freely altering its size. The golden treasure turtle was also quite intrigued by Mo Xianyi's decision to release it for treasure hunting, stretching its little head to survey the surroundings, utilizing its innate perception to sense nearby treasures. Its small eyes, akin to yellow beans, suddenly sparkled as it pawed at Mo Xianyi's clothing, gesturing towards a particular direction. Could it be that it has sensed something valuable already? Mo Xianyi felt a surge of joy. Rather than hastening to the Crimson Flame Peak, he chose to follow the direction indicated by the golden treasure turtle. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of a colossal cave, within which he detected the presence of a demon beast. Based on its aura, the beast did not seem particularly formidable, likely around the 5th layer of qi refinement. Little one, having consumed so many magical artifacts, let me see what you are capable of, Mo Xianyi remarked to the golden treasure turtle resting on his shoulder. The turtle, however, shielded its head with a paw, seemingly indicating that it neither heard nor saw anything. Though it relished treasure hunting, it was not fond of combat. Mo Xianyi, undeterred, seized the golden treasure turtle and tossed it towards the cave entrance. A cultivator cannot solely engage in arduous training. The same applies to spirit beasts. If one only knows how to cultivate and is oblivious to the necessity of battle, they would be rendered nearly ineffective. Before the golden treasure turtle could touch the ground, its form rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive turtle shell spanning 2 meters wide, radiant in golden light. With a resounding thud, the golden treasure turtle landed heavily, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Roar! The demon beast within the cave seemed to perceive this as a provocation, letting out a furious roar before charging out. It was a giant strength bear, known for its astonishing power and defense, excelling in close combat while lacking in magical attacks. Standing at a height of 4 meters. With fierce eyes, the bear immediately spotted the golden treasure turtle lying on the ground. While curious about the oddly shaped turtle, this did not deter its intent to deliver a crushing blow. With a powerful leap, the giant strength bear soared into the air, diving down with a fist aimed at the golden treasure turtle. Seeing this, the golden treasure turtle retracted its head into its shell, witnessing the bear's mighty strike. Mo Xianyi couldn't help but feel a flicker of concern, fearing that the golden treasure turtle might not withstand the blow and that its shell could be shattered. If this turtle shell, gleaming like gold, were to be broken, would it not lose its value? With a resounding thud, the mighty bear struck the golden turtle shell. Yet the shell remained unscathed, and the precious turtle within felt not a tremor. In contrast, the force of the bear's blow was akin to striking an iron plate. Nay, even iron would shatter under such impact. Instead, it was the bear that felt a jolt of pain reverberate through its paw. Undeterred, the bear swung its massive paws, each the size of a fan, delivering a series of resounding slaps upon the golden shell, as if to challenge fate itself. The golden turtle, however, remained withdrawn, refusing to retaliate, allowing the bear's assault to continue unabated. From a distance, Tuanuan observed the peculiar interplay between the bear and the turtle, shaking his head in bemusement. He then conveyed a thought to the golden turtle, suggesting it might be best to eliminate the bear and refrain from future combat. Upon hearing this, the turtle's small, gem-like eyes sparkled with understanding. Suddenly, the golden shell trembled, sending the bear hurtling backward. Before the bear could regain its footing, the golden turtle emerged, its head extending forth. And with a great opening of its mouth, it unleashed a sword of ice, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, which pierced through the bear's flesh. The bear, renowned for its formidable defense, was felled by a single strike from the turtle of equal standing. Tuanuan narrowed his eyes, noting that the ice sword summoned by the turtle bore an uncanny resemblance to the first-tier, supreme magical artifact wielded by He Mengding when he was slain by the Crimson Flame Tiger. However, he discerned that while the shapes were identical, the power of the turtle's creation fell slightly short, comparable only to a first-tier superior artifact, lacking the might of a true supreme one. It was astonishing that an artifact consumed by the bear could be recreated by the turtle through its spiritual energy. Evidently, the potential of the golden turtle was far greater than he had initially surmised. Chapter 53. Heart of the rock mine. The swarm of white jade spiritual bees descended upon the bear, and in an instant, its massive form was entirely consumed, leaving only a pelt behind, lifeless and flat upon the ground. This bear pelt was intentionally spared by Tuanuan. Had it not been for his intervention, the bees would have devoured it as well. Given the bear's formidable defenses, the pelt was an excellent material for crafting defensive artifacts, and it was far better suited for refinement than to be consumed by the bees. Having dealt with the bear, Tuanuan approached the bear's lair, where the golden turtle had already ventured inside. The cave was barren and carried a pungent odor. Despite a thorough search, Tuanuan found nothing of value. Casting a puzzled glance at the turtle, the golden turtle swiftly crawled toward a massive stone and, raising its golden claw, struck it with force. The stone shattered, revealing a fragment that glimmered with a yellowish light. Heart of the rock mine? Tuanuan's heart leapt with joy. No wonder he had not sensed it. Heart of the rock mine is typically concealed within stone, its aura masked, making it difficult to detect. It is a material used in the crafting of first-tier superior and even supreme artifacts. Such a substantial piece of heart of the rock mine could yield enough to forge 3 or 4 artifacts. If sold, it could fetch a price of 1 to 2,000 spiritual stones. Little did I expect to garner such rewards upon entering these vast mountains. It is no wonder that so many seek the treasure-hunting mouse and similar spiritual beasts. Previously, I had indeed misjudged the golden treasure tortoise. While it can impoverish Tuanuan, when utilized aptly, it can equally lead him to prosperity. After securing the core mineral, Tuanuan swiftly departed from the area. Before long, the figure of Wendy appeared within the cave. It seems there are traces left by the core mineral. How did this lad discover its presence here? Could it be that he possesses a treasure-hunting mouse or similar spirit beast? Moreover, his golden tortoise, with its remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities, appears more than capable of traversing the Qian Peak alone. Remarkably, a figure of such prowess has emerged from the Qian lineage of our clan, far surpassing our own lineage. Unbeknownst to Wendy, outside the cave, a white jade spirit bee was concealed within the dense foliage, relaying all that it observed to the white jade bee queen, who in turn transmitted the information to Tuanuan. I had anticipated a covert following. However, it matters not, for my spiritual beasts will inevitably be revealed. As long as the Shanhai Jing remains undisclosed, all is well. Tuanuan paid no further heed to Wendy and continued his journey towards the Qian Peak. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Qian Slash. The black rock sword in his hand erupted with a fiery red sword aura, cleaving through the body of the giant tooth hound. The creature, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, was instantly split in two, meeting its demise on the spot. The white jade spirit bees promptly surged forth, devouring the giant tooth hound, leaving only a pair of formidable teeth suitable for crafting. They thoughtfully presented the giant teeth before Tuanuan. After collecting the teeth, Tuanuan turned his gaze to the left rear, while the white jade spirit bee concealed itself. The surrounding white jade bees detected a group of 4 approaching in his direction. It seemed the recent battle had attracted their attention. The fight has already concluded. The group consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, with the leader possessing a cultivation level of Qi refinement at the 7th stage, while the others were at the 6th and 5th stages. Such strength is commendable on the periphery of the vast mountains. Fellow cultivator, you dare to venture into these vast mountains with merely a third-level chi refinement? Have you perhaps strayed from your elders? The only female cultivator gracefully approached Tuanuan. If you have no business with us, I shall take my leave, he replied, turning to depart. Upon learning that Tuanuan was alone, the female cultivator's eyes gleamed with intrigue. In an instant, a shimmering cold spike shot forth from her hand, aimed directly at his back. Her three companions refrained from intervening, perhaps deeming it certain that a mere third-level chi refiner would fall to her strike. Just as the cold spike was about to strike Tuanuan, a black tortoise shell shield materialized behind him. Clang! The cold spike was firmly blocked. At that moment, a multitude of white jade spirit bees surged forth from the forest, unleashing a barrage of white jade stingers, swift as lightning, enveloping the four intruders entirely. Trouble loomed. The leader was the first to notice the anomaly, as a mirror-like high-grade magical artifact appeared in his hand, coalescing an ice shield above his head that deflected all the incoming white jade tail needles aimed at him. Among the other three, apart from the male cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining, who reacted swiftly, the rest quickly deployed a first-tier high-grade talisman, the fire armor talisman, successfully blocking all the white jade tail needles. The female cultivator, who had ambushed Tuanuan, along with another male cultivator at the 5th level of chi refining, were caught off guard and struck by the white jade tail needles, their bodies instantly becoming as translucent as jade, resulting in their immediate demise. Such a cunning brat, seeking death, the leader seethed. As the cold light from the ice mirror intensified, a chilling aura surging forth toward the white jade spirit bees. Although the white jade spirit bees were swift and their poison potent, their physical defenses were lacking, compelling them to retreat hastily with a flutter of their wings. Observing the speed of the white jade spirit bees, the leader decisively abandoned his attack on them, instead utilizing the ice mirror to conjure an ice armor for protection against potential ambushes, charging toward Tuanuan. If the white jade spirit bees were to attack him without restraint, they might indeed succeed in slaying him, but at a considerable cost. Tuanuan, with a thought, directed the white jade spirit bees toward another male cultivator while he himself unleashed a strike. Crimson Flame Slash. A fiery red sword beam cleaved toward the assailant's head. Humph! The assailant scoffed, discerning Tuanuan's concealed cultivation level from the attack. However, he presumed it to be no more than the 6th level of chi refining. Believing there remained a gap between them, the ice mirror in his hand flashed with white light, and an ice sword shot forth, colliding with Tuanuan's long sword. Boom! The sword beams exploded, causing Tuanuan to stagger back 3 steps, yet the assailant's advance was halted as well. What of concealing your cultivation? You have yet to break through the later stages of chi refining. Prepare to die. Spirit energy surged violently into the ice mirror, which then unleashed dozens of ice sword beams toward Tuanuan, aware that his tortoise shell shield would be insufficient to withstand such an assault. Tuanuan grasped the flowing gold celestial tortoise, positioning it before him. Though the flowing gold celestial tortoise was not fond of combat, it instinctively understood the situation, its palm-sized form expanding instantly to shield Tuanuan entirely. Chapter 54, 5-Colored Spirit Light. Boom. 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 The ice sword beams collided against the golden shell of the flowing gold celestial tortoise, leaving behind nothing but a layer of hard ice, without any other marks. How is this possible? What kind of spirit beast is this? How can a mere 5th level chi refining possess such defensive capabilities? The assailant was taken aback, but soon thereafter, a wave of elation surged within him. Such a spirit beast is a waste to remain by your side. It should belong to me. As he spoke, he prepared to launch another attack on Tuanuan. However, Tuanuan summoned the 5-colored peacock. The peacock acted first, unleashing 5 basketball-sized fireballs that hurtled toward the assailant. The ice mirror in the assailant's hand shimmered with cold light, effortlessly deflecting the assault. Yet a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. Who exactly are you? How could you possess so many spirit beasts? There's no need for the dead to know. Tuanuan replied coldly, his movements never ceasing as he unleashed another attack. Flame Dragon Break. Humph! If you refuse to speak, then perish. The man's gaze instantly turned icy. Spiritual energy surged into the ice mirror, and within it emerged an ice dragon, colliding with Tuanuan's fire dragon. However, contrary to his expectations, the strike he anticipated to shatter the fire dragon did not materialize. Instead, the fire dragon and ice dragon met in a cataclysmic explosion, enveloping the surroundings in mist and obscuring their vision. With the fiery dragon's assault, Tuanuan infused his innate spiritual fire into it, and had he chosen to do so, he could have directly shattered the ice dragon and retaliated against this man. Yet, such an action would risk damaging the ice mirror. Just as the mist obscured their sight, a 5-colored spiritual light pierced through, scattering across the man's ice mirror. Instantly, he sensed the connection between himself and the ice mirror severed, and he hastily reached out for the floating ice mirror before him. Suddenly, 3 vines erupted from the ground, 2 of which coiled toward him while the other lunged toward the ice mirror. If he were to recklessly grasp the ice mirror, he might seize it but would become ensnared by the vines, thus falling into a passive state. With no other choice, he swiftly evaded the encroaching vines, watching helplessly as his magical artifact was ensnared and hurled into the thick mist. Had it not been for the 5-colored spiritual light severing his connection to the ice mirror, a mere summoning would have returned it to his grasp. Instead, he could only watch as it vanished from sight. As the mist began to dissipate, the 5-colored peacock burst forth, flapping its wings and charging at him. Its tail feathers unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs, water arrows, leaf blades, earth spikes, and golden needles. Although these were the most basic first-tier elemental spells, their sheer volume was overwhelming, and the 5-colored peacock had elevated them to a perfected level, significantly amplifying their power. The man possessed but a single defensive magical artifact, and as the onslaught approached, he drew a mid-tier long sword, while simultaneously activating a high-tier golden light talisman. The attacks from the 5-colored peacock struck the golden light talisman. While a single strike may not affect it, the continuous barrage caused the talisman to tremble violently. Without hesitation, the man swung his long sword toward the 5-colored peacock. The peacock's assault shifted and transformed, coalescing 5-colored spiritual light within its tail feathers as they clashed with the long sword. The 5-colored spiritual light could absorb treasures, yet it also served as a formidable offensive spell, harmonizing the 5 elements into a living force, thus enhancing its power dramatically. With a thunderous roar, the long sword met the 5-colored spiritual light, and both the man and the peacock staggered back, seemingly evenly matched. Just then, a scream echoed from the other side. The man turned to behold the last remaining 6th-layer chi refinement cultivator falling victim to the white jade spirit bee. Had it not been for the talismans he possessed, he would have been slain much earlier. It was only by relying on those talismans that he had managed to delay the inevitable. As the flames spread like wildfire, Tuanuan seized the opportunity while the man was momentarily staggered, cleaving his sword forward, flames rapidly engulfing the man. As he beheld the flames surging towards him, a surge of alarm coursed through his heart. He dared not confront them head-on, swiftly evading instead. How could this be? Even if you concealed your cultivation, it was implausible for you to surpass me. How could your flames possess such terrifying might? It was then that he discerned the primal spiritual fire, imbued by Tuanuan. Entwined within the inferno, Tuanuan felt a sense of helplessness. With the enhancement of his primal spiritual fire, the potency of his attacks had surged dramatically. Yet if his adversary chose to evade rather than confront, he was rendered powerless. The disparity in cultivation was evident, and indeed, the opponent's speed surpassed his own. Fortunately, although the individual managed to evade Tuanuan's strike, he could not escape the onslaught of the celestial white jade spirit bees. As the white jade spirit bees dealt with the other foe, a cloud of white poisonous gas erupted as the individual retreated. The toxic fumes intertwined, forming a vast shroud of noxious mist. Aware of the formidable toxicity of the white jade spirit bees, he was nevertheless caught off guard. The once dark hue of his skin transforming into a pallid jade color, rapidly spreading. Alarmed, he hastily sought an antidote from his storage pouch, only to be met by a vibrant, multicolored peacock, its radiant light descending upon him. Summoning all his strength to fend off the impending strike, the peacock closed in, its sharp talons sinking into his skull, delivering a fatal blow. The surrounding white jade spirit bees swarmed in, and within moments, all that remained was a solitary black garment drifting to the ground. The man's corporeal form utterly vanished. The bodies of the other 3 had long since been consumed by the white jade spirit bees. Tuanuan collected the storage pouches and artifacts of the 4 individuals and swiftly departed the scene. Remarkably, with a cultivation level of merely the 4th layer of chi refinement, he had dispatched 4 cultivators, one of whom was at the 7th layer. He had yet to utilize the peculiar golden tortoise. With man-eating bees and a peacock commanding the 5 elemental forces, what other surprises lay in wait? No wonder the elder had instructed him to prioritize safety above all. The Mo family had indeed birthed a prodigy. Just as Tuanuan departed, Mo Wendy emerged from behind a great tree, murmuring to himself. He was acutely aware that his presence had likely been detected by Tuanuan long ago. Throughout his journey, the white jade spirit bees had concealed their aura, making it difficult for him to notice them, yet it did not mean Mo Wendy had not observed them before. Witnessing their fierce battle now drew connections in his mind. Chapter 55. Crimson Flame Peak. These 4 ruffians were likely notorious for their acts of plundering within the vast mountain ranges. Otherwise, How could they possess such an abundance of items? After leaving the battlefield and noticing the dusk settling, Tuanuan sought refuge in a cave, intending to rest for the night, gazing at the heap of goods spilled from the storage pouches of the 4 cultivators. Tuanuan could not help but marvel at the rapid wealth that came from such plundering. However, the risks were equally significant. 1,000 successful ventures could be undone by just one misstep, as exemplified by these 4. Moreover, one could never be certain if someone was feigning weakness, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Among the spoils, he discovered 1 high-grade artifact, an ice mirror used by the leader, and 6 mid-grade artifacts, alongside 8 low-grade ones. The artifacts bearing signs of damage, likely incurred during the fray. In addition to these, there were several fragments of magical artifacts, elixirs, spiritual medicines, the corpses of demonic beasts, and materials from the beasts themselves. However, the quantity of spiritual stones was rather meager, totaling just over 400 among the 4 of them. It was quite customary for cultivators like them to utilize any available spiritual stones for self-armament, so it was not surprising that their storage bags held few. Tuanuan decided to keep the ice mirror and retrieved a fire attribute, first-grade mid-tier magical artifact, the fire-pattern sword, while discarding the remaining artifacts into the mountain and sea realm for the golden tortoise to devour. With the protection of the white jade spiritual bee surrounding him, he was undisturbed by any demonic beasts during the night. On the following day, Tuanuan once again set his course towards the location of the Crimson Flame Peak. Perhaps due to the reward of devoured artifacts or the increasingly rich spiritual energy as he ventured deeper into the vast mountain range. The golden tortoise discovered several varieties of spiritual herbs within a single day. Although they could not compare to the first day's heartstone, they were nonetheless quite valuable. At the base of Crimson Flame Peak, Tuanuan looked ahead at the long-awaiting Mo1Da and smiled. Uncle Wunda, I suppose I have passed this trial? Once we gather the Crimson Flame Ganoderma, do not go back on your word and let me return to the family. Mo1Da chuckled at this. You rascal. Do you see me as someone who lacks integrity? Of course not. Uncle Wunda is a man of his word. Tuanuan grinned in response. Stop your chattering. Wait here for a moment. I will send the Firehawk up to assess the situation at Crimson Flame Peak and locate where the Crimson Flame Ganoderma can be found for direct harvesting. After saying this, Mo1Da released the Firehawk from the beast tamer bag. With a resounding cry, the Firehawk soared towards the volcano at Crimson Flame Peak. Although Tuanuan's white jade spiritual bee was also suitable for scouting, it was not of the fire attribute and would typically not be found in such volcanic environments. Even with its adeptness at concealing its presence, it would likely draw the attention of other spiritual beasts near the volcano, risking being devoured instead of gathering information. An hour later, the Firehawk burst forth from the volcano at Crimson Flame Peak, pursued by several fire attribute avians. Only after the Firehawk had completely exited the vicinity of Crimson Flame Peak did the pursuing birds return to their domain. After circling around, the Firehawk returned to Mo1Da's side. Mo1Da frowned slightly and informed Tuanuan. The Firehawk did indeed discover the Crimson Flame Ganoderma atop Crimson Flame Peak. One specimen has matured, but it is guarded by a flock of fire crows, among which is a leader at the peak of chi refinement. How many fire crows are there, and what are the strengths of the others? Tuanuan inquired immediately. Mo1Da glanced at the Firehawk and, after a moment, replied, The Firehawk observed fewer than 100 fire crows. Only one is at the peak of chi refinement, while there are 10 in the late stage of chi refinement, and the remainder are in the mid and early stages of chi refinement. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Although a single fire crow was not particularly strong, 100 gathered together could unleash a formidable barrage of flames. Unless one were a Foundation establishment expert, no chi refinement cultivator could withstand such a simultaneous onslaught from so many fire crows. If I were to divert the fully refined fire ravens and the 10 late-stage fire ravens, do you have the confidence to steal the Crimson Flame Spirit Mushroom? Mo1Da asked solemnly as he gazed at Tuanuan. Absolutely, Tuanuan replied with a nod of assurance. If it were merely the early and mid-stage fire ravens, with his current peak mastery of his innate spiritual fire, their attacks would be utterly futile against him. Instead, he could refine their beast fire using his own. Very well. We shall first conceal ourselves at the volcano's mouth. Then, I will launch an attack with the fire eagle to draw the fire ravens away. After that, you can make your move. After this exchange, the two stealthily ascended towards the summit. Just as they reached the volcano's mouth, and Mo1Da was about to act, Tuanuan halted him. What's wrong? Mo1Da inquired, puzzled. We need to hide. Someone is approaching. With that, Tuanuan pulled Mo1Da aside, activating his breath-concealing technique to completely mask their presence. Mo1Da mirrored his actions, and after they finished, they exchanged peculiar glances. Goodness. Both of them had remarkably perfected the breath-concealing technique. Even those at the peak of chi refinement would find it difficult to detect their presence. How long have you been practicing? To have perfected the breath-concealing technique, you must have dedicated all your time to it, right? Mo Wendy remarked curiously. Hee, Uncle Wendy. Have you not also perfected the breath-concealing technique? The family placed it in such a prominent position precisely for the clan members to practice, didn't they? Mo Xuanya retorted. The breath-concealing technique is indeed quite practical, but you're still at such a low level of chi refinement. Do you really need it to master cultivation? Mo Wendy questioned, bemused. Not everyone is like you, Uncle Wendy, using the breath-concealing technique to hide their cultivation level. It's useful at this very moment, isn't it? A glint of cunning flickered in Mo Xuanya's eyes. At the foot of the mountain, the surrounding white jade spirit bees, under Mo Xuanya's command, detected the presence of 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, with the women practicing water and wood attributes, while the other 3 were male cultivators. Among the 5, 2 were at the 10th level of chi refinement, and 3 at the 9th level, a level of strength far superior to that of Mo Xuanya and Mo Wendy. Moreover, whether by coincidence or due to some special techniques or formations they possessed, the 5 practiced methods that corresponded precisely to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. If it were mere chance, it would be acceptable, but if they had mastered some formation, even if they could not match a foundation establishment expert, no one in the chi refinement stage would stand a chance against them when they combined their powers. Although Mo Wendy was confident in his abilities, he did not believe they could match these 5. The group appeared to have already scouted the area. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly darting towards the summit. In their hands, they produced a high-grade first-tier magical artifact, with the practitioner of the gold attribute at the 10th level of chi refinement acting as the focal point, charging into the volcano's mouth like a spear aimed at the resting fire ravens. In an instant, the fire ravens soared into a frenzy, and several of them were caught off guard and slain by the 5. Chapter 56, The Great Sun Rune Tree Buzzing. Just as Mo Xuanya and Mo Wendy arrived at the volcano's mouth to observe the battle between the 5 loose cultivators and the fire ravens, the Shanhai Jing within Mo Xuanya's consciousness stirred slightly. This sensation was all too familiar to Mo Xianyi. The classic of mountains and seas had revealed a suitable contract spirit beast. Could it be that these fire crows bore the bloodline of the golden crow? Otherwise, how could they provoke such a reaction from the classic? Fire crow, analysis, a first-tier fire attribute spirit bird, adorned in dark red plumage, typically inhabiting volcanic craters or regions rich in fire attribute spiritual energy. Although individually weak, they favor communal living, and the concentrated fire energy of the volcanic craters provides them with a significant advantage, deterring most first-tier monsters from disturbing them. Constantly devouring geothermal energy, they may undergo mutations. Contracting is not advised. Lacking the golden crow bloodline? In my past life, the fire crows captured by traversers all contained the bloodline of the golden crow, ultimately evolving into golden crows. Why is it different here? Is it because I am a reincarnated soul rather than a traverser, and thus do not enjoy such privileges? If these are not fire crows, then what spirit beast triggered the anomaly in the classic? Mo Xianyi scanned the volcanic crater, aside from the fire crows. Other fire attribute spirit beasts were present, but considerably weaker. After utilizing the classic to analyze the area, he found none suitable for contract. What could be the reason? The spirit beasts sensed by the classic were evidently here in the crater. Why could they not be located? Could it be the fire crow eggs nestled within the crow's nest? Mo Xianyi turned his gaze towards the fire crow's nest, which was entirely constructed atop a barren, dead tree. Strangely, the roots of this desolate tree seemed to penetrate the lava without being consumed. Instead, faint red light emanated from its trunk, occasionally flickering with runes. A runic tree? No, a runic tree could not possibly take root in magma. Originally, Mo Xianyi merely intended to inspect whether there were any suitable spirit beast eggs within the fire crow's nest. Yet he found himself captivated by the peculiar tree that served as their nesting site. The runic tree is a rare type of spiritual root, its leaves and bark naturally serving as talisman paper, while its branches provide exceptional materials for crafting talisman pens. However, the growth of runic trees is exceedingly difficult. Typically, they only reach the first tier, with second tier or higher specimens being exceedingly rare, let alone one that can thrive amidst lava and absorb fire attribute spiritual energy. This runic tree is undeniably strange. Mo Xianyi's gaze sharpened as he immediately employed the classic to analyze the runic tree. Great Sun Runic Tree. Analysis. The runic tree mutated from absorbing the essence blood of the 3-legged golden crow and, due to the abundant fire attribute spiritual energy from the volcanic crater, has developed a semblance of spiritual intelligence, evolving into a demon plant. The Great Sun Runic Tree excels in talismanic arts, being a natural talisman master. For each talisman mastered, corresponding leaves can coalesce upon its trunk, allowing the learning of any talisman, with an added potency for fire attribute talismans, enabling all mastered talismans to be unleashed instantaneously. Contracting is advised. A demon plant. I never expected the runic tree to evolve into the Great Sun Runic Tree after absorbing the blood of the three-legged golden crow, and even gained spiritual intelligence. The art of beast contracting can bind both demon beasts and demon plants. However, the conditions for the birth of demon plants are stringent, and their numbers are far fewer than those of demon beasts. Until now, I have only encountered the Great Sun Runic Tree, which is why I initially overlooked it. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Mo Xianya's eyes. The Great Sun Rune Tree appears to have only recently awakened its consciousness, its trunk devoid of even a single leaf. It is a pity for these fire ravens. Had the Great Sun Rune Tree not absorbed the essence of the three-legged golden crow, it is conceivable that among this flock of fire ravens, a three-legged golden crow could have emerged. With the formidable lineage of the three-legged golden crow, this group of fire ravens would undoubtedly dominate the vast mountain ranges, rather than find themselves besieged by 5 scattered cultivators. As Mo Xianyi observed the Great Sun Rune Tree, the conflict between the 5 cultivators and the Fire Raven clan erupted in full force. The 5, comprising 2 at the 10th level of Qi refinement and 3 at the 9th, faced a single fully realized Qi refinement raven, along with 10 late-stage Qi refinement ravens and nearly 90 early to mid-stage fire ravens, all situated at the volcanic crater. Logically, these 5 should have been utterly incapable of contending with the ravenous flock. However, they formed a 5-element sword formation, wielding 5 first-grade superior elemental swords, successfully thwarting the onslaught of the fire ravens while occasionally launching counterattacks. The fire ravens' assaults were effectively repelled by the 5S sword formation, yet their counterstrikes were not so easily deflected. Nearly every counter resulted in a fire raven being slain by the 5-elements sword formation. Of the near 100 fire ravens present, nearly a third had perished, including 3 late-stage Qi refinement ravens. Should this continue, it was feared that the entire flock would ultimately fall to the hands of the 5 cultivators. Despite appearing to hold the upper hand, the 5 were not without their struggles. Maintaining the 5-element sword formation to fend off the fire ravens' attacks was an immense strain on their spiritual energy, making it impossible to sustain for long. The 2 cultivators specializing in gold and fire attributes were managing, but the other 3 were beginning to show signs of pallor, evidently drained of their spiritual energy. We cannot continue like this. I fear that before we can slay this flock of fire ravens, my energy will be utterly depleted. Water Sword remarked gravely. Although he practiced water-based techniques, and water can extinguish fire, the overwhelming strength of the flames could also suppress water. Given their current position at the volcanic crater, with the enemy's numbers so vast, the outcome was evident. We must hold on until that fully realized Qi refinement raven leader approaches. Let us first eliminate him. Once the leader falls, the remaining fire ravens will undoubtedly falter. Gold Sword communicated telepathically to the others. All 4 nodded in agreement. The battle persisted for a duration equal to the burning of an incense stick. With the 3 from Water Sword's group increasingly pale, even Gold Sword and Fire Sword were now drenched in sweat. Seizing an opportunity, the leader of the Fire Ravens, alongside 2 late-stage Qi refinement ravens, unleashed 3 pillars of flame directed at the most weakened Water Sword. As the attack approached, Water Sword, instead of panicking, was filled with joy. Now is the moment. Gold Sword shouted. The 5 elements revolved, and the water elemental heavenly river sword descended. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from all 5, the elements harmonizing, greatly enhancing the power of the 3 wielding water-based techniques. A colossal azure sword materialized above Water Sword's head, and with a single stroke, he cleaved toward the leader of the Fire Ravens and the 2 late-stage Qi refinement ravens. The 2 late-stage Qi refinement ravens had no chance to resist, being effortlessly severed in 2, their dark red feathers scattering across the ground. As the leader of the Fire Crows sensed the extraordinary power of the sword, he squawked and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The colossal blade struck his right wing, severing it completely. Consequently, the Fire Crow leader lost his balance and plummeted to the ground. Chapter 57. The Fiery Eagle lures the enemy to death. Despite being gravely injured, the Golden Sword had no intention of sparing him. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, piercing the Fire Crow leader with his golden longsword, slaying him on the spot. The emergence of the Golden Sword led to the disbandment of the 5 elements sword array. There was no preventing it, as the Water Sword, Wood Sword, and Earth Sword could no longer endure. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining Fire Crows erupted in fury, yet without their leader, they became disorganized. Wood Sword, go retrieve the Scarlet Flame Spirit Mushroom. The rest of you eliminate the remaining fire crows, commanded the golden sword after dispatching the leader. Understood. Seizing the opportunity while the fire crows were occupied, the wood sword darted towards the scarlet flame spirit mushroom beneath the rune tree. Humph. Dreaming of plucking the scarlet flame spirit mushroom, scoffed Mo Wendy, who was concealed beside Mo Tuanuan. He then clapped his beast-taming bag, releasing the fiery eagle that he had captured. The eagle soared towards the volcanic crater, its metallic claws glinting as it aimed for the wood sword. Just as the wood sword thought success was at hand, a sense of peril descended upon her, prompting her to summon the greenwood shield and raise it before her. The fiery eagle's claws struck against the greenwood shield with tremendous force, causing the wood sword to stagger backward. Although the wood sword was at the 9th level of chi refinement, the fiery eagle, bearing the bloodline of a second-tier spirit beast, would have been an equal match for her in her prime. However, at this moment, the wood sword was already heavily drained from participating in the 5-element sword array and had expended a significant portion of her remaining spiritual energy with the last strike of the celestial river sword. How could she still contend with the fiery eagle? Help me! The wood sword cried out desperately to the other four. The golden sword and his companions were currently surrounded by the enraged fire crows, and with the need to protect the weaker water sword and earth sword. They could not assist the wood sword in time. After failing to strike, the fiery eagle opened its beak and unleashed a torrent of raging flames. This time, the wood sword, along with the greenwood shield, was blasted away, crashing against the volcanic rock behind her. Before she could regain her footing, the fiery eagle's attack came once more, its sharp beak piercing through her forehead. Wood sword. The fire sword roared in fury, finally breaking through the encirclement of fire crows and charging recklessly toward the fiery eagle. With his departure, the remaining three faced increased pressure, but fortunately, there were not many fire crows left, allowing them to hold their ground. As the fiery eagle spotted the approaching fire sword, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, deftly evading the fire sword's onslaught. You think you can escape? Dream on. The fire sword bellowed, as a flurry of crimson feathers manifested beneath his feet. This feather was, in fact, a high-tier flying artifact, granting him incredible speed as he pursued the fiery eagle. The fire sword formed a series of hand seals, sending his long sword hurtling toward the fiery eagle. If you wish to pursue, then pursue wholeheartedly. Mo Wendy let out a cold snort, subsequently communicating with the fire eagle through his mind. The fire eagle immediately spread its wings and soared outside the crimson flame peak. The fire sword seemed to have a close bond with the wood sword, relentlessly chasing after it, disregarding the three comrades still at the volcano's mouth. Make your move. As the fire sword departed, Mo Wendy lightly called out to Mo Tuanuan beside him, then took the initiative to strike. Rushing towards the trio engaged in fierce combat with the fire crow. Who goes there? The three wielders of the golden sword were taken aback, not expecting anyone to be lurking in the shadows. Soon, the golden sword realized that the fire eagle was a diversion orchestrated by them and angrily exclaimed, "Is that fire eagle yours?" Mo Wendy did not respond. Instead, he conjured a fire dragon with the crimson flame sword, launching it towards the golden sword. Meanwhile, he clawed with his left hand toward the earth sword. Mo Wendy, who had evidently also mastered the crimson flame sword technique, appeared to be at the pinnacle of its cultivation, merely a step away from perfection. The golden sword, feeling the overwhelming power of the fire dragon, dared not show any signs of negligence. He unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, transforming it into a massive golden sword radiance, colliding with the fire dragon. Boom. The golden sword was violently pushed back. Fortunately, at that moment, the fire crow, startled by the sudden appearance of Mo Wendy, took flight and retreated into the distance, refraining from attacking the golden sword. Otherwise, the golden sword might have sustained some injuries. However, the golden sword was unscathed, while the earth sword beside him did not fare as well. Already exhausted from depleting spiritual energy, he faced Mo Wendy, who appeared to be at the 7th level of chi refinement, yet unleashed an attack equivalent to the 10th level. With a single claw, the earth sword's defenses were torn apart, sending him flying, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Mo Tuanuan did not remain idle. His speed was just slightly slower, facing the water sword at the 9th level of chi refinement. Aware of the immense spiritual energy consumption, he did not let his guard down. He summoned both the 5-colored peacock and the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle simultaneously. The 5-colored peacock struck first, showering the battlefield with its multicolored spiritual light. The water sword's Xian water shield momentarily spiraled out of control. The disparity in cultivation levels between the 5-colored peacock and the water sword was vast. Had the water sword not been so drained, he might not have had even a fleeting chance to respond. Just as the water sword was astonished by the Xian water shield's loss of control, Mo Tuanuan and the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle's assault arrived. The flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle opened its mouth and unleashed several flying swords, each comparable to a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact, one of which subtly reached the upper tier of the first grade. At this point, the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle had also attained the 6th level of chi refinement. Tuanuan directly summoned his innate spiritual fire, coalescing it into a commonplace fireball. Boom! The Xian water shield, in its chaotic state, could not withstand the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle's onslaught, being sent flying. The water sword, unable to evade, could only gather the scant spiritual energy remaining within to form a shield, hoping to fend off the combined attack of the man and turtle. Yet, the water sword underestimated the duo. The assault from the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle alone nearly shattered the water sword's shield. Tuanuan's fireball, born from his innate spiritual fire, became the final straw that broke the camel's back. As the shield shattered, the fireball struck the water sword, incinerating his entire being. What a pity! As he watched the delicate beauty before him transform into a pile of black ash, Tuanuan couldn't help but lament. Wendy, engaged in combat with the golden sword nearby, cast a sidelong glance at him. At that moment, Tuanuan realized he had been misunderstood. His expression of regret was not for the lost beauty, but for the inability to use the body of the water sword, which had reached the 9th level of chi refinement, to nourish the white jade spirit bee. While he had the audacity to strike down the water sword, he dared not rush into the fray between Wendy and the golden sword. Although the golden sword's spiritual energy was severely depleted, it did not face imminent collapse as the water sword did. After all, he was at the 10th level of chi refinement. One casual strike could leave Tuanuan in dire straits. However, the inability to withstand a direct assault did not preclude him from providing assistance. The 5-colored peacock occasionally unleashed a burst of multicolored spiritual light, while the golden tortoise of flowing gold released several flying swords forged from condensed spiritual energy. Tuanuan intermittently hurled fireballs. The golden sword, already inferior in power to Wendy, now found itself in a precarious situation. Chapter 58. Harvest. A piercing cry echoed through the air as the fire eagle rushed in from outside, its feathers stained with blood and many having fallen away. Fire sword, save me! The golden sword cried out upon seeing the fire sword return. It was only then that the fire sword noticed their group had dwindled to just him and the golden sword. Seeking death, the fire sword declared, abandoning the fire eagle and charging toward Wendy, who was assaulting the golden sword. Humph, too late, Wendy scoffed. His figure surged forward with incredible speed, and with a swift stroke of his sword, a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. Clang! The long sword in the golden sword's grasp shattered into two, along with the golden sword itself, leaving blood and flesh scattered across the ground. Wendy had discerned that the swords held by the 5 appeared to belong to a set, and his intention to obtain the golden sword intact explained the delay in his attack. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have easily subdued the golden sword long ago. Golden sword! The fire sword cried out in despair. Then, in a swift turn, he fled. The abruptness of his retreat momentarily left Tuanuan at a loss for words. Given his anguished expression, one would expect him to recklessly charge at Wendy, yet he merely shouted and turned to escape. It was not entirely the fire sword's fault. His strength was on par with the golden sword, and he was no match for Wendy. Moreover, the strike that had felled the golden sword had left the fire sword doubting his ability to withstand a similar blow in his current state. Thus, fleeing was preferable to waiting for death. Unfortunately, while Wendy may not have reacted immediately, his fire eagle circled above, and upon noticing the fire sword's attempt to flee, it flapped its wings, stirring up a conflagration. While it was unlikely to kill the fire sword, it could certainly hinder his escape. After all, having pursued him for so long and having torn away so many feathers, it was impossible to hold no grudge. Due to the fire eagle's interference, by the time the fire sword broke free from the flames, Wendy had already arrived, positioning himself in front of the fire sword. United with the fire eagle, Wendy swiftly ended the fire sword's struggle within mere moments. After Wendy stored away several people's storage bags, he gazed at the crimson flame spirit mushroom beneath the rune tree. At this moment, all the fire crows had returned to their nests atop the rune tree. However, from nearly 100 fire crows, only about 20 remained, and among them, only a single one was at the late stage of chi refinement, merely at the 7th level. This rune tree was indeed peculiar. It was the first time he had seen a rune tree growing in a volcanic crater. If he were to harvest it for crafting talismans, he could potentially produce a considerable number of talismans with enhancements for fire attributes. Wendy spoke with excitement. Upon hearing this, Tuanuan immediately interjected, Uncle Wendy, let's make a deal. This rune tree belongs to me, and in return, You can have the storage bag and magical artifact from the water sword I just defeated. Mo Wendy looked at Mo Tuanuan with curiosity. What do you need this rune tree for? Although you are a craftsman, there is no need for you to gather so many rune tree trunks for crafting, is there? That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Just remember to capture the remaining fire crows without harming the rune tree, Mo Tuanuan replied. Although Mo Wendy was puzzled, he chose not to press further. Everyone has their own secrets. A red, net-like high-grade magical artifact appeared in his hands, complemented by his fiery techniques. Before long, all the fire crows on the tree were captured, and he also acquired 8 fire crow eggs. Naturally, Mo Wendy collected the crimson flame spirit mushroom, one of which was ripe, while 3 others were not yet mature. After Mo Wendy had finished his tasks, Mo Tuanuan approached the rune tree, placing one hand upon it. With a thought, he drew the entire rune tree into the mountain sea realm. Though this rune tree had developed a semblance of intelligence, it was not particularly strong, barely at the first level of chi refinement. As it had yet to form rune tree leaves, it possessed no offensive capabilities and could not resist Mo Tuanuan. Mo Wendy watched as Mo Tuanuan effortlessly removed the towering rune tree, narrowing his eyes slightly, yet refraining from further inquiry. Everyone harbored certain secrets. Once they had completed their tasks, the two swiftly departed from the volcanic crater, seeking a secluded spot to review their spoils. The 5 members of the Golden Sword possessed formidable strength, and their storage bags contained a significant bounty. They held 5 matching high-grade first-tier flying swords of the 5 elemental attributes, though regrettably, the Golden Sword was broken and would need to be examined by a family craftsman for potential repairs. Additionally, each person possessed a defensive artifact and a flying artifact, all of high quality. There were also various elixirs, spiritual herbs, and materials. It appeared they had utilized this sword formation. Mo Wendy handed over a jade slip. Mo Tuanuan immersed his consciousness within it. The 5-element sword formation included methods for crafting the 5-element spiritual swords and for arranging the formation. In fact, the 5 members of the Golden Sword had successfully set up the 5-element sword formation. This formation was originally created by a formation master with 5 spiritual roots, allowing one to simultaneously control 5 flying swords to combat enemies. Given that 5 individuals could not entirely synchronize their thoughts and their cultivation levels differed, the formation had certain vulnerabilities. However, if a single person were to activate it, these issues would be rendered moot. Yet, for one individual to command the 5-element sword formation, the requirements were quite high. The consumption of spiritual energy was 5 times that of the 5-person arrangement, and the soul power must be sufficient to simultaneously control 5 flying swords. Though the demands are high, the power is equally formidable, capable of achieving unparalleled supremacy within the same realm. The protagonist, Mo Tuanuan, possesses combat prowess that allows him to leap 1 to 2 tiers. And when combined with the 5-element sword array, his cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement could rival that of a 7th level chi refinement practitioner, potentially emerging victorious. Hey, Uncle Wendy, this 5-element sword array is exceptionally suited for me. Would it be permissible for me to make a copy? Mo Tuanuan inquired with a smile. It's yours to replicate. You already have your own version. However, one of the 5-element swords is damaged. Besides, all 5 are high-quality first-tier artifacts. Even if I give them to you, you would lack the means to wield them. Therefore, I shall take them back to the family for repairs. You may each select one of the remaining defensive or flying artifacts. Since you intend to venture forth alone, you must possess some means of self-defense, Mo Wendy instructed, gesturing towards the artifacts scattered on the ground. Although Mo Tuanuan had mentioned only needing the runic tree, he did not take it too seriously. Then I shall take the thick earth shield and this phoenix feather, he said, unreservedly choosing 2 items. Mo Wendy nodded in approval, handing the 2 artifacts to Mo Tuanuan, and subsequently provided him with a portion of the 5 elements refining materials. Take these materials as well. As you are a refiner, when you attain sufficient capability, you may attempt to forge your own 5-element sword. Thank you, Uncle Wendy. Mo Tuanuan expressed his sincere gratitude. This is the nature of kinship. Had he been an outsider, Mo Tuanuan's earlier comment about only needing the runic tree would likely have yielded no gifts whatsoever. Among relatives, there may exist those with malicious intentions, yet at least those Mo Tuanuan encountered thus far bore no ill will towards him. Chapter 59. 5th level of chi refinement. Mo when he hurriedly escorted the scarlet flame Ganoderma back to the family, soon departing. Mo Tuanuan relocated, swiftly entering the Shanghai realm. Utilizing the Shanghai beast control technique, he condensed a Shanghai beast control rune and directed it towards the Great Sun runic tree. At present, the Great Sun runic tree's cultivation was akin to that of a 1st level chi refinement practitioner, rendering it incapable of resistance. The Shanghai beast control rune swiftly integrated with it, merging into one entity. A A resonant humming filled the air as the Shanghai Classic trembled. A towering tree, radiant in red light with leaves of myriad hues, emanating waves of diverse attribute runes, materialized above the Shanghai Classic before gradually merging into it. The surrounding gray mist in the Shanghai realm receded further, revealing a fresh plot of spiritual field. Now a demonic plant. The Great Sun runic tree found little use for the spiritual field, thus it could simply take root in any unoccupied area of the Shanghai realm. Mo Xuanya tapped his storage bag, retrieving a first-tier high-quality talisman inheritance obtained from the vanquished Xiao Qingyu. The runic tree extended a branch, binding the jade slip and incorporating it into its trunk. Shortly thereafter, Mo Xuanya observed a fireball materializing at the lowest branch of the runic tree. To his astonishment, the runic tree had already learned the fireball talisman from the jade slip, and the fireball contained a unique solar power that heightened its potency, making it comparable to that of a mid-tier first-level talisman. The fireball gradually dissipated, transforming into a crimson leaf, inscribed with the runes of the fireball talisman. After the initial leaf was formed, the rune tree did not immediately commence learning new talismans. Instead, it continuously familiarized itself with the fireball talisman. Only upon mastering it completely did it begin to study new symbols. Mo Xuanya distinctly sensed that the leaf, representing the fireball talisman, was slowly absorbing the fire attribute's spiritual energy, diffusing in the air, integrating it into the sun rune tree, thereby enhancing its power. Simultaneously, as a magical plant, the sun rune tree was capable of rooting itself in the earth, drawing upon the spiritual energy within the ground for growth. Currently, due to its still nascent cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy it provided to Mo Xuanya was limited. However, as the number of refined runes increased, its cultivation speed would accelerate, enabling it to catch up with the five-colored peacock and others without difficulty. Having tended to the sun rune tree, Mo Xuanya did not immediately address the new spiritual field, primarily because there were no suitable medicinal herbs to plant at present. He summoned the flowing gold celestial turtle and presented it with the turtle shell shield, the thick earth shield, and a mid-grade flying artifact he had previously acquired. With the fire pattern sword and the ice mirror now at his disposal for both offense and defense, their utility surpassed that of the thick earth shield. And the superior flying artifact, the phoenix feather, rendered the three items obsolete. This was an opportune moment for the flowing gold celestial turtle to consume these artifacts and enhance its cultivation. The flowing gold celestial turtle had already reached the 6th level of chi refinement. After consuming the 2 mid-grade artifacts and 1 superior artifact, its internal spiritual energy surged dramatically, propelling it directly to the 7th level of chi refinement, becoming the first among Mo Xuanya's spiritual beasts to reach the later stage of chi refinement. Just as the flowing gold celestial turtle ascended, Mo Xuanya felt a tremendous influx of spiritual energy entering his body, emanating from the turtle itself. Immediately, he sat cross-legged and channeled the 5 elements chi refinement technique with all his might. This spiritual energy was remarkably pure, requiring no further refinement. He simply needed to guide it into the meridians exclusive to the 5th level of chi refinement. Boom. Mo Xuanya's entire being trembled as the previously blocked meridians were unblocked at a staggering pace, allowing the 5 elements chi refinement technique to commence its operation through a new pathway. This achievement was a culmination of years of feedback from spiritual beasts combined with his own cultivation. Otherwise, the spiritual energy derived from the flowing gold celestial turtle's refining of the 3 artifacts would not have sufficed for his breakthrough. Having advanced to the 5th level of chi refinement, he was 1 step closer to the 10th level, having traversed half the distance. He aspired to reach the 10th level before turning 30, after which he would devise a plan for foundation establishment. Once he successfully established his foundation, becoming the head of the Mo family would become considerably simpler, and the Shanghai realm could be thoroughly developed. With the Fire Crow clan extinguished and the dangers of Qian Peak now diminished, he could utilize the volcanic crater above to cultivate the fire spirit body refinement technique. Once his body refinement progressed, he could venture down the mountain for further experience. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Xuanya exited the Shanghai realm and made his way back to Qian Peak. 2 days had passed, and peace had once again returned to Qian Peak. Although fire attribute magical beasts were present, they refrained from launching any attacks upon seeing Mo Xuanya approach. It seems I still remember the commotion caused by Mo Xuanya and his companions 2 days ago at the Fire Crow clan. They did not seek trouble, and Mo Xuanya was disinclined to engage with them. His innate spiritual fire has now ascended to the 1st-tier pinnacle. Even if he were to absorb the beast fires of these few spirit beasts, a breakthrough would remain unattainable, thus rendering the pursuit of conflict unnecessary. He found a spot near the magma pool and sat cross-legged. absorbing the fire attribute spiritual energy emanating from the magma, while concurrently refining his body with the innate spiritual fire from his Dantian. With the magma replenishing the fire spiritual energy, there was no need to worry about a deficiency in his innate spiritual fire. For enhanced efficacy, diving directly into the magma would yield even better results. However, given Tuanuan's current cultivation level, even with his innate spiritual fire enveloping his entire body, he might not withstand the magma's onslaught. Thus, for the sake of caution, he chose to practice near the magma pool. The flames incessantly scorched his physical form, evaporating his vitality under their searing touch, while simultaneously new blood was generated within his marrow, coursing through his body. Impurities from his flesh were gradually expelled. With the white jade spiritual bees on guard around him, Tuanuan became utterly immersed in the practice of the fire spirit body refinement technique. Meanwhile, Wendy returned to Xianling Mountain with the red flame spiritual Ganoderma. Excellent. This brings us one step closer to the century-old fire spirit ginseng. Daijing remarked with satisfaction, repeating his praise thrice. Wendy, puzzled, inquired, Father, are you gathering this red flame spiritual Ganoderma and the century-old fire spirit ginseng to treat the cold poison within Elder Qian? Although Daijing had never disclosed the matter concerning the red flame tiger, Wendy's intelligence allowed him to deduce the truth with ease. Therefore, Daijing did not deny it and nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Wendy shook his head and replied, Father, forgive my candidness, but the cold poison within Elder Qian is left by the ice-scale serpent of the Purple Mansion realm. The red flame spiritual Ganoderma and century-old fire spirit ginseng are merely second-tier spiritual herbs. While they possess counteracting properties, they may not suffice for the detoxification. Rather than expending great effort to collect the century-old fire spirit ginseng, it would be more pragmatic to cultivate a foundational powerhouse for our family. I am aware of what you say. I shall proceed accordingly, and in time, you will understand. Daijing, however, did not reveal the impending recovery of the red flame tiger even to his own son. Chapter 60. Iron Claw Wolf. After returning to the red flame peak and practicing for half a year, elevating his body refinement to the same level as his chi refinement, Tuanuan was preparing to depart. The great sun rune tree informed him of the presence of lava stones within the magma. Having resided on the red flame peak for countless years, the great sun rune tree was well acquainted with the contents of the magma pool. Tuanuan promptly summoned the great sun rune tree. To his astonishment, there were indeed lava stones within the magma. Had it not been for the great sun rune tree, he would have remained oblivious. Regrettably, the deeper stones were beyond his reach. Observing the roots of the great sun rune tree as they retrieved the lava stones from the magma, Tuanuan could not help but marvel. The great sun rune tree, being a demonic plant, had no difficulty manipulating its roots to ensnare the chunks of lava stone. With the acquisition of lava stones and the previously obtained core stones, the next objective is to locate the wood attribute leaf crystal, the water attribute cold iron ore, and the gold attribute sharp gold stone to commence the crafting of the 5 elements spirit sword, followed by the study of the 5 elements sword formation. However, prior to this, it is essential to elevate both alchemy and weapon crafting to the intermediate first tier. Recently, my focus has been primarily on refining my innate beast fire or engaging in cultivation, causing me to neglect the realms of alchemy and weapon crafting. As I no longer need to practice the fire spirit body refinement technique, there is no necessity to linger at this volcanic site. The processes of alchemy and weapon crafting demand complete concentration. Any disturbances could result in a catastrophic explosion, thus I must venture into the mountain sea realm. With a thought, I summoned the celestial steed, which has now ascended to the 5th layer of chi refinement. One more step will elevate it to the 6th layer, reaching the typical limit for its kind. To further enhance its capabilities, substantial resources must be expended, or its bloodline must be upgraded. Currently, the celestial steed possesses only a first-tier bloodline, and while consuming the blood sovereign essence could shatter its limitations, such essence is exceedingly rare. Given the celestial steed's limited potential, I am reluctant to invest the blood sovereign essence in its advancement. Beyond this, the Mountain Sea Classic has also revealed methods to enhance the celestial steed's bloodline by integrating the bloodlines of other equine spirit beasts or even dragon spirit beasts, facilitating its metamorphosis. However, high-grade equine spirit beasts are challenging to find, and dragons are even more elusive. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I may have to keep the celestial steed in the Mountain Sea realm, where the abundant spiritual energy could eventually allow it to break through its constraints. Mounted upon the celestial steed, I swiftly departed from the Crimson Flame Peak. Accompanied by an enraged roar, I, Xianshi, delivered a powerful punch to the head of an iron claw wolf. It is said that wolves possess copper heads, iron bones, and tofu wastes, but beneath the force of my strike, the iron claw wolf's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the ground. After tossing the wolf's carcass into my storage pouch, I employed my lightness technique and hastily fled into the distance. The howls of wolves echoed behind me, indicating that my slaying of the iron claw wolf had attracted the attention of its pack. Hearing the rapid sounds of pursuit, I couldn't help but feel vexed. I had dispatched the iron claw wolf with remarkable speed, yet I was still detected by the other wolves. Wolves are inherently social creatures, known for their vengeful nature. If one is slain, the others will relentlessly seek retribution, unless they are sufficiently intimidated. Moreover, their sense of smell is acutely sensitive. Unless one can swiftly escape beyond their detection range, evasion becomes exceedingly difficult. What should I do? It is utterly impossible for me to evade this pack of iron claw wolves at my current speed. If I cannot escape this vast mountain range to seek help from my family, Aunt Wen Shuang and the others will be in grave danger. My face contorted with anxiety. I glanced back at the swiftly approaching iron claw wolves. Resolutely, I altered my course from the direction of the vast mountain range's periphery and instead charged towards a valley on my left, where a formidable rock python, having reached the 10th layer of chi refinement, resides, a discovery initially made by Mo Wen Shuang. The formidable strength and astonishing defensive capabilities of the colossal rock python rendered it a fearsome adversary. Consequently, the demon hunting team had previously opted to withdraw rather than confront this formidable creature. However, this time, they found themselves compelled to enlist the aid of the rock python to evade the relentless pursuit of the iron claw wolves. Within the valley, grotesque boulders loomed everywhere, and at its deepest recess, a shadowy cave beckoned, bearing the marks of a great beast's passage. Yet, the elusive rock python was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Mo Xianshi surveyed the iron claw wolves that had followed him into the valley and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch toward the cave entrance, demanding its occupant to emerge. The ground trembled slightly under the force of his blow, dislodging several stones as he had recently advanced to the 4th level of body refinement, amplifying his already formidable strength. A resounding hiss echoed through the air, followed by the thunderous sound of a massive creature scraping against the earth. Mo Xianshi felt a surge of relief. The rock python was indeed within the cave. After his punch, he swiftly retreated to a safe distance from the cave entrance and raced towards the valley's periphery. However, he had underestimated the python's speed, or perhaps misjudged the cave's depth, because before he could distance himself, the colossal creature burst forth. The rock python's immediate gaze fixated on the iron claw wolves, perceiving them as a far greater threat than the mere human intruder. Nevertheless, it had no intention of letting Mo Xianshi off the hook for his audacity to invade its lair. The python charged toward the pack of wolves, its tail, as formidable as steel, lashed out toward Mo Xianshi. Long before the tail reached him, he sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching. Realizing that no amount of effort could withstand the python's onslaught, he knew that evasion was his only option. With the speed of a cannonball, Mo Xianshi was propelled away, crashing into a massive boulder and landing hard on the ground. Coughing violently, he could not suppress the flow of blood from his mouth. Fortunately, his timely reaction had spared him from a direct hit. He had only been grazed. Had he been struck squarely, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Meanwhile, the iron claw wolves had engaged the rock python in battle, though they outnumbered their foe. The strongest among them, the Wolf King, was merely at the 8th level of chi refinement and was no match for the python. Despite being a solitary creature, the rock python's formidable defenses allowed it to disregard the majority of the wolves' attacks, rampaging through their ranks with reckless abandon. Its massive head snapped viciously, claiming one wolf after another, while its iron-like tail swept across the battlefield, felling foes with ease. Mo Xianshi understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. If the rock python eliminated the iron claw wolves, or if the wolves retreated from the valley, he would surely meet his demise. Chapter 61. The Emerald-Eyed Venom Spider Xianshi. How could he appear here alone, having just elevated his cultivation in the realms of Dan, Qi, and Formation to the intermediate 1st tier? Mo Xianyi emerged from the Shanhai realm, and, through the keen senses of the Bayou Spirit Bee, detected the whereabouts of Mo Xian Stone. At that moment, Mo Xian Stone had barely escaped from the valley of the giant rock python, yet several iron claw wolves were already lunging towards him. With a resounding crash, the sharp claws of an iron claw wolf struck Mo Xian Stone's chest, sending him flying and leaving 5 deep, bloody gashes visible to the bone, the crimson blood staining his garments. As he crashed into a tree large enough for several people to encircle, an iron claw wolf charged at him, its gaping maw poised to bite down. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Mo Xian Stone's eyes. If it were just himself, he could accept it, but should he perish? The trapped demon hunting team, including Wen Shuang, would be left without aid, doomed without question. Just as the iron claw wolf was about to sink its teeth into him, and he was compelled to shut his eyes, he suddenly noticed a small stone flying from an unknown direction, striking the iron claw wolf and sending it hurtling away. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was no mere stone, but a bee the size of a baby's fist, exquisitely crafted as if from white jade. A surge of joy filled Mo Xianstone's heart. Having spent a year in the clan academy with Mo Xianyi, he was well acquainted with the Bayou spirit bee contracted to him. However, he was taken aback by the aura emanating from the bee, which rivaled that of a fifth-layer chi refinement. Wasn't he the queen of the clan S by winged spirit bees only at the first layer of chi refinement? This worker bee, resembling pure white jade, must belong to brother Xianyi. Though puzzled, Mo Xianstone was certain that this Bayou spirit bee was indeed Mo Xianyi's. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and a swarm of Bayou spirit bees suddenly appeared from the distance, darting towards the iron claw wolves that pursued Mo Xianstone. The formidable iron claw wolves had been detained by the giant rock python, and those chasing Mo Xianstone were merely at the intermediate stage of chi refinement, no match for the Bayou spirit bees. In a matter of moments, all that remained of the iron claw wolves were scraps of fur and a few pairs of claws. Mo Xianyi, not as swift as the Bayou spirit bees, only arrived before Mo Xianstone after they had dispatched the iron claw wolves. Xianshi, did you not join the demon hunting team to begin hunting demons? What brings you here alone in this vast mountain range? He inquired. Brother Xianyi, it's wonderful to see you. Quickly, inform the clan to rescue Antwen Shuang and the others. We have discovered the lair of a Foundation establishment expert, and to my surprise, it is infested with a multitude of green-eyed venom spiders. I was unable to enter due to my low cultivation, and Antwen Shuang and the others are trapped inside. Mo Xianstone exclaimed anxiously. A Foundation establishment lair? Green-eyed venom spiders? Mo Xianyi was taken aback, urging him, what exactly happened? Speak clearly. We must return to the clan quickly, otherwise, it may be too late. Antwen Shuang and the others have already been poisoned by the green-eyed venom spiders, and the entrance is sealed with webs, preventing their escape. You must understand, even if we return to the clan now, it will take nearly 10 days, and the clan will need time to come as well. Are you certain Antwen Shuang and the others can hold on? Mo Xianyi countered. What should we do then? Brother Xianyi, you must think of a solution. Mo Xianstone's face was filled with worry. What is the strength of the azure-eyed venomous spider? Are there any foundational demonic beasts? There aren't any. Had there been foundational demonic beasts, Antwen Shuang and the others would have succumbed long ago. The most formidable azure-eyed venomous spider only reaches the 9th layer of chi refinement, yet they are numerous. Moreover, Antwen Shuang inadvertently fell victim to their venom at the outset, which led to her precarious situation. Hurry and take me there, lest we be too late. Mo Xianyi urged. Azure-eyed venomous spider. Analysis. A would attribute venomous creature. It thrives in dark, damp environments, named for its 8 eyes that glimmer with an emerald light. Its venom possesses a potent paralyzing effect. Once infected, the body gradually stiffens, losing control and ultimately becoming prey for the azure-eyed venomous spider. Its silk is extraordinarily resilient and can corrode magical artifacts. Once ensnared, escape proves exceedingly difficult. The white jade spirit bee can consume all poisons, countering the azure-eyed venomous spider. And after devouring its venom, the bee's toxicity intensifies. The silk of the azure-eyed venomous spider fears powerful flames, and its innate beast fire can incinerate the silk. Upon hearing the name of the azure-eyed venomous spider from Mo Xianshi, Mo Xianyi had the classic of mountains and seas analyze the creature. Upon learning that the white jade spirit bee and his innate beast fire could counter the azure-eyed venomous spider, he felt emboldened to proceed with the rescue. He resolved to save Mo Shuang and the others first, then confront the azure-eyed venomous spider with their combined strength, which might yield a glimmer of hope for victory. Due to Mo Xianshi's injuries, Mo Xianyi summoned the celestial horse, allowing it to carry Mo Xianshi through the forest at a breakneck speed. After an hour, they finally arrived at the valley where the foundational cultivator's cave was located. However, the valley was now ensnared with translucent webs, obscuring even the cave of the foundational cultivator. Additionally, exotic flowers and strange herbs bloomed throughout the valley, notable for their vibrant colors and alluring fragrances. Small creatures were often drawn to these blossoms, unknowingly wandering into the valley, only to realize the peril when ensnared by the webs and afflicted by their venom. By then, it was far too late. Once trapped in the webs, escape was virtually impossible, and the venom would weaken them further. The cave of the foundational cultivator lay deep within the valley, which had not always appeared this way. Mo Xianshi pondered how it had transformed in just half a day's time since his escape. Pointing towards the depths of the valley, he remarked, "That way lies the cave." Mo Xian produced a clear heart pill and handed it to him. Take this clear heart pill. The flowers in the valley likely have a mesmerizing effect. You are a body cultivator and injured. Do not fall under their influence. Mo Xian sure nodded, accepting the pill and swallowing it. Mo Xian surveyed the valley's surroundings, noting that among the vibrant blooms lurked numerous azurite venomous spiders, lying in wait for unsuspecting creatures to enter the valley for their feast. To reach the foundational cultivator's cave deep within the valley and rescue Mo Shuang and others, they first needed to devise a strategy to deal with the azurite venomous spiders and their webs. With a thought, Mo Xian summoned all 1,000 white jade spirit bees from the realm of the classic of mountains and seas, with their queen having ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement. The worker bees now possessed a minimum cultivation of the 4th layer of qi refinement. 1,000 mid-stage qi refinement demonic beasts moved in unison, their formidable presence indeed remarkable. In Chapter 62, the battle of the poisonous bees and poisonous spiders, Mo Xian gazed at the 1,000 white jade spirit bees surging towards the valley, and could not help but exclaim, I never anticipated that the white-winged spirit bee would be so powerful. Had I known, I would have followed your example and contracted the white-winged spirit bee. Mo Shuang smiled, but remained silent. Mo Xian was unaware that his white-winged spirit bees had already mutated into white jade spirit bees. Otherwise, he would never have imagined such strength. One by one, the white jade spirit bees darted towards the valley like bullets, disregarding the vast webs that covered it. When the first white jade spirit bee collided with the web, it effortlessly tore through the web of the azurite poison spider, instantly awakening the spider from its slumber. As the entire swarm of white jade spirit bees entered the valley, the webs were shredded into fragments. Those demonic beasts, previously ensnared and devoid of hope, found themselves liberated from the webs. Yet, before they could express their gratitude to the white jade spirit bees for their salvation, they realized that the bees had already commenced their assault on the azurite poison spiders. As for the trapped beasts, they endured indiscriminate attacks, falling victim to a single strike from the white jade spirit bees, whose remains were subsequently consumed. The target of the feast had shifted from the azurite poison spiders to the white jade spirit bees. The azurite poison spiders within the valley were not particularly formidable, with the strongest among them merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement, some even at the early stages. Faced with the white jade spirit bees, which possessed strength at the 4th and 5th layers of qi refinement and were immune to their toxins, the resistance of the azurite poison spiders appeared feeble and ineffective. Despite their attempts to spray venom and ensnare with silk, the terrifying speed of the white jade spirit bees made it exceedingly difficult for them to land a hit. Even if they managed to strike, the bees remained unfazed by their toxins. As for the webs, while they could momentarily bind the bees, if they did not eliminate the white jade spirit bees instantly, the bees would swiftly sever the webs and break free. The clash between the white jade spirit bees and the azurite poison spiders reverberated throughout the valley, drawing the attention of the azurite poison spiders deep within their lair, where formidable cultivators resided. Gigantic azurite poison spiders emerged from their caves, launching an assault against the white jade spirit bees. These spiders, far superior in both strength and speed to their counterparts in the valley, inflicted significant casualties upon the bees. Moreover, the azurite poison spiders realized that their customary tactics of venom and silk were ineffective against the white jade spirit bees. Thus, whenever they ensnared a white jade spirit bee in their webs, they would immediately rush forth to crush the bee with their pincers or pierce its body with their legs. The white jade spirit bees, while excelling in speed and toxicity, possessed flesh comparable to ordinary poisonous insects. Should they be struck by an azurite poison spider, their fate would be sealed. Death was their only outcome, with no alternative. Within the valley, although the white jade spirit bees began to suffer losses, the casualties on the side of the azurite poison spiders were even greater. Mo Xian was waiting, anticipating an opportunity to storm into the cave and rescue Mo Shuang and the others trapped within. As for their fate, Mo Xian had sent one of the Beigonia bees to scout the cave when the Beigonia bee first entered the valley. Although Mo Shuang and the others were in a precarious situation, it appeared they had set up a defensive formation, thus currently posing no imminent threat to their lives. Suddenly, a larger than usual green-eyed poison spider burst forth from the cave, swiftly eliminating 5 Beigonia bees in its wake. Trailing behind were 10 smaller green-eyed poison spiders. With their cultivation levels identified, 9 layers of qi refinement and 8 layers of qi refinement, Mo Xian seized the moment and leaped towards the cave. Meanwhile, Mo Xian remained outside the valley. Given his own cultivation level, he would be of little assistance. So it was wiser for him to stay vigilant and alert the group should any other enemies approach. Upon witnessing a human charging into the valley, The green-eyed poison spiders immediately launched an assault against Mo Xianyi. The surrounding Baiyuling bees, without needing a command, instinctively began to fend off the attacks and clear the path ahead. Mo Xianyi, undeterred, unleashed a mastery-level fire manipulation technique, summoning his innate beast fire to form a suit of fiery armor around his body. Any venom and web that managed to evade the Baiyuling bees were incinerated upon contact with his innate spirit fire, transforming into wisps of white smoke. A pungent odor filled the air, momentarily disorienting Mo Xianyi, but the sensation quickly dissipated. His cultivation of the fire spirit body refinement technique, which involved refining his body with innate spirit fire, coupled with the natural resistance of the Baiyuling bees, his innate spirit beasts, rendered him impervious to the now diminished toxicity of the white mist. Just as Mo Xianyi was on the verge of entering the cave, a green-eyed poison spider at the 8th layer of Qi refinement suddenly obstructed his path. With a piercing manifestation of soul power, Mo Xianyi directed an ethereal spike towards the green-eyed poison spider, radiating an unsettling chill. In response, the spider emitted a harrowing screech, its 8 legs thrashing wildly in a frenzied attack, inadvertently injuring 2 of its mid-stage companions, as if consumed by a berserk rage. Though Mo Xianyi's soul power had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, rendering him unable to slay the 8th layer spider, he could certainly inflict discomfort. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xianyi deftly maneuvered past the green-eyed poison spider and slipped into the dark recesses of the cave. Inside, several additional green-eyed poison spiders lurked. Yet they were of lesser strength. Before they could launch an assault, Mo Xianyi dispatched them with fire sprites conjured from his innate spirit fire. Meanwhile, Mo Wenshuang and the others found themselves confined within a stone chamber in the cave, the exit ensnared by layers of cobwebs, revealing only a slender gap. Mo Wenshuang and the others managed to secure the entrance of the stone chamber with their formation, temporarily thwarting the advances of the green-eyed venomous spider. Initially, the spider sought to breach their defenses, but upon the occurrence of an unexpected event in the valley, it utilized its silk to completely seal the cave's entrance. Although Mo Wenshuang and her companions were aware of the turmoil outside, their own poisoning had significantly diminished their combat capabilities. Venturing out could expose them to greater dangers, and the spider's web was not easily dismantled, leading them to wait within the confines of the chamber. Aunt Wenshuang, is it you inside? Mo Xianyi inquired, confirming their presence. Is that you, Xianyi? Mo Wenshuang exclaimed, taken aback that the one coming to their rescue was none other than Mo Xianyi, whom she had considered a coward for sending the turtle shell shield. After confirming her identity, Mo Xianyi commanded his innate spiritual fire to burn away the spider's web. Although the green-eyed spider's silk was resistant to ordinary flames, it could not withstand his innate fire. In no time, the web sealing the cave was reduced to ashes, revealing the scene within the stone chamber. Inside, there were only 9 individuals remaining, 4 of whom had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and the condition of the others was far from optimal. According to Mo Xianyi's knowledge, the demon hunting team should comprise 15 members, and with Mo Xianshi outside the valley, there were only 10 present. The fate of the remaining 5 was likely grim. Xianyi, it really is you, Mo Wenshuang said in astonishment. How did you manage to get in? I instructed Xianshi to seek help from the family. Why is it only you who has arrived? Let us discuss that later. Please open the formation and allow me to enter, Mo Xianyi urged. Upon hearing this, Mo Wenshuang glanced at a clan member at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The individual swiftly performed a spell, revealing a narrow opening in the formation, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Mo Xianyi deftly entered. But as the individual was about to seal the gap again, he called out, "Wait a moment, my white-winged spirit bees are still outside." As his words fell, a multitude of white jade spirit bees surged into the cave, closely pursued by the frantic green-eyed spider. Once all the white jade spirit bees had entered the stone chamber, the opening in the formation closed once more. This time, over 500 of the white jade spirit bees perished, marking the highest loss since Mo Xianyi had formed a contract with them. Outside the stone chamber, a few of the faster green-eyed spiders collided with the formation, only to be rebuffed. The rock barrier formation, a first-tier premium defensive array, possessed no offensive capabilities but offered exceptional protection. It was no wonder that Mo Wenshuang and her companions had managed to endure for so long. They relied on this formation. The individual operating the formation was not a formation master, but merely controlling it temporarily, similar to the first-tier superior gathering spirit array and concealed spirit array that Mo Xianyi had acquired. One could establish a formation simply by placing the array flags and materials in designated positions. Observing that all the white jade spirit bees had entered the stone chamber, the green-eyed spider began to assault the formation with fervor, causing it to tremble. However, Breaching the formation would likely require additional time. Why is it just you who has come? Where is Xinsher? In such a brief span of time, he should not have departed from the vast Kangmang mountain range. How could he possibly find you? Mo Shuang inquired. I was honing my skills in the Kangmang mountains and fortuitously encountered Xinsher, from whom I learned of the unfolding events. Mo Xian Yi elucidated. I shall first administer the antidote. Although Mo Shuang had yet to succumb, her fair complexion was tinged with a faint green hue, clearly indicating she had been poisoned by the venom of the green-eyed poison spider. As for the 5 fallen clansmen, their skin had taken on a ghastly green, while the remaining few exhibited signs of poisoning, albeit less severe, allowing them to endure. Mo Shuang cast a puzzled glance at Mo Xianyi, soon discerning his method of detoxification. Fearing that Mo Shuang and the others might doubt his antidotal abilities, Mo Xianyi opted to first attend to the 5 incapacitated clansmen. He summoned the remaining 400 white jade spirit bees to alight upon them, and without hesitation, the bees bit into their skin, effortlessly breaching the surface. In the realm of cultivation, a myriad of esoteric techniques exist. Although Mo Shuang and her companions had never witnessed the white-winged spirit bees employed in such a manner for detoxification, they refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe. After all, the poisoning of these 5 clansmen was severe, and if left unattended, they would likely not survive until the arrival of their kin. Thus, it was prudent to take a gamble on their recovery. As the white jade spirit bees feasted upon the toxins within, the formerly ghastly green visages of the 5 began to regain their pallor. Though still lacking in color, their appearance indicated that the venom had been expelled from their bodies. Witnessing this transformation, the 4 companions of Mo Shuang could not help but feel a surge of joy. After a short while, the white jade spirit bees ascended from the 5, who, having had the toxins purged, gradually regained consciousness and gazed about in bewilderment. Mo Wencheng provided an explanation, and the 5 expressed their profound gratitude to Mo Xianyi. There is no need for such thanks, esteemed clansmen. First, focus on regaining your spiritual energy, for we are likely to face another fierce battle ahead. Mo Xianyi gestured toward the green-eyed poison spider, which was busily dismantling the formation outside the stone chamber. Upon hearing this, the 5 nodded in agreement, retrieving their restorative elixirs and settling into a meditative posture. Wen Shuang, it is your turn now. Mo Xianyi addressed Mo Shuang and the other poisoned individual, Mo Wenming. Come forth. Mo Wenming, a robust man, displayed no fear and opened his arms to welcome the white jade spirit bees. They promptly ascended and settled upon his face, neck, arms, and all exposed skin. Conversely, Mo Shuang, glancing at the 5 clansmen seated on the ground, their faces marred with blood spots, instructed, turn away, all of you, and allow the white-winged spirit bees to rest upon my back. Do not sting my face. After all, as a woman, she held her appearance in higher regard than a man might. Mo Xianyi and the other 2 clansmen immediately turned their backs. It was not until the detoxification was complete that Mo Shuang declared it was safe to turn around. My goodness, Sister Shuang, had you mentioned such a splendid idea earlier, I would not be left with this pockmarked visage. Mo Wenming lamented, gingerly touching the blood-spotted marks on his face, his lips twitching slightly in response to the pain. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us hasten our recovery. This horde of azure-eyed venomous spiders seems agitated, their attacks growing increasingly frenzied. If this continues, the formation will surely collapse within the hour. At that moment, Mo Wencheng, the one orchestrating the formation, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Mo Wenming and Mo Wenshuang immediately sat cross-legged, channeling their energies to restore their strength and vitality. Mo Xianyi pondered briefly before retrieving 9 vials of spirit honey from the Sea of Mountains and handing them over. This is a first tier, mid-grade spirit honey crafted by my white-winged spirit bees. It should aid in the recuperation of both vitality and injuries. With that, he distributed 1 vial to each person, for the upcoming battle would heavily rely on their capabilities. Goodness, you possess quite an impressive stash. Your white-winged spirit bees are far more beneficial than those raised by our clan, Mo Wenming remarked with a smile, subsequently uncorking the jade vial and consuming the honey in great gulps. The others, though not as enthusiastic, also ingested their share of the spirit honey. At this juncture, every bit of restoration was paramount. There was no room for frugality with such vital resources. An hour later, the 9 of them opened their eyes in unison, gazing upon the crumbling stone barrier formation. Wencheng, dismantle the formation now, while it has yet to fully collapse. We should exit and seek assistance for repairs. It may still be of use. Mo Wenshuang coldly directed, her gaze fixed on the azure-eyed venomous spiders outside the stone chamber. Chapter 64. Counterattack against the azurite venomous spiders. Mo Wenshuang summoned her rain butterfly and ice-armored crocodile, while the other clansmen called forth their own spirit beasts, all gripping their mystical artifacts, poised to deliver a decisive strike against the azurite spiders once the formation was dispelled. With a deft incantation, Mo Wencheng unleashed a spell, causing the formation flags of the stone barrier to lift, and the protective barrier dissipated, leaving them all exposed before the azurite spiders. The spiders immediately surged frantically into the stone chamber. Attack! Mo Wenshuang cried, leading the charge. With a flick of her icy blue whip, she sent several of the foremost spiders tumbling backward, colliding with those that followed. The spiders struck by her whip were soon encased in a layer of frost. Her rain butterfly proved equally formidable. As its wings fluttered, it conjured a multitude of chilling droplets that soared like arrows toward the azurite spiders. Meanwhile, the ice-armored crocodile, having ascended to the 8th layer of chi refinement, charged forth, its body enveloped in a robust ice armor, rampaging toward the oncoming swarm of spiders. Though the other clansmen may not have matched Mo Wenshuang's prowess, their combined efforts inflicted damage far exceeding her individual contributions. Mo Xianyi, not one to remain idle, sought to reclaim some form of retribution from the white jade spirit bees that had previously caused him significant distress. These bees targeted the less formidable azurite spiders, those incapable of inflicting harm upon them, or ambushed those engaged in combat with others. Their terrifying speed, coupled with a deliberate suppression of sound, rendered them undetectable to the venomous spiders, allowing for a series of successful ambushes. In the arena, each time a green-eyed venomous spider fell lifeless to the ground, a white jade spirit bee would surge forth to consume its remains, leaving only the spider's legs and silk glands behind, as per the request of Mo Shuanya, for otherwise, the white jade spirit bee would have left not a single hair. The members of the Mo clan, observing the white jade spirit bees devouring the green-eyed venomous spiders, remained indifferent. Although they had not witnessed the battle between the spirit bees and the spiders, they understood that Mo Shuanya had indeed incurred a significant loss of white jade spirit bees to rescue them from the stone chamber. Many spiritual insects possess the ability to consume flesh for reproduction. Thus, they surmised that the spirit bees were merely compensating for the previous losses of their kin. The situation in the arena had decisively turned in their favor, with the presence of the white jade spirit bees. Mo Wenshuang and the others no longer feared the venom of the green-eyed spiders. The spirit bees even took the initiative to dismantle the spider webs, inflicting severe casualties upon the venomous spiders. After 2 hours, all the green-eyed venomous spiders lay sprawled upon the ground, their spiny legs scattered haphazardly, along with clumps of white silk glands where they had stored their threads. For reasons unknown, none of the spiders attempted to flee the cave, fully aware of their impending doom. Outside the valley, had it not been for Mo Shuanya allowing Tianma to accompany Mo Xianshi, who learned from the steed that Mo Shuanya was unharmed, he would have likely lost his patience by now. Upon hearing the silence from within, he rushed inside, relieved to find everyone safe, though his cheeks soon flushed with embarrassment. Mo Wenshuang quickly discerned Mo Xuanshi's thoughts, saying, "Xianshi, you did well this time. Had you not brought Shuanya here, we might have been devoured by those repugnant spiders." "Indeed, Xianshi, my gratitude to you is immense, and to you too, Shuanya. I owe you my life." Mo Wunming chimed in, prompting agreement from the other clan members. "Oh, I did nothing remarkable. It was all Shuanya," Mo Xianshi replied, his face turning crimson in response to the praise from his kin. "We are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Now, shall we explore this cave further?" Mo Shuanya's face lit up with excitement. "Yes, let's first gather these spider legs and silk glands, and then we can distribute them later," Mo Wenshuang instructed the group. Naturally, everyone had no objections, and after tidying up, they turned their gaze towards the depths of the cave. The cave contained a total of 5 stone chambers, of which Mo Wenshuang and the others had only opened the first, inadvertently drawing out the green-eyed venomous spiders from deeper within. Despite the danger, the rewards were substantial. Within the stone chamber, they had discovered an egg of a green-eyed venomous spider with a second-tier bloodline, in addition to several first-tier bloodline eggs after slaying the spiders. If nurtured properly, they could potentially cultivate the clan's first colony of spiritual insects with a second-tier bloodline. My spirit bees sense that this stone chamber harbors potent toxins. Allow me to proceed. Mo Shuanya addressed the others before the entrance to the second chamber, having witnessed the white jade spirit bees consuming the venom of the green-eyed spiders. Mo Wenshuang and the others harbored no doubts and promptly stepped aside to let Mo Shuanya take action. Although Mo Xianyi was confident in his formidable resistance to poison, he refrained from taking unnecessary risks. After all, this Foundation establishment cultivator was likely a poison practitioner, wielding toxins that were undoubtedly sophisticated. Upon receiving Mo Xianye's command, the Baiyuling bees swiftly charged towards the stone chamber's entrance. Hundreds of these bees collided against the door, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash. A thick plume of black mist surged forth from within the chamber, enveloping all the Baiyuling bees in an instant, while the black mist continued to expand rapidly. Retreat. Mo Wenshuang urgently called to the group. Yet, just as they were hastily retreating, they heard Mo Xianye's voice. No need to withdraw. As they focused their gaze, they noticed that the black mist had, unbeknownst to them, ceased its expansion and began to flow inward instead. The dense, opaque black mist gradually thinned, revealing the Baiyuling bees that had been concealed within. Over 400 Baiyuling bees were voraciously consuming the black mist. After a short period, the black mist vanished completely. Despite having ingested such a substantial amount of the black mist, the Baiyuling bees appeared unchanged. However, their master, Mo Xianye, understood that the toxicity of the black mist was exceptionally potent. The benefits the bees derived from consuming this mist surpassed even those gained from the venom glands of the previously devoured by yen poison spider. Although Mo Xianye was unaware of the exact nature of the black mist, he recognized its level to be at least second tier, capable of lethally poisoning a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Baiyuling bees, already possessing a formidable venom, had now integrated the toxins from both the yen poison spider and the black mist into their own venom. Should they attack, even those at the late stage of qi refining or at full qi refinement would likely not fare well. With the black mist dissipated, the group stepped into the stone chamber. Inside, they found merely a black jade bottle, which contained the very black mist that had just been released. The corrupted bone jade bottle, the corrupted bone black miasma, and the previously encountered by yen poison spider. The master of this cave is the corrupted bone recluse. Mo Wenshuang exclaimed in astonishment. The corrupted bone recluse was a Foundation establishment master who roamed the vast mountain ranges centuries ago, renowned for his expertise in poison. It was said that he had once poisoned an entire Foundation establishment clan within the Tsongmeng mountain range, exterminating every member. His notoriety from that battle instilled deep fear in all clan factions toward the corrupted bone recluse. However, shortly after that legendary confrontation, he vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of his fate. Some speculated that while he had annihilated the clan, he had sustained grave injuries and ultimately perished. Others suggested that he had departed the Tsongmeng mountain range in search of a means to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. It now appeared that the corrupted bone recluse had indeed fallen within these mountains, marking this place as his final resting ground. The corrupted bone jade bottle, a low-grade second-tier artifact, was not particularly powerful in itself. Its primary function was to store various toxic gases and liquids while also enhancing their effectiveness when wielded for offensive purposes. The corrupted bone black miasma was crafted from the miasma collected by the corrupted bone recluse in marshlands, supplemented with a plethora of toxic substances. Merely making contact with it would result in the miasma burrowing into one's body and corroding the bones. As the corpse bone scatterer had just established his foundation, he possessed the most formidable means of attack, which earned him his name. I shall keep this, Mo Wenshuang remarked to the others. Stowing the corpse bone jade bottle into her storage pouch, the group soon arrived outside the third stone chamber, concerned that the corpse bone scatterer might have set additional traps. Mo Xuanya opted to send the white jade spirit bee ahead to scout the path. However, it remained uncertain whether the corpse bone scatterer had sustained severe injuries at the time or if other factors were at play. For when the white jade spirit bee opened the third stone chamber, no unexpected occurrences transpired. Inside the chamber stood a single, resplendent beigonia, its blossoms in full bloom, with a pale yellow heart exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet upon sighting this exquisite beigonia, Mo Wenshuang and the others recoiled in horror, akin to encountering a ghost. Even the previously encountered emerald-eyed venomous spider had not elicited such a response from them. Sevenstar beigonia, Mo Wenshuang pronounced, enunciating each word carefully. The sevenstar beigonia is an exceedingly rare toxic plant, its venom potent, and its appearance undergoes remarkable transformations with the increase in star rating, becoming increasingly mysterious and magnificent. The one-star beigonia is a first-tier toxic plant, characterized by pale pink petals that are slightly curled, and a heart that is light yellow, giving an impression of delicate beauty. The two-star beigonia is a second-tier toxic plant, with larger pink petals and a deep yellow heart. The three-star beigonia, classified as a third-tier toxic plant, boasts bright red petals with sharp serrated edges and an orange-yellow heart. The four-star beigonia, a fourth-tier toxic plant, showcases purplish-red petals with unique patterns along the serrated edges and a black heart. Upon reaching the seven-star beigonia, a seventh-tier toxic plant, its petals are a deep black, while its heart is a blood-red hue, with a robust stem covered in black scales adorned with blood-colored markings. This plant emits an exceedingly alluring fragrance that entices nearby creatures, luring them in before silently delivering their demise, turning them into nourishment for the growth of the sevenstar beigonia. Although the sevenstar beigonia before them was merely a first-tier toxic plant, its notorious reputation was so formidable that upon hearing its name, Mo Wenshuang and her companions instinctively retreated, afraid to approach lest they unwittingly fall victim to its allure, fainting and becoming sustenance for its growth. Observing the deep trepidation displayed by Mo Wenshuang and the others towards the sevenstar beigonia, Mo Shuanya immediately suggested, "Aunt Wenshuang, if you are not interested in the sevenstar beigonia, I would gladly accept it. My white-winged spirit bee has a penchant for various toxic plants, and as for the other treasures, I shall abstain from their distribution. What do you think?" Although he was unaware of what other treasures might lie within the lair of the corpse bone scatterer, he understood that the sevenstar beigonia, capable of reaching 7th-tier toxicity, was undoubtedly the most valuable. No other item, no matter how remarkable, could rival the potential of the sevenstar beigonia. Moreover, his white jade spirit bee indeed favored the sevenstar beigonia. Were it to be cultivated within the realms of mountains and seas, the bee could continuously harvest its nectar, thereby enhancing its own toxicity. Furthermore, the poison of the white jade spirit bee could also promote the growth of the sevenstar beigonia, with both entities complementing each other. Tuanuan, it is certainly no issue for you to claim the sevenstar beigonia, but do remember that it is not an ordinary toxic plant. It is exceedingly perilous, and a moment's carelessness could endanger your life. Mo Wenshuang could not help but caution. "It's nothing, just a single starry beigonia," Mu Xianyi said with confidence. He then commanded the white-winged spirit bee to excavate the soil beneath the starry beigonia, placing it into his storage bag. After retrieving the bag, he discreetly planted the starry beigonia within the realm of mountains and seas. The group then proceeded to the 4th stone chamber, which housed a 2nd-tier superior magical artifact, the binding spirit spiderweb, a treasure designed for confinement. When employed, the web would exude a toxic gas, causing a cultivator's spiritual energy to become increasingly sluggish until they were rendered incapable of resistance. "There is but one stone chamber remaining," Mu Wenshuang remarked, gazing at the innermost and central chamber. With that, she lashed her whip, striking the door of the stone chamber. The door collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing the scene within. There, a skeleton sat cross-legged on a stone bed, its flesh having decayed completely over time, even its garments beginning to rot. Yet, the skeleton was not white but a dark hue. The corrupted bone-scattering man was a poison cultivator, and it was only natural for its bones to have taken on such a color. On the left wrist of the skeleton rested a dark green storage bracelet. This bracelet was a storage artifact of a higher grade than a storage bag, offering a larger and more stable space. It seemed this individual was indeed the corrupted bone-scattering man. "I shall take care of this," Mu Xianyi stated. Noticing that the others hesitated to enter the chamber due to the presence of a foundation-level poison cultivator, the white-winged spirit bee flitted into the chamber, circled around, and found no abnormalities before heading towards the skeleton of the corrupted bone-scattering man. Upon collision, the dark bones shattered into countless black fragments scattered across the ground, and the dark green storage bracelet fell with a clatter, its support gone. Seeing no danger, the white-winged spirit bees surged forward, swiftly devouring all the remnants on the ground. The bones contained the toxins condensed by the corrupted bone-scattering man, a prime supplement for the white-winged spirit bees, which would not let such an opportunity slip by. Regrettably for the corrupted bone-scattering man, a foundation-level loose cultivator, not only had his cave been opened after his death, but even his remains were consumed by the white-winged spirit bees, a truly tragic fate. Chapter 66. Talisman. A flash of white light emanated from the storage bracelet, and 3 items fell to the ground, 2 jade slips and a jade talisman. "Is this a 3rd-tier talisman?" Mu Wenshuang's expression brightened. Talismans are crafted by extracting a portion of the power from 3rd or 4th-tier spiritual artifacts, while talismans of greater power are forged using 5th-tier and above treasures. The creation of either talismans or talismans incurs some damage to the original artifacts, reducing their might. A 3rd-tier talisman is at least forged by a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Its power, while not quite rivaling a blow from a Purple Mansion expert, remains formidable enough that it cannot be easily resisted by foundation-level cultivators. It is safe to assert that with this talisman in hand, the Mu family could instill fear in several other families within the Tsangmang mountain range. Regrettably, this talisman seemed to have been used multiple times, its power nearly depleted, and could be employed only once more at most. In addition to 2 jade slips, one records the poisonous techniques of the corpse bone master, while the other details the methods of nurturing venomous insects and beasts, as well as the secret arts for commanding them in battle. The corpse bone scripture is a foundational technique, capable of being cultivated to perfection in the foundational stage, accessible to any cultivator with a spiritual root. However, those with a mutated poisonous spiritual root find their cultivation of the corpsebone scripture to be significantly more effective. Mo Xian Yi has already acquired the 7-star beigonia, so the other treasures of the corpsebone master will naturally not be distributed. Nevertheless, a copy of the 2 jade slips has been made. Furthermore, after slaying the azurite poison spider, a share was allocated, and the poisonous flowers and herbs in the valley, seeing that Mo Xian Yi needed them, were all willingly given to him, which he then transplanted into the Mountain Sea realm. Finally, the last piece of spiritual farmland has been entirely planted, and for this reason, Mo Xian Yi even converted the originally cultivated 5-color flower field to grow poisonous flowers and herbs instead. The elemental power contained within the 5-color flower has become too scarce and is of little use to the current 6-layer Qi refinement 5-color peacock. Although this expedition yielded significant rewards, the demon hunting team suffered a loss of 1/3 of its members, prompting Mo Wenshuang and others to decide to return directly to Xianling Mountain. Having only just emerged from Xianling Mountain, Mo Xian Yi had no intention of accompanying them back. However, with an abundance of azurite poison spider legs and silk glands available for use in crafting, he resolved to first head to Cang Xianfang Market. There, he intended to refine these materials into magical tools for sale, thereby earning spirit stones to purchase materials for crafting the 5-element spirit sword. Cang Xianfang Market, compared to a few years ago, has not changed in the slightest. Perhaps due to the annihilation of the He family at Linuan Mountain and the closure of Linuan Beast Workshop, the market now only hosts scattered cultivators, with the Xianling Pavilion being the sole establishment for spirit beast commerce, resulting in a notable improvement in their business. I require these materials. I wonder if your esteemed pavilion has them? Mo Xian Yi inquired, presenting a list. Having offended the Shao family by slaying Shao Chengyu during his last visit, Mo Xian Yi donned a black robe and concealed his presence with a breath-concealing technique. Not only the Shao family, but even Mo Wenru standing before him failed to recognize his identity. Mo Wenru furrowed his brows. Our Xianling Pavilion possesses only a portion of the materials listed. The remainder will require some time to procure. Mo Xian Yi was not surprised by Mo Wenru's response, as the Mo family is not as adept in crafting as the Yin family, despite having some artisans. Just provide me with what you have, Mo Xian Yi replied with a nod. Please wait a moment, fellow cultivator. After which, Mo Wenru descended to prepare the materials, returning shortly with a storage bag containing precisely what Mo Xian Yi required. The total comes to 610 spirit stones. Let us round it off to 600 spirit stones, he said. Mo Xian Yi nodded, paid the spirit stones, and stored the bag before departing. After leaving the Xianling Pavilion, Mo Xian Yi spent the better part of the day rummaging through the stalls of scattered cultivators, finally gathering all the auxiliary materials needed for crafting the spider legs and silk. However, the materials for the 5-element spirit sword have yet to be acquired. Nevertheless, even so, the spirit stones on Mo Xuanya were nearly exhausted, leaving him with only 30 spirit stones, which he used to rent a cave dwelling in the bustling market. The Sanshuan market, at least, was situated above a first-tier premium spiritual vein, providing a sense of safety compared to the outside world, as well as a more concentrated flow of spiritual energy. For wandering cultivators, it was quite preferable to rent a cave for cultivation within the market. Of course, a primary reason for this was the affordability. 30 low-grade spirit stones could secure a year's rental for the most basic cave. Naturally, this basic dwelling had the least abundant spiritual energy, and higher-grade caves commanded a steeper price. Mo Xuanya only sought a tranquil environment free from disturbances, having no particular demands for spiritual energy. Thus he refrained from squandering spirit stones on a more advanced cave. To execute the 5-element sword formation, a complete set of 5 elemental spiritual swords was essential. Although Mo Xuanya had elevated his weaponry skills to the mid-tier of the first rank, he had yet to forge a complete set of magical artifacts. Therefore, he planned to use the 8 legs of a bi-eyed poison spider to craft 8 corresponding flying swords. Should he succeed in this endeavor, the subsequent forging of the 5 elemental swords would undoubtedly be less daunting. Simultaneously forging 8 flying swords demanded an exceptionally high level of control over flames, soul power, and crafting skills, requiring his mind to multitask across 8 tasks concurrently. While Mo Xuanya's soul power far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, the burden of such multitasking still weighed heavily upon him. Hence, he opted not to forge mid-tier magical artifacts immediately, but instead chose a leg from a bi-eyed poison spider of the 3rd layer of Qi refining, intending to first create a set of low-tier magical artifacts. However, to his dismay, upon attempting the forging, he discovered that the challenges were far more complex than merely 8-fold. Each flying sword required precise mastery of the flame's temperature, exact distribution of soul power, and the engraving of formations. Any misstep in any phase would result in the simultaneous destruction of all 8 flying swords. Tuanuan exercised sufficient caution. Yet his inaugural attempt faltered due to the overwhelming complexity, leading to a waste of valuable crafting materials. Fortunately, the bi-eyed poison spider's legs were plentiful, granting him numerous opportunities for trial and error. Meanwhile, upon returning to Xianling Mountain, Mo Wenxiong and others found that the ordinary clansfolk were oblivious to the events surrounding the Cave of the Decayed Bones, believing instead that the demon-hunting team had encountered a formidable beast, resulting in the loss of a third of their kin, casting them into mourning. Furthermore, as their bodies had been consumed by the bi-eyed poison spider, a mere grave was erected in their honor. The legacy of the Decayed Bones was placed in the Scripture Pavilion. Regrettably, while the Mo family was adept at beast taming, none, aside from Tuanuan, possessed proficiency in controlling poisonous insects, rendering the 2 jade slips temporarily ineffective. Nonetheless, the inheritance from the Decayed Bones would at least fill the gaps in the Mo family's insect-taming knowledge, and with the return of the bi-eyed poison spider eggs, the Mo family's beast-taming capabilities would soon see the emergence of a new spiritual insect colony. Chapter 67. 8 Spider Swords. What does the friend wish to consign for auction? The auction held by the Feather Transformation Pavilion, which occurs every 3 years, is set to take place in 3 days. In addition to the items owned by the pavilion itself, it also accepts consignments from other cultivators. However, the pavilion retains a 20% commission from the proceeds of the auction. Although the handling fee is steep, many items at the auction are typically sold at a premium, thus attracting numerous individuals to consign their auction items. At this moment, Tuanuan, cloaked in a black robe that concealed his visage, retrieved a set of 8 flying swords from his storage pouch. The blades were slender, emanating a faint chilling glow, with a flicker of green light discernible within. A complete set of flying swords, crafted from the legs of the green-eyed poison spider, seemingly imbued with lethal toxins. The appraiser from Yuhua Pavilion narrowed his eyes, piqued with interest. Would you mind if I tested the potency of this set of flying swords? Not at all, my friend. Please proceed. Tuanuan gestured graciously. The appraiser cast a spell, and the 8 swords soared into the air, deftly maneuvering through the void under his control, forming a web of blades. A green gas wafted from the sword net, clearly indicative of its toxicity. Indeed, while each sword was only of mid-tier quality, together they wielded a power comparable to a top-grade magical artifact, only slightly inferior to the finest. The appraiser nodded in satisfaction. Shall we set the starting bid at 400 spirit stones? Although this sword possesses remarkable power, the requirement for the user's spiritual essence to simultaneously control 8 swords is quite high, and being merely mid-tier artifacts, this valuation is naturally less than that of superior-grade artifacts. That sounds agreeable. Additionally, does your esteemed pavilion have any leaf crystal, cold iron, ore, and sharp goldstone? Furthermore, I am also interested in the refining materials listed here. As he spoke, Tuanuan presented a list. The appraiser took the list, examined it, and nodded. The materials listed are not particularly rare. Yuhua Pavilion certainly has them. Please wait a moment. Before long, he gathered the materials and handed them to Tuanuan, stating, the total for the materials is 250 spirit stones. Would you prefer to pay now or settle after the auction concludes? Let us settle after the auction, Tuanuan replied. Having expended all his spirit stones on refining materials, and being freshly emerged from seclusion, he possessed none at present. 3 days later, the triannual auction of Yuhua Pavilion commenced. This event, however, was notably less lively compared to the one Tuanuan had previously attended. At that time, news of the Foundation establishment pills had circulated, albeit they turned out to be defective ones. Yet it incited a frenzied competition among cultivators, culminating in the head of the He family, He Mengding, teaming up with the Foundation establishment ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Xinghua, to deliver a crushing blow that left many robbers defeated and some even perished. This time, Tuanuan did not accompany his family, as a mere 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. He could not secure a private box on the 2nd floor, and instead sat inconspicuously in a corner of the main hall. The host of this auction was still the enchanting Lu Yinin, who appeared even more alluring than before, as if time had left no mark upon her countenance. As a cultivator, with intentional care, the aging process indeed slows in comparison to that of mortals, supplemented by certain rejuvenation pills and techniques that yield similar effects. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed fellow cultivators for attending the auction at my Feathered Ascension Pavilion. Before we commence with the auction, allow me to share an intriguing piece of news. In 2 years' time, the Linuan secret realm will be unveiled. At that moment, Any practitioner in the Qi refinement stage may enter this realm by acquiring a passage permit from my pavilion. This announcement elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the assembly. The Linuan secret realm has long been under the exclusive control of the Feathered Ascension sect, which has traditionally barred other cultivators from entry. The prospect of such an unprecedented opening is remarkable. Any cultivator, upon purchasing a permit, can gain entry. One wonders what changes have transpired within the Feathered Ascension sect. Or perhaps they believe the realm has been sufficiently explored and holds little of value, thus allowing external cultivators to venture within. Regardless, the allure of the Linuan secret realm is undeniably immense. It is the sole location within the entire Linuan prefecture where dewgrass is harvested, a principal ingredient for crafting foundation establishment pills. While other materials required for concocting these pills can be found elsewhere, dewgrass remains unique to the secret realm. The Feathered Ascension sect has maintained a monopoly over the production of foundation establishment pills, controlling the number of foundational cultivators in the entire Linuan prefecture. Of course, one might find opportunities to obtain foundation establishment pills in other prefectures, but the Tsangming Kingdom, to which Linuan Prefecture belongs, is situated in the eastern desolation of the eastern extreme continent, adjacent to the Eastern Sea, making it the region with the most sparse spiritual energy. Thus, cultivating resources are exceedingly scarce. Even in other prefectures, acquiring foundation establishment pills is not guaranteed. Moreover, it is said that multiple purple mansion powers exist in those regions, leading to fierce competition and frequent skirmishes among foundational cultivators. Conversely, Linuan Prefecture, with its relatively meager spiritual energy and a single third-tier spirit vein monopolized by the Feathered Ascension sect, remains the most stable. Now, without further ado, if any of you are interested, feel free to consult someone from the Feathered Ascension Pavilion after the auction. Let us begin. Those wishing to enter the secret realm should prepare accordingly. The first item for bidding is a first-tier premium talisman, the Explosive Flame Talisman, with the power equivalent to a full-fledged Qi refinement practitioner's strike. 3 talismans will be auctioned together, starting at a price of 300 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as these words were uttered, several cultivators eagerly joined the bidding, likely influenced by the earlier revelation from Linuan. The initial price of 100 spirit stones per explosive flame talisman surged to an impressive 150 spirit stones each. Following this, the Feathered Ascension Pavilion continued to auction various items, predominantly talismans, artifacts, and pills that could directly enhance a cultivator's prowess, while materials for alchemy and artifact crafting were notably absent. The next item is a remarkably rare set of flying swords, known as the 8 spider swords, crafted from the 8 legs of the azure-eyed venomous spider. Each sword is a mid-grade first-tier artifact, yet if a cultivator can wield all 8 simultaneously, their power rivals that of a top-tier superior artifact. The starting bid is set at 400 low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xianye's attention was immediately captivated by the stage. He never anticipated that it would be his turn to auction the 8 spider swords so soon. He pondered whether there were any formidable souls present who might be willing to pay a handsome sum for it. If not, the auction price of the 8 spider sword might not rise significantly. At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated, drawing the gaze of all attendees. The starting bid is 400, raised directly to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even those with wealth would not employ such a bidding tactic. Mo Xian turned to observe the bidder. A fellow cultivator clad in black robes, whose aura was entirely suppressed, revealing not a hint of spiritual energy. To an unknowing observer, this individual might appear to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, how could a mere mortal enter an auction and bid 1,000 spirit stones for the 8 spider sword? Linuan was equally taken aback by this person's bid, her expression transforming into one of astonishment before a glimmer of joy emerged. This esteemed friend bids 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As she spoke, her gaze swept across the crowd, yielding the expected result. No one offered a higher price. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, going once. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, going twice. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. Please proceed to the backstage to collect your item after the auction concludes. After deducting the auction house's 20 commission, Mo Xian would receive 800 spirit stones. After subtracting the cost of previously purchased materials, he would be left with 550 spirit stones. Although it was a complete set of flying swords, selling for such a high price far exceeded Mo Xian's expectations. Had this individual been bidding for him? A notion quickly formed in his mind, prompting him to glance back towards the figure in black. Their eyes met, and Mo Xian instinctively turned away, refusing to look further. The auction proceeded, but regrettably, nothing else piqued Mo Xian's interest and he did not bid on any items before the event's conclusion. Esteemed friend, your 8 spider sword has sold for 1,000 spirit stones. After deducting fees and your earlier material costs, you have 550 spirit stones remaining. Please accept them. In the auction house's backstage, Mo Xianyi received the spirit stones and was about to depart when the attendant spoke again. Esteemed friend, the individual who purchased the 8 spider sword wishes to meet you. Would you be willing? If not, we can politely decline on your behalf. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xianyi replied, I am not willing. With that, he turned and exited Yuhua Pavilion. What a jest! To meet with someone who, unbeknownst to him, had willingly bid 1,000 spirit stones above the price for his 8 spider sword was clearly suspect. Mo Xianyi would have to be foolish to agree to such a meeting. However, circumstances often unfold contrary to expectations. Mo Xianyi, amidst the throng, had scarcely departed from the feathered Ascension Pavilion when he was approached by a figure clad in black robes. Though there were numerous individuals shrouded in similar attire, Mo Xianyi recognized this one as the very person who had previously procured the 8 spider sword he had forged. Fellow cultivator, what brings you to obstruct my path? Mo Xianyi inquired with a frigid tone. I merely seek your assistance in artifact crafting, the black-robed figure replied earnestly. This is not an appropriate venue for discussion. Shall we relocate? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Xianyi responded, Very well, follow me. The man had evidently discerned Mo Xianyi's identity through some means, and since the revelation had occurred, evasion was no longer an option. It would be prudent to ascertain the man's true intentions. Here is my temporary abode. We may converse freely. I am curious. How did you recognize me? Mo Xianyi asked once they arrived at his dwelling. That is not difficult to explain. At the auction, I deliberately elevated the bidding price, acquiring the 8 spider sword at a value well beyond its worth. The gazes of the other cultivators ranged from greed to bewilderment, and some even looked upon me as a fool. Yet, only you regarded me with a glimmer of delight. Ultimately, it was your second glance after the transaction that confirmed your identity, the black-robed cultivator elucidated. Very well. I am curious as to what artifact you wish for me to craft. Why not seek out the Yin family of Firecloud Peak? I am but a mid-grade first-tier artifact master, while the Yin family boasts numerous high-grade and even top-tier masters. Why choose me? Mo Xianyi inquired, puzzled. Fellow cultivator, first take a look at this artifact blueprint, and I believe you will comprehend, the black-robed man said, producing a crimson jade slip from his storage bag and presenting it to Mo Xianyi. Upon sighting the slip, an inexplicable tremor coursed through Mo Xianyi's veins. He accepted the jade slip, allowing his spiritual force to permeate its contents. However, upon merely glimpsing the initial lines, he abruptly rose to his feet. Casting the jade slip to the ground, he fixed a grave gaze upon the black-robed figure and coldly uttered, You are a practitioner of the dark arts. The term dark practitioner refers to a specific type of demonic cultivator, in contrast to those who follow the traditional paths of demonic cultivation. Dark practitioners engage in even more sinister sorcery. In this world, Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic practices coexist, regardless of the chosen path. They merely represent different avenues toward the pursuit of the great Tao. Although there exists a degree of estrangement among them, it seldom leads to lethal confrontations. However, dark practitioners are distinct. Their ascension and power is predicated on the consumption of the souls, flesh, and spiritual energies of other cultivators. While this method allows for a rapid increase in strength, it also invites a corruption of the spirit, rendering them intolerable to practitioners of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts alike. Furthermore, the hazards of cultivating dark arts are considerable. One misstep could lead to madness and demise. Even if they reach the tribulation stage, the trials they face are far more formidable than those encountered by ordinary cultivators. Historical records in the cultivation realm indicate that almost no dark practitioners have successfully transcended the tribulation to ascend to the celestial realm. Due to the fact that evil cultivators enhance their prowess by devouring others, they are universally reviled in the realm of cultivation. Once their presence is detected, both righteous and demonic factions will stop at nothing to eradicate them. The figure in the black robe appeared oblivious to Mo Xianyi's change in demeanor as he silently picked up the crimson jade slip and placed it on the table before speaking slowly. As I have previously stated, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to commission you to assist me in weapon forging. You may wish to peruse the contents of this jade slip first. As he spoke, he gradually removed the black hood obscuring his face, revealing a visage devoid of color. Pale as death, marred by a grotesque scar resembling a centipede on his left cheek. Witnessing this revelation, a chill gripped Mo Xianyi's heart. Had he not seen the man's true face, it might have been better, now, with his identity laid bare. Mo Xuanya feared that refusal to assist in the forging would likely result in his demise. Even if he consented to help, the man might still eliminate him to maintain secrecy. I genuinely possess no malice. If you assist me in crafting this artifact, I shall swear a heavenly oath, guaranteeing that I will not harm you. Furthermore, should you agree to aid me, this jade slip will be yours as a gift, and upon successful crafting, I shall provide you with an even greater reward. Would you care to examine this item further? Chapter 69. Blood Abyss Demon-Slaying Banner. Mo Xuanya reached for the jade slip tossed by the black-robed evil cultivator, immersing his consciousness within. The formation technique lies in merging the crafted artifact with a formation, enabling the artifact to be used for both formation deployment and as a standalone weapon. Such techniques are commonplace among artifact masters in other realms of the eastern extreme heaven continent or in other regions of the celestial sphere. However, this method has been lost to the kingdom of Tsangming. Having already acquired the materials needed to forge the 5-element spirit sword and being capable of creating a complete set of artifacts like the 8-spider sword, Mo Xuanya found it no daunting task to forge the 5-element spirit sword. Yet, if he could incorporate the formation technique into the 5-element spirit sword, the formations inscribed upon it, when activated in conjunction with his own efforts, would undoubtedly amplify its power exponentially. Given the circumstances, Mo Xuanya chose to sit down. Though he remained vigilant, he picked up the crimson jade slip once more, resuming his examination of its contents. Observing Mo Xuanya's actions, the black-robed evil cultivator could not help but smile. The Blood Abyss Demon-Slaying Banner, much like the 8-spider sword, is a complementary artifact consisting of 12 blood banners. Akin to the demonic cultivator's ghost-controlling banner, possessing the potential for growth. By consuming the blood and souls of enemies, it nurtures 12 blood demons within the banners. These blood demons can be summoned individually to aid in battle, or the Blood Abyss Demon-Slaying Banner can be used to set up the Blood Abyss Demon-Slaying Great Formation. The power of this formation is terrifying. Upon reaching its full potential, it can indeed possess the capability to slay gods and demons. Such a magical artifact requires the consumption of countless cultivators, perhaps even millions, to truly grow. It is undoubtedly a far more fearsome weapon than the Soul Command Banner. Gazing upon this formidable artifact, Mo Xuanya felt an overwhelming impulse to forge it for his own use. Yet, the thought of the terrifying tribulations he would have to face in the future should he wield such a device made him reconsider. Moreover, despite its immense power, this artifact comes with significant side effects. A normal cultivator who dares to use such a sinister tool would quickly succumb to the malevolent energy within, becoming a corrupted fiend. With the Shanhai Jing at his disposal, Mo Xuanya was confident that he would eventually break through to the tribulation stage and ascend without issue. Thus there was no need to take such risks. I can promise to assist you in its crafting, but whether it will be successful is uncertain. You must also swear an oath to the heavenly principles. Regardless of the outcome, you must not directly or indirectly harm me or my family, nor direct this blood prison demon slaying banner towards us, Mo Xuanya declared, locking eyes with the cloaked fiend. Very well, I agree, the cloaked fiend responded without hesitation. Without even inquiring about Mo Xuanya's lineage or name, Xueli immediately swore an oath, vowing not to take action against Mo Xuanya or the Mo family, provided Mo Xuanya did not intentionally reveal his identity or entrap him. Mo Xuanya squinted slightly. It appeared that Xueli had come prepared, already aware of his identity. Realizing this, Mo Xuanya decided to cease his disguise, removing his hood to reveal his true visage. I, Mo Xuanya, swear to the heavenly principles that as long as Xueli honors his agreement, I will dedicate myself to forging the blood prison demon slaying banner. Should I break this oath, let the heavens punish me. As the vow was spoken, Mo Xuanya immediately sensed an enigmatic energy enveloping him, akin to a shackle binding him. However, when he attempted to investigate, that sensation vanished without a trace. Although Xueli did not demand an oath from Mo Xuanya, he understood that failing to do so would leave Xueli uneasy. In the realm of cultivation, oaths are rarely taken, especially those sworn directly to the heavenly principles. A breach of such an oath would indeed invoke divine retribution. It is said that there are ways to circumvent heavenly oaths, but the cost is exorbitant. Mo Xuanya did not believe that this individual would risk such severe consequences for a mere chi refining cultivator. Ultimately, the most significant reason was that Xueli had no other choice. The jade slip you provided does not contain information regarding the blood prison demon slaying array. When the time comes for the crafting, you will need to inscribe the array patterns yourself, Mo Xuanya informed him. No problem. You only need to focus on the forging. And I will handle the array inscriptions, Xueli readily agreed. Very well, I will require 3 months to study the array technique. After that period, we shall proceed to forge the blood prison demon slaying banner together. Absolutely, you may enter seclusion as you wish. I will stand guard outside and ensure that no one disturbs you, Shueli assured him. Mo Xuanya found himself at a loss for words. It was not the disturbances from others that concerned him, but rather the potential interference from Shueli himself. Although an agreement was reached between the two, it was evident that Shueli would not fully trust himself until the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner was successfully refined. If I were in his position, I would feel the same way. Upon returning to the inner chamber, Mo Xuanya set up a hidden spirit array within the room. While unsure if it could shield Shueli's perception, having it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Due to Shueli's presence outside, Mo Xuanya was reluctant to directly enter the mountain and sea realm, so he chose to study the array technique outside instead. In just 2 months, he had thoroughly mastered the array technique and, utilizing the knowledge contained within, successfully reforged a set of inferior grade 8 spider swords, inscribing upon them a basic array. The 8 Gates Golden Lock Array. This enhancement significantly amplified the sword's power, though it also drastically increased the consumption of his own spiritual energy, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Despite having mastered the array technique, Mo Xuanya did not immediately begin forging for Shueli. He instead waited for the 3-month period to conclude before summoning Shueli to commence the crafting of the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner. Are you really planning to use this fire crow furnace for forging? Shueli asked disdainfully. Is there a problem? Mo Xuanya replied, puzzled. Although the fire crow furnace was originally a pill furnace, it had been reforged by Mo Xuanya into a dual-purpose vessel for both alchemy and forging, making it perfectly suitable for the creation of the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner. Shueli shook his head helplessly and then took out a large tripod from his storage bag, standing about 1 meter tall. The vessel was round and plump, with smooth lines adorned with vividly carved purple cloud patterns, and its 3 legs were sculpted into dragon shapes, with scales clearly visible. This is the first-grade premium magical artifact, the Purple Cloud Tripod. If you can assist me in refining it into the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner, I shall gift you this Purple Cloud Tripod. Shueli stated nonchalantly. This is the material for forging. Your responsibility is solely the initial crafting of the artifact. I will handle the subsequent array inscriptions myself, Shueli said earnestly after presenting the materials for the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner. Mo Xuanya glanced over the forging materials and, finding no issues, immediately began the refinement process. Summoning his innate spiritual fire, a fierce blaze erupted within the Purple Cloud Tripod, causing the purple clouds etched upon its surface to appear as if they had come to life, swirling around the vessel. To prepare for crafting the 5 elements spirit sword, Mo Xuanya had expended a considerable amount of materials in attempts to forge the 8 spider swords, ultimately succeeding in creating 8 complete sets. His experience in crafting sets of magical artifacts was quite rich. Although the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner comprised a total of 12 blades, for more than the 8 spider swords, the underlying principles remained the same. As long as Mo Xuanya's soul power was sufficient to sustain the effort. Observing Mo Xuanya harnessing his innate spiritual fire to refine the primary material, the blood spirit silkworm silk, Shueli's expression brightened with joy. I knew I had not chosen the wrong person. You have only reached the 5th level of chi refinement, and yet you have already condensed beast fire. This bodes well for the success of crafting the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner. However, Mo Xuanya paid no heed to Shueli's remarks, fully immersing himself in the refinement of the blood spirit silkworm silk. Having committed to assisting with the crafting, he was determined to give his utmost effort, especially with the heavenly Tao oath binding him. The blood spirit silkworm is an exceptionally unique entity, producing silk derived from its own blood. Unlike the azure silkworms nurtured in the depths of the Mo Xuanya mountain sea realm, this creature eschews mulberry leaves, instead subsisting solely on the essence of blood. To harness the silk of the blood spirit silkworm in crafting artifacts, it is most advantageous for the silkworm to consume its own blood. Thus, the resulting magical item resonates intrinsically with the wielder's intentions, amplifying its potency. Given that Shueli is willing to expend such a considerable cost to commission Mo Xuanya in forging the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner, it is evident that the blood spirit silkworm has been sustained on its own lifeblood. This method, however, carries with it the peril of being drained entirely, leading to potential demise. Even if survival is achieved, excessive loss of vital essence may inflict grievous wounds upon one's foundational spirit, adversely affecting future paths. Exempt from this caution are the malevolent cultivators, who possess means to replenish their vital essence. From the silk of the blood spirit silkworm, Mo Xuanya deduces that Shueli's cultivation does not exceed the 6th layer of chi refinement. Otherwise, the silk would not classify as a mid-tier material for artifact crafting, but rather as high or top tier. Yet, Mo Xuanya is no fool. He does not underestimate Shueli's capabilities based solely on this observation. The presence of such treasures indicates Shueli's unwavering confidence. rendering him unafraid of any offensive from Mo Xianyi. Aside from the blood spirit silkworm silk, the remaining materials are typical of dark practitioners: shrouds for corpses, maiden S blood, corpse oil, and insha iron, among others. Encountering such sinister items for the first time, Mo Xianyi remains unfazed, perceiving them merely as lifeless objects. The crafting process stretches over a fortnight, underscoring Xieli's meticulous preparations. Concerned that Mo Xianyi might deplete his spiritual energy, he has preemptively provided exceptional recovery pills and soul-nourishing pills. The former replenishes spiritual strength, while the latter restores and enhances soul power. Unbeknownst to Xieli, Mo Xianyi's innate spiritual and soul strength far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, allowing for a rapid recovery that renders the pills unnecessary. Nevertheless, accepting the gifts, Mo Xianyi promptly stores them in his spatial pouch. Had it been solely the recovery pills, he might have feigned consumption to avoid suspicion. However, the soul-nourishing pills are too valuable to waste. With the contents of that bottle, Mo Xianyi is confident that he can elevate his Soul CS spirit concealment technique to new heights. As the time to act approaches, Mo Xianyi deftly manipulates the flames while addressing Xieli with a low voice. At that moment, 12 blood-colored banners float within the Ziyunding, already manifesting intricate patterns without the need for any established formations. Now he whispers. At his command, Xieli, who has long been poised for action, unleashes a blood arrow that splits into 12, each merging into the respective banners. His hands weave through intricate hand seals, conjuring blood-red symbols that continuously strike the blood prison slaughter demon banner. A dense aura of blood energy surges forth from the banner, swirling around the blood-colored flags as if animated by a life of their own. Xieli's complexion grows increasingly pallid. Having already nourished the blood spirit silkworm with his own blood, he now expends a significant portion of his essence in forging the blood prison slaughter demon banner. One cannot help but wonder if he might perish before the crafting is even complete, a dark thought flickering in Mo Xianyi's mind. Fortunately, Xieli persevered until the last rune was inscribed, at which point his form wavered and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mo Xianyi observed this and extinguished his life essence flames, realizing that the blood prison demon banner had been successfully crafted. Although it was merely a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact at present, its rank would swiftly ascend as it continued to consume blood and souls. Without any further action from Xieli, 12 blood prison demon banners surged forth from the Ziyunding and directly merged into Xieli's body. The blood spirit silkworm threads were nurtured with his own blood, and during the crafting process, he infused them with a copious amount of his essence blood. Thus, the blood prison demon banner had become akin to a life-bound treasure for Xieli, albeit still of a lower tier. Xieli retrieved a crimson pill from his storage bag and swallowed it, his previously pallid complexion improving slightly. He tossed a map to Mo Xianyi, stating, "This delineates a small Tianfeng stone mine, a reward for you." Upon hearing this, Mo Xianyi felt a surge of joy, surprised by Xieli's generosity. The Tianfeng stone is a mineral essential for crafting wind-attributed artifacts. However, in the cultivation realm, it is predominantly fashioned into flying artifacts of the same element. Even a small Tianfeng stone mine would likely be valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Given the reward you offer, many artisans would be interested. Why seek my collaboration specifically? Mo Xianyi inquired, puzzled. Xieli shook his head, explaining, "There are few artisans capable of crafting a complete set of artifacts. Among those in the mid-stage of qi refinement, I have only encountered you. Furthermore, I am an evil cultivator." As he mentioned the term evil cultivator, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xieli's eyes, though it was not directed at Mo Xianyi. Perhaps he had sought others before, but those individuals had perished by his hand. After settling the reward, Xieli turned to leave. It was only after his departure that Mo Xianyi felt the weight lift from his heart. This was his first encounter with an evil cultivator, and he was uncertain of what might transpire. What if Xieli, in a fit of madness, turned against him due to the backlash of the heavenly Tao? Nevertheless, the transaction with Xieli proved beneficial for Mo Xianyi, who held a favorable impression of him. Despite being an evil cultivator, Xieli appeared to be a man of his word, displaying remarkable generosity. Having already gifted Mo Xianyi the Ziyunding, he could have chosen to withhold the information regarding the mine, yet he chose to share it. It is worth noting that if Xieli were to divulge the existence of the Tianfeng stone mine, many would be willing to pay a hefty price to acquire it. Chapter 71. The Blood Banner Ritual. Quickly, pursue him. This man's aura is unstable. He must be gravely injured. Killing him could allow me to recover some vitality. Outside the Zhangxian market, a scarred man pointed at the departing Xieli, who was ascending on his flying artifact, his voice cold and menacing. Whether it was due to the excessive depletion of his essence blood, Shueli had barely flown a short distance before the scarred man and his 3 lackeys caught up. Surrounding him, "Kid, hand over your storage bag if you know what's good for you, and spare yourself some pain," the scarred man threatened. Surveying the 4 encroaching upon him, Shueli couldn't help but let out a scoff, muttering to himself, "Evil cultivators kill for the sake of power. While you fools kill for wealth, what difference is there? It is merely the path of cultivation that varies. Impudent wretches, how dare you liken us to heretics? Courting your own demise. Indeed, my lord, let us swiftly take action to eliminate him. To compare you to heretics is an affront. I deem you unworthy of such a label. Surely, you have yet to witness true heretics. Allow me to present you with a glimpse today, as I shall also use your blood to consecrate my blood prison and slaughtering banner." A voice, akin to that of the infernal, emanated from Bloodly's lips. Before the 4 could comprehend the unfolding chaos, 12 blood-red banners had mysteriously arisen around them. A dense aura of sanguine energy surged forth from the banners, intertwining to form an enigmatic formation. The surroundings of the scarred man and his companions morphed from a tranquil forest into an expansive, blood-drenched abyss, their hearts racing in trepidation. As they sensed the malevolent energy radiating from the blood prison, their souls quaked in fear. "Heretics?" A trembling voice escaped the lips of the leader, while his 3 subordinates were rendered speechless by terror. Just then, one of the subordinates let out a piercing scream. The scarred man and his companions turned their gaze, only to witness a pale hand emerging from the chest of their comrade, with Bloodly standing menacingly behind him. Strangely, although Bloodly had pierced the man's chest, not a single drop of blood escaped. All of it was drawn into the hand that had breached his ribcage. In an instant, the man was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Bloodly withdrew his arm, the lifeless body collapsing to the ground, swiftly merging into the blood prison, vanishing without a trace. Now, let me ponder who shall be next. Bloodly's cold gaze flitted between the 3 remaining figures, ultimately settling on a diminutive cultivator. "You then. You seem to possess little flesh, consuming you should not consume much time." "No, please." The chosen cultivator cried out in terror, turning to flee, disregarding the nature of this realm. Meanwhile, the other 2 displayed fleeting relief. At least for the moment, it was not their turn. A sudden, intense pain pierced the scarred man's chest, compelling him to glance down. To his horror, an arm had punctured his torso, and his lifeblood was swiftly draining away. How could this be? You said I was not next," he questioned in disbelief. "Fool, do you truly believe the words of a heretic?" Bloodly scoffed, revealing that his initial target had always been the scarred man. The prior declaration was merely a ruse to lower his guard. Among the 4, the others were only at the 5th or 6th level of chi refinement, while Bloodly, although wounded, posed no threat to them. Only the scarred man, at the 8th level of chi refinement, could potentially disrupt the newly formed blood prison slaughtering formation. Thus, from the outset, Bloodly had psychologically pressured the scarred man, instilling fear that rendered him incapable of fully unleashing his power. After a brief interval, the blood prison dissipated, transforming back into the 12 blood prison slaughtering banners, which then plunged into Bloodly's being, disappearing from sight. As Bloodly consumed the 4 men known as Scarwolf, his previously pallid complexion now bore a hint of crimson, and a surge of blood vitality emanated from him. Perhaps this was due to the recent consumption, leaving his chi and blood unrefined. Summoning a flying artifact once more, Bloodly swiftly vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, several cultivators arrived at the site of the recent battle. What transpired? Were the Scarwolf quartet? We clearly saw them heading in this direction, yet they have vanished in the blink of an eye. Something was amiss. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and an aura of malevolence lingered. Evil cultivators. There were evil cultivators here just moments ago. Reaching this conclusion, the group was instantly struck with alarm. They hastily disregarded the investigation of their surroundings and the pursuit of Bloodly, instead racing towards Tsongshan Market to report the emergence of evil cultivators outside the city. This news swiftly roused the attention of the 5 prominent families guarding Tsongshan Market. In an instant, the entire market was enveloped in unease. At that moment, Mo Xian Yi had just exited from Yuhua Pavilion, where he had procured a pass to enter the Linuan secret realm. Upon hearing the news of the evil cultivators slaying the Scarwolf Quartet, he dismissed it as inconsequential. The Scarwolf Quartet did not enjoy a favorable reputation within Tsongshan Market. They were notorious for preying on isolated cultivators, though no one had ever escaped their clutches, leaving no evidence behind. Given Bloodly's severe injuries, it would be illogical for him to target the Scarwolf Quartet unless they sought their own demise. Having only interacted with Bloodly once, Mo Xian Yi surmised the situation with considerable accuracy. His focus lay on the Linuan secret realm. Initially believing that the pass would be exorbitantly priced, he was pleasantly surprised to find it available for merely 100 low-grade spirit stones, making it accessible to anyone with a modicum of financial means. However, there was a stipulation. Half of the spoils acquired from the secret realm were to be surrendered to the Yuhua sect. It was assumed that the Linuan secret realm had been sufficiently developed by the Yuhua sect before opening to outsiders, profiting through the sale of entrance passes. Yet, it appeared that the reality was quite different. Surrender half of my gains? They must first know what I have obtained. Xian Yi scoffed inwardly. The Yuhua sect's tactic was merely to inspect the storage bags of those emerging from the secret realm. While others might struggle to evade the sect's scrutiny, he possessed the Shanghai realm and had little faith in their ability to probe it. After departing from Yuhua Pavilion, Xian Yi exited Songxian Market, heading towards the Tianfeng stone mine indicated on the map provided by Bloodline. Lingyun County bordered the East Sea, and the Tianfeng stone mine was situated along its coastline, a region notably deficient in spiritual energy. The entire coast of the East Sea boasted no second-tier spiritual veins, and even first-tier veins were exceedingly rare. A month later, perched upon the back of a celestial steed, Xian Yi arrived at the shores of the East Sea, quickly locating the mountain peak with the aid of Bloodline's map. The mountain peak was originally nameless, but it was aptly named by Chao Peak by Xueli. For one side of the mountain faces the East Sea, allowing for a splendid view of the ebb and flow of the tides, perpetually buffeted by fierce winds. The peak's steep terrain deterred the surrounding mortal villages from daring to ascend it. Moreover, cultivators seldom ventured into such a place, where the spiritual energy was notably sparse, save for those who sailed the seas. Although Xian Yi believed that Xueli, bound by the heavenly oath, would not intentionally harm him, he prudently dispatched 1,000 white jade spirit bees to scout the area. Within the span of merely an hour, the swarm had thoroughly explored by Chao Peak. The findings revealed that Xueli had indeed not tampered with anything within the peak, and no other cultivators were present. Only a few feeble beasts roamed the area, with just one reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, while the rest did not exceed the 3rd level. Let us first deal with the spirit beasts on the mountain, Xian Yi declared, urging his flying steed upward. Among the creatures inhabiting by Chao Peak, the most formidable was the wind lynx, a diminutive yet swift beast of the wind element. Its lair was nestled within the Tianfeng stone mine, where the unique properties of the stone facilitated its rapid growth, making it the most powerful spirit beast on the peak. As Xian Yi descended upon the mine on his heavenly steed, the wind lynx immediately sensed his presence, baring its teeth and charging out of its cave in a warning that this territory was its own, and intruders were unwelcome. With a flick of his mind, Xian Yi summoned the 5-colored peacock and the Lujin Tianbao turtle. The moment the 5-colored peacock emerged, it lunged toward the wind lynx, unleashing a massive fireball from its beak. An evolution of the 5-colored golden pheasant, the peacock seemed to inherit a combative nature, or perhaps the male peacock simply relished battle. As for the Lujin Tianbao turtle, it lazily settled not far from Xian Yi's feet. Its presence meant more for vigilance than for direct confrontation, ensuring that the wind lynx would not escape. The wind lynx, observing the emergence of both the 5-colored peacock and the Lujin Tianbao turtle, regarded them with wary eyes. Particularly the turtle, which emanated a sense of peril akin to its own level of cultivation. Fortunately, the turtle remained passive for the moment. The wind lynx raised its paw, unleashing a razor-sharp wind blade that shattered the fireball. In a blur, it darted toward the 5-colored peacock. Aware of its speed disadvantage, the peacock did not rush to evade. Instead, it focused intently on the wind lynx's movements, its 5-colored tail feathers unfurling, shimmering with ethereal light, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Just as the wind lynx closed within 10 meters of the 5-colored peacock, it emitted a furious roar, conjuring a small whirlwind that rapidly spiraled toward its foe. In response, the 5-colored peacock concentrated the radiant energies of its tail feathers, coalescing them into a singular, sword-like strike aimed at the incoming tempest. The nascent tornado was cleaved in two, with fierce winds sweeping in all directions. The wind spirit, struck by the vibrant peacock, was hurled backward, crashing against the stone wall behind it and collapsing onto the ground. Its azure fur was now stained crimson, a grotesque scar marring much of its body. Observing from the sidelines, Xian was taken aback. He had never doubted the 5-colored peacock's ability to triumph over the wind spirit. However, the ease with which the battle concluded was beyond his expectations. Furthermore, the peacock's final maneuver, condensing the 5-colored spiritual light into a sharp sword, bore a resemblance to the offensive techniques within the 5-element sword formation he had acquired. A binding rope emerged, ensnaring the wind spirit, which had lost its will to resist. This wind spirit possessed commendable strength and could be sold to his clan. As for the binding rope, it was crafted from the silk of the azure silkworm. Though a mere low-grade first-tier artifact, It was more than sufficient to restrain a severely injured wind spirit. After temporarily securing the wind spirit within his beast pouch, Tuanuan entered the cave where the wind spirit resided, accompanied by the flowing gold celestial treasure turtle. While this location lacked a spiritual vein, the presence of the sky wind stone made the wind attribute spiritual energy quite rich. After closing its eyes to sense the surroundings, the flowing gold celestial treasure turtle relayed its findings to Tuanuan. This sky wind stone mine, albeit small, contained a considerable quantity of stones, nearly 5,000. In terms of value, it likely surpassed 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If refined into a flying artifact for sale, the price could easily double. However, despite the abundance of sky wind stones, they were exceedingly scattered, and the extraction would require significant time and effort. Yet, these concerns were not Tuanuan's to bear alone. He was but one individual and could not rely solely on his strength to mine the stones. He needed to report to his clan, requesting that they send personnel to assist. With this thought in mind, Tuanuan swiftly retrieved a recording talisman, detailing the situation clearly, and entrusted it to a white jade spirit bee, instructing it to fly towards Xianling Mountain. After ensuring the white jade spirit bee dealt with the other beasts on the mountain, he swiftly entered the mountain sea realm. He had long gathered all the materials required for forging the 5-element spirit sword. Had he not encountered blood fury, the sword might have already been crafted. Nevertheless, had he forged the 5-element spirit sword at that time, the outcome would have paled in comparison to the present. Now, possessing the array artifact technique, he could integrate it into the sword's creation, enhancing its ability to unleash the power of the 5-element sword formation. With the purple cloud cauldron in hand, he ignited his innate spiritual fire to warm the furnace, subsequently tossing the primary forging materials, sharp gold stone, leaf crystal stone, cold iron, ore, lava stone, and core rock, into the cauldron one by one. Meanwhile, the white jade spirit bee, swift and adept at concealing its presence, traversed unobtrusively into Xianling Mountain. It did not seek the clan leader, Mo Daijing, but rather found Tuanuan's father, Mo Wenyan. The place where the clan leader resides is a sacred ground of the family, not easily accessible. However, for Mo Wenyan, it was convenient. A first-tier high-quality spirit gathering array was set up in the small courtyard, which could hardly impede the white jade spirit bees. Upon witnessing the unique white-winged spirit bee appear before him, Mo Wenyan instantly recognized it as belonging exclusively to his master, Tuanuan. He promptly removed the recording talisman from the white jade spirit bee, played it back, and then rose to head towards the family hall. He anticipated gathering 9 spirit beasts before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Currently, 8 had been confirmed, with 1 still pending. Readers who have preferences may leave comments to discuss. Chapter 73. The Qingshanli clan third brother. According to the report from that mortal, he saw a winged white steed right here. Just as Tuanuan was immersed in refining the 5-element spirit sword within the Mountain Sea realm, 2 unexpected guests appeared outside Beichao Peak, dressed in matching attire. They bore an emblem of a green mountain embroidered on their chests. The Qingshanli clan, the sole cultivation family along the coast of Linuan Prefecture, controlled a mid-tier spirit vein of the first tier. Their strength was rather feeble. The most formidable among them was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, lacking even a perfected Qi refinement master. What winged steed? Isn't it just a heavenly horse? Did the person see a cultivator seated atop it? Inquired the elder cautiously. No. It could be that it was too distant to see clearly. The younger one paused before continuing. Third brother, why are you so cautious? In this coastal region, where spiritual energy is thin, who would ride a flying horse around here? There are no cultivation resources to be gathered. The survival of our Li family for hundreds of years is precisely due to our meticulousness, is it not? If everyone behaved like you, we would have courted disaster long ago, unaware of when we might be annihilated. However, you are correct. There are no spirit veins or spirit herbs here. It must be that a spirit beast unexpectedly descended. If we could capture it, it would greatly benefit us. With that, the 2 activated their low-grade flying artifacts and soared towards Beichao Peak. One was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, the other at the 6th. Yet they could only afford low-grade flying artifacts, highlighting the dire situation of the Qingshanli clan. Third brother, let us split up. This way, we can search more efficiently. The younger one suggested, and as soon as he finished speaking, he steered his flying artifact in another direction. The elder watched him depart, shaking his head helplessly. Though my 7th brother possesses great talent, his temperament is far too impetuous. Fortunately, there are no enemies in this area of the Qingshanli clan. Not bothering further with him, the elder also activated his flying artifact, circling above Beichao Peak in search of traces of the heavenly horse. Little did they know. As soon as they entered Beichao Peak, They had already alarmed the white jade spirit bees scattered around, concealed and suppressing their aura within the forest. The two had completely overlooked the presence of the white jade spirit bees. Had they been aware, they might have fled long ago. At that moment, Tuanuan was wholly absorbed in his artifact refinement, unable to attend to anything else. He had instructed the white jade spirit bees to eliminate any cultivators approaching this area. What is happening? Could it be that the heavenly horse has departed? Such a prolonged absence without any trace of him? The young cultivator had scoured nearly half the mountainside. Yet not even a mere ordinary beast had been uncovered, let alone the elusive celestial steed. At that very moment, a sudden excruciating pain pierced through his neck, as if something had thrust into it. The venom rapidly coursed through his body, causing his spiritual energy to stagnate and rendering his form rigid, leaving him powerless to manipulate his flying artifact. With a cry of anguish, he plummeted downward. It was then that he discerned the source of his ambush, a bee, its form resembling pure white jade, seemingly innocuous, yet deadly. He recognized the white jade spirit bee only because a swarm of them had now converged upon him. Before his body could even touch the ground, they had begun to feast upon his flesh. By the time he fell, nothing remained but a set of garments, a storage pouch, and a flying artifact. Meanwhile, the Lee cultivator, who had been searching from a distance, felt a chill upon hearing the man's cries and immediately altered his course toward the source of the sound. Upon arriving, however, he found no trace whatsoever. What could have happened? The sound originated from this very location, yet there was not a single sign of a struggle. His younger brother was a fifth-layer chi refinement cultivator. Could there be a formidable beast capable of delivering a fatal blow? But quickly, he dismissed this notion. If such a creature existed, he too would have been unable to escape, with no need to lurk in the shadows. At that moment, he discovered his brother's discarded garments. But the flying artifact and storage pouch had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Noticing the absence of any bloodstains on the clothing, he realized with a jolt that someone had intentionally used the garments to lure him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto his flying artifact, intent on fleeing to safety. Yet, it was already too late. With a low-grade flying artifact, he could hardly hope to outrun the white jade spirit bees, which outmatched him. Barely airborne, he was besieged by hundreds of white jade spirit bees, each exhibiting cultivation levels between the 4th and 5th layers of chi refinement. Such an overwhelming number of bees sealed his fate completely. He offered little resistance before being overwhelmed and devoured, leaving behind only a pristine set of garments. Though unlike his brothers, his bore countless small punctures inflicted by the bee stingers. Envenomated by the white jade spirit bees, his body would turn to jade, resulting in no bloodshed. Although he had misjudged the situation, his instinct to flee was correct, albeit executed too slowly. The white jade spirit bees confiscated his storage pouch and artifact, transporting them to the Tianfeng stone mine, where Tuanuan was in seclusion. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Meanwhile, at the Qing Mountain Li family, the 3rd and 7th brothers had been missing for over 10 days. Where could they be? It is merely a Pegasus, strongest at merely the 6th level of chi refinement. With the strength of the 3rd elder, he should have captured it long ago, even if it managed to escape. He ought to have returned by now. Li Jieshi could not help but furrow his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to report this matter to the clan leader. His father, Li Zi, are you saying that Jiaming and Jierue have been out capturing a Pegasus for over 10 days and have yet to return? Li Zi asked, his brow furrowing. Yes, father, Li Jieshi nodded. I fear something has gone awry. You should summon your 3rd and 4th uncles and have them accompany you. Li Zi spoke solemnly. The 3rd elder, Li Zifeng, and the 4th elder, Li Ziwei, were indeed the fathers of the two who had been slain by the white jade spirit bee. The Li family, being modest in stature, lacked the soul tokens necessary to receive news of the two's demise, thus leaving them unaware of the tragic events. Upon hearing that their sons might be in peril, Li Zifeng and his companion immediately took several clan members and soared towards Bichao Peak. Had it not been for the need to enlist the help of the clan, they would likely have ventured forth alone long ago. Chapter 74. The young are slain, and the old arrive esteemed immortal. It is here, within this mountain, that I sighted a winged white Pegasus, which compelled me to report to the Li family, the lowly mortal stated. As he spoke, 8 figures stood upon a swift gale eagle, 7 of whom were cultivators of the Qingshan Li family, while the 8th was the one who had reported the sighting of the Pegasus. He had initially believed that reporting such news to the Qingshan Li family would earn him a reward, enabling him to live a comfortable life. Little did he expect, upon returning home with his reward, that he would soon be sought out by the Li family's cultivators. From them, he learned that the individuals, Li Mingjia and his companion, who had gone in search of the Pegasus based on his information, had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, He was taken to the outskirts of Bichao Peak. My son went missing right here, Li Zifeng said, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the wind-swept Bichao Peak. Immortal Master, I have brought you here. May I return now? The mortal asked, fear etched across his face. Of course you may return, Li Zifeng replied with a cold smile. Thank you, Immortal Master, thank you. The mortal exclaimed, bowing deeply and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yet, he soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere as a powerful hand seized him from the back of the Gale Eagle. Were you not eager to leave? I shall send you back now, Li Zifeng intoned coldly. No, please. Immortal Master, spare me. I no longer wish to leave. The mortal pleaded in terror. Humph. My son has gone missing because of the information you provided, and you think you will escape unscathed? Were it not for my urgent search for my son, I would ensure you could neither live nor die, Li Zifeng declared. With that, he released his grip on the mortal, who plummeted downwards with a scream. The sound echoed as he fell, until silence enveloped him completely. Upon the back of the Gale Eagle, the mortal's demise stirred not a single ripple of emotion among the others. To them, the life of a mere mortal was as insignificant as grass. Allowing him to meet such an end was merely a form of justice. Uncle San, I have an unsettling feeling that this mountain is rather unusual. Perhaps we should search together first. Li Jiexin expressed his concerns while gazing at the Baichao Peak. Indeed, I have visited Baichao Peak in the past. Although the winds within the mountain were strong then, they were not as fierce as they are now. Something must have transpired. It is prudent for us to conduct the search together, agreed Elder Li Ziwei, the fourth elder of the Li family. Though Li Zifeng was eager to find his son, he refrained from opposing the suggestion and merely nodded in silence. The group mounted the back of the swift-winged eagle and commenced their search within Baichao Peak. The white jade spirit bees, soaring above the peak, remained dormant, refraining from any rash actions. Li Zifeng possessed an 8th layer Qi refinement cultivation, while Li Ziwei was at the 7th layer. The remaining 5 members of the group were all in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Additionally, the swift-winged eagle also possessed a 7th layer cultivation. It was uncertain whether they could defeat the white jade spirit bees should they attack. But if the latter chose to flee, they would undoubtedly be unable to stop them. Thus, it was preferable to collaborate with the 5-colored peacock and the golden turtle. As direct confrontation was not the forte of the white jade spirit bees, ambush was their specialty. As they searched the Baichao Peak, they soon discovered the anomalies surrounding the Sky Windstone mine, or rather, it was the swift-winged eagle that detected it. Being a wind attribute spirit beast, the eagle was particularly sensitive to wind attribute spiritual energy, and it was evident that the concentration of such energy at the mine was significantly higher than in other areas. There is something amiss over there. Let us descend, Li Zifeng said, his eyes narrowing as he pointed towards the location of the Sky Windstone mine. The swift-winged eagle landed upon the earth, and the group quickly located the cave where the wind fox had previously resided. Just as they intended to enter the cave for inspection, Li Jiexin interjected, Uncle San, Uncle Si, please hold on. Allow me to send in the shadow mouse first. As he spoke, Li Jiexin summoned a black-furred shadow mouse with 5th layer Qi refinement from his spirit beast bag. While the shadow mouse lacked formidable combat abilities, it possessed remarkable speed, akin to a spirit in the shadows. Li Zifeng and Li Ziwei did not object to this proposal. Li Jiexin retrieved a low-grade spirit nourishing pill from his storage bag and tossed it to the shadow mouse, instructing it to investigate the cave. If you perform well, I shall reward you with another pill upon your return. The shadow mouse squeaked excitedly and, in a blink, dashed into the cave. However, it was not long before Li Jiexin let out a horrified scream. It felt as if his soul had been torn apart, the contract with the shadow mouse forcefully severed. In other words, the shadow mouse had perished, and as its contract holder, he experienced a backlash. Li Zifeng and Li Ziwei, the most powerful among them, quickly discerned the presence of a spirit cave within and shouted, "Who goes there?" As soon as the words left their lips, the 5-colored peacock emerged from the cave, holding its head high with an air of disdain. With a flap of its wings, it carelessly discarded the corpse of the shadow mouse, which fell to the ground. You have killed my shadow mouse. In that case, I shall use you to avenge it, Li Jiexin exclaimed in fury, feeling some relief from his throbbing headache. Though the wound to his soul would not heal swiftly. Uncle San, Uncle Si, help me capture this peacock. Understood. Li Zifeng nodded slightly. Yet he refrained from taking action himself, instead directing the Gale Hawk, which circled in the void, to launch an assault on the multicolored peacock. As the Gale Hawk flapped its wings, it swiftly conjured razor-sharp wind blades that sliced towards the multicolored peacock. In response, the peacock unfurled its tail feathers, channeling the power of the 5 elements that flowed between them, subsequently coalescing into a radiant 5-colored barrier that hovered above its head. The wind blades struck against this shimmering shield, causing it to tremble incessantly, yet it remained unyielding. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Zifeng's eyes sparkled with intent. Initially, he had contemplated assisting Li Jieshi in subduing the peacock after witnessing the demise of his shadow mouse. But now he harbored the desire to capture the creature for himself. With a screech, the Gale Hawk, realizing its initial strike had failed, beat its wings vigorously and charged towards the multicolored peacock, its claws glinting with a cold light. Infused with the essence of wind, the peacock, upon seeing the Gale Hawk's approach, did not flinch but instead regarded it with haughty disdain, its golden eyes seemingly looking down upon it, as one would a mere insect. With a flick of its tail, it summoned a five-colored spiritual light that transformed into a radiant sword, slashing towards the Gale Hawk. The Gale Hawk, enveloped in a whirlwind, formed a barrier of wind to protect itself. Its prowess surpassed that of the non-combatant wind lynx, and although the multicolored peacock shattered the wind barrier, the five-colored sword dissipated into the void. As the Gale Hawk's sharp claws neared their target, the peacock's golden eyes betrayed no hint of alarm. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Chapter 75. The fierce battle at the mines. 8 flying swords erupted from the cave, forming an intricate bagua sword formation that exponentially amplified their power. Realizing the impending danger, Li Zifeng sought to aid the Gale Hawk, but it was too late. The 8 swords, moving with blinding speed, swiftly approached, having just constructed a wind barrier to deflect the multicolored peacock's attack. The Gale Hawk was now in no position to mount an effective defense. The 8 swords pierced through its form, leaving 8 gaping wounds, and continued their relentless trajectory towards the Li family's cultivators. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted behind Li Zifeng and the others. Turning to look, they discovered that aside from Li Jieshi, who remained unscathed thanks to a mid-grade defensive artifact, the other 4 had collapsed, their bodies gradually transforming into jade. Having achieved its goal, the white jade spirit bee immediately took flight towards the distance. Li Zihui intended to strike down the spirit bee, but the 8 swords had already closed in, and fearing that Li Zifeng, having just experienced the backlash from a spiritual beast's demise, could not withstand the onslaught alone, he abandoned the pursuit. Break it, Li Zifeng commanded, as he swung his sword imbued with a tempest, clashing against the 8 flying swords. Li Zihui, not to be idle, followed suit with his own strike. With a resounding explosion, the 8 swords disintegrated into spiritual energy and vanished into the ether. Li Zifeng and his companion were momentarily taken aback. How could this be? The flying swords were mere manifestations of spiritual energy? Turning their gaze, they beheld the golden treasure turtle leisurely emerging from the cave. This is no unclaimed spiritual beast. There is someone within, Li Zifeng stated solemnly. Li Zihui summoned a fire bat at the 7th level of qi refining by tapping his storage bag, addressing Li Jieshi. Jishin, let us first deal with these spirit beasts while you investigate the cave. The master of the spirit beasts must be ensnared by some matter and unable to emerge. Understood, Li Jieshi promptly replied. Li Zifeng and Li Zihui immediately charged towards the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle and the was peacock, while the fire bat soared toward the Baiyu Lingfeng, suspended in the void. Utilizing his lightness technique, Li Jieshi swiftly darted towards the cave. The was peacock and Lu Jin Tianbao turtle, whether hindered by Li Zifeng and Li Zihui or simply lacking the intent to obstruct, did not impede his entrance into the cave. Upon his initial glance, he discovered the Tianfeng stone within the cave. On his second look, he beheld a runic tree adorned with leaves of myriad colors. On his third observation, he noted a black figure seated motionless in a meditative posture, appearing somewhat ethereal, as if merely a projection. At that moment, the Day Sun runic tree stirred, and from its vibrant leaves coalesced a plethora of talismans, which then transformed into an assault directed at Li Jieshi. The Day Sun runic tree had only recently ascended to the 4th level of qi refining, and the talismans it conjured were primarily of the 1st-tier inferior grade, with a scant few of the 1st-tier medium grade. However, the sheer quantity was overwhelming, and the combined assault of numerous 1st-tier talismans was undeniably formidable. Li Jieshi, witnessing the deluge of talismans rushing towards him, felt a surge of trepidation. He swiftly tapped his storage bag, unleashing a 1st-tier superior grade talisman, the Golden Armor Talisman. The talisman manifested into a suit of golden armor, enveloping Li Jieshi. Simultaneously, a bell-shaped defensive artifact materialized above his head, casting down golden rays of light. Boom, boom, boom. Countless talismans completely enveloped Li Jieshi's figure. Outside the cave, Li Zifeng, along with his companions, found themselves in dire straits, besieged by the was peacock, Lu Jin Tianbao turtle, and the Baiyu Lingfeng. Among them, the one in the most perilous position was not the fire bat, but Li Zifeng, who was engaged in combat with the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle. Although Li Zifeng's cultivation level surpassed that of the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle, he could only muster a defensive stance against its relentless assaults. Even when he occasionally retaliated, his attacks merely grazed the turtle's shell, inflicting no real damage. The strikes from his superior-grade artifact left only faint white scratches on the turtle's back, failing to genuinely harm it. Conversely, each attack from the Linuan Tianbao turtle compelled him to respond with utmost caution. The most infuriating aspect was that turtles, as is widely known, are among the slowest of spirit beasts. Yet, this well-established notion did not hold true for the Linuan Tianbao turtle. Having consumed the Mo Xianya's 10 pairs of swift wind boots, along with several flying artifacts, its speed rivaled that of Li Zifeng, enabling it to soar through the air like a flying spirit beast. Damn it, what exactly are you? Li Zifeng, once more parrying the attack of the 8-spider sword, could not resist inquiring, fully aware that the Linuan Tianbao turtle was incapable of speech. At that moment, both he and Li Ziwei simultaneously heard a rumbling sound emanating from the cave. However, once the rumbling ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Jieshi, glancing towards the cave, called out, but only the echo of his voice returned. Third brother, I fear Jieshi may be in trouble. The spirit beasts are already quite troublesome. Their master is likely even more formidable. We must retreat. Li Ziwei immediately turned to Li Zifeng and urged him. Agreed. At that moment, Li Zifeng awakened from his vengeful thoughts for his son. Yet, while the two wished to leave, the golden turtle and the multicolored peacock were unwilling to let them escape. Realizing the duo's intent to flee, the attacks from the golden turtle and the peacock intensified. Suddenly, a fire bat, engaged in battle with the white jade spirit bee, let out a piercing shriek, producing a terrifying sound wave that halted the onslaught of the surrounding bees. Seizing this opportunity, the fire bat flapped its wings and darted towards Li Ziwei, who was ensnared by the multicolored peacock. The flames surged, forcing the peacock to retreat, and Li Ziwei leaped onto the back of the fire bat, eager to soar away. The peacock, with its tail feathers shimmering in multicolored brilliance, coalesced into a radiant sword and slashed toward the fire bat and Li Ziwei. In response, Li Ziwei summoned a mid-grade defensive artifact shield. The impact of the 5-colored light crashed against the shield, shattering it instantly and causing Li Ziwei to spurt blood from his mouth. Yet, he managed to withstand the blow. Just as relief washed over him for narrowly escaping, he suddenly beheld 5 flying swords emerging from the cave. These swords, embodying the 5 elements sword array, swiftly closed in on the fire bat, trapping both it and Li Ziwei in a perilous embrace. The 5-colored sword beams shot forth from the flying swords toward the fire bat and Li Ziwei ensnared within the array. Had they been at their peak, the fire bat and Li Ziwei might have broken through the sword array and fled. However, at present, Li Ziwei's defensive artifact lay in ruins, and the fire bat had been poisoned by the white jade spirit bee. With its inherent toxicity, the bat had only managed to endure thus far due to its robust resistance to poison. Within the 5 elements sword array, the sword energy suddenly erupted, scattering like shards of metal, swirling chaotically toward the center where Li Ziwei and the fire bat were ensnared. Despite their desperate attempts to defend themselves, the onslaught of sword energy proved overwhelming, ultimately piercing through their defenses and leaving numerous bloody wounds upon them. Meanwhile, Li Zifeng also sought to escape, but the golden turtle's speed was astonishingly swift. Just as he stepped onto his flying artifact, the golden turtle caught up with him. The golden turtle opened its mouth wide, conjuring a sword radiating an icy chill, hurtling toward Li Zifeng. An exquisite artifact? A wave of shock coursed through Li Zifeng as a palm-sized semicircular shield materialized in his hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the shield expanded dramatically, transforming into a protective barrier of 10 feet, shimmering with a verdant glow, shielding Li Zifeng from harm. The flying sword struck against the azure shield. Although it did not penetrate the barrier, it nonetheless left numerous cracks upon its surface, causing Li Zifeng's retreat to come to an abrupt halt. Before he could regain his composure, the golden heaven treasure tortoise unleashed the 8 spider swords once more, ensnaring him within its grasp as the Bagua sword formation activated. Ultimately, Li Zifeng met his demise within the confines of this lethal array. Observing the golden heaven treasure tortoise's success in vanquishing Li Zifeng, Mo Xianya could not help but commend. Well done this time. The golden heaven treasure tortoise let out a couple of triumphant cries, though Mo Xianya could not comprehend its utterances. He understood that the creature was seeking its share of the spoils. In this encounter, 7 cultivators from the Qingshanli clan were slain, including Li Zifeng and Li Ziwei, yielding 3 high-grade magical artifacts and 1 medium-grade artifact. Although the 2 defensive artifacts had been obliterated, the golden heaven treasure tortoise could still consume them, albeit with diminished efficacy. In high spirits, Mo Xianya readily agreed, gathering the storage bags of the 7 individuals. As for their corpses, they had long been devoured entirely by the white jade spirit bees. In total, he acquired 4 low-grade artifacts, 5 medium-grade artifacts, and 2 high-grade artifacts. Beyond these magical items, there were various other treasures as well, with the medium-grade 5 elements spirit sword and the high-grade ice mirror at his disposal. Tuanuan found himself well-equipped, and thus decided to bestow all the artifacts upon the golden heaven treasure tortoise, unfazed by the prospect of overindulgence. The tortoise opened its mouth wide and consumed all the artifacts in one go. It then began to close its eyes, refining the artifacts it had just ingested. Originally at the 7th level of chi refinement, its cultivation began to ascend swiftly, but just as it was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level, it encountered a bottleneck. The golden heaven treasure tortoise let out a frustrated roar. Tuanuan, hearing this, reassured, "No need to rush. There will be more artifacts for you to devour soon." At that moment, a glimmer of murderous intent sparked in Tuanuan's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of provoking the Qingshanli family. He merely sought to clandestinely extract the Tianfeng stone from this area. However, it now became apparent that the Qingshanli family could not be overlooked. With 9 cultivators already perished at by Chao Peak, they would not simply abandon their pursuits. They were bound to retaliate, and rather than remaining passive, it would be wise for him to take the initiative. This way, he could prevent the news of the Tianfeng stone mine from leaking, which would undoubtedly attract even more cultivators. Having made his decision, Tuanuan withdrew the golden heaven treasure tortoise and its companions, leaving a few white jade spirit bees to guard the area, and summoned his Tianma to soar towards the Qingshanli clan's stronghold. At this moment, the Qingshanli family had yet to realize what transpired. A sudden assault would catch them completely off guard. Within the grand hall of the Qingshanli family, the clan leader, Li Zi, was engrossed in familial affairs when he suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. What could this be? Why would such a sensation arise out of the blue? Could it be that Sheer and the 3rd and 4th brothers were in peril? With this thought, Li Zi resolved to rise and step outside the grand hall. Just then, a violent explosion reverberated from the foot of Qingshan Mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble in response. The formidable mountain-protecting formation of the Qingshanli family was shattered amidst the explosive chaos. In a bid to swiftly breach the array, Tuanuan commanded the Baiyu Lingfeng to collide with the formation's core, thus dismantling the grand array. Who dares to intrude upon the Qingshanli clan? Li Zi bellowed, his figure accelerating as he soared towards the foot of the mountain. Before he could reach the base, anguished cries echoed around him. Against these ordinary clansmen, the Baiyu Lingfeng proved almost divine. As it flitted through the air, its stinger mercilessly pierced the bodies of the Li family disciples. Even if it did not strike a fatal blow, the potent toxin it carried was sufficient to ensure their demise. Li Zi's gaze caught sight of Tuanuan seated upon the back of a Tianma. Astonished, he exclaimed, "A Tianma? Is this majestic steed yours? It appears you are aware of the situation. Thus, you shall meet your end," Tuanuan replied coldly. However, despite his words, he refrained from directly confronting Li Zi. As a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement, Li Zi remained a formidable opponent, and even though Tuanuan had mastered the 5-element sword formation, he was no match for a 9th level practitioner. While Tuanuan held back, the Lujin Tianbao turtle lunged forth with the force of a tank, charging towards Li Zi. A mere 7th level turtle demon seeks its own demise. Li Zi roared, thrusting a green spear at the creature. To his surprise, the Lujin Tianbao turtle not only surged forward with remarkable speed, but also leapt into the air, evading the thrust. After dodging the attack, it unleashed a frost sword, comparable to a high-grade magical artifact, aimed directly at Li Zi. Though taken aback by the turtle's capabilities, Li Zi displayed no hesitation as he retaliated with another thrust. The clash resulted in both the Lujin Tianbao turtle and Li Zi being forced back. In the meantime, other members of the Qingshanli clan arrived, including 2 other formidable practitioners, the 8th level elder Li Xiling and the 7th level Li Zian. Tuanuan immediately summoned the 5-colored peacock and the sun rune tree, instructing, "You deal with the weaker ones first, then assist me." As he spoke, he directed the 5-element spiritual sword towards Li Xiling. Though Li Xiling recognized the extraordinary nature of the 5-element spiritual sword, he dismissed Tuanuan due to his lower cultivation level. A mere 5th level practitioner dares to act recklessly within the Qingshanli clan. "You seek death," he scoffed, producing a blue chain that he lashed towards the 5-element spiritual sword. The assault of the 5-element spiritual sword was abruptly halted, and Tuanuan felt a tremendous force bearing down upon him. Chapter 77. The long rainbow pierces the sun with his initial strike successful. Li Xiling swiftly hurled the chain while casting a spell. The azure chain moved like a gigantic serpent, slithering towards Tuanuan. In the palm of his hand, the ice mirror emerged, its mystical energy surging within. A brilliant white beam erupted from the mirror, striking the azure chain with precision. Instantly, a layer of solid ice manifested upon the azure chain, swiftly spreading to envelop it entirely. Li Xiling let out a cold snort. Dismissing the notion that his azure chain could be frozen, such a dream was utterly absurd. With a flick of his hand, Li Xiling unleashed a spell, causing a radiant blue light to erupt from the azure chain. Countless fissures appeared in the white ice coating the chain, which then shattered entirely, plummeting towards the earth. The azure chain, undeterred, wound its way back toward Mo Xuanya. Mo Xuanya's expression grew grave. He realized he had overestimated his abilities. Having believed that wielding the 5 elements spiritual sword and defeating the severely injured firebat and Li Ziwei would enable him to rival a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He had forgotten that the 5 elements spiritual sword was still merely a mid-grade artifact. Although his spiritual energy surpassed that of others at the same level, he was still only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, a full 3 layers shy of his opponent. Yet, despite being outmatched by Li Xiling, Mo Xuanya remained confident in his ability to stall him. He deftly manipulated the 5 elements spiritual sword once more, unleashing 5 intertwining sword lights that coalesced into a slender azure beam resembling a chain. This was the 5 elements sword formation, the wood element verdant vine locking dragon sword. The azure sword light clashed against the azure chain. A relentless tug of war ensued. Although the azure chain held a distinct advantage, it could not swiftly dismantle the verdant vine locking dragon sword technique. Let us see how long you can endure against my spiritual energy, Li Xiling remarked coldly. As a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he acknowledged Mo Xuanya's formidable strength, but remained convinced that he could outmatch him in terms of spiritual power. Mo Xuanya felt a flicker of joy. Though controlling the 5 elements spiritual sword was challenging, he had managed to momentarily stabilize Li Xiling. If only Bai Yu Lingfeng or the 5-colored peacock could eliminate their adversaries first, they could come to his aid. At that moment, the 5-colored peacock unleashed a cascade of vibrant spiritual light towards Li Xian, who was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. If it were just the 5-colored peacock, the situation might not be dire. However, the imposing sun rune tree nearby continuously unleashed various talismans, launching relentless attacks against him. Though these talismans lacked great strength, their sheer number forced him to exercise caution at every turn. Each time he sought to counterattack the 5-colored peacock or exposed a vulnerability, the sun rune tree's assault would descend upon him, causing him considerable distress. In his desire to eliminate the sun rune tree first, the 5-colored peacock would inevitably intervene to obstruct him. The sun rune tree, deeply rooted in the verdant mountains, drew upon the spiritual energy within to execute its talismanic assaults, seemingly drawing from an endless reservoir. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the ground beneath the sun rune tree had begun to crack, the soil's spiritual energy depleting and rapidly turning to sand. While Li Xian found himself in a precarious position, the situation for the other members of the Li clan was even more dire. The Li family boasted no other practitioners at the later stages of Qi refinement, and within the entire clan, the number of practitioners scarcely exceeded 40, many of whom were still in the early stages of Qi refinement. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the white jade spirit bees, whose cultivation levels hovered around the 4th and 5th layers of Qi refinement, there was no possibility of resistance. As soon as contact was made, the members of the Li clan began to flee in a frenzy. Regrettably, the speed of the white jade spirit bees was far too swift, and many among them lacked even flying artifacts, rendering their escape futile. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, only the clan leader, Li Zi, and 2 elders remained standing. What enmity do we hold that you would so heartlessly slaughter my entire Li clan? Li Zi bellowed at Mo Xuanya. Were it not for being hindered by the flowing golden heavenly treasure turtle, which prevented him from taking action, he would have surely torn Mo Xuanya to shreds. You bear no grievances against me, but alas, we reside in the realm of cultivation. If I do not eradicate your Li clan today, it would sow the seeds of calamity for myself in the future. Thus, I have no choice but to send you to your demise, Mo Xuanya replied calmly. In the matter of today's assault on the Li clan, neither party was at fault. The real error lay in their existence within this chaotic realm of cultivation, where everything depended on strife and plunder. The fault resided in the Li clan's discovery of the celestial steed's whereabouts and their attempt to subdue it. To protect the Tianfeng stone mine, Mo Xuanya was compelled to eliminate the Li clan members. After the white jade spirit bees slaughtered the remaining cultivators of the Li clan, they immediately soared towards Mo Xuanya's position. Seeing this, Mo Xuanya felt a surge of exhilaration. He staggered, abandoning the use of the Qing tongue locking dragon sword. He needed to control 5 flying swords and execute the 5 elements sword array, and with Li Xiling's cultivation far surpassing his, the spiritual energy within him flowed away like water with each passing moment. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiling pursued relentlessly, the Qinghong lock resembling a colossal python as it lunged toward Mo Xuanya. Toxic gas, from a wall. Mo Xuanya commanded the white jade spirit bee that had inexplicably perched on his shoulder. The swarm of white jade spirit bees released a torrent of white poisonous gas, coalescing into a wall before Mo Xuanya. The Qinghong lock collided with the white barrier, momentarily halting its advance. However, the wall formed by the white gas shattered under the impact. Poisonous rain. Observing the effectiveness of his previous command, Mo Xuanya again directed the white jade spirit bees. All the bees aimed their stingers at Li Xiling, releasing them in a swift barrage. In response, Li Xiling invoked a spell on the Qinghong lock, which promptly returned to his side, swirling around him in a protective dance, deflecting all the stingers of the white jade spirit bees. Unexpectedly, the Qinghong lock proved not only effective for offense and entrapment, but also for defense. However, this also rendered Li Xiling immobile. Meanwhile, Mo Xuanya continued to manipulate the white jade spirit bees to attack, remaining unrestrained himself. 5 elements sword array, fire element long rainbow slash. The 5 element sword array surged into action once more, 5 radiant sword lights converging into a single blazing scarlet beam, slashing towards Li Xiling. No, Li Xiling shouted in desperation. It was not that he could not withstand Mo Xuanya's strike. Rather, the Qinghong lock would inevitably be affected after blocking this blow, rendering it incapable of defending against the onslaught of toxic needles. The long rainbow slash crashed against the Qinghong lock, causing it to stiffen as if ensnared by a serpent. Seizing the opportunity, the white jade-like tail needle shot through the gaps of the Qinghong lock, striking Li Xiling directly. Chapter 78. The Qing Mountain Mo family. Mo Xian Yi gazed at Li Xiling collapsing before him, feeling a surge of gratitude for having acquired 2 transmission jade slips from the bone-corrupting master, which had granted him the technique to command insects. Today, the white jade spirit bee achieved remarkable success. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a tool for ambush, incapable of transcending its limits in combat. It seems that although I have obtained the classic of mountains and seas, I must not underestimate the beast-controlling techniques of this world, for they possess their own merits. Meanwhile, the colorful peacock, in conjunction with the sun rune tree, also executed a lethal strike on Li Xian, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qing Mountainly clan was left with only the clan leader, Li Zi, still holding on. As he watched Mo Xianyi and the colorful peacock approach their battleground, despair filled Li Zi's eyes. Alongside despair, there simmered deep-seated hatred. Today, you annihilate my Qing Mountainly clan. In the future, you shall become the soul claimed by another's sword, Li Zi seethed. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, clan leader Li. It is time for you to depart. With that, Mo Xianyi, the colorful peacock, and the golden heavenly treasure turtle simultaneously launched their assault. Boom. Li Zi's body exploded into a mist of blood. Fortunately, the white jade spirit bee showed no disdain, swiftly ascending to absorb the entire blood mist. The Qing Mountainly clan, which had stood peacefully by the East Sea for centuries, was utterly consigned to history. Although mortal members of the Li clan remained beneath the mountain, the disappearance of the Qing Mountainly clan left them with no recourse but to attach themselves to other families or forever remain mortals, losing the opportunity to test their spiritual roots and ascend the path to immortality. Standing atop the peak of Qing Mountain, Mo Xianyi surveyed the entire landscape. Momentarily taken aback, he never anticipated that he had, unbeknownst to himself, acquired the strength to single-handedly dismantle an entire clan. Though it was merely a family devoid of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner, all the resources of the Qing Mountainly clan were now gathered in Mo Xianyi's possession. There were dozens of magical artifacts, yet only 5 were of high quality, with the remainder being of inferior and medium grade. Numerous medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and various Qi refinement materials were amassed, along with 600 spirit stones. It must be said that the Qing Mountainly clan was indeed impoverished, having only 600 spirit stones. In addition to these assets, 100 acres of spiritual fields had been cultivated on the mountain, yielding a plethora of spiritual herbs. The Qing Mountainly clan did not excel in alchemy, talisman crafting, or artifact forging, among the myriad skills practiced within the clan. Their expertise in spirit planting was relatively commendable. For a small family to nurture an alchemist or artifact master, the costs were exorbitant, rendering it generally unfeasible. Mo Xianyi awaited atop Qing Mountain for half a month before finally seeing Elder 6, Mo Dixin, approaching with several clan members from the distance. They arrived first at the Baichao Peak, where they encountered Mo Xianyi's white jade spirit bee. After obtaining the recording talisman left by Mo Xianyi from the spirit bee, they learned that he had silently subdued the Qingshanli clan. It was only then that Modxin decided to bring a few clansmen along. With a look of incredulity, Modxin regarded Mo Xianyi, exclaiming how unexpected it was that this young lad had accomplished such a monumental feat without a sound, discovering the Tianfeng stone mine and uprooting the Qingshanli clan in its entirety. Modxin harbored no sympathy for the fallen Qingshanli clan. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle was an accepted norm. Mo Xianyi had met with Elder Liu. Respectfully, Mo Xianyi saluted Modxin, the Mo family's master craftsman. Regrettably, even at the 10th level of qi refinement, his craftsmanship only reached the first tier of superior quality, yet he remained the most skilled artisan within the Mo family. This was precisely why Mod Jing had dispatched him to this location. Rather than transporting the Tianfeng stones back to the clan for refinement, it was far more efficient to forge flying artifacts directly on site. In addition to Modxin, Mo Xianyi also spotted his father, Mo Wenyan, arriving at Baichao Peak. Upon hearing the news of Mo Xianyi's obliteration of the Qingshanli family, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet, standing upon this mountain, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him for his son. One might ponder, who within the family could eradicate an entire clan at merely the 5th level of qi refinement, thus expanding the Mo family's dominion? This mountain is yours to claim. According to family regulations, you may either allow your branch to relocate here for independent development or contribute the mountain to the family in exchange for merit points. What shall be your choice? Modxin inquired. Naturally, I shall contribute it to the family. There is no other option, he replied. After all, his branch consisted solely of himself and his parents, and he could not remain on the mountain indefinitely. His parents, both at the 5th level of qi refinement, were incapable of safeguarding it. Furthermore, harboring aspirations of becoming the head of the Mo family, he could not afford to sever ties now. Although separating would still classify them as a branch of the Mo family, it would forfeit his eligibility for leadership. Very well, the mountain shall be returned to the family. The merit points from both the mountain and the Tianfeng stone mine will be addressed upon your return, and the clan leader will discuss it with you. I shall not elaborate further. Modxin nodded in agreement. The subsequent matters were considerably simpler. Modxin, accompanied by a few individuals, re-established the pre-prepared formation atop the mountain, taking charge of the entire Qingshan. However, the number of clansmen who had come was limited, and to effectively manage the mountain, it would be necessary to summon additional personnel from the family. Apart from the cultivators, it was customary for the Mo family to also relocate a group of mortals to enable them to inhabit the foot of the mountain and govern the surrounding mortal towns. Simultaneously, intermarriages with other mortals would facilitate the gradual integration of the local populace into the Mo family, allowing them to become part of it. Spiritual root assessments would typically be conducted as well. However, those identified with spiritual roots would be invited to join the Mo family as external clansmen. Should their talents prove exceptional, they might even have the opportunity to wed a member of the Mo family. If one is devoid of innate talent, the only recourse may be to wed several mortals from the Mo family, thus unwittingly becoming a stud to propagate their lineage and contribute to the birth of offspring endowed with spiritual roots. Typically, these individuals would not receive significant cultivation from the Mo family. However, their children, who inherit half of the Mo bloodline, are afforded the same educational opportunities as the regular clan members. Yet, none of this concerns Mo Xianyi anymore. After transferring the Qingshan and Tianfeng stone mines to the family, these matters no longer require his oversight. My boy, you possess remarkable prowess. I've heard that the head of the Li family in Qingshan is a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, and yet you managed to slay him. Truly, you are my progeny, Mo Wenyan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, as if all of Mo Xianyi's achievements were solely due to his influence. As for tomorrow, a new spirit beast is set to appear. Chapter 79. The deserted island oversees the Mo family, having established dominance over Qingshan, dispatched both cultivators and mortals to the coastal region of Linuan County. While it may have been feasible to temporarily conceal their movements from the other factions in the vast Songmang mountain range with just cultivators, the migration of a large number of mortals presented a far more complex challenge. Nevertheless, the other prominent families, despite noticing the Mo family's actions, chose not to impede them and permitted the migration of their mortals. The Mo family showed wisdom in recognizing that, given their current strength, they were incapable of maintaining a hold on Xianling Mountain and thus sought a retreat. However, even if the Mo family relinquished the second-tier inferior spiritual vein of Xianling Mountain, why then would they relocate to Qingshan, which possesses only a mid-tier first-grade spiritual vein? Perhaps the Mo family possesses a spirit absorption talisman, granting them the ability to elevate Qingshan's spiritual vein to a first-grade premium. Speculation regarding the Mo family abounds. Yet the singular consensus is clear. They are preparing to relocate from Xianling Mountain and move their entire clan to Qingshan. Observers believe that, with the Mo family's sole foundational combat strength, the Qian tiger, nearing its lifespan of less than a decade, abandoning Xianling Mountain is inevitable. They cannot simply wait for their demise. Along the coastal region of Linuan County, a significant number of mortals reside. However, aside from the mortal offspring of the Li family of Qingshan, none had undergone spiritual root assessments previously. Those not of our kin will surely harbor different intentions. Furthermore, with Qingshan being merely a mid-tier first-grade spiritual vein, it has already reached its limit in supplying cultivation resources for the 40 or so cultivators of the Li family, leaving little opportunity for assessing the spiritual roots of foreign mortals. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this coastal region is notably sparse, resulting in an even lower probability of mortals giving birth to children with spiritual roots compared to other locales. Other factions are unlikely to expend their resources assessing the spiritual roots of mortals here. Many aspiring to test their roots choose to travel to sects like Yuhua sect. Although the Mo family has claimed Qingshan, it is impractical for all their cultivators to relocate there. Such an expansive territory cannot be managed entirely by them. Consequently, they began assessing the spiritual roots of mortals, uncovering 8 individuals with spiritual roots. This outcome was likely influenced by the age restriction set between 10 and 20 years. Were this limit to be lifted, the number might have been even greater. Each passing year, as the time comes to assess children who have reached the age of 10, the number is likely to dwindle significantly, possibly resulting in none being found in an entire year. Such is the inevitability of the situation. The qualifications of these 8 individuals are rather mediocre, all possessing 5 spiritual roots. Fortunately, the Mo family has assigned them merely the task of managing the Qingshan and, in conjunction with the mortal women of the Mo clan, to propagate their lineage. Among these 8, 6 have already surpassed the age of 14. They have only just ascended the mountain, and each has been paired with 2 mortal brides from the Mo family. If they possess considerable vitality, once they have cultivated their qi and become practitioners, they may descend the mountain to seek additional wives. As for the 2 aged between 10 and 13, they gaze upon this arrangement with envy, yet there is little they can do, given their still youthful state. At last, it is completed. Mo Xuanye gazed upon the 10 first-tier mid-grade flying artifacts, the Tianfeng Suo, laid out before him, and exhaled a long breath of relief. These flying artifacts were crafted from the Tianfeng stones he had mined. The Lujin Tianbao turtle, having waited patiently, crawled over eagerly, nudging Mo Xuanye with its head. Here you go, this was prepared for you. Mo Xuanye chuckled. Let's see how fast you can fly with your shell. The Lujin Tianbao turtle, unreserved, opened its mouth wide and consumed all 10 flying artifacts, commencing its refinement with vigor. After swallowing the 10 mid-grade artifacts, the turtle's presence grew increasingly formidable, though there were no signs of a breakthrough. The artifacts obtained from the annihilated Li family, aside from the Qinghong lock, had all been devoured, elevating the turtle's cultivation to the 8th layer of qi refinement, with the 9th layer now within reach. Yet, in terms of defense, offense, speed, and spiritual energy, the Lujin Tianbao turtle was already comparable to a practitioner of the 9th layer, even rivaling those of the 10th layer. However, while mid-grade and low-grade artifacts could enhance its strength, they could not facilitate a breakthrough. There were only 4 high-grade artifacts, which is why it remained at the 8th layer. Observing the Lujin Tianbao turtle finish refining the Tianfeng Suo, Mo Xuanye promptly departed the Shanghai realm, making his way to the rear of Bichao Peak. Standing atop the back of the Lujin Tianbao turtle, Mo Xuanye instructed, "Fly at your utmost speed. Let me witness your swiftness." With a mighty roar, the Lujin Tianbao turtle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, soaring towards the East Sea. The scenery on either side raced by, and the once towering Bichao Peak quickly shrank, soon becoming a mere dot on the horizon. This speed surpassed that of the majority of practitioners at the peak of qi refinement, yet it fell short compared to those of the foundation establishment stage. Mo Xuanye, atop the Lujin Tianbao turtle, felt the fierce winds buffeting his body and gazed down upon the vast expanse of the sea, his spirits soaring. Before long, he spotted a distant black dot on the sea's surface, likely an island, though its remoteness rendered it merely a speck. "Let us descend and investigate," Mo Xuanye commanded. The Lujin Tianbao turtle immediately adjusted its course, hovering above the island. The island is not particularly large. Within a few miles, one can see its entirety at a glance. The entire island is lush and verdant, with abundant vegetation. However, it is regrettable that the spiritual energy is quite thin, indicating the absence of any spiritual veins. Without such veins, even with the flourishing plant life, it is unlikely to find rare spiritual flora or minerals. Just as Mo Xuanya began to lose interest in the island and contemplated leaving, the classic of mountains and seas within his consciousness suddenly vibrated. There are spiritual beasts nearby. He executed a lightness technique and descended onto the golden sandy beach. After storing the Lujin Tianbao turtle, he followed the sensations emanating from the classic of mountains and seas and ventured deeper into the island. What greeted his eyes were merely ordinary wild beasts. Not even a single demon beast in sight. As Mo Xuanya unleashed his imposing aura, the wild animals were frightened into retreat. Suddenly, he noticed that the sensation had weakened, as if the distance had abruptly expanded. At that moment, the feeling from the classic of mountains and seas diminished significantly. It seemed the entity had sensed his presence and was moving rapidly. Mo Xuanya swiftly retrieved the first-tier flying artifact, the Fire Phoenix feather, from his storage pouch, leaping onto it and urging it to dart swiftly through the forest. Chapter 80. The Mirror Treasure Divine Pig within the deserted island, a small pig. Its body as translucent as crystal and its skin glimmering like liquid mercury, was darting swiftly through the woods. Although its movements appeared slow, each step covered several paces. Unfortunately, the island was only a few miles in radius, and soon the little pig burst forth from the forest, emerging onto the sandy beach. The pig turned its head to glance behind, displaying a hint of human-like expression, before its form shimmered and transformed into a black reef, standing tall upon the beach. Mo Xuanya, riding the Fire Phoenix feather, burst forth from the forest, the sensation from the classic of mountains and seas reaching its peak. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, aside from the golden sands shimmering in the sunlight, there was only the black reef. There were also some creatures resembling hermit crabs and shells, but they were merely ordinary beings, not even qualifying as demon beasts. Given the speed at which his target had fled, it was improbable that it was an ordinary wild animal. What is happening? Why can I sense it so close yet find nothing? Mo Xuanya pondered, filled with confusion. With a thought, he summoned all the white jade spiritual bees, instructing them to flutter in the void to assist in the search, lest there be any oversight. However, despite the white jade spiritual bees sealing off the void, they too found no trace of any spiritual beasts. According to the sensations from the classic of mountains and seas, the entity was indeed present and had not moved. Not moving? Mo Xuanya's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at the black reef behind him. Could it possibly be a spirit beast akin to a stone spirit? He contemplated inwardly. Mirror Treasure Divine Pig, Analysis, a special spirit beast adept in spatial and replication abilities, containing within itself a small space. When fully matured, it can transform into a true world. It can learn any spatial abilities and excels at traversing the void. Able to ignore all restrictions within its range of capability. Able to replicate any spell or skill witnessed and execute it flawlessly, this entity can alter its form, growing large or small, or transforming into anything it has observed. Its potential for growth is remarkably high, thus a contract is recommended. The Mirror Divine Boar is not a stone spirit. Upon reading the description of the Mirror Divine Boar in the Shanhai Jing, Mo Xuanya could not contain his elation. Not only adept at spatial abilities, it can also replicate any spell or skill. Just one spiritual beast could rival countless others in effectiveness. Noticing that Mo Xuanya was fixated on it, the Mirror Divine Boar realized it had been exposed. A surge of spatial energy emanated from its body. Mo Xuanya instantly sensed the danger and reached out towards the Mirror Divine Boar, but it was too late. The dark reef before him had vanished. Humph. This island is not that large. I refuse to believe you can escape, Mo Xuanya scoffed, and once more urged the Fire Phoenix feather in the direction sensed from the Shanhai Jing. Although the Mirror Divine Boar was skilled in spatial spells, its displayed cultivation was merely at the third level of chi refinement. How far could it really teleport? Mo Xuanya soon realized he had underestimated the creature. Although it ceased using spatial teleportation, it burst forth from the opposite side of the island and dove into the sea, transforming into a small fish, swiftly swimming towards the depths. However, lacking spatial abilities, the Mirror Divine Boar's speed was significantly inferior to Mo Xuanya's, who plunged into the water as well. The Azure Rainbow Lock was thrown, morphing into a massive azure python that lunged at the Mirror Divine Boar. The creature evaded several times, but ultimately could not escape, becoming ensnared by the Azure Rainbow Lock and reverting to its original form, landing in Mo Xuanya's hands. Just as Mo Xuanya intended to return to the shore, a man and a woman, both cultivators, approached him rapidly. Mirror Divine Boar, the female cultivator exclaimed, instantly revealing its identity. Mo Xuanya narrowed his eyes, a predatory glint flashing within. The reputation of the Mirror Divine Boar was immense, should its existence be disclosed. Even nascent soul experts might disregard their status and act against him. Thus, these two must perish. It seemed they harbored similar intentions, as both struck simultaneously. One produced a cerulean orb, while the other wielded a water blue ribbon, directing their attacks toward Tuanuan. To Tuanuan's astonishment, both cultivators were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the male cultivator's cerulean orb was a top-tier first-grade magical artifact, seemingly capable of manipulating the surrounding seawater to exert pressure on him. Tuanuan felt as if the ocean around him had solidified. This was untenable. He could not engage in battle with them underwater. With a snap of his storage bag, a black orb shot forth from Tuanuan's hand, heading towards the two magical artifacts. Simultaneously, the golden flow turtle appeared before him. Tuanuan seized the golden flow turtle and positioned it in front of himself. Tian lazy. The two opponents exclaimed in surprise, their actions becoming frantic as they attempted to retract their magical artifacts. However, Tuanuan would not allow them to succeed. With a light shout, Tuanuan was acutely aware that the explosion of Tian lazy at such close proximity would inevitably cause him injury. Despite the protective presence of the Lujin Tianbao turtle, however, he could not afford to dwell on that now. His sole concern was ensuring that the injuries inflicted upon his adversaries were greater than his own. He held little faith that their defenses could rival that of the Lujin Tianbao turtle. A thunderous explosion erupted as Tian lazy detonated. With the two individuals' magical artifacts positioned at the epicenter of the blast, water surged violently, radiating outwards in all directions. Tuanuan gripped the Lujin Tianbao turtle tightly before him, feeling an immense force emanate from it, causing him to stagger backward. The overwhelming pressure inflicted harm upon his internal organs, leaving him with a constricting sensation in his throat. A pool of stagnant blood caught between his lips, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Once he regained his footing, Tuanuan struck his chest with a fist, expelling the congealed blood, which provided him with some relief. Only then did he turn his gaze towards his adversaries. They appeared to be in a more wretched state than he was, their garments tattered and their breaths labored. The two artifacts they had wielded were now returned to them. The male cultivator's exquisite orb seemed unscathed, while the female cultivator's sky-blue ribbon was riddled with several holes, its potency significantly diminished. You seek your own demise. The female cultivator spat through clenched teeth. Tuanuan cast a disdainful glance at the pair, seizing the opportunity before the azure orb could solidify the surrounding seawater, and fled towards the desolate island from whence he came. The mirror image divine pig remained unattained, and having sustained injuries himself. With even his superior artifact showing signs of damage, he knew they would not easily relent. They immediately pursued him in the direction he had taken. To their estimation, Tuanuan was merely a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator, and the golden giant tortoise he summoned was only an 8th-level Qi refinement entity. Together, they believed they could easily subdue him, even on solid ground. Chapter 81. The Battle on the Beach with a Sudden Surge. Tuanuan burst forth from the depths of the sea, his form flickering as he emerged onto the sandy shore. The male and female cultivators closely followed, also breaking through from the ocean's depths. However, as soon as they surfaced, they were met with a torrential barrage of tail stingers from the white jade spirit bees. Fortunately, the male cultivator reacted with remarkable speed. A flash of azure light from the orb in his hand coalesced into a shield of flowing water. The stingers struck the barrier. Their velocity diminished by the water's influence, ultimately rendered powerless as they were swept back into the sea below, causing no harm to the two. Truly a superior artifact, Tuanuan mused, intrigued by the azure orb in the male cultivator's possession. The Lujin Tianbao turtle opened its mouth, conjuring the frost condensation sword within, aimed towards the two protected by the water shield. Tuanuan was not idle either, as the ice mirror materialized in his grasp, unleashing a beam of white light that cascaded onto the flowing water. The male cultivator immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Lujin Tianbao turtle's strike, and, with the female cultivator, charged forth from the protective shield. Yet, the frost condensation sword, forged from the spiritual energy of the Lujin Tianbao turtle, was not so easily evaded. It arced gracefully through the air, redirecting itself towards the two once more. The attack of Tuanuan landed upon the water shield, which was devoid of any control, freezing it into a colossal ice sphere that plummeted into the sea. Stand back, I shall handle this turtle, you deal with that lad. The male cultivator spoke in a hushed tone, subsequently directing the azure orb to collide directly with the frost sword. The frost sword, being a manifestation of the spiritual energy of the golden flow tortoise, was, despite its incompleteness due to the tortoise's current cultivation level being merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, forcefully repelled by the impact. However, the golden flow tortoise remained unfazed. If one frost sword was ineffective, it could simply conjure others to assail its opponent. In a flash, 8 slender spider swords emerged from the tortoise's aerial domain, forming a sword array that enveloped the male cultivator. Meanwhile, the female cultivator, witnessing the clash between the male cultivator and the golden flow tortoise, summoned a bowl-shaped defensive artifact that hovered above her head to fend off the attacks of the white jade spirit bee, while simultaneously manipulating her tattered sky-blue ribbon to ensnare Mo Xianyi. Mo Xianyi, observing this, could not help but smirk coldly, summoning forth the five-colored peacock. Its resplendent tail feathers shimmered with hues of 5 colors, unleashing a radiant beam of spiritual light that struck the sky-blue ribbon. The once agile ribbon, akin to a serpent coiling towards Mo Xianyi, suddenly became rigid, as if pinned in the void, utterly immobilized. The female cultivator sensed the severing of her connection with the ribbon and felt a surge of panic. Despite her fervent attempts to control it, the ribbon remained unresponsive. At that moment, Mo Xianyi flicked the azure rainbow lock, ensnaring the ribbon and drawing it to himself, subsequently stowing it away in his storage pouch. This act completely severed the bond between the female cultivator and the ribbon. "Return my binding water ribbon," the female cultivator exclaimed in fury, conjuring a long whip in her hand. This time, she dared not directly attack Mo Xianyi with her artifact. With a swift flick, she lashed the whip towards him, and as it approached, numerous water arrows coalesced near the whip, shooting forth to block Mo Xianyi's escape. The 5-colored peacock immediately released a burst of 5-colored spiritual light that struck the whip. The female cultivator tensed at the sight of the approaching light. The earlier incident with her ribbon losing control was still fresh in her mind. The 5-colored spiritual light, upon striking the whip, did not render it uncontrollable, but simply diminished its potency, allowing the whip to once again lunge toward Mo Xianyi. The ice mirror hovered above Mo Xianyi's head, unleashing a beam of white light. Before the water arrows could close in, they were entirely encased in ice. The white light then shone upon the whip. With a resounding crack, the whip shattered the white light, striking the ice mirror, causing it to tremble, yet it ultimately held firm. Given that the female cultivator had already sustained injuries from the earlier explosion of Tianlazi, and considering that her whip was merely a mid-grade artifact of the first tier, inferior to the ice mirror, along with the previous attenuation from the 5-colored spiritual light, its power was significantly reduced. Witnessing this, Mo Xianyi's confidence surged, realizing that she could not contend with him. The 5 elements spirit sword soared from the storage bag, coalescing into a formidable 5 elements sword array. The most powerful technique of this array, the 5 elements sword wheel, was unleashed. 5 flying swords interconnected, forming a swirling wheel that rapidly advanced toward the woman, slicing through the air with ferocity. 1,000 waves, the female cultivator bellowed, wielding her long whip to unleash a torrent of waves directed at the 5 elements sword wheel. The sword wheel plunged into the colossal waves, its sharp sword light cleaving the waters asunder. With a thunderous roar, the sword wheel broke through the ocean's barrier, colliding with the protective artifact above the woman's head. Though she staggered back from the impact, her defense held firm. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a nearby battle between a male cultivator and the golden tortoise of flowing gold. Mo Xianyi turned to see the tortoise fiercely clamped onto a cerulean jewel belonging to the man, subsequently crashing into him and sending him sprawling. In a swift motion, the tortoise swallowed the cerulean jewel whole. As the male cultivator landed, he sensed that the mark he had left upon the jewel had been entirely erased, resulting in a backlash that forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Mo Xianyi regarded the golden tortoise with a peculiar expression, and the tortoise, glancing back, silently conveyed mutual understanding. "You did this deliberately, fearing that if I killed him, you would not receive this exquisite artifact. Thus, you chose to consume him amidst the chaos of battle. I am wronged. Devouring this person's jewel was solely to expedite my victory over him, to assist you, my master." Now that the exquisite artifact was consumed by the golden tortoise, Mo Xianyi, regardless of his reluctance, had no choice. Initially, he had intended to swiftly dispatch the woman to aid the tortoise, but it seemed prudent to merely delay her escape, allowing the tortoise to deal with the male cultivator first before joining forces against her. The woman, sensing Mo Xianyi's intentions, became increasingly anxious as she witnessed the destruction of the male cultivator's artifact and her own severe injuries inflicted by the golden tortoise. The mirror image divine pig was already forgotten in her mind. With her life at stake, there was no room for concern over the pig. Regrettably, the white jade spirit bees above continued to exert pressure, while on the ground, Mo Xianyi orchestrated the 5 elements spirit sword to launch a direct assault. The 5-colored peacock intermittently discharged 5 elements spirit light toward her bowl-shaped defensive artifact, seeking to breach this superior item. Ultimately, both combatants fell simultaneously to the might of Mo Xianyi and his allies. Chapter 82. Beiji within the realm of mountains and seas. the mirror image divine pig, cast in by Mo Xuanya, found itself bound in place, unable to move. It sensed the force of spatial power restricting it, yet could not manipulate this space in the slightest. Not only was escape through spatial techniques impossible, but even the simplest motion proved exceedingly difficult. A flicker of panic appeared in its small eyes. Before long, 2 corpses were cast into the realm, landing not far from it. Subsequently, a peacock, a golden tortoise, and a swarm of white bees also entered the space. The peacock cast a fleeting glance at him before disregarding him entirely, gracefully soaring onto a branch of a vividly colored peach tree where it soon entered a state of meditation. Meanwhile, the golden tortoise slithered over to the 2 corpses, drooling profusely, yet made no move, simply lying beside them. Could it be that this tortoise harbors an affinity for gazing at the deceased? Pondered the mirror divine pig. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed a swarm of white bees alight upon the 2 bodies, voraciously consuming them. In the blink of an eye, the corpses had been devoured completely. Even the blood-stained remnants of their garments were not spared. Is this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? I am but a pig, yet I do not feel such ravenous hunger. What if they remain unsated and turn to me as their next meal? The mirror divine pig gulped nervously. Amidst this atmosphere of dread, an entire day passed. Within the realms of the mountain and sea, spatial fluctuations re-emerged, heralding the appearance of a figure before the mirror divine pig. That human, the one who captured me. What purpose does he serve here? How does he intend to deal with me? Yet, Mo Xuanya did not immediately acknowledge the mirror divine pig. Instead, he rummaged through a pile of clothing to retrieve 2 storage bags, emptying their contents onto the ground. Aside from an exquisite magical artifact that had already been consumed by the golden tortoise, there lay 2 superior magical artifacts, a water-binding silk and a bowl-shaped superior artifact, along with a medium-grade defensive artifact and 2 inferior water avoidance pearls. Although cultivators without water attribute techniques can survive in water, they often feel some discomfort. However, with the water avoidance pearls, one can navigate aquatic environments with the same ease as on land. Mo Xuanya glanced over these artifacts before tossing them all to the golden tortoise, then extracted a sea chart from the pile. This chart, though modest in size, detailed the various islands scattered across the eastern sea, extending 1,000 miles into Linuan County. With this chart, the Mo family's endeavor to expand into the eastern sea would become significantly less arduous. As Mo Xuanya studied the sea chart, the golden tortoise devoured the magical artifacts one by one, relishing them as if they were delectable treats, crunching with delight. This spectacle nearly caused the mirror divine pig to lose his composure. How ravenous could it be to consume such hard artifacts? Surely it wouldn't contemplate feasting upon me as well. With this thought, the mirror divine pig shouted at Mo Xuanya, though I may appear enticing with my delicate skin, my flesh is tough and hardly palatable. Please do not allow that tortoise and the bees to consume me. Mo Xuanya, who had been engrossed in the sea chart, was startled by the sudden voice. It should be noted that he was alone in the mountain and sea realm, having never disclosed his presence to anyone, nor had anyone ventured inside before. Just as he contemplated using his authority over the realm to subdue the intruder, he realized the source of the voice was none other than the mirror divine pig. You can speak? Mo Xuanya exclaimed in astonishment. Generally, only spirit beasts that have reached the foundation establishment stage can refine their cores and articulate speech. Before me stands the mirrored divine pig, clearly possessing only the cultivation of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. I implore you, can you prevent them from devouring me? The mirrored divine pig cast a fearful glance at the golden tortoise of heavenly treasures that was fixated upon it, as well as the floating white jade spirit bee. Why are you able to speak? Are you not merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement? Have you concealed your true power? Mo Xuanya did not answer the question, but instead pressed on. It is merely conversation. What difficulty lies therein? I can replicate skills and alter forms, which naturally includes transforming into a human. And if I can become human, I can surely speak the human tongue, the mirrored divine pig replied nonchalantly. The ability to transform into a human and replicate skills opens up vast opportunities for manipulation. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Mo Xuanya's eyes. Hey, what are you plotting? I must warn you, I am not to be trifled with. I speak the truth, the mirrored divine pig retorted, its face betraying a sense of caution. Acknowledge me as your master. As it spoke, Mo Xuanya began to summon the mountain sea beast taming inscription. Wait, if you wish for me to recognize you as my master, you ought to release me first. I cannot acknowledge you while I am utterly immobile, the mirrored divine pig protested. This creature was surprisingly astute, and Mo Xuanya understood that it was undoubtedly scheming. However, within the confines of the mountain sea realm, he was not concerned about its escape. With a mere thought, he lifted the confinement on the mirrored divine pig. With a thud, the mirrored divine pig fell to the ground. Ah, how it hurts, it cried out, tears nearly spilling from its eyes. Tuanuan observed its theatrics in silence, choosing not to expose it. A wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from the mirrored divine pig. Fool. Farewell. Its treacherous voice echoed, and then, enveloped by the force of space, the mirrored divine pig flickered. Yet, nothing changed. The mirrored divine pig reappeared in its original spot, its form having scarcely shifted. Seeing Tuanuan's composed demeanor, the mirrored divine pig's heart raced with panic. How could this be? Where am I? Is this not a treasure? Why does my spatial traversal fail here? Recognize me as your master, or be eternally imprisoned in this place. Tuanuan once more wielded the authority of the Mountain Sea realm to bind the mirrored divine pig, then summoned a Mountain Sea beast taming inscription to launch at it. The mirrored divine pig, witnessing the approaching golden tortoise of heavenly treasures with its gaping maw, and the white jade spirit be poised to devour its flesh, opted not to resist. It allowed the Mountain Sea beast taming inscription to imprint upon its soul, becoming Tuanuan's fifth destined spirit beast. The silhouette of the mirrored divine pig materialized above the classic of mountains and seas, resulting in an expansion of the Mountain Sea realm, yielding an additional acre of spiritual farmland. You are so cowardly yet cunning. From this day forth, you shall be known as Beiji. The mirrored divine pig became the first named spirit beast under Tuanuan's command. Chapter 83. Linuan City. As the time for the opening of the Linuan secret realm draws near, rumors regarding why the Yuhua sect has chosen to release the Linuan secret realm have spread thoroughly. Adjacent to Linuan County, Fufeng County has been embroiled in relentless conflict between the two prominent purple mansion-level factions, Qinjiangmen and Fengling Valley, resulting in significant losses among their foundation establishment cultivators. The primary herb, Ninglu grass, essential for refining foundation establishment pills, is in short supply within Fufeng County. Coincidentally, the imminent opening of the Linuan secret realm has led both factions to set their sights upon it. Yuhua sect stands as the sole purple mansion-level power within Linuan County, possessing a firm stance, yet it remains merely on par with Qinjiangmen and Fengling Valley. If only one faction were applying pressure, Yuhua sect might have engaged in a contest of strength, but with both imposing their demands simultaneously, the sect found itself compelled to yield. Nevertheless, to prevent either faction from gaining an advantage, Yuhua sect decided to open the Linuan secret realm, allowing cultivators from Linuan County to enter and compete for the resources within. Although Yuhua sect looks down upon the lesser factions in Linuan County, it must concede that these smaller forces possess their own merits. At the very least, cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement, driven by the desire for Ninglu grass, would recklessly enter the secret realm to engage in fierce battles. This, in turn, would inevitably lead to conflicts with Qinjiangmen and Fengling Valley, inflicting damage on both factions. Yuhua sect, on the other hand, would only need to collect half of the spoils once they emerged. The Ninglu grass harvested could be directly exchanged for foundation establishment pills. As Yuhua sect is the only faction in the entire Linuan County publicly holding the recipe for these pills, unbeknownst to many, the ensuing competition within the Linuan secret realm is likely to be even more intense. Tuanuan, seated in a tavern, listened intently to the discussions around him. Whether in the realm of cultivation or among mortals, taverns have always served as prime venues for gathering intelligence. Of course, this pertains only to well-known, non-secretive information, as few would dare to indulge in reckless gossip otherwise. After acquiring the mirror image treasure divine pig, Tuanuan chose not to return to Qingshan, but instead journeyed onward to the largest cultivation market in Linuan County, Linuan City. Currently, Linuan City is bustling with activity, as a considerable influx of cultivators has increased its population by nearly a third. Furthermore, as time progresses, this number will only continue to rise. Fortunately, the vast expanse of Linuan City can accommodate even double the current population without issue. With the surge in the number of cultivators, sales of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts have skyrocketed. While spirit stones are essential, survival within the secret realm takes precedence. One must be alive to extract more treasures from it. Tuanuan naturally seized this golden opportunity, renting a cave dwelling in Linuan City, setting up a stall during daylight hours, and venturing into the Shanghai realm at night to refine pills and artifacts. The sun rune tree kept him busy as well, even more so than Tuanuan. It tirelessly remained in the Shanghai realm, continuously crafting talismans, only finding respite when its materials were depleted. The elixirs, talismans, and artifacts he produced had no shortage of buyers. Anything unsold could simply be returned to the shops. Such a routine has persisted for over half a year, yet the rewards have not been insignificant. With an abundance of materials at his disposal, Tuanuan's proficiency in alchemy and artifact forging had reached the pinnacle of the intermediate first tier. Additionally, He had amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. One day, while setting up a stall in Linuan city, an unexpected figure caught his eye, Xiexio, also known as Bloodline. To his astonishment, this audacious individual brazenly entered Linuan city. With the use of concealment spells, Tuanuan was unable to discern Bloodline's current true cultivation level, yet he sensed a significant increase in strength compared to before. Recently, there had been frequent appearances of evil cultivators in the vast Kangmang Mountains, leading to numerous unfortunate encounters for many cultivators, including the annihilation of 2 families even at the Qi refining stage. The Blood Prison Slaughter Demon banner grew more powerful with each life it claimed. It was likely that several blood demons had already been consolidated within. If all 12 blood demons were to materialize, the Blood Prison Slaughter Demon formation would pose a considerable threat to foundational cultivators, even if Bloodline was merely at the Qi refining stage. His presence here suggested that he intended to enter the Linuan secret realm. Inside, there would be a multitude of cultivators, and due to the random teleportation nature of the realm, they would be scattered, making it an ideal hunting ground for evil cultivators. Noticing his presence, Bloodline also recognized Tuanuan. He approached Tuanuan's stall with a demeanor reminiscent of an old acquaintance. "What a surprise to see you here. Are you planning to enter the Linuan secret realm as well?" he inquired. Naturally, with the Yuhua sect finally allowing access to the Linuan secret realm, how could I forego the chance to contend for the dew grass? Tuanuan replied, pausing briefly before continuing, "But I must say, it is quite bold of you to appear so openly. What do I have to fear?" Bloodline responded, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "I have no interest in your affairs. As long as you do not provoke the Mo family, we shall be fine." Tuanuan shook his head, genuinely wishing to avoid any confrontation with Bloodline, whose enigmatic nature unnerved him. "Be cautious when you enter. There will be many like me," Bloodline advised nonchalantly before turning away. Tuanuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the opening of the Linuan secret realm had drawn the attention of evil cultivators, suggesting that tranquility within the realm would be fleeting. If only Qi refining stage evil cultivators were present, it would be manageable. Previously, the Lujin Tianbao turtle had refined a top-grade artifact and several superior artifacts, allowing its cultivation to peak at the 9th level of Qi refining. With its power, as long as it did not face an abnormal opponent like Bloodline, it should pose no significant issues. However, despite the Linuan secret realm's prohibition against foundational cultivators, the methods of evil cultivators were notoriously insidious. The current Lujin Tianbao turtle might not be sufficient to cope. Thus, it was imperative for it to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining. An enhancement in strength would always be advantageous. With these thoughts in mind, Tuanuan promptly packed up his stall and began to wander among the booths of scattered cultivators. Under normal circumstances, top-grade artifacts would be exceedingly rare at such stalls. But now even foundational cultivators were setting up shop, making it not entirely impossible to encounter them. The golden treasure turtle is not picky. It only desires exquisite magical artifacts. After some deliberation, Tuanuan ultimately purchased the most affordable defensive artifact for 2,400 spirit stones. Just as he was about to depart, the golden treasure turtle nestled in his sleeve stirred unexpectedly. Since his arrival in Linuan city, Tuanuan had concealed the turtle within his sleeve, hoping to uncover a hidden gem among the many scattered cultivators' stalls. Over half a year had passed without any sign of movement from the turtle, so he was taken aback by its sudden reaction today. Chapter 84. Golden Thunder Bamboo. Guided by the turtle's intuition, Tuanuan swiftly located the stall of a scattered cultivator. There lay a stalk of golden thunder bamboo, a first-tier premium spiritual root capable of being refined into a first-tier magical artifact. Within Linuan city, first-tier materials were abundant, and even second-tier materials were plentiful. Thus, it was unlikely that such a bamboo would evoke a response from the golden treasure turtle without a special reason. Golden thunder bamboo possesses a unique characteristic. When struck by heavenly lightning, it has a certain probability of undergoing an extraordinary transformation, merging the lightning into its essence and evolving into golden thunder bamboo. A 50-year-old golden thunder bamboo is classified as a first-tier premium spiritual material, while a 100-year-old specimen ascends to second tier, a 200-year-old to third tier, and a 500-year-old to fourth tier. Generally, golden thunder bamboo can only reach a maximum of fourth tier to advance further. It must endure heavenly lightning again. If it survives, its essence will significantly enhance, unlocking further potential for growth. If not, it will be reduced to ashes. "Friend, how much do you sell this golden thunder bamboo for?" Tuanuan inquired, pointing at the bamboo. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, the middle-aged scattered cultivator replied. Tuanuan's brow furrowed slightly. Did this person recognize the value of golden thunder bamboo? Yet, that seemed implausible, if he truly understood its worth. The price would not be so modest. Several tens of thousands of spirit stones might not suffice. Friend, this price seems rather steep. Golden Thunder Bamboo is merely a first-tier premium spiritual material, and your asking price exceeds that of a first-tier magical artifact, Tuanuan cautiously probed. My Golden Thunder Bamboo retains a trace of vitality. If nurtured properly, it may yield a grove of Golden Thunder Bamboo. Thus its value cannot be assessed as an ordinary first-tier premium spiritual material, the middle-aged cultivator asserted matter-of-factly. Ah, so that is the reason. Just as Tuanuan was poised to acquire the Golden Thunder Bamboo, a refined and cultured voice interrupted. Junior sister, come quickly. There is a stock of Golden Thunder Bamboo here. Now that you have just broken through to the 10th layer of chi refinement. If you can use this bamboo to forge a premium flying sword, your strength will undoubtedly increase. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Tuanuan's heart. But it was too late to react. A man and a woman, both cultivators at the 10th layer of chi refinement, had arrived at the stall, clad in white garments. The man exuded an air of gentility, his lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile that felt like a breath of spring. In stark contrast, the woman possessed an icy demeanor, her skin as white as snow and her delicate face shrouded in frost, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Tuanuan furrowed his brow and spoke, My friend, I have set my sights on this golden sword bamboo. Surely there must be a principle of first come, first served? Although you arrived first, it is evident that your negotiations have not reached a conclusion. Therefore, to whom this golden sword bamboo is sold is ultimately at the discretion of the owner. My participation in this matter is not unwarranted. It is a competition based on price. Pausing momentarily, the male cultivator politely inquired, I am Bai Li Yu from the Yuhua sect, the son of Bai Li Shi, the head of the Alchemy Hall. May I ask how you are addressed? Bai Li Shi, a second-tier exceptional alchemist, is reputed to be the creator of the foundational pills of the Yuhua sect, holding a status second only to the ancestral figure of the sect. Even the sect leader is perceived to be of lesser standing than Bai Li Shi in the eyes of many disciples. Bai Li Yu, being Bai Li Shi's only son and a direct disciple of the Yuhua sect, has always been favored and is regarded with deference by nearly everyone in the sect. However, it is said that he is amiable and does not abuse his status to oppress other disciples, earning considerable respect within the sect. Yet, Tuanuan was aware that these were merely rumors. Should he genuinely believe that Bai Li Yu would engage in fair competition, it would not be long before he was apprehended by the law enforcement team of Linuan City on baseless charges. This is Linuan City, the territory of the Yuhua sect, where countless cultivators seek to curry favor with Bai Li Yu in hopes of obtaining foundational pills. Perhaps, without Bai Li Yu needing to lift a finger, someone would take down Tuanuan. Realizing this, Tuanuan had no choice but to relinquish his claim to the Golden Thunder Sword Bamboo. Although it was a remarkable treasure, one must have their life to enjoy it. It appears I am not deserving to bid against you. Being the direct disciple of Bai Li, I shall take my leave, and I hope you will not take offense, he said, retreating with a face full of flattery. A subtle smirk of self-satisfaction emerged on Bai Li Yu's face, clearly pleased with Tuanuan's respectful demeanor. As Tuanuan departed, Bai Li Yu turned to the middle-aged loose cultivator and remarked, The golden sword bamboo is a material for crafting top-grade flying swords, typically priced between 1,500 and 1,800 spirit stones. This one retains a hint of vitality, yet the possibility of successfully cultivating it is nearly impossible. Otherwise, you would not be selling it. How about 2,000 spirit stones? The middle-aged cultivator's expression darkened at the sudden reduction of a third in price. Doubting that Bai Li Yu had not overheard his conversation with Tuanuan, yet he still made this offer. To be favored by the direct disciple of Bai Li is indeed a blessing for this golden sword bamboo, so it is certainly acceptable. He replied with a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. After Bai Li Yu paid the spirit stones, he stored the golden sword bamboo in his storage bag and turned to the woman in white beside him, saying, Junior sister, I shall have it refined into a top-grade magical artifact for you soon. Thank you, senior brother, the woman in white replied with an expressionless demeanor, leaving one to wonder if this was her natural disposition or simply a lack of interest in Bai Li Yu. Let us proceed. The Linuan secret realm is about to open, and the refinement of the golden sword bamboo is unlikely to be swift. We should first acquire some items for self-preservation, he stated, and the two continued onward. Bai Li Yu has ascended to the pinnacle of chi refinement for many years. Had it not been for the impending once-in-a-decade opening of the Linuan secret realm, he would have long since advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Especially considering he has a father capable of concocting foundation establishment pills, unlike others who lack such resources. Upon returning to his cave abode, he cast the exquisite defensive artifact he had purchased to the Lu Jin Tianbao turtle for refinement. Subsequently, Tuanuan approached, retrieving the Ziyun Ding, the five elements spiritual sword. and a plethora of refining materials. Having spent nearly a year in Linuan City, and with the aid of 5 spirit beasts, Tuanuan's cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, with his soul power comparable to that of the 9th layer. This was sufficient for him to wield the top-tier 5 elements spiritual sword. Hence, Tuanuan resolved to elevate the 5 elements spiritual sword to the 1st grade top-tier artifact before entering the Linuan secret realm, intending to unleash the 5 elements sword formation, which would undoubtedly amplify its power to rival that of a supreme artifact. The difficulty of upgrading a mid-tier artifact to a top-tier one is comparable to directly crafting a top-tier artifact. Fortunately, although Tuanuan had not yet refined a top-tier artifact in the past year, he had produced numerous mid-tier artifacts, significantly enhancing his craftsmanship. The innate beast fire sword from his Dantian, settling beneath the Ding as Tuanuan immersed himself entirely in the art of forging. Chapter 85. The Linuan Secret Realm. The Linuan Secret Realm, which opens only once every decade, is on the verge of unveiling within the Linuan mountain range. Unlike previous years' tranquility, this time it is particularly bustling due to its accessibility to individuals beyond the Yuhua sect. A multitude of cultivators has surged into the Linuan mountain range, resulting in a massacre of the demonic beasts at its periphery. Tuanuan, following the throng, arrived early at the valley where the secret realm would be unveiled. However, as wandering cultivators and those from family clans, they could only stand outside the valley, waiting for the cultivators from the Yuhua sect, Qingyang sect, and Fengling Valley to enter before they could proceed. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the horizon as a flying vessel rushed forth and descended into the valley. A group of cultivators clad in pale blue robes emerged from the vessel. This 2nd-grade exquisite flying vessel holds a value comparable to a 3rd-grade inferior spiritual artifact, boasting remarkable speed and capable of being navigated with spiritual energy as well as powered by spirit stones. More importantly, it can accommodate at least 100 individuals. This was the Shunfeng flying vessel from Fengling Valley, with Fenglan Sanren at the helm. Surprisingly the first to arrive despite Fengling Valley being the farthest from the Linuan mountain range. The cultivators from Fengling Valley displayed formidable strength, all at the 9th and 10th layers of chi refinement. It is said that Fengling Valley's strength surpasses that of the Yuhua sect, which is understandable given their prowess. The Qingyang sect is likely at a similar level. At that moment, another flying vessel approached from the distance, led by an ethereal elder clad in green robes. He stepped out from the vessel. Qingsong, does your Qingyang sect have no one else? Sending this old skeleton here, are you not afraid of collapsing from the burden? Fenglan Sanren could not help but mock. When I roamed the Fufeng County, you hadn't even grown your first hairs. How dare you speak so boldly in my presence? Qingsong Sanren retorted dismissively. The expression on the face of the Wind Lancer was one of anger. And just as he was about to speak, he sensed another powerful aura approaching. He immediately turned his head to look. It was 10 soaring cranes swiftly approaching the valley, each carrying a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. Clearly, the Feathered Ascension sect had brought forth their most prized possessions, for all 10 cranes were foundational spirit beasts. Although the soaring cranes were not particularly formidable in combat among foundational spirit beasts, their speed was remarkable, specifically bred by the Feathered Ascension sect as flying spirit beasts. Oh, my esteemed friends have arrived quite early. Alas, it is futile. Even if you come early, without the Feathered Ascension sect, you shall not enter this secret realm, sneered the Cloud Crane Master of the Feathered Ascension sect. Originally, the Linuan secret realm was the private domain of the Feathered Ascension sect. But due to coercion from 2 other sects, they had no choice but to open it. Naturally, upon seeing the representatives from the 2 sects, the Cloud Crane Master bore no good disposition. Both the Wind Lancer and the Green Pine Master understood the reason behind the Cloud Crane Master's demeanor and chose not to respond. Seeing that the 2 remained unresponsive, the Cloud Crane Master found the situation tedious. As the time to open the secret realm arrived, he stepped forward, producing a jade compass, and cast a spell. Instantly, a beam of green light shot forth from the compass into the void. The seemingly empty space rippled, revealing a phantom image akin to a mirage. In the midst of this illusion, a passageway appeared. Upon the emergence of the passage, the disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect, without needing further instruction from the Cloud Crane Master, swiftly entered the passage under the lead of a peak chi refinement disciple, disappearing from sight. The Wind Lancer had initially intended for the disciples of the Wind Spirit Valley to follow closely into the passage, but he was taken aback when a gnarled wooden staff flew from the Green Pine Master, hovering above the passage. The staff emitted a brilliant green light, causing the ground to tremble as pine trees erupted from the earth, obstructing the path before the disciples of the Wind Spirit Valley. Having completed this, the Green Pine Master admonished the disciples of the Green Sun Gate, if not now, then when? The disciples of the Green Sun Gate immediately surged toward the passage, vanishing within moments. On the side of the Wind Spirit Valley, the Wind Lancer did not anticipate the Green Pine Master's treachery in suddenly obstructing their path. Seeing the way ahead blocked, the Wind Lancer's hand flashed with white light as a massive silver axe materialized. His aura surged forth, and with a powerful swing, he struck the obstructing pine trees. Clear the way. With a flash of white light and a howling gale, the pine trees, conjured from spirit power, were instantly cleaved in two, dissipating into spirit energy in the void. The Green Pine Master's gnarled staff returned to his grasp. Observing his spell being shattered, the Green Pine Master remained unfazed. He had never intended to truly impede the Wind Lancer. After years of conflict between the Green Sun Gate and the Wind Spirit Valley, they were well aware of each other's strengths from their many encounters on the battlefield. His actions were merely a strategy to grant the disciples of the Green Sun Gate a moment's advantage in entering the Linuan secret realm. Now, all the disciples of the Qingyang Gate in the Qi refinement stage have entered the secret realm, leaving only the Qingsong Daoist and another Foundation establishment cultivator in the valley, whose objectives are evidently accomplished. The Fenglan Daoist, wielding a massive axe, glared at the Qingsong Daoist and coldly remarked, "Others have already seized the opportunity to enter the secret realm. What are you still waiting for?" The disciples of Fengling Valley wore grim expressions, their eyes flickering with resentment as they vanished into the passageway. Yunk, observing the tense standoff between Qingsong and Fenglan, secretly wished for a fierce battle between them. Alas, such a desire was destined to remain unfulfilled, despite their enmity. Both knew that unless one was prepared to sustain serious injuries, it was utterly impossible to subdue the other. At this moment, they were in Linuan County, the territory of the Yuhua sect, and neither would be foolish enough to engage in a life-and-death struggle here. Qingsong Daoist, you remain as cunning as ever. I shall remember this and seek retribution another day, Fenglan Daoist declared fiercely. Haha, feel free. After all, I have heard such threats more than once. I wonder why you have not learned your lesson, Qingsong Daoist replied with a sense of pride. Outside the valley, another Foundation establishment powerhouse of the Yuhua sect, Baiyu Daoist, descended before the gathered rogue cultivators. This time, my Yuhua sect has opened the Linyun secret realm, allowing you to enter and seek opportunities, naturally. You must also repay my sect. All gains within the Linyun secret realm must yield half to the Yuhua sect. Those who acquire the Foundation establishment spiritual herb, the Nunlu grass, may exchange it for a Foundation establishment pill at my Yuhua sect. Should anyone be unwilling, feel free to depart now. However, should anyone be discovered hoarding secret realm rewards without reporting them, do not blame my Yuhua sect for being merciless. The crowd was undoubtedly displeased with Baiyu Daoist's words. Yet none dared to voice their dissent, nor did anyone choose to leave. After all, this world operates on the principle that power dictates authority. Chapter 86. Entering the Secret Realm House Master and the Fourth Elder. They have also come. Mo Xuanya, standing at the edge, did not rush to enter the Linyun secret realm, and Mod Jing and Mod Hua had yet to notice his presence. Mo Xuanya had no intention of joining them, for the Linyun secret realm employs random teleportation. Even if they gathered now, they would inevitably be separated upon entry. Therefore, rather than making their identities known here, it would be prudent to wait until they were inside the secret realm, where a fortunate encounter could occur. Mo Xuanya found it entirely unsurprising that the family had sent representatives to the Linyun secret realm. Not only was the Nunglu grass for crafting Foundation establishment pills present within, but the family would also dispatch individuals in search of the century-old fire spirit ginseng to heal the Crimson Flame Tiger. To his knowledge, the Mo family had yet to locate the century-old fire spirit ginseng, nor had they gathered any information about it. Although the Linyun secret realm posed dangers, it was said that the internal environment was exceptionally conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs, thus harboring many rare varieties, among which could potentially be the century-old fire spirit ginseng. Besides Mod Jing and Mod Hua, Mo Xuanya also spotted members from the Yin family, the Shao family, the Lin family, and the Yi family, all present in the Kangmang mountain range. The four visitors, all possessing cultivation levels at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, included 5 representatives from the Yin family, showcasing their formidable strength. The recent opening of the Linyun secret realm by the Yuhua sect has attracted nearly 1,000 scattered cultivators, surpassing the numbers from both the Yuhua sect and the Qingyang sect, as well as the Fengling Valley. Although the Qingyang sect and the Fengling Valley are aware of the Yuhua sect's intentions, they remain unfazed. The multitude of scattered cultivators, though significant, is akin to a disjointed assembly. Furthermore, their strength pales in comparison to the disciples of the two sects, lacking not only in the inheritance of techniques, but also in magical artifacts, talismans, and various other means. As he stepped into the spatial passage, Tuanuan felt an irresistible force acting upon him. Following a dizzying whirl, he found himself in a desolate swamp. The other cultivators who had entered the passage alongside him had seemingly been transported to unknown locations. A sense of danger suddenly surged within Tuanuan, prompting him to retreat swiftly, summoning the ice mirror to his hand. The spiritual energy within his Dantian surged forth like a burst dam, causing the ice mirror to expand instantly into a massive reflective surface, measuring a full yard in size, positioned before him. With a resounding crash, a column of water collided with the ice mirror. While the defense of the ice mirror held firm, the terrifying force behind the strike impacted Tuanuan directly. He felt his hands, gripping the ice mirror, nearly rupture, with veins bulging at his wrists. His already retreating form accelerated exponentially. The water column pressed against the ice mirror, sending Tuanuan hurtling back several dozen yards before he finally came to a halt. It was only then that he could turn his attention to the spirit beast that had ambushed him. Before him was a massive swamp python, nearly 20 meters in length. Its body adorned with black scales, boasting a cultivation level of the 9th layer of chi refinement. Its slitted eyes were fixed intently on Tuanuan. With a swift motion, the swamp python propelled itself through the mire, closing the distance to Tuanuan in an instant. Its tail lashed out like a steel whip, aiming to strike him. In response, the 5 elements spiritual sword, now elevated to a superior grade artifact, was summoned forth. The 5 elements sword array manifested, and the earth elemental 5 peaks rock seal materialized. 5 flying swords radiated brilliant light, coalescing into the illusion of a towering mountain, which then merged into a large, earthy yellow seal that stood resolutely before the swamp python. With a violent tremor, the 5 peaks rock seal absorbed the force of the attack, successfully withstanding the blow. Tuanuan felt a surge of joy. He was acutely aware of the swamp python's strength, and the fact that the 5 peaks rock seal could repel such an assault indicated that its defensive capabilities were comparable to those of a typical top-tier artifact. Seeing its initial strike fail, the swamp python prepared for another assault. However, Tuanuan had no intention of prolonging the encounter. The reason he had summoned the 5 elements spiritual sword was merely to gauge the power of the superior grade artifact's sword array. Now that he had confirmed its efficacy, there was no need to continue wasting time with the swamp python. Although he wielded a sword, it was not his primary means of combat. His true strength lay in his ability to command beasts. With a thought, he summoned the golden turtle treasure tortoise and the white jade spirit bee from the Shanghai realm. Although the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise harbors no penchant for combat, it finds itself compelled to engage, as among Tuanuan's spiritual beasts. It alone has attained the remarkable realm of the 10th layer of chi refinement. The 5-colored peacock and the white jade spirit bee have only just ascended to the 7th layer, while the great sun rune tree remains at the 6th layer, and the mirror image treasure divine pig lingers at the 5th layer. Tuanuan's own cultivation has benefited significantly from the ascension of his spiritual beasts, allowing him to rise to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Upon the emergence of the white jade spirit bee, it immediately dispersed into the surroundings. In this unfamiliar environment, the potential dangers were unknown, and with the white jade spirit bee safeguarding the perimeter, Tuanuan felt a sense of reassurance. As for the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise, it propelled itself forward, colliding with the swamp giant python. The swamp giant python, undeterred, retaliated with a powerful bite aimed at the tortoise. Despite its formidable strength, it paled in comparison to the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise, which had consumed countless magical artifacts. With a resounding crunch, the swamp giant python's fangs shattered against the tortoise's golden shell, causing it to shed tears of anguish. The encounter did not end there. The flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise barreled into the swamp giant python, sending it hurtling into the mire, splashing water in all directions. Tuanuan, ever poised, executed a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing a long rainbow, piercing the sunstrike. As the swamp giant python attempted to rise from the pit, it was struck violently in the spine by Tuanuan's attack. Its scales shattered, blood gushed forth, and the searing flames singed the flesh, releasing a faint aroma of cooked meat. With a deafening roar, the swamp giant python's once menacing vertical eyes betrayed a flicker of terror, its wail abruptly silenced. At that moment, several white jade spirit bees seized the opportunity, darting into the python's maw and plunging their stingers into its throat. Although the swamp giant python harbored potent venom, it did not imply that its flesh was similarly tainted, especially considering that the toxin from the white jade spirit bees was exceptionally potent among first-tier spiritual beasts. As the venom coursed rapidly through its body, the bees continued to unleash their toxins within, just as the swamp giant python prepared to summon its internal spiritual energy to crush the white jade spirit bees. The flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise struck. It delivered a resounding slap to the python's head, abruptly interrupting its assault. Under the combined onslaught of the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise and the white jade spirit bees, the swamp giant python succumbed, collapsing reluctantly into the waters. Chapter 87. The withered bones of the evil cultivator after collecting the scales left behind by the swamp giant python, which had been consumed by the white jade spirit bees. The flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise emerged from the depths of the python's lair. Hidden beneath the mire, the lair was shielded by the swamp's embrace, making it exceedingly difficult to locate, even with spiritual awareness, unless one were to venture into the marsh and search meticulously. However, for the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise, a creature adept at treasure hunting, this posed no challenge at all. Typically, within the lairs of demonic beasts, spiritual treasures abound, and the tortoise merely needed to exert a modicum of perception to detect their presence. What cannot be sensed is either devoid of spiritual essence or bound by a formidable restriction, one so potent that it can obscure the presence of the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise. The tortoise opened its mouth wide, expelling a herb that exuded a foul stench. The stem of this herb was encrusted with black scales, while its scarlet leaves were serrated, resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent. This was the serpent's saliva grass, a premier grade poison herb, irresistibly alluring to venomous insects and beasts. Once ignited, it would draw every venomous creature within a 10-mile radius. Upon witnessing the emergence of the serpent's saliva grass, the white jade spirit bees buzzed excitedly, seemingly eager to consume it immediately. However, this time, Tuanuan refrained from bestowing the herb upon them, and instead stowed it away in his storage pouch. Unlike other poisonous herbs, the serpent's saliva grass could serve as a trump card if utilized properly. Hence, it was unwise to allow the white jade spirit bees to devour it so easily. Moreover, the toxicity of the white jade spirit bees could not be enhanced merely by a single herb. After securing the serpent's saliva grass, Tuanuan intended to depart when he received news from the surrounding white jade spirit bees. A wandering cultivator was hastily approaching the marsh, pursued by a sinister figure cloaked in black, exuding an aura of malevolence. A dark cultivator. Tuanuan's heart sank. This malevolent practitioner was not Li. Although he had learned from Li that the opening of the secret realm had attracted numerous dark cultivators, he had not anticipated their audacity or the sheer number of them. It was unlikely that he would encounter one so swiftly otherwise. Understanding the peculiarities of dark cultivators from his experiences with Li, Tuanuan wasted no time and summoned the fire phoenix feather, propelling himself in the opposite direction. Alas, he was still a step too late, as the newcomer had caught sight of him. The wandering cultivator called out to Tuanuan, "Friend, assist me. This person is a dark cultivator, and all must unite to vanquish him. Together, we can slay him." What a jest. You're being chased. Yet you still speak of slaying dark cultivators. Surely, once I halt, you expect me to act as your shield. Upon hearing his words, Tuanuan quickened his pace, racing toward the distance. The wandering cultivator, realizing he had failed to deceive Tuanuan, displayed a look of disappointment. The dark cultivator was already closing in on him rapidly, leaving him no opportunity to catch up with Tuanuan. At that moment, the dark cultivator suddenly surged forward, quickly surpassing him. Just as the wandering cultivator thought his end was nigh, he witnessed the dark cultivator summon a white bone banner, while he himself continued the pursuit of Tuanuan. The white bone banner unfurled in the wind, and from it emerged a colossal skeleton towering 3 meters high, which then seized the banner and lunged toward the wandering cultivator. This skeletal figure possessed strength comparable to the 9th level of chi refinement. While formidable, it was still preferable to facing the dark cultivator. The wandering cultivator was also at the 9th level of chi refinement, and perhaps he had a chance to escape if he merely contended with the skeleton. As the wandering cultivator engaged the skeleton, the dark cultivator swiftly closed in on Tuanuan. "Hiss, boy, encountering my withered bones signifies your ill fate. I can sense that you are a body cultivator. Come forth and offer your bones." The malevolent cultivator, with a skeletal visage, chuckled derisively, seemingly confident in his impending triumph. Tuanuan glanced back at the sinister figure trailing behind him, lamenting his misfortune. The moment he sensed the danger, he had turned to flee, only to find himself ensnared once more. In a sudden motion, Tuanuan pivoted, unleashing a piercing attack known as the Soul Piercer. Channeling his soul force into a sharp spike aimed at the pursuing skeletal entity's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, a small golden turtle perched upon his shoulder opened its mouth and emitted a radiant sword of icy brilliance. Upon witnessing the sword unleashed by the seemingly inconspicuous turtle, the skeletal figure's expression shifted to one of alarm. Realizing that Mo Xuanya's companion possessed an impressive cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement and the ability to wield a top-tier magical artifact. With a flash of white light from his storage pouch, a menacing shield, emanating a dense aura of Yin energy, materialized in his grasp. The frost sword collided with the bone shield, producing a thunderous roar. Although the skeletal figure managed to deflect the blow, he was still sent reeling backward. Before he could regain his footing, the soul piercer struck, piercing into his sea of consciousness. A muffled grunt escaped the skeletal figure's lips. Mo Xuanya, observing this, felt a tinge of regret. His soul force was comparable to that of a 9th-level Qi refiner, yet the skeletal entity appeared equally formidable, possibly possessing a defensive artifact against soul attacks. This strike, while discomforting, did not inflict significant harm. However, the skeletal figure recognized the threat posed by Mo Xuanya and chose not to pursue him any further. After casting a penetrating glance in Mo Xuanya's direction, he turned his attention back to the rogue cultivator ensnared by his bone banner. The rogue, taken aback by Mo Xuanya's unexpected strength in repelling the skeletal figure, called out desperately to the retreating figure, pleading for assistance and vowing to pay any price for his life. Regrettably, Mo Xuanya did not cast a single glance back. Within moments, the rogue met his demise at the hands of the skeletal entity. A wave of dark energy emanated from the skeletal figure, rapidly dissolving the flesh and blood of the rogue's corpse, revealing the stark, white bones beneath. The bone banner coiled around the remains, drawing the skeleton into its depths, rendering it invisible. "Who is this fellow?" mused the skeletal figure, astonished at the sight of someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement wielding soul force rivaling that of a 9th-level practitioner, alongside a turtle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. If that black ghost were to discover this, he would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate this youth and imprison him within his 100-ghost banner. With a wave of his hand, he stowed away the rogue's storage pouch and quickly departed the scene. After fleeing, Mo Xuanya, relying on the golden turtle, managed to locate several spirit herbs and ores, though he found no trace of the dew grass or the century-old fire spirit ginseng. While the Linuan secret realm was not particularly vast, traversing it would require at least half a month, and exploring the entire realm was a daunting task, considering the realm's opening period lasted only 10 days. Having mastered the Linuan secret realm for many years, the Yuhua sect undoubtedly possessed knowledge of the distribution of spirit herbs within its confines. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to acquire a map of the secret realm from the disciples of the Yuhua sect. Chapter 88. The yellow sparrow lurks behind intriguing. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lies in wait. Alas, I am the one wielding the bow. Through the white jade spirit bee, Mo Xuanya discerned the presence of a disciple from the feathered ascension sect at the entrance of a valley. Within this valley stood a 3-foot-tall wind spirit kumquat tree, its branches laden with golden kumquats adorned with flowing wind patterns. The wind spirit kumquat tree is a first-tier premium fruit tree. Its fruits can be consumed directly or utilized in alchemy, providing a significant boost in cultivation for those practicing wind-based techniques. Even practitioners of other disciplines can enhance the potency of their wind spells through its consumption. This disciple of the feathered ascension sect was evidently coveting the wind spirit kumquat tree. Unbeknownst to him, a disciple of the wind spirit valley lay in ambush, poised to take advantage once the feathered ascension disciple engaged in battle with the swift wind demon wolf guarding the tree. As the swift wind demon wolf approached the base of the wind spirit kumquat tree, turning its back to the disciple, the latter silently launched his flying sword towards the wolf. Employing the 13 styles of feathered flight, a premier sword technique of the feathered ascension sect, he executed the silent descent maneuver, completely masking the sword's presence, making it ideal for ambush. This disciple had mastered the silent descent technique quite well. Had he faced a 9th-layer Qi refinement beast, he might have succeeded in his stealthy attack. However, regrettably, he confronted the swift wind demon wolf, a creature adept at wind-based assaults, capable of sensing the flow of air and intimately familiar with the valley as its territory. Just as the flying sword neared the wolf, it detected the impending threat. The swift wind demon wolf leapt nimbly, evading the attack and inadvertently exposing the wind spirit kumquat tree beneath the flying sword. Realizing the situation, the disciple hastily altered his spell, attempting to retract the sword to prevent harming the precious tree. At that moment, the swift wind demon wolf opened its jaws wide, unleashing several wind blades, each a yard wide, aimed directly at the disciple. Damn beast! The disciple cursed inwardly, yet his movements were swift, summoning a high-grade defensive artifact. He raised it before him. The wind blade struck the shield, which absorbed the impact entirely. Meanwhile, the flying sword had been retrieved, and he unleashed a series of sword lights. Alas, all were deftly dodged by the swift wind demon wolf, which continued to close in on him with its swift agility. With a cold snort, the disciple summoned his spiritual energy, transforming the sword light into a flurry of white feathers that gently descended from the void. "Go," he commanded. Accompanied by this utterance, the previously languid feathers surged forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling toward the swift wind demon wolf. The sheer number of feathers rendered it impossible for the wolf to evade entirely, despite its speed. With a mighty roar, the swift wind demon wolf conjured a whirlwind from its mouth, rapidly expanding until it reached a height of 10 feet upon contact with the feathers. A tremendous force surged forth, causing dust and debris to swirl chaotically within the valley. The feathered entity was impeded by the force of the wind, its speed significantly diminished. Though it entered the vortex from one end, it was unable to emerge from the other. The white feather, resembling a startled swan, witnessed a failed strike as the whirlwind surged towards it. The disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect channeled an immense amount of spiritual energy into his longsword, which transformed into a celestial crane. With a powerful flap of its wings, it defied the wind's resistance and plunged into the vortex, subsequently breaking free and shooting out from the other side, aimed at the Gale Demon Wolf. The Gale Demon Wolf, taken aback by the sword's ability to effortlessly breach its whirlwind, found itself unable to evade in time. It raised its claw, striking the ethereal crane. With a pained howl, the Gale Demon Wolf succumbed, the whirlwind dissipating as the crane reverted to its sword form, landing back in the disciple's grasp. Observing the bloodied right paw of the Gale Demon Wolf, with bones protruding, the disciple's confidence surged, and the onslaught intensified, beams of sword light relentlessly targeting the beast. With one leg severely injured, the Gale Demon Wolf's speed diminished drastically, rendering it unable to evade the increasing barrage of wounds. Die! The disciple unleashed the ascending feather technique, a series of progressively powerful sword strikes. By the third strike, the Gale Demon Wolf could no longer withstand the assault, and the flying sword pierced through its body, ending its life on the spot. A glimmer of joy crossed the disciple's face as he prepared to claim his spoils, only to sense an impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a talisman that erupted into a golden bell, encasing him within its protective embrace. 10 blades of wind, each 3 meters long, struck against the bell with thunderous clangs. Had he not reacted promptly, he might have met a gruesome end. The disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect squinted towards the source of the wind blades, recognizing the vile assailant. "So it is you, despicable scoundrel." Likewise, came the retort. "Weren't you the one who ambushed the Gale Demon Wolf just now? I merely returned the favor." The disciple of Wind Spirit Valley emerged from behind a tree, fanning himself with a green feathered fan. In an instant, the disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect struck forth, his left hand conjuring a first-tier premium fire crane talisman, which morphed into a soaring fire crane aimed at the Wind Spirit Valley cultivator. Anticipating the attack, the Wind Spirit Valley disciple similarly summoned a first-tier premium water dragon talisman, which collided with the fire crane in a spectacular explosion. "How could you have been prepared?" The disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect's expression darkened. "Had I known you were of such a nature, I would have taken precautions." The Wind Spirit Valley disciple replied smugly, then continued. "I am aware you are replenishing the spiritual energy you expended earlier. Even at your peak, you would not be my match, but I prefer to avoid complications. Therefore, I kindly invite you to your demise." With that, he waved his green fan vigorously, unleashing a torrent of cutting winds towards the disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. The disciple of the Yuhua sect could not help but darken his expression. He had already expended a considerable amount of spiritual power during the recent battle with the Gale Demon Wolf, while the raging winds before him posed no immediate threat. Prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to his demise. With this thought in mind, he began devising an escape plan. However, before he could make his exit, he was determined to secure the Fengling Golden Kumquat tree. Even if he could not lay claim to it, he would ensure it would not fall into the hands of the disciples of Fengling Valley. The disciples of Fengling Valley were well aware that their opponent had not yet reached his limit. They relentlessly wielded gusts of wind to suppress him, denying him any opportunity to approach the coveted Fengling Golden Kumquat tree. A glint of fierce resolve flashed in the eyes of the Yuhua sect disciple as he grasped a high-quality magical shield. Employing the 13 moves of Yuhua, he executed the flickering light and shadow technique, propelling himself swiftly toward the Fengling Golden Kumquat tree. Since he could not obtain the tree, he had no intention of allowing it to be claimed by the disciples of Fengling Valley. Desperation gripped the hearts of the Fengling Valley disciples. Should they manage to consume the golden kumquats atop the tree, their cultivation would ascend to the 10th level of chi refinement, thus positioning them among the elite within the secret realm. They could not bear to witness the destruction of the Fengling Golden Kumquat tree. With fervor, they wielded a verdant feather fan, conjuring a 3-meter-long wind dragon that surged toward the Yuhua sect disciple. Yet, feeling this was still insufficient, They summoned a fierce gale beneath their feet, propelling themselves toward the tree in hopes of seizing it first. Perhaps overly fixated on the foamling golden kumquat tree, the disciple neglected a crucial detail. Although the flickering light and shadow technique was the fastest of the 13 moves of Yuhua, its execution at that moment appeared no different from a standard attack. The wind dragon collided first with the Yuhua sect disciple's shield, shattering it into fragments and affecting the disciple's stance, yet the wind dragon too vanished without a trace. Unperturbed, the Yuhua sect disciple observed as the Foamling Valley disciple approached the Foamling Golden Kumquat tree, and he abruptly shifted his offensive strategy. He unleashed the ascending Yuhua technique, previously used against the Gale Demon Wolf, with sword strikes resembling undulating waves, each more powerful than the last. The ascending Yuhua technique consisted of 5 waves of sword energy. If he could withstand these 5 waves, the technique would be thwarted. The Foamling Valley disciple recognized he had been outmaneuvered, but with the ascending Yuhua technique already in motion, evasion would result in the attack striking the Foamling Golden Kumquat tree behind him. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the onslaught. With all his strength, he wielded the feather fan, conjuring 4 whirlwinds to collide with the overwhelming sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. The first 3 waves of sword energy were successfully blocked, leaving only the 2 mightiest waves remaining. The Yuhua sect disciple's face lit up with glee, envisioning the demise of the Foamling Valley disciple at his hands. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of horror as a green pearl was summoned by the Foamling Valley disciple, hovering above his head. The pearl radiated a protective green light, encasing him within, while outside, a tempest raged. The final 2 waves of sword energy were diminished by the ferocious winds, losing potency until they collided with the azure shield. Unable to breach its defenses, the exquisite artifact, the Wind Spirit Pearl, left the disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect speechless, caught off guard by the revelation of the enemy's possession of such a supreme treasure. Witnessing his assault thwarted by the Wind Spirit Pearl, he wasted no time and swiftly retreated beyond the valley. Although his previous strike was formidable, the consumption of spiritual energy had been severe, leaving his Dantian nearly depleted. And if he did not flee now, it would be too late. It is too late to consider an escape now, remarked the disciple of Wind Spirit Valley coldly. A tempest erupted from the Wind Spirit Pearl, enveloping his feet and dramatically increasing his speed as he pursued the fleeing disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. As his opponent drew closer, a flicker of panic crossed the face of the Feathered Ascension disciple. I will relinquish the Wind Spirit Kumquat tree to you, provided you spare my life. I vow not to seek vengeance afterward. Huh, I only believe the words of the dead, he retorted, unleashing a torrent of Chiba wind blades. The blades, akin to countless delicate leaves, sliced mercilessly toward the disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. Suddenly, a burst of 5-colored spiritual light surged from a distance, hurtling toward the Wind Spirit Pearl above the Wind Spirit Valley disciple's head. Although he noticed the ambush thanks to the protection of the supreme artifact, he remained unconcerned. He discerned that the intensity of this 5-colored light was comparable only to an attack from a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement, barely reaching the early 9th level, insufficient to shake the defenses of the Wind Spirit Pearl. In contrast, eliminating the disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect took precedence. Allowing him to escape with knowledge of the Wind Spirit Pearl would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. The Feathered Ascension disciple, seeing the emergence of the 5-colored light, hoped for a turn of fortune, unaware of the adversary's unwavering intent to kill him. Countless tiny wind blades ruthlessly pierced through the defenses of the Feathered Ascension disciple, penetrating his flesh. This is bad, the Wind Spirit Valley disciple thought, but as he struck down the Feathered Ascension disciple, he suddenly felt the connection to the Wind Spirit Pearl above him severed. Just as he attempted to re-establish contact, a spatial fluctuation erupted overhead, and a translucent, mirror-like divine pig appeared, swallowing the Wind Spirit Pearl whole. Subsequently, the spatial disturbance surged again, causing the mirror-like divine pig to vanish from sight. The 5-colored spiritual light merely disrupted the connection between the artifact and its master temporarily. It could not dislodge the artifact as the 5-colored divine light could. Thus, upon acquiring the mirror-like divine pig, Tuanuan envisioned a collaboration between the mirror-like divine pig and the 5-colored peacock. The 5-colored peacock would render the artifact temporarily ineffective, while the mirror-like divine pig would harness the power of space to swiftly approach the artifact and seize it. Despite this being their first joint endeavor, the outcome was evidently impressive, as even the supreme artifact, the Wind Spirit Pearl, was successfully claimed by the 2 beasts. The disciple of Wind Spirit Valley soon detected the presence of Tuanuan lurking in the shadows, his expression turning cold as he regarded Tuanuan and the 5-colored peacock perched upon his shoulder, a glimmer of greed flashing across his face. The mirror treasure divine pig. along with the peculiar five-colored spiritual light, must be the work of this five-colored peacock. Surrender the wind spirit pearl and these two spiritual beasts, and I may yet allow you to retain your life. Perhaps it is due to Tuanuan's cultivation at the 6th layer of chi refinement, compounded by the relatively low cultivation levels of the two spiritual beasts, that this individual has become so easily deceived. Or perhaps the extraordinary value of the mirror treasure divine pig has led him to entertain such foolish thoughts. At this moment, if he had decisively turned and fled, given his mastery of wind attribute spells, he might have escaped with his life. Instead, his greed has sealed his fate. Tuanuan paid him no heed. As the 5-element spirit sword surged forth, taking the initiative. A sword formation? Sensing the formidable power emanating from the 5-element spirit sword, this man finally regarded Tuanuan with seriousness. Wind blades shot forth, colliding with the radiant sword light of the 5-element spirit sword, successfully obstructing its advance. Observing the 5-element spirit sword thwarted, Tuanuan remained unperturbed. The true lethal move was never the 5-element spirit sword. It merely served to restrain this individual. Chapter 90. Reunion with Bai Liu. At the moment of their standoff, an enormous tortoise charged toward the disciple of Wind Spirit Valley with an uncanny speed. Sensing the aura of a 10th layer chi refinement beast emanating from the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise, this man was struck with horror. Realizing that Tuanuan had concealed such a formidable spiritual beast. In his prime, with a supreme magical artifact at hand, he could have contended with such a beast. But now, having lost his artifact and severely depleted his spiritual power, how could he possibly stand a chance? With a vigorous sweep of his feather fan, he unleashed a roaring wind dragon toward Tuanuan's 5-element spirit sword, then invoked a perfected wind movement technique in an attempt to evade the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise's assault. Yet, he found to his dismay that the tortoise's speed was not at all inferior to his perfected technique. In fact, it surpassed it. With no alternatives left, he could only summon a first-tier supreme talisman, the Golden Light Talisman, to protect himself. The flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise collided fiercely with the golden shield, causing it to tremble violently, yet it did not shatter. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, he saw the tortoise open its mouth wide, releasing a cerulean orb imbued with immense power that struck the Golden Light Talisman. The golden radiance, already dimmed by the tortoise's assault, shattered completely under the impact of the blue sea pearl, exposing the disciple of Wind Spirit Valley. In the face of the man's terror, the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise once again directed the blue sea pearl toward him. Blood splattered as the man met a gruesome end at the hands of the tortoise. After dispatching him, the flowing gold heavenly treasure tortoise crawled over to Tuanuan, its eyes filled with a desire to please. Occasionally glancing at the mirror treasure divine pig on Tuanuan's shoulder, for the supreme artifact, the wind spirit pearl, remained within the spatial realm of the pig. Once Tuanuan retrieved the wind spirit pearl from within the mirror treasure divine pig, he tossed it into the Shanghai realm. You cannot devour the wind spirit pearl just yet. The time required to refine a supreme artifact is far too lengthy. By the time you complete the refinement, the secret realm will have closed. We shall discuss it further upon our exit. After speaking, Tuanuan turned his gaze towards the mirrored divine pig and Zhubeiji, advising that henceforth, they should refrain from appearing in their true forms, for the reputation of the mirrored divine pig was too formidable. It would be prudent to transform into other animal shapes instead. The mirrored divine pig then underwent a transformation, becoming a small white kitten. Observing this, Tuanuan nodded in satisfaction. After transplanting the wind spirit kumquat tree into the realm of mountains and seas and tidying up the battlefield, he swiftly departed from the location. Regrettably, within the storage bags of the disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect, he found no materials related to the Linuan secret realm, nor any maps. This could mean that the Feathered Ascension sect was wary of the Qingyang sect, the Wind Spirit Valley, and rogue cultivators attempting to seize information from their disciples, with the map of the Linuan secret realm etched firmly in their minds. Alternatively, it could suggest that the individual's status within the Feathered Ascension sect was insufficient to acquire such knowledge. It appeared that he would need to interrogate a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect to procure the information he sought. Not long after leaving the valley, aided by the white jade spirit bee, Tuanuan soon encountered a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. If anyone within the sect possessed knowledge of the Linuan secret realms map, this individual was undoubtedly among them. He was none other than Bai Liu, who had previously snatched the golden thunder sword bamboo from Tuanuan. However, Tuanuan was somewhat reluctant to provoke Bai Liu. Even a 9th layer chi refinement disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect possessed several first-grade talismans, considering Bai Liu's father's status within the sect. Acquiring a few second-grade life-saving talismans would pose no challenge. Second-grade talismans could rival the might of foundation-establishing cultivators. Although the flowing gold heavenly treasure turtle boasted formidable defenses. Under the current circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible to withstand an attack from a foundation-establishing practitioner. Moreover, aside from the second-grade talismans, it was certain that Bai Liu possessed numerous high-quality magical artifacts. Without the use of such artifacts, Tuanuan could not confidently claim to be his match. This was also the reason why, despite the golden thunder sword bamboo falling into Bai Liu's hands, Tuanuan had never considered stealthily reclaiming it. Just as Tuanuan intended to divert his gaze from Bai Liu, he suddenly witnessed a blood-red beam hurtling towards him. Just as the crimson light was about to collide with Bai Liu, a white jade pendant on his person erupted with a brilliant white light, intercepting the attack. Who dares? Bai Liu bellowed, only to see a black-robed sinister cultivator charging towards him. Even before the figure drew near, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. Through the black robe, Bai Liu discerned a scarred visage, recognizing the individual at once. It's you. You have transformed into a sinister cultivator. Despite half of the black-robed figure's face being obscured by centipede-like scars, Bai Liu immediately recognized him due to a particular scar inflicted by his crimson serpent sword. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Liu unleashed a crimson flying sword, propelled by a wave of scorching heat towards the bloodthirsty assailant. Simultaneously, a three-legged cauldron, swirling with flames, manifested above his head, casting down layers of red light to shield him within its protective embrace. Although this was Bai Liu's first encounter with a sinister cultivator, he had heard numerous accounts of their treacherous tactics, prompting him to fully safeguard himself without a hint of recklessness. The 12 blood-hell demon banners erupted from the body of Shui Li, unfurling in the wind, enveloping his form in a dense miasma of sanguine aroma. Bai Liu's countenance darkened. As his Qi Lian sword penetrated the blood mist, it encountered no resistance. Instead, the flames upon its blades swiftly dissipated, corroded by the blood energy. With a swift change of hand seals, Bai Liu retracted the Qi Lian sword. He then patted his storage pouch, retrieving a talisman that faintly emanated a crimson glow, directing it towards the blood cloud. With a resounding explosion, the talisman ignited, transforming into a spark which rapidly expanded, soon engulfing the blood mist in a raging inferno. The second-tier low-grade talisman, the blazing wildfire talisman, incinerated the blood mist, causing it to recede rapidly, becoming increasingly ethereal. However, Shui Li's figure had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding gripped Bai Liu as he sensed an ominous shift. Just as he prepared to retreat, 12 blood-red banners arose around him, swiftly encircling him within their grasp. The 12 blood-hell demon banners pulsed with crimson light, forming the blood-hell demon formation. From one of the banners emerged a colossal demon, entirely composed of blood and exuding a dense aura of dark energy. Upon its emergence, the blood energy within the formation surged violently, amplifying its power several-fold. Seeing this, Bai Liu's expression darkened further. The might of this blood demon rivaled that of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and with the formation's enhancement, its strength approached the zenith of the Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, this formation was not yet complete. It had not birthed 12 blood demons, or else even a foundational stage cultivator might find themselves in dire straits. As the creator of the blood-hell demon banners, Xian Yi gazed upon the formation with a mixture of awe and trepidation, recognizing its terrifying potency. Chapter 91, Blood Infant Pill in response, Bai Liu produced a second-tier talisman, launching it at the blood demon. The talisman transformed into a golden sword, cleaving the blood demon in twain, scattering its essence across the ground, which was subsequently absorbed by the formation. However, before Bai Liu could revel in his triumph, another blood demon surged forth from the blood-hell demon banners. Bai Liu's expression darkened again, pondering with trepidation whether each of the 12 banners harbored a blood demon. If that were the case, his second-tier talismans would be woefully insufficient. He was merely at the perfected Qi refinement stage, and while his father was a second-tier alchemist, he was not a second-tier talisman master, possessing only a limited supply of talismans, primarily reserved for self-preservation. This was untenable. He needed to dismantle the formation swiftly, or he would inevitably be ensnared within it. Despite the protective aura of the Qi Xianding, the surrounding blood energy continuously eroded its protective barrier, depleting his spiritual power. If this continued, he would succumb to exhaustion without Shui Li needing to intervene, perishing within the confines of the formation. Once more, Bai Liu conjured 2 second-tier low-grade golden sword talismans, transforming them into twin blades, one aimed at the recently emerged blood demon, while the other was directed towards the blood-hell demon banners within the formation. Outside the blood prison's slaughtering magic formation, Blood Fury's dark resentment simmered. Had the Blood Prison's slaughtering magic formation been perfected, the 12 Blood Prison slaughtering banners would have concealed their traces, rendering Bai Liu utterly incapable of detecting their presence. The blood-colored giant demon was predictably cleaved in two by a sword, and as another golden giant sword surged towards the Blood Prison slaughtering banner, Blood Fury unleashed a blood-red rune towards the formation. The blood energy within the formation surged, coalescing into a blood-colored shield that interposed itself before the golden giant sword. With a resounding crash, the golden giant sword was halted, dissipating into golden motes within the formation, and the blood-colored shield transformed back into a mist. Though it appeared that the golden giant sword had achieved nothing of merit, Bai Liu, situated within the formation, discerned that the surrounding blood mist had thinned significantly. Furthermore, when Blood Fury had summoned the blood energy for defense, the formation's erosion upon Bai Liu notably weakened. Observing that no blood-colored giant demon had emerged from the Blood Prison slaughtering banner, a surge of elation filled his heart, and he conjured a blazing fire talisman, launching it directly at the Blood Prison slaughtering banner without a moment's hesitation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blood Fury was compelled to dismantle the Blood Prison slaughtering formation and retract the 12 Blood Prison slaughtering banners. However, one of the banners still sustained considerable damage, exhibiting visible tears upon its surface. Sima Li, now that the formation is shattered, let us see what prowess you possess. Bai Liu jeered as he charged towards Blood Fury. The name Sima Li reverberated in the heart of Mo Xianyi, who lurked in the shadows. Although he was unfamiliar with the individual, the surname Sima struck a profound chord within him. Within Linuan County, there once existed a formidable foundational family, regarded as the foremost power beneath the Feathered Ascension sect, boasting an ancestor who had achieved completion in foundational cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, in a single night, the entire clan was obliterated, with their bloodline exterminated, the perpetrators being none other than the Feathered Ascension sect. It was plausible that Sima Li was a survivor of the Sima family, having turned to dark arts in pursuit of vengeance, transforming into an evil cultivator. Without the formation, I can still slay you, Blood Fury declared coldly. The 12 Blood Prison slaughtering banners converged, morphing into a blood-hued long banner that floated above his head, from which blood-red rays of malevolence shot forth, assailing Bai Liu. In an instant, blood lights and fiery sword auras flickered as the two engaged in fierce combat. Blood Fury's cultivation had inexplicably ascended to the 10th layer of chi refinement, a rapid progression that was nothing short of astonishing. Only an evil cultivator, through the continuous devouring of others, could achieve such a swift advancement from the 6th to the 10th layer of chi refinement. No other practitioner could possibly accomplish such a feat yet. It seemed that Blood Fury had somewhat underestimated Bai Liu. In addition to the red serpent sword and the scarlet cloud cauldron, the jade pendant at Bai Liu's waist not only provided automatic protection, but also defended against soul attacks, qualifying it as an exceptional magical artifact. Moreover, witnessing a stalemate in their confrontation, Bai Liu produced a completely fiery red jade gourd. From its mouth, a roaring flame erupted, surging towards Blood Fury. Blood Fury's blood energy, inherently sinister, was inherently countered by the flames and lightning, forces of utmost yang. Coupled with the substantial energy expended to counter the second-tier talisman, he found himself unexpectedly at a disadvantage. Mo Xianyi harbored intentions to eliminate Bai Liu and seize the golden thunder sword from his grasp. Furthermore, Bai Liu had reached the 10th level of chi refinement and was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, compounded by the fact that his father was adept at crafting foundation establishment pills, suggesting that his storage bag might contain such a pill. Acquiring even a single foundation establishment pill would render this endeavor worthwhile. However, given the present circumstances, even with Mo Xianyi's involvement, overcoming Bai Liu seemed a formidable challenge, unless Xueli possessed some hidden trump card or strategy. As Xueli found himself increasingly suppressed, Bai Liu's expression grew more smug. You, Sima family, are utterly oblivious. You were extinguished by my Yuhua sect, and yet you managed to escape with a minor teleportation talisman back then. This time, I shall see how you evade my grasp. The scarlet Lian sword danced alongside Xueli, its blade radiating like a dragon, crimson lights swirling as if myriad fiery serpents were at play. The scarlet flame gourd hung in the air, its mouth belching forth fierce flames that transformed into lifelike fire crows, igniting a tempest of flames. The Blood Prison demon banner quivered violently. The once dense blood mist was now thinning, on the verge of being utterly breached. Just then, a blood-red pill appeared in Xueli's hand, pulsating like a heartbeat, each throb releasing waves of blood energy. The blood infant pill? You dare to concoct such a heinous abomination? Bai Liu's complexion paled, his voice trembling with rage. The blood infant pill was among the most insidious elixirs in the realm of cultivation. It was said that crafting this pill required the extraction of the hearts of 1,000 pregnant women through vile sorcery, ripping out their still-beating hearts to forge the pill. The unborn infants were believed to carry a thread of innate energy, and the blood infant pill, made from their hearts, not only facilitated breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage, but also rapidly replenished vitality, causing a temporary surge in strength. However, the production of such a pill was an affront to heaven, imbued with a torrent of vengeful energy, which could severely impact one's character, potentially reducing the consumer to a mere vessel of slaughter. Initially, Mo Xian Yi had a favorable impression of Xue Li, but upon witnessing the blood infant pill in his possession, his opinions swiftly plummeted, igniting a strong impulse to assist Bai Liu in dealing with him. Chapter 92. The fall of Bai Liu. Just as Bai Liu believed Xue Li was about to consume the blood infant pill to enhance his cultivation, Xue Li's fingers converged. With a sharp crack, the pulsating blood infant pill, akin to an infant's heart, was crushed in his grip. In an instant, a thick mist of blood infused with dark, vengeful energy erupted forth. Within the haze, distorted infantile faces emerged, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries that resonated throughout the surroundings. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Liu's spirit momentarily faltered, causing him to falter in his offensive, even halting the assault of the Scarlet Lian sword and Scarlet Flame Gourd. Fortunately, the white jade pendant at his waist emitted a beam of white light just in time to shield him from the attack, allowing him to regain his composure. In stark contrast, Xue Li remained impervious to the soul-piercing wails, launching a blood arrow from his hand, which split into 12, seamlessly merging with the 12 blood prison demon banners. A formidable suction erupted from the blood prison demon banner, engulfing all the blood energy released by the blood infant pill, leaving no trace of resentment behind. 3 towering crimson demons re-emerged from within the banner, and to add to this, 2 more crimson demons were birthed by another blood prison demon banner. In total, 5 resplendent crimson demons surged forth, bearing an awe-inspiring momentum as they charged towards Bai Liu. Bai Liu's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes. With a swift transformation of hand gestures, he directed the Scarlet Flame Gourd towards the crimson demons. With a soft exclamation, the gourd erupted, unleashing a terrifying inferno that swept across the surroundings, its might comparable to the initial strike of a foundational stage cultivator. Instantly, 2 of the crimson demons were obliterated into fragments. Seeing 3 crimson demons remaining, Bai Liu wasted no time, pointing to the scarlet cloud cauldron above him. Once again, he detonated the cauldron, taking out another 2 crimson demons. Subsequently, he retrieved the last remaining second-tier inferior-grade golden sword talisman from his storage pouch, vanquishing the final crimson demon. The sword's radiance surged, and just as Xue Li anticipated a fierce assault from Bai Liu, he witnessed Bai Liu's feet being graced by a flying vessel, propelling him swiftly into the distance. The scarlet sword was merely a ruse to distract Xue Li. Even with a first-tier premium flying vessel, Bai Liu felt it inadequate. He produced a first-tier premium wind-running talisman, affixing it to the vessel, causing its speed to increase dramatically. Although Xue Li was not slow, he could not keep pace with Bai Liu, who was now augmented by the premium vessel and wind-running talisman. Just as he was about to resign himself to despair, he suddenly spotted a 5-colored spiritual light shooting forth from the forest below, aimed at the vessel beneath Bai Liu. Along with it, 5 flying swords of various hues and a cerulean orb accompanied the onslaught. The 5-colored spiritual light descended upon the vessel, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. Bai Liu's face flickered with panic. Ordinarily, he would not have regarded Mo Xian Yi's ambush as a threat. However, with Xue Li still in pursuit, this interruption allowed Xue Li to catch up. It was unfortunate for Bai Liu that the direction of his escape via the flying vessel coincidentally led him directly to Mo Xian Yi's hiding spot. Mo Xian Yi had previously hesitated to launch an attack on Bai Liu, as doing so would effectively aid Xue Li. Now, however, he was reluctant to become entangled with Xue Li, especially after having assisted in the crafting of the blood prison demon banner. Yet, if he refrained from striking, Xue Li would undoubtedly hinder Bai Liu's escape. Thus, it would be wiser to eliminate one threat before addressing the other. As Bai Liu beheld the impending 5 elemental spiritual swords and the azure orb, he cast 2 first-tier premium talismans to block the assault. Meanwhile, the vessel regained its control, and just as Bai Liu intended to propel it once more, he found himself confronted by a swarm of white jade spirit bees. The toxic fumes emitted by the bees completely obstructed his path. "Get away from me!" Bai Liu roared in fury, unleashing the scarlet sword, which transformed into a blazing dragon, rampaging through the toxic haze. In an instant, he dispelled the poisonous miasma and exterminated a multitude of white jade spirit bees. Observing that Xue Li was closing in from behind, Mo Xian Yi retracted the swarm of bees. A blood-red chain, resembling a colossal serpent, surged forth from the 12-blood prison demon banner, weaving through the void and completely obstructing Bai Liyu's escape. It relentlessly constricted its encirclement, coiling ever closer to Bai Liyu within. Despite his desperate resistance, the terror in his eyes revealed to Mo Xianyi that Bai Liyu had exhausted all his trump cards and was doomed to perish. Indeed, within mere moments, Bai Liyu was pierced through by the blood-red chain. Subsequently, he was ensnared and dragged into the blood prison demon banner, his anguished cries abruptly silenced, signifying his demise. After vanquishing Bai Liyu, Shueli descended before Mo Xianyi, exclaiming, "It's you?" Within Bai Liyu's storage bag, there lies a piece of golden sword bamboo. Hand it over as my reward. Mo Xianyi coldly responded. Shueli retrieved Bai Liyu's storage bag and, to his surprise, discovered a piece of golden thunder sword bamboo. Ah, golden thunder sword bamboo? Bai Liyu possessed such a valuable item? Mo Xianyi's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Shueli would instantly recognize it as golden thunder sword bamboo, rather than mere golden sword bamboo. Just as he believed he had lost hope of acquiring it, he saw Shueli toss the golden thunder sword bamboo toward him. Do not be anxious. The dual attribute spiritual root of golden thunder holds no value for a sinister cultivator like me, Shueli stated nonchalantly. Mo Xianyi caught the golden thunder sword bamboo and, after a moment of silence, inquired, "Did you concoct the blood infant pill?" Shueli gazed earnestly at Mo Xianyi, remarking, "I assumed you, as a sinister cultivator, would be self-serving. I did not expect you to possess such a sense of justice." After a brief pause, Shueli continued earnestly, "I did not concoct it. It was created by another sinister cultivator I defeated. If I wished to break through to the foundation establishment stage, I would not require the blood infant pill." Mo Xianyi fixed his gaze intently upon Shueli's eyes, and after a moment, nodded in acknowledgement of Shueli's words. "And what of the Sima family? Why did the Yuhua sect seek to exterminate them?" "Because my family's ancestor acquired a Purple Mansion spiritual item and intended to breach the Purple Mansion realm. The Yuhua sect feared the emergence of a second Purple Mansion level force in Linuan County, which would threaten their position, thus leading to the annihilation of my Sima family." This confirmed Mo Xianyi's prior suspicions. Other factions had also surmised this outcome. However, none dared to voice it. Shueli then reached into Bai Liyu's storage bag once more, retrieving a jade vial. Upon uncorking it, an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted forth. "Foundation establishment pill?" Mo Xianyi squinted his eyes. "Indeed," Shueli confirmed, recapping the vial. "Shall we strike a deal? Assist me in refining a batch of Lioli purifying heart pills, and I shall grant you this foundation establishment pill." Chapter 93. The Azure Wave Lake. The Lioli Purifying Heart Pill is a top-tier first-grade elixir, its body translucent like glass, with a spectrum of colors swirling within, emanating a refreshing fragrance. It appears pure and immaculate, yet is, in reality, an exceedingly malevolent evil pill. The other spiritual herbs required for concocting the Lioli Purifying Heart Pill are commonplace. However, its primary ingredient, the Purifying Heart Lotus, is an object of profound malevolence. To flourish, the Purifying Heart Lotus demands the nourishment of fresh blood from living beings, and as it nears maturity, it must consume the souls of the deceased. Under ordinary circumstances, the heart-purifying lotus cannot flourish without the sacrifice of human lives for its cultivation. The efficacy of the glazed heart-purifying pill is indeed remarkable. It stabilizes the mind, wards off malevolent influences, and enhances spiritual power. A practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, upon consuming the glazed heart-purifying pill, may experience a transformation in their spiritual energy, potentially granting them the consciousness typical of foundational cultivators ahead of time. For those practicing dark arts, the glazed heart-purifying pill can cleanse their souls, allowing them to temporarily escape the clutches of sinister thoughts. "Do you possess the heart-purifying lotus?" Mo Xianyi inquired. "Indeed. Although it is not yet matured, the number of practitioners within this secret realm is sufficient for me to cultivate it to maturity," Shueli replied coldly, showing no regard for the lives of others. Mo Xianyi did not find any issue with Shueli's intention to use the lives of other practitioners for the cultivation of the heart-purifying lotus. Entering this secret realm was inherently a quest for fortune, and conflict was simply a natural occurrence. Shueli merely intended to use the souls and flesh of the deceased to nurture the spiritual herb. "Currently, I can only refine high-grade first-tier pills, and am unable to concoct the glazed heart-purifying pill," Mo Xianyi remarked, furrowing his brows. "That is of no consequence. The successful cultivation of the heart-purifying lotus will require at least 5 more years. All that matters is that you can refine the glazed heart-purifying pill after 5 years." Shueli replied with a calm demeanor, seemingly confident in Mo Xianyi's capabilities. "Why should we collaborate?" Mo Xianyi asked. The heart-purifying lotus is cultivated from the blood and souls of practitioners, infused with dark energy, making it difficult to refine with ordinary flames. Very well. Mo Xianyi conceded after a moment of contemplation. After tossing a jade vial to Mo Xianyi, Xue Li turned to leave. Wait. Mo Xianyi quickly called out. And upon seeing Xue Li's puzzled expression, he inquired, "Does Bai Li Yu possess a map of the Linuan secret realm? You have already obtained the Foundation Establishment Pill. Do you still wish to contend for the Dugrass? I advise you to abandon that notion. While your strength is commendable, the competition for the Dugrass is not something you can involve yourself in." Xue Li shook his head. "I do not seek the Dugrass. Instead, I am in search of the century-old fire spirit ginseng," Mo Xianyi replied. With the Foundation Establishment Pill now in hand, his desire for the Dugrass had diminished. But the quest for the century-old fire spirit ginseng remained. The disciples of the Feathered Transformation sect do not typically carry maps of the Linuan secret realm. But I am aware of a volcano where the century-old fire spirit ginseng might grow, Xue Li indicated, gesturing towards the northwest. Where a live volcano emitted rich fire attribute spiritual energy, likely harboring the ginseng you seek. Thank you. Mo Xianyi expressed with a fist salute before turning to fly in the direction indicated by Xue Li. As Mo Xianyi relinquished his search for the Dugrass, others deliberately leaked the location of the Dugrass within the Linuan secret realm. While the Feathered Transformation sect would not act in such a manner, their silence did not imply that the information could be concealed. Soul-searching technique allows one to extract desired information directly from another's soul. While others may not possess this ability, those who practice dark arts undoubtedly do. Moreover, capturing a disciple of the Feathered Transformation sect and coercing them would equally yield the desired information. Faced with the looming specter of death, not all disciples of the Ascension sect possess the unwavering resolve to confront it. The Baibo Lake, you ask? Mod Jing had just slain a rogue cultivator who had contended with him for a precious spiritual herb, and now he turned his gaze toward the distant sky. There, an unknown entity had inscribed the location of the Dugrass in the void using arcane arts. Although he was acutely aware of the potential traps that lay in wait, and that the revelation of the Dugrass's location was likely ill-intentioned, the absence of the coveted fire spirit ginseng after a century compelled him to contest for the Dugrass nonetheless. Beneath him, a ninth-tier fire eagle appeared, carrying Mod Jing as it soared toward the direction of the Dugrass. Unbeknownst to Mod Jing, nearly everyone within the secret realm had witnessed the celestial phenomenon and was now hastening toward Baibo Lake, transforming it into a nexus of intrigue within the Ling Yin secret realm. Given the vastness of the Ling Yin secret realm, a solitary anomaly in the sky could hardly encompass the entire expanse. It suggested a singular possibility. Someone was orchestrating a scheme to draw all cultivators within the secret realm to Baibo Lake. Mo Xianyi also perceived the strange occurrence in the heavens, but chose not to alter his course, continuing instead toward the volcano. Along the shores of Baibo Lake, 9 disciples of the Ascension sect stood guard, their expressions darkening as they beheld the celestial spectacle. Regrettably, the Dugrass at the heart of the lake would not mature for several days, rendering it impossible to harvest at present. Were it otherwise, they would have seized the Dugrass and departed post-haste. Damn it, who is responsible for leaking the location of the Dugrass? Qi Tianshi said coldly. Could it be Brother Bai Li? The position of the Dugrass is known only to the 10 of us, and he is the only one yet to arrive. Hesitated one of the cultivators beside him. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianshi resolutely shook his head. No, Bai Li Yu's father is the head of the Alchemy Hall. Since Elder Bai Li permitted him entry into the Ling Yin secret realm, he surely bestowed upon him ample protective talismans. Even if he faces danger, he should be able to leave unimpeded. Perhaps someone has discovered our whereabouts without our knowledge, leaking information about this place to lure others here, hoping to seize the Dugrass amidst the ensuing chaos. Despite these words, Qi Tianshi's heart began to entertain doubts about whether Bai Li Yu had indeed fallen into another's grasp. If he were still alive, it would be manageable. However, if he were dead, they would likely bear the wrath of Bai Li Shi upon exiting the secret realm. As the sect leader's direct disciple, Bai Li Shi would not dare to act against him, yet the same could not be said for others. What Qi Tianshi was unaware of was that, far atop the Ascension Mountain, Bai Li Shi had already been stirred into action. Disciples of the inner sect of the Ascension sect were each entrusted with a soul token. Should Bai Li Yu perish, his token would inevitably shatter. The disciples guarding the soul hall were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Though several soul tokens of other disciples had previously shattered, their statuses were incomparable to that of Bai Li Yu. What? A thunderous roar erupted from within the Alchemy Hall, as an overwhelming aura surged towards the heavens. Within the hall of the Dan Pavilion, the sudden sounds of exploding furnaces reverberated, and upon realizing that the earlier noise emanated from Bai Li Shi, the individuals could only lament their unfortunate fate. Chapter 94. An unexpected encounter with the earth fire. With a fierce roar, the crimson flame tiger unleashed its wrath, its paw crashing down to obliterate the head of a rogue cultivator. As Mod was stepped forward to retrieve the rogue's storage pouch, he glanced towards a distant volcano. Just as he intended to depart, he noticed two streaks of azure light racing towards him. What a twist of fate! To encounter Elder Earthfire here was indeed unexpected. Whether by design or mere coincidence, two figures landed on either side of Mod, encircling him. Upon seeing the newcomers, Mod's expression turned grave. They were none other than the Yin brothers, Yin Hongtao and Yin Hongbo, hailing from the same Songmang mountain range. The crimson flame tiger could not restrain itself and let out a furious roar, its eyes brimming with animosity. The initial grievous injury it sustained from burning its blood essence was directly linked to these two brothers, and thus, the sight of its adversaries ignited a fierce rage. To Mod's surprise, Elder Earthfire's crimson flame tiger had also made a recovery, which was indeed commendable. One couldn't help but wonder what treasures the Mo family had acquired to facilitate such a restoration, even after suffering a significant loss of their spiritual beast essence. After all, they were all factions of Songmang Mountain. One might as well share the details. Though Yin Hongtao's words appeared to be congratulatory, the chill in his tone was unmistakable. Are you two so unoccupied? The location of the dew grass is now common knowledge, instead of vying for it. You have the leisure to engage in idle chatter with me? Mod retorted coldly. Isn't it true that you haven't made a move either? Yin Hongbo sneered. Humph, I have no time to waste with you, Mod declared as he turned to leave. Suddenly, two water blue flying swords shot forth, aimed at Mod's back. Anticipating their ambush, Mod had been on guard since their appearance, and he countered with a well-prepared strike. The clash of blade against blade propelled him backward. Seizing this opportunity, the crimson flame tiger opened its maw, releasing a torrent of red flames towards the assailants to obstruct their advance. Let us go, Mod shouted as he leapt onto the back of the crimson flame tiger, which then galloped furiously towards the volcano. Although the Yin brothers originated from the Yin family, they lacked fire attribute spiritual roots and cultivated water attribute techniques. Their formidable strength, coupled with the Yin family's proficiency in artifact forging, meant they wielded top-tier magical weapons. Engaging both simultaneously would place Mod at a disadvantage. However, utilizing the volcano's advantageous terrain would alter the dynamics entirely. The brothers effortlessly sliced through the flames expelled by the crimson flame tiger and propelled by their flying artifacts. Pursued Mod. Yet, the crimson flame tiger's speed matched that of the Yin brothers' flying artifacts, with Mod focused on fending off the brothers' attacks, and the beast dedicated to their escape. The duo quickly approached the volcano, feeling the waves of heat wash over them. If one could ascend the volcano, Mod and the crimson flame tiger would gain a significant advantage, capable not only of turning the tide against the two adversaries, but even vanquishing them. Just as the crimson flame tiger reached the foot of the volcano, a figure entered Mod's line of sight. Xingyi, Elder 4? The two exclaimed in unison. Damn it! Mod smacked the crimson flame tiger beneath him, and the beast abruptly turned, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the Yin brothers. Meanwhile, Mod leaped into the air from the back of the crimson flame tiger, wielding a massive arc of crimson light that sliced through the air. He shouted to Mo Xinyi, run. The Yin brothers raised their swords to parry the assault. I wondered why you didn't flee. It turns out you've encountered a whelp of the Mo clan. With a sneer, one of them remarked, Ha, merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. And yet you dare to enter the Linuan secret realm. Should I commend your audacity or question your sanity? My audacity has always been considerable. As for your wits, I cannot speak to their past state, but soon you'll find yourselves devoid of them, Mo Xinyi retorted coldly. He seized the palm-sized Lu Jin Tiangue from his shoulder and hurled it towards Yin Hongtao. The Lu Jin Tiangue emitted no discernible aura, leaving the two completely unaware of its true prowess. Upon witnessing Mo Xinyi toss his pet as if it were a mere stone, Yin Hongtao scoffed. How foolish the Mo clan is. Yet, before he could finish his derision, he suddenly sensed the diminutive Lu Jin Tiangue expanding in size, radiating the formidable presence of a tenfold Qi refinement spirit beast, rivaling his own strength. Realizing the Lu Jin Tiangue was nearly upon him, Yin Hongtao dared not underestimate it. He swiftly summoned the exquisite defensive artifact, the Xian Shui banner, from his storage pouch, erecting layers of water barriers before him. As the Lu Jin Tiangue surged forward, it opened its mouth wide, launching the blue sea pearl, which struck the water barrier first. An exquisite artifact? Yin Hongtao gasped, astonished that such an unusual turtle could wield an artifact. Typically, Only spirit beasts reaching the Purple Mansion stage would begin to utilize spirit tools. The Blue Sea Pearl pierced through the layers of water barrier, and the Lu Jin Tiangui collided with the Xian Shui banner, sending both the banner and Yin Hongtao hurtling backward. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that Yin Hongba, standing by, had no time to intervene. With a whoosh, a 5-colored spirit sword flew past Mo Dihua, aimed at the repelled Yin Hongtao, finally rousing Mo Dihua and Yin Hongba from their stupor. As Yin Hongba prepared to assist his brother, he was halted by the now alert Mo Dihua and the Crimson Flame Tiger. In contrast to their panic, Mo Dihua was filled with elation. Calling out to Mo Xianyi from a distance, "Ha! You have indeed provided me with a tremendous surprise. Keep an eye on Yin Hongtao. I shall dispatch Yin Hongba first, then come to aid you in vanquishing Yin Hongtao." As he spoke, Mo Dihua intensified his assault, naturally combative and battle-hungry. He could no longer contain the murderous intent that had been simmering within him after being pursued relentlessly. With such a splendid opportunity before him, he would never let it slip away. Yin Hongba not only cultivates the same techniques as Yin Hongtao, but he also possesses identical magical artifacts, the Xian Shui banner for protection and the Lu Bo sword for offense, two exquisite implements that complement each other perfectly. In stark contrast, Mo Dihua wields merely a single exceptional long knife, relying on an upper-grade artifact for defense. It is no wonder that he could only flee when confronted by the combined forces of the two. However, in the present moment, facing only one opponent, Mo Dihua gains the upper hand, relentlessly pressing Yin Hongba alongside the Crimson Flame Tiger. Their combined assaults consistently breach the defenses of the Xian Shui banner. Were it not for Yin Hongba's swift movements, he would likely have sustained severe injuries by now. Nonetheless, even so, his defeat seems inevitable, merely a matter of time.